Chapter 61. Philos City, Gloomy Forest, Dense Forest Hills Area. A team of about 100 men marched through the woods. At the end of the team, a guard wearing the uniform of Count Mars's residence whispered to someone he knew. "We're guards. Training in the Count's private domain is fine, but why are we coming to the Gloomy Forest today? I'm terrified just looking at the monsters, let alone fighting them. We just do whatever we're told. The Count has told us to obey that brat, so what can we do?" Another guard raised his head suggestively. At the front of the team, Roland rode his steed, flanked by members of the Monster Extermination Squad. Horse hooves pounded the lush green grass, and before them lay a wide open field. They had arrived at the grassy area of the Dense Forest Hills area. The monsters here were relatively weak and not suitable for the extermination team, but they were perfect for training the newcomers. The 100-man team behind them consisted of the guards and knights of Count Mars's palace, as well as the magician apprentices of the Philos Magic Court. Roland spent 5 full days, across 3 visits, convincing Count Mars to allow the guards and knights to participate in monster hunting training. On the 3rd attempt, he was able to convince them thanks to his first visit to Dean of Magic Sophia. With her guarantee, the Count agreed to allocate 80 men from the guards and knights. The remaining men were volunteers from the 2nd and 3rd year students of the Philos Magic Court. The story spread that a talented combat magician was personally teaching monster extermination techniques. Because the star-picking exams content always involved this, there were around 20 magician apprentices who signed up, not a small number. The morning's combat training soon concluded. The magician apprentices and the knights were fine, chatting and laughing as they set about cooking. The Earl's palace guards, having barely encountered monsters, were still reeling from the dread of their first encounter. Roland looked at the Earl's palace guards, vomiting and unable to eat, their faces grave as they watched the monsters frighten them. His thumb unconsciously swished across the tip of his curled ring finger. Behind him, the members of the monster extermination team were also taking a break from cooking. "Roland, would you like some?" "Simon's specialty roast lamb. He uses local lamb from your city of Philos. It's just as delicious as the one we had when we first arrived," Lucy said, her mouth dripping with oil. Chef Simon cheerfully handed over a slice of roasted lamb. "Don't be so bitter and resentful all the time. Come, try my cooking." Heavy-hearted Roland shook his head and walked into the deep forest alone. He sat down on one leg under a tree, leaning against the trunk to rest for a moment. Lately, every night, as soon as he closed his eyes, the nightmare he predicted would come true. Strange and bizarre shrieks echoed throughout the city of Philos. Then, a blanket of red spores and an eerie fog surged into the city like a sandstorm, filling every alley and every square. In the fog, countless monsters, in a frenzy, came like a tide, wave after wave. Hideous faces and claws brandishing wantonly shattered the tranquility of Philos. One moment, the alleys and squares were bustling with activity, the next, they were scattered limbs and bodies. The scene was so real that he could almost hear the sound of blood dripping onto the ground, as someone reached out their severed hand, groaning for help. "No!" Roland, startled awake, swung his arm to the side, with such force that Simon's water bladder nearly flew out of his hand. "Are you having a nightmare? You said you could finally get some sleep," Simon said with concern, handing him the bladder. "At least drink some water. You didn't even have lunch." The bladder's outer shell was damp, presumably from being filled with water. The dripping sound echoed exactly like the dripping blood in his dream. Roland shook his head, waking from his dream. "I rested enough. Let's begin afternoon training." This predicted disaster was of significant magnitude. The ideal scenario would be to separate the forces, evacuating the unarmed civilians first, while simultaneously training the city's armed forces to maximize their combat effectiveness. However, evacuating the entire city was a significant undertaking. Beyond the prophetic dream, Roland couldn't provide Count Mars with any signs of impending disaster. Under these circumstances, Count Mars refused to disturb the people over something absolutely non-existent. At this point, all he could do was train these people as quickly as possible, so that when the disaster actually struck, he could offer the evacuees a better chance of survival. Meanwhile, at Count Mars's mansion, the weekly grand banquet commenced. The nobles of Philos City, both large and small, gathered in elegant attire, feasting, chatting, and enjoying the leisurely days of prosperity. The only difference from previous banquets was the presence of new faces. Madeline, daughter of the late Princess Luna. Several noble girls gathered, chatting about the latest fashions in clothing and accessories, but their eyes had already drifted to Miss Madeline, who sat alone, observing her curiously. No one dared approach her for a conversation. She looked to be in her early 20s, but her personality was remarkably quiet, like a flower from a mountaintop. When approached, she simply nodded in greeting, making it difficult to find a topic of conversation. Clemens looked at her from a distance, feeling familiar, but she couldn't quite pinpoint why. And Urza, who had been guarding her, had already recognized Madeline. She looked exactly like Luna number 8, the assistant in the magical servant class. Having spent so much time with the Countess, Urza naturally wasn't as quick to speak her mind as she used to. So, after observing her for a long time, Clemens couldn't make any sense of her. Go over there and see Mademoiselle Madeline. Count Mars, dressed in a suit, suddenly approached and said to his daughter Clemence, "I have something to discuss with her father, Baron Siki." "Don't worry, father." Clemence nodded. Glancing at Baron Siki, who seemed to be standing on his skeletal frame, waiting not far away, she frowned and asked, "Father, has Baron Siki always lived in Philos? Why haven't I seen him before?" Count Mars chuckled. "He was a good friend of yours in our youth. He even held you in his arms when you were little. Well, after being summoned by the king, I haven't seen him in a long time. But he said he's always been in the city." "Well, father, go ahead and do your work. I go see Miss Madeline first. She doesn't know anyone and must be feeling uncomfortable," Clemens said evasively, disliking the old talk. Count Mars dropped the subject, waving Baron Siki, who was waiting nearby, to the second-floor study. Those were unforgettable times. I can't believe over 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. It's not so bad now. You're a lord, and no one will tease you about not being able to use magic anymore. After a few rounds of nostalgic talk, Baron Siki finally steered the conversation back to the real purpose of his visit. "I heard that members of the monster extermination squad recently arrived in Philos City. Why didn't I see them at the banquet today? Now, with Atticus joining, the long-standing secret project has finally broken through its final bottleneck, and the opportunity to regain the king's trust is at hand. No mistakes will be tolerated now. Well, they're just too bored to do anything, so they asked me for some guards and knights to train in the gloomy forest." Count Mars spoke without hesitation. "But it's not time to exterminate the gloomy forest yet, is it?" Siki asked suggestively. "The gloomy forest's monster density isn't high for monster forests of its level. Add to that a strange monster disappearance incident 6 months ago, and the new monsters that have appeared in the past 6 months aren't worth a trip for the monster extermination team. This is an exception given the increasing number of monsters in other regions." "That's right, Roland." He insisted on claiming he foreseen a future monster attack and needed to take precautions. He even brought the head of the Sophia Magic Court as a guarantee. "I couldn't persuade him, so I just randomly assigned him some people." "He possesses the legendary precognitive magic? Did he predict the time of the event?" "Why don't I believe it, but you do." Count Mars looked at him amusedly, but still replied, "He only said it would happen soon. Oh, by the way, he mentioned something that left a deep impression on me. He said that before the monsters appeared, there would be a cloud of red spores as a sign, and then fog would cover the city, and the monsters would descend." "Red spores?" The light shone through the crystal window onto Baron Siki's round-framed glasses, making his expression somewhat difficult to read. "It seems the final experiment was a success. However, we need to add a few more steps to imprison it, otherwise, if the spores leak out, the so-called precognition might become reality. But even if it does come true, it's no big deal. I can fully demonstrate my achievements to His Majesty the King." Just thinking about it made Siki laugh out loud. Across from him, Count Mars knew nothing of this. Yes, he's a young man with barely lost his baby teeth, yet he keeps talking about signs. Does he think he's the creator god? How presumptuous, Count Mars said with disdain. He had no magical talent. He became the lord of Philos City by hereditary bloodline, and he always looked down on those with magical gifts, as if valuing them was disrespecting himself. Siki knew him well and smiled casually, saying, "But regardless, this won't harm you, as lord, will it? If the prophecy is false, then everything is fine. And if the prophecy is true, then with these well-trained guards, wouldn't your safety as lord be even more assured?" El had been staying in the final border city for quite a while, arriving 10 days ago, and still not leaving. Mainly because Faye's experience as a street performer in the capital had left a lasting impression on her. So before leaving the kingdom, she planned to save up enough money to avoid being broke once she arrived. She'd been earning quite a bit of money taking on quests at the Adventurers Tavern in her city these past few days, and today she planned to buy a newspaper and check the news before officially leaving for the foreign land. Strangely, however, the tavern's quest board was completely deserted. The bounty-collecting mages who always competed with her for orders were huddled together, reading the newspaper, animatedly discussing something. Give me today's newspaper, Elle said, placing a copper coin on the counter as usual. Sold out? It's morning already, and already sold out? Elle asked in disbelief. Of course. Big news today. I think all the newspapers in the kingdom are sold out. The counter attendant said mysteriously. What's the big news? Ire asked. Then this copper coin belongs to me? The counter guy said, placing his hand on the coin. After watching Ire nod, he stood up from behind the counter and leaned closer, saying, It's about Philos City. I heard there's been a sudden wave of monsters, and the entire city is almost being decimated by them. This sentence was like a thunderstorm, shocking Ire to the point of shock. The counter guy's mouth opened and closed, but Ire couldn't hear a word. She stumbled towards the bounty hunters, snatched the newspaper from their hands, and read through it word by word with trembling hands. A sudden wave of monsters has not been seen in a century. The entire city of Philos has fallen. Members of the monster extermination team are fighting to the death. The people of the city are in great danger. One of the bounty hunters had always had a bad impression of Ire, a foreigner who was stealing his job, and now that his newspaper had been stolen, he was even more furious. What are you doing? It's not enough to snatch up quests, you're even snatching up newspapers. Are you crazy with money? Hey, stop it. She's not in much condition. She's probably from Philos City. If she's from Philos City, she's lucky, but I can't say much about her friends and family. Stop talking. The newspaper fluttered down. Elle grabbed the gloating bounty mage, grabbed his collar, and demanded, Where are the teleports to other cities? Can you afford a teleport? Just ask. He said stubbornly. I'm asking you where the teleport is? Elle repeated in a low voice, grabbing one of the man's arms and bending it hard. It hurts. Stop it. I tell you right away. After learning the location, Elle threw the bounty mage to the ground, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and walked out slowly, trying to steady himself. You're still rushing to Phiros City, rushing to your death. The bounty wizard climbed to his feet and cursed fiercely at Elle's retreating figure. Chapter 62. You're still rushing to Phiros City? You're rushing to your deaths. The bounty wizard climbed to his feet and cursed Elle fiercely as she retreated. Stop talking, his companions advised, but no one in the tavern objected to the phrase rushing to your deaths. A wave of monsters unseen in a century was approaching. Even from 1,000 miles away, one could imagine the devastation in Phiros City. A connection from the past will inevitably lead you to the graveyard of death. So that was what the phrase countdown to death meant. Elle suddenly understood. Elle had been close to Urza since childhood, but their friendship was shallow. While in the capital, she hadn't taken the initiative to meet Urza, and had only expressed distant wishes to Aunt Sophie and her family. Now, on the verge of leaving the country, she chose to turn back. Urza, Aunt Sophie, her cousin, Amanda the shop manager, Renee from the fruit stall, old Peter from the blacksmith shop, face after face appeared in her mind. She was like a kite flying far and wide, those friendly, smiling faces a thin string pulling her back to Phiros City. Elle thought, perhaps she wasn't brave enough. She couldn't bear to lose the path she had come from and move forward alone. This border city was far from Phiros City, and even using a teleport station would require traveling back and forth through 7 or 8 cities. The teleport stations were expensive, and after just 3 cities, she had already spent nearly all the coins she had earned in the previous 2 weeks. Later, with no money left and desperate to return, she resorted to unethical methods. Each teleport station had 2 teleport systems, arrival and departure. As soon as Elle stepped off the arrival platform, she turned left or right, then rushed to the departure platform. What are you doing? Why use a teleportation platform when you have no money? Do you know how many magic crystals it costs to use it? You're robbing. Stealing the kingdom's public property. The guards outside pounded frantically. She broke into several platforms in a row, their threats all the same. Elle ignored them, repeating them over and over again, stop after stop. Until Elle arrived at Hardy City, a neighboring city of Pharaohs. No matter how many times she tried to activate it, the magic crystal on the departure platform remained unresponsive. For several minutes, silence settled in the transmission platform room. The guard outside, realizing something, cursed with a hint of sympathy. If you're planning on going to Philos City, forget it. The teleport platform there broke down this morning. The last person who teleported there said a monster crashed into it, and she nearly died at its hands. As he finished speaking, AI arrived. Where's the last person who teleported there? The sight of the last destroyed teleport platform forced AI to pause. She broke free from her tense desire to rush to Philo's city immediately, and slowly regained her composure. She couldn't rush in rashly. She had to understand the current situation in the city first. Besides, it had been several days since the incident. What if her aunt, cousin, and neighbors had already escaped? That lucky person was now lying in a makeshift refugee camp in Hardy City. Her left leg was hit by the falling rocks, and was now missing a part. The remaining leg was wrapped in bandages, and she still looked terrified. Before being brought to this person, Ayer had already searched the refugee camp. There weren't many people here, only a few hundred, all unfamiliar and indifferent. None of her family or friends were there. Can you tell me about the current situation in the city? The refugee camp staff specifically reminded Ayer that the woman wasn't paying attention, so she kept her voice as low as possible. The woman turned away, as if avoiding something, tears streaming from her eyes. I'm from Philo's city too, and I have family back there. The teleporter's broken, so I can't get there quickly, but I'm really worried. Can you tell me briefly? Don't go. There are monsters everywhere. If you go, you won't be able to come back. Hearing Ayer's words, the woman grabbed Ayer in fear, her fingers clenched with nervousness, leaving white marks. Don't worry, I'm a magician. Monsters can't hurt me that easily. Ayer patted her hands and summoned a small flame. I go. Maybe I can save a few more people. Magicians are good, magicians are good. My life was saved by a magician named Roland. The woman relaxed a little. She then asked, Are you also a member of the monster extermination team? Hearing the familiar name, Ayer was stunned for a moment, then nodded silently. Ayer handed the woman a glass of water to soothe her throat. She took the glass and held it in her hands trembling so much that the water almost spilled out. I'm quite lucky. My home was close to the teleportation port, but unfortunately, the platform collapsed. I don't know if anyone who was nearby at the time is still alive. Where are the guards at the Earl's palace? Aren't they responsible for evacuating everyone? The woman raised her eyelids, her eyes thick with hatred. If Count Mars hadn't insisted on using the teleporter to transport his meager belongings, wasting 2 whole days, my family would have been able to leave. Every one of them is useless. They said they trained with the monster extermination squad for over a month, and told us not to worry. Even if the Earl's palace teleported first, they'd protect us. But what happened? They ran away crying after only a short encounter with the monster. If it weren't for the knights and the monster extermination squad that arrived later, I would have been dead when the monster appeared. And those childlike magicians, each one terrified to death, but led by the extermination squad, they stood before us. Elle guessed that the childlike magicians she was referring to were probably the apprentices from the magic court of Philo's city. The woman was still very emotional, and her words were somewhat incoherent. Ayer guided her, asking, Do you know Rocky Street? It's in the southern part of the city. Has it been attacked by monsters? Ayer mentioned the area where Aunt Sophie's apartment was located. It's no use. It's no use anywhere. The woman shook her head helplessly, as if recalling a terrifying scene. She clutched her head and trembled as she spoke. Those monsters didn't come in through the city gates. It was foggy, and then they suddenly emerged from the fog. So many of them, a black mass. So terrifying, so terrifying. Ayer's face was solemn. He turned to look at the woman's fearful expression. Unable to bear it, he reached across and hugged her shoulders in comfort. The woman's description immediately reminded Ayer of the moment he and the monsters were summoned, crossing the fog and arriving at Monster Eden. Could this monster attack be connected to the Qin people? It was clear that Qin people had been eager to gather all monsters to Eden, away from all humans. The woman gradually calmed down and described the situation. At first, most people knew nothing. While the street next door was already being slaughtered by monsters, a market might have been bustling on another street. Someone from the Knights was spreading the news and evacuating the crowds within the city. Many people were skeptical, and by the time the monsters appeared before them, it was too late. Everything was in chaos. Those creatures killed anyone they saw, like mad. Even after half their bodies were blasted off by magicians, their huge mouths were still open, biting forward, as if they felt no pain, only intent on killing. Something was wrong. And I realized that even if the monsters were bloodthirsty, they weren't fools. They knew how to hunt, and had a survival instinct. How could someone still be thinking about killing someone when they were almost dead? You just said a magician named Roland saved you. Did he tell you anything about these monsters? Ayer asked. Yes, I was waiting in line, outside the teleportation platform, when I heard that magician named Roland tell his teammates that the monsters were acting very strangely. Their desire to attack was extremely strong, and their combat power had almost increased by a level. It seems something has triggered their violent state. Roland, who had witnessed it himself, said this, which meant that the monsters were indeed strange. No more useful information could be extracted from the woman's words. Elle left the refugee camp, used her remaining money to buy a horse, and headed for Philos City. Not only for Aunt Sophie's family, whose situation she didn't know, but also because it was where she had grown up. Since she was 12, she had walked nearly every street in the city, desperate for survival. People, familiar and unfamiliar, would greet her with a smile and say good morning. She couldn't bear to watch everything fall, especially now that she had powers. Half a kilometer from the city gate, her horse was frightened and unable to move. She tried to spur it on several times, but to no avail. Elle dismounted and used speed magic to continue on her way. It wasn't until she arrived in Philos City herself that she realized the reports of Philos City's complete fall were completely true. The surviving woman's fear was perfectly normal. Philos City had practically become a den of monsters. From outside the city, the resisting monster extermination squads and knights were completely invisible. All he could see was the fog that enveloped the city, like a thick, oppressive black cloud, faintly tinged with an eerie red. Monsters continuously leaped from the mist. They were twice as large as the ordinary monsters Elle had encountered in Monster Eden, so much so that even from a distance, Elle could see their sharp claws, their bony wings stained with blood. Elle slowed down, stepping step by step into the city. The strong smell of blood almost overwhelmed his nasal cavity. Bodies lay scattered on the roadside, lifeless, even the blood had congealed into a black mass. The familiar streets were all alike, including the street where Aunt Sophie lived. The apartment building bore the marks of monster impact, and the top floor had a skylight. This was clearly the scene after a monster attack. There was a strange sound at the corner of the street. Elle approached and saw 2 or 3 werewolf monsters, deep in thought, tearing at something. With an expressionless face, Aire unleashed a stream of cyan flame. Before the monsters could even realize what was happening, they were reduced to charcoal in the intense heat. On the street littered with the corpses of humans and monsters, Aire's footsteps became the only sound. Chapter 63. Aile's footsteps were the only sound on the street. Ever since Elle earned enough money to start his own business, he rarely visited this neighborhood. But whenever he did visit Aunt Sophie, the neighbors he met would always call her Little Al, just like they did when they were little. Grandma Esme, who made a living knitting lace patterns on the first floor, Uncle Haley, who raised birds on the 3rd floor. Aile's lonely figure was reflected in a pair of dead eyeballs, their open mouths still seeming to scream in fear. The smell of blood, mixed with the scent of freshly burned monsters, reached down his throat like an invisible hand, stirring in his chest, gripping Aile's heart. Al ran into the apartment building like a fugitive, banging his way upstairs. Most of the doors he passed were open, except for Aunt Sophie's, which was tightly closed. Al looked at the closed door, and the depression in his chest dissipated slightly. The fact they still had the energy to properly lock the door meant they weren't in a hurry to leave. They were likely not home when the monsters appeared nearby. They likely already escaped or are under the protection of resistance forces. Where the monsters focus their attacks is also where the resistance forces and survivors gather. To gain a better view and observe the monsters' attacks, Aire came to the tallest building in the civilian area, the clock tower. A small, glowing red mist billowed over the nearby streets, from which sporadic monsters, flying and crawling, continued to pour out. Red spores scatter on the wind, their eyes glowing crimson, and foul saliva drips from their gaping mouths. A bright magic formula illuminated, and several bolts of lightning, each as thick as an arm, descended. Elle mercilessly annihilated every monster that appeared within her sight. She had no time to delve into the monster's strangeness. She raced towards the clock tower. Climbing the 100-meter-high clock tower and gazing down upon the magnificent city of Philos was an experience shared by every child in the area, including Elle. She still remembered how, at the hour, gray and white doves would flutter their wings, circling and arcing through the sky to the sound of the bells, soaring over the red, brown, and yellow rooftops like paint palettes. However, when she returned, the circle outside the clock tower and the narrow, spiraling stairwell were crammed with the bodies of those who had fallen. There were so many people that it was difficult to tell which had been killed by the monsters' attacks, and which had been trampled to death while fleeing to higher ground. And the monsters? They had long since left after their rampage. Elle stepped carefully, forcing herself to look away from the piles of corpses. She had no time for grief now. What mattered was finding and protecting her family, friends, neighbors, or any other citizen. The higher she climbed, the stench of blood gradually faded. Inside the empty bell tower, Elle's footsteps echoed. At the very top of the bell tower hung a massive clock. From behind it came the sound of short, sharp breaths. Elle ignored it for the moment, standing in the hollowed-out space outside the bell tower's rooftop, surveying the entire city. The view from here was clearer than from outside the city. As the survivor had said, the fog's direction had no fixed pattern. But all the monsters that emerged from the fog, like a swarm of locusts in late summer, converged from all directions, plundering and destroying everything. That was the southern part of the city, the residential area of the nobility of Philos. Centrally, it was the city's grandest manor, Count Mars's mansion. The faint presence of magical flames proved that it was the main base of resistance. Compared to the countless monsters, the counterattack seemed somewhat weak. Elle guessed that while Count Mars's family had likely left, the magnificent manor could undoubtedly accommodate more survivors. It would also be more convenient for resisting monsters with limited combat forces. Later, Elle entered from outside the clock tower. She stood in front of the clock, peering through the intricate mechanism at the small figure who had tried to minimize her presence since her entry. "I'm going to where the survivors are. Do you want to come with me?" Elle had noticed her presence the moment she entered. Who would have thought that the first living person she'd seen since entering the city would be such a child? She was probably so frightened by the monsters that even seeing an adult like Elle, she didn't dare to ask for help. Even now, she didn't dare answer when questioned. Time was running out, the monsters outside wouldn't wait, and Aire didn't have time to guide her step by step. Aire spoke again, his words blunt and threatening. "There's fog nearby. The monsters from there will find you sooner or later. Come with me, and you can still live. Stay here and you die." After about 3 or 4 seconds, the disheveled figure moved, its small body slipping out from the gap in the clockwork at a tricky angle. Aire led her to the edge of the clock tower. "Hold my hand. If you get scared later, hug my waist." With that, Elle tucked the child horizontally under her left arm and, under the child's confused, frightened gaze, leaped from the sky. Elle's proficiency in air magic wasn't very high, but this was the highest point in the area, making gliding much easier from here. At regular intervals, a vortex formed in the air, catching the two descending, and again, sending them to the rooftop below the tower. The child closed her eyes in fear, her arms tightly wrapped around Elle's waist, her face pale. After landing smoothly on the rooftop, Elle didn't stop. She ran forward, letting inertia run. As she approached the edge, she swung out a stretch of elastic vines with her right hand, using the reaction force to leap onto the rooftop ahead. Traveling in the air allows one to move in a straight line, much faster than turning left and right on the ground, and also more likely to attract the attention of monsters. Anyway, these monsters have sharper noses than dogs, and they strike wherever they go. Aire simply didn't feel like venting his current rage. A nearby monster, sensing their presence, scurried up the building, chasing them. A bird-like monster soared through the air, its nearly half-meter-long beak flaring and shrieking. "Hold on tight," Aire urged. The child, barely recovering from the shock of falling from a height, was now surrounded by monsters. Terrified, she managed to nod, her fingers gripping Aire's clothes tightening. Holding the child with one hand didn't hinder Aire's performance. As if stirred by her emotions, the surge of magic power that had been fused within him since his resurrection through the necromancy magic death reversal surged. The newly created magic spell flowed naturally like water, and a massive magic formula appeared out of thin air. From the formula, lush vines and tentacles, like an underwater octopus extended, interweaving into a vast net, engulfing the faster bird-like monster. Then, sustained by Aire's continued magical power, the living net tightened like a daughter. Soon, the seemingly weak vines ripped through the monster's body, sending a foul-smelling liquid raining down on Aire and the child's faces. The monster climbing up the building was now close. Aire spun, using her left foot as a fulcrum, and spun in a semicircle with her right. A cyan flame rose along the path of her right foot, a wall of fire nearly 10 meters high, incinerating the nearby monsters. "Please don't hurt them anymore." A voice seemed to speak from deep within her soul. At first, Aire thought it was the black ball, or the so-called messenger of chaos, that had suddenly appeared. Then, Aire realized it was the long-lost voice of Hela. It turned out that she hadn't vanished in Monster Eden, but had instead resided within Aire's body. After transforming into white light, Hela slept for a long time within Aire's body. It wasn't until Aire activated the necromancy spell Death Reversal that she truly merged with Aire's body. Now her magic was connected to Aire's, and the more skillfully Aire used his magic, the longer she could remain awake within his body. More monsters were coming in the distance, but Aire ignored the voice. She should have known earlier. How could such a great bargain have been so easily snatched up by her? It turned out there were other benefits besides spreading the story of the city-state. Aire changed his spell again, and the cyan flames beneath his feet gathered, transforming into a gigantic fish. Powered by the magic of the air, it flipped mid-air like a giant whale, engulfing a swarm of monsters. Soon, monsters within 100 meters fell like hail, thudding to the ground and onto the rooftops. "Don't hurt them." Hella's voice grew louder. "Don't you see? They're in this completely involuntary state of frenzy. Since you awakened in my body, haven't you seen the horrors along the way? Even if it was involuntary, am I really going to let them tear me and my child apart?" After clearing out the monsters ahead, Aire continued running, freeing up his energy to reply to Hella with his thoughts. I had been truly moved by Hella's story then, and now, seeing the monster's fury was just as real. The situation was different now. After witnessing the bloodbath engulfing the city, how could she possibly stop just because Hella said involuntary? Hella was silent for a moment, and just when Aire thought she had given up, she spoke again. "You know perfectly well that their crimson eyes are the best proof of their fury. If you continue to indiscriminately harm them, as you did just now, I will cut off the magic transmission between you and them." In reality, their magic had already completely merged, making it impossible for Hella to separate them. However, this did not prevent her from exploiting the information gap to achieve her goal. "You can completely save yourself and the child with your own magic alone. I just don't want you to kill them excessively." "You?" It must be said that this move was very accurate. Aire paused, landing on the roof. The child, who had been keeping her eyes closed, didn't know why she had stopped, and couldn't hear Aire's inner voice. She thought another monster was attacking, and quickly closed her eyes tighter. "You know, even if I don't kill these berserk monsters now, they still come after me sooner or later. It's just a matter of whether I die sooner or later. No, as long as they break their berserk state, they won't attack humans anymore, and the crisis in this city can be averted," Hella said sincerely. "You should know that the Qin people's spores have a psychological effect on monsters. You should have seen that those red spores mixed in with the mist are probably the cause of their berserk state." "I know. Doesn't that prove that the Qin people are behind this disaster?" "No, they're not. I never seen red spores before. The Qin people's spores are supposed to soothe monsters. This has the exact opposite effect. I suspect someone is behind this." Chapter 64. Centuries ago, everyone who knew Hella Theodosia said there was no kinder person in the world than her. Because of her kindness, she, inspired by the death of her childhood pet puppy, devoted her entire magical talent to the study of life and death for 10 years. Because of her kindness, even though she created necromancy upon her own death, she could not bear to take away the life of another living being, so she did not resurrect herself, but only preserved her soul. As the creator of necromancy, she understood better than anyone that life was a miracle that even magic could not create. She would not harm any other living being for her own sake. Over the intervening centuries, the human world had been turned upside down, yet because of her decision, she was trapped in Monster Eden, unable to exert any influence on worldly affairs. That night, when she woke up in the forest, she went against her will, and helped El to perform the magic of death reversal, exchanging the death of that land for El's resurrection. She had thought that no matter what Aire did with her necromancy and her magic, she wouldn't interfere, because she had hidden within Aire's body without his permission for her own purposes. But when she saw those poor children being harmed by Aire, she couldn't help but speak out to stop him. "No, that's not it. I never seen red spores. The spores of the Qin people always soothe monsters. This has the exact opposite effect. I suspect someone is behind this. I can promise to investigate the red spores, but you must first send this child to the monster extermination team. Don't tell me you're kind-hearted, only caring about monsters and not humans." Aire replied, touching the child who was hugging her waist. "Of course, but if you encounter a monster again, don't kill it like you did just now." Silently, Elle set to work again, suppressing her resentment as she continuously used wind magic to blow away the approaching monsters. As expected, she wasn't unilaterally slaughtering them. Her agreement to Hella's request wasn't solely due to the threat of cutting off the magic supply, but also because of some vague suspicions deep within her heart. This death countdown was triggered by her witnessing Atticus and Luna number 8. They were the cause, but now the consequences were manifesting in the city of Pharaohs. This was strange. The closer they got to Mars Manor, the higher the monster density. Fortunately, everything was still within Elle's control. Although the fog summoned a constant stream of monsters, all in a frenzied state, most were Category 3 or lower, with some, due to their frenzy, approaching Category 2 in combat power. But Elle already had extensive experience battling monsters, not to mention her status as a magician. Therefore, even with some reservations, he remained at ease. Mars Manor was already within sight. The number of monsters had become terrifying, a dark mass blocking their way. Elle stopped using wind magic to repel them, and instead used wood magic, quickly weaving a net that swept across a vast area, clearing a path for his advance. Through the gaps between the swarms of monsters that obscured the sky, he could see others battling monsters on the rooftops of the tall buildings near the manor. He couldn't see how many there were, but judging by the number of monsters that had been cleared out, it wasn't a large number, especially compared to the tens of thousands of them. Behind them, a massive circular magic barrier, gleaming with golden inscriptions, enveloped the manor like an inverted bowl. Whenever a monster touched the barrier, a blazing fire erupted. Despite the danger, the monsters rushed forward like moths to a flame, recklessly charging forward. The situation was more dire than Elle had anticipated. There were too many monsters, and the defense was insufficient. The magic barrier was powerful, but without sufficient magic crystals, it was likely relying on the magic power of the magicians within the manor. As for the combatants outside the barrier, their attacks were effective, but the monsters were simply too numerous. As soon as one group was killed, new ones arrived. If the root cause of the monster's appearance could not be addressed, the resistance would only become exhausted from the constant attrition. Hella's suggestion was the best solution at this moment. And the sooner the better. Aire zeroed in on the target, and used ice magic to rapidly freeze the surrounding monsters, simultaneously creating a continuously extending ice bridge leading to the position of one of the combatants. The combatant was a female knight with short hair. She looked as if she had been fighting for a long time. Despite the protective barrier created by the magic armor around her body was still stained with blood. She swung her blade, mercilessly severing the monsters in front of her. A bird-like monster, its legs severed, seemed insensible to the pain, still flapping its wings as it advanced behind the knight. Her swords remained sharp, but her focus had begun to dwindle, oblivious to the danger from behind. Huh? The bird-like monster lunged for the knight's slender neck, its jaws open to bite. Just as its attack was about to succeed, it was frozen solid by a sudden burst of cold air falling. At the same time, Al quickly summoned a magical formula, using ice magic to create a wall of ice, temporarily holding back the endless onslaught of monsters. The knight turned at the sound, and saw a subtle flicker of joy on his usually stern face as he saw the newcomer. "Are you here to support us? I'm Chloe from Monster Slayer Team 1. Time was in a hurry. Al stepped down from the ice bridge and untied the child, who had been keeping her eyes closed, from her waist. He said to Chloe, "You're running low? You need to rest. Let's go back and take this child inside." Suddenly coming down from his familiar position, the child briefly opened his eyes and looked around, only to be frightened by the swarm of monsters again. He clutched Ael's sleeve tightly. "This knight's sister will protect you. Go back with her. I have other things I must do." The child remained silent, clinging to Elle tightly. "Be good. Go inside the barrier over there, and you be safe. There are many survivors like you inside, perhaps even your parents or other relatives." Elle comforted the child before cruelly tearing her off his body. "Are you alone? Where are the others?" Chloe took the child's hand, asking doubtfully. The monster extermination team, the Feroth demon court, and the knights totaled only about 40 people. For the past 7 or 8 days, they split into 2 teams, taking turns fighting outside. When one team couldn't hold on, the other would take over. During this time, they tried countless times to use their communication magic gadgets to call for help. But perhaps due to the influence of the monsters, none of their calls were successful. However, a group had already escaped at the beginning, and Captain Brecca would surely send other members of the extermination squad to support them upon hearing the news. Though sleepy and exhausted, this belief kept them going day after day. Chloe, seeing Ael's unfamiliar face and powerful magic, thought that support had indeed arrived. Al shook her head, watching Chloe's expectant eyes gradually dim. "I'm not from the monster extermination squad. I'm simply here to deliver this child. I don't have a magic gadget to open the magic barrier, so I have to ask you to bring the child inside. I escort you through the barrier. Let's go." The location was about a few hundred meters from the magic barrier. Al led the way, continuing to drive away the monsters. "Who are you? You clearly have the ability, so why didn't you kill those monsters?" Chloe was full of doubts, but she knew this wasn't the place to talk. Silently, she pulled the child along, following Elle. Arriving at the magic barrier, Elle cleared the surrounding monsters and turned to leave, but Chloe and the child held her back. "Sister, don't go." The child's voice was hoarse, and she gently tugged at Elle's skirt, looking a little timid. Elle patted her head. Sister, I have something I must do. You be safer if you go inside. Chloe grabbed Elle's forearm. Who are you? What are you going to do? This attritional approach won't work. We must address the root cause. Elle looked at the red spores surging like a glowing mist. Chloe, having fought for so long, didn't exert much strength in her grip. She watched the mysterious red-haired woman break free from her bonds and turn away. Chapter 65. When a monster is summoned from the fog, it is induced into a frenzy by the red spores. Normal monsters will at least assess the relative strength of their own and their enemies during battle, and become exhausted by the fighting. But once in a frenzy, they become demons obsessed with slaughter, never stopping. Since entering the city, every street Elle has passed has been covered with corpses. She didn't even dare to ask the knight how many people were still alive in Mars Manor. Only by finding the source of the red spores and the fog can we cut off the path that continuously transports monsters and create a way for the survivors. Elle's ridiculously kind request has now become a necessity to resolve the monster siege. So, she must now rescue the monsters. Elle gave a half-hearted smile, as if mocking herself. You once lived with the Qin people, so you should know how to find them, right? These spores are floating out of the fog. I can't track the spores to the person who released them. Elle asked Hella in his mind. Go to where the fog is thickest. The fog in the monster forest used to be a pale white, similar to morning mist, but this time, most of the fog in Philo's city was grayish-red. Elle stood on the roof of a building and looked out. Sure enough, he saw a patch of fog that was noticeably darker than the rest, almost as black as ink. A closer look revealed that this patch of fog was moving. Its core continued to grow outward, while its edges, lighter in color, gradually diverged. Drawn by the vines of wind magic and wood magic, Elle ran alone towards that area. After reaching the inky fog, she glanced back at the arched magical barrier in the distance, completely obscured by the demons that blotted out the sky. She steeled herself and stepped inside. Across the way, in the once meticulously manicured aristocratic gardens of Mars Manor, civilians who had escaped death sat scattered about. Not only the garden, but also the main building and the east and west wings were completely filled with survivors. In the entire city of Philos, this was the last bastion of the survivors. Most of the survivors were covered in dark blood. Some were their own, some splashed by those around them as they fled. Some sat motionless, their eyes blank, as if their souls had been taken away by the demons. Some hugged family or friends, gazing anxiously at the dense cloud of demons outside the magical barrier. When Chloe walked through the crowd with her child, she attracted little curiosity or attention. So many children had been lost that they were a common sight. Sister, where are we going? The child asked timidly. When she'd been hiding in the bell tower, she'd known that many people down below were quiet because they were already dead. But here, these people were still alive, yet still so quiet, which made the child instinctively uneasy. Don't be afraid. Chloe, unsure how to comfort the child, quickly pulled her toward the campsite where her companions had gathered. The monster extermination team, the magicians of the Feroth court, and the knights, acting as guardians, had gathered in the main building's first-floor lobby. The spacious area made it convenient for gathering and discussing matters, while also ensuring discipline for the survivors inside and outside the building. As Chloe entered the hall, she saw a dozen middle-aged women and men in charge of the food service, carrying several food buckets out. The buckets contained clear vegetable soup, but not much pumpkin. It was unclear whether the 100 or 200 people in the courtyard would be fully fed. Chloe, you're back. Are you hurt? Lucy, her teammate's healer, came over. Chloe shook her head. I'm fine. Someone showed up and helped me. As she finished, Lucy teased the child following behind her. What's your name? Tell it to me, Lucy. Lucy didn't ask how the child got here or where his parents were. He was lucky to have made it here alive. The child, initially nervous, gradually relaxed under Lucy's bright smile. Lucy finally regained her focus and asked Chloe, You said someone helped you? Did the other extermination teams arrive? Chloe shook her head. It was a young woman who entrusted the child to me. At this point, Chloe realized that the person hadn't even mentioned their name, so she lowered her head and asked the child, What's her name? The child whispered, I don't know. What about the other person? Didn't they come back with us? Lucy asked worriedly. Being outside alone in this situation was no different from wondering. Chloe shook her head. I guess she's a bounty mage passing by. She's very powerful. At first, like you, I thought she was supporting us. Support? Has support arrived? An apprentice from the Feroth court passed by. His eyes lit up at the word support, and he couldn't wait to message his companions. Some of the students from the Feroth Demon Court, whose families held high nobility, had already evacuated with Count Mars and his men a few days ago. Those who remained were either minor nobles or had lost their families. Chloe and Lucy exchanged glances, neither shattering the students' illusions. "Have you seen today's food?" Lucy whispered, leaning closer to Chloe. "I heard Terry say there's not much left. If support doesn't arrive, I don't know how long we can hold out." Lucy muttered, then immediately regained her usual smile. She squatted down and pulled the child out from behind Chloe. "Come on, I'd take you to dinner." Lucy teased the child as she led her toward the dining area in the hall. Chloe then headed towards the joint camp in the hall. The same vegetable soup as the civilians was placed next to the tent. 3 members of the resistance camp sat on the ground, discussing something during their lunch break. The monster extermination team consisted of Terry, who was in charge of logistics, and Roland, who had just been relieved from the front lines. The representative of the Philos Demon Court was Dean Sophia, who was responsible for maintaining the magic barrier. The representative of the Knights was Urza, the former bodyguard of the Countess. At that time, after Count Mars gave the order, the leader of the Knights was about to lead the Knights away, but was snatched by Urza. Monsters roared in the distance. In front of Count Mars, Urza resigned her position as the Countess's bodyguard and issued a call to the Knights. "We are all from Philos City. If all those capable of fighting leave, who will protect the city?" Most of the Knights were commoners from the city of Pharos or the surrounding towns. Their parents were likely being pursued by monsters, so how could they possibly just walk away? Urza waved her arm, taking away half of the Knights, and she became their leader. Time returned to the present. Chloe approached the tent and heard Dean Sophia say, "Based on the current mana consumption of the magic barrier, the children of the demon court can only hold out for 3 days at most. If support from the capital doesn't arrive, the situation will become very critical. With adequate treatment, the Knights can hold out for a while," Urza said, but her words didn't improve the situation much. Terry stood up and distributed vegetable soup to the group. He said nothing, but the increasingly bland soup indicated the food shortage. Amid the silence, Roland's voice spoke loud and clear. "No need to wait for backup. Tomorrow afternoon, we break out." As the one who predicted the disaster and the most powerful fighter present, he bore the most pressure and had the longest shifts. After the disaster, he slept only 3 hours a day, the rest of the time either battling monsters outside the barrier or discussing future countermeasures with other representatives. Blood stains clung to his beautiful blonde hair, and a noticeable cyan tinge gathered under his eyes, making him look haggard, but his lake green eyes remained resolute, inspiring everyone who saw them. "Gather everyone outside tonight. Everyone rest up. I have some ideas about the route and arrangements for the breakout." Roland pulled out a map he had found in Count Mars's study. Several people gathered around him, watching him mark on it as if they had studied it countless times. "The northwest corner is farthest from the fog, and the monsters are mostly coming from other places, so tomorrow, we take this route out. Breaking out is the most difficult. Dean Sophia, you and the Vice Dean will take charge with the extermination squad. The Knights will maintain order in the middle, and I be the rear guard." "No problem." Urza spoke first. Dean Sophia looked at Roland. "I be the rear guard. You and the others will lead the way. You're the strongest right now, and leading the way will help us advance faster." Roland knew this, of course. But he knew even more clearly that the rear guard would bear the heaviest burden and face the greatest danger. Because there would be no one else behind them. It was precisely for this reason that he reserved this position for himself. Dean Sophia saw his thoughts and admonished him, like a mentor teaching a student, "Don't act rashly. You have more experience battling monsters, while I have greater proficiency in magical barriers. You lead the way, and I cover the rear. That's the more logical arrangement." "It's settled." Dean Sophia, with the air of a superior, made the final decision. Then she began discussing the details of the breakout plan with everyone. The word breakout isn't as simple as it sounds. Protecting over 200 unarmed civilians from a swarm of monsters is no easy task. The process would undoubtedly be bloody and arduous. They, by guarding the others, would be building a mobile fortress with their own lives. No one flinched, and everyone tacitly avoided the topic. From the moment they chose to protect, perhaps they had already prepared for sacrifice. Chloe stood by for a long time. She had wanted to report the passing magician, but now it seemed unimportant. Even without support, she still had her companions by her side. Today, when she had nearly perished at the hands of a monster due to exhaustion, and learned that the woman wasn't supporting the monster extermination team, she had felt deep disappointment, even despair. But now, no matter how difficult it was, as long as she was with her companions, she would fight to the bitter end. Roland spotted Chloe standing on the outskirts and stood up, asking, "Are there any new developments outside?" Chloe's usually stern face broke into a faint smile. "Nothing. I just rescued a child from outside, and I wanted to share this good news with everyone." Chapter 66. After stepping into the mist, her vision didn't instantly transport her to another place, as she had experienced before. Instead, she was enveloped in endless chaos. Ira observed her surroundings carefully. In one direction, a steady stream of red spores swirled toward her, like falling cherry blossoms blown by the wind in late spring. "Go toward the spores," Hella warned. In the chaotic mist, Ira walked against the direction of the red spores, inevitably smearing them on her body, staining her plain clothes red. The spores floated freely in the air, accidentally clinging to Ira's face, or slipping through the crevices of her sleeves and collars, clinging to her skin. At first, there was a slight sting, like an ant bite, but Ira brushed it off carelessly. As she walked deeper, the concentration of red spores increased. An inexplicable emotion suddenly washed over Ira, and before she knew it, warm liquid flowed from her eyes. Tears streamed down her face like rain, winding their way through her face, falling droplets into the mist. As Ira raised her hand to wipe away the unexplained tears, spores from her sleeve accidentally stained her face. The emotion didn't subside at all, but instead intensified. It was hard to explain what that feeling was. Perhaps it was a strong, complex bitterness, a mixture of pain, sorrow, hatred, and sadness. The sudden mental shock sent Ira into an uncontrollable, rapid breathing, as if she were about to suffocate, forcing her to pause. "It's the red spores. Don't let them come into contact with your skin," Hella warned urgently. Ira, breathing heavily like a dying person, pulled the hem of her coat over her head, wrapping her face tightly like a turban. She tucked her hands into her sleeves, like a traveler in the desert, leaving only her eyes open. The situation had indeed improved. After Ira gradually calmed down, Hella's voice began again. "Why are you reacting to the Qin people's spores?" Ira speculated that perhaps the king bee's toxins were still lingering in her brain, or perhaps something had changed unconsciously. "Perhaps it's the aftereffects of being attacked by a monster and then ingesting its toxins," she answered casually, believing that explaining it would take too long. Clearly, the more important matter at the moment wasn't discussing her past experiences. Hella stopped asking questions and simply urged her to avoid further contact with the spores. Walking through a chaotic, indeterminate space, without the sun as a reference, time was impossible to measure. She didn't know how long she had walked before several bird-like monsters suddenly passed by her and flew out of the fog. The fog connected different areas, and it was clear that these monsters had come from other places, attracted by the spores. Because she was approaching the fog's exit, her path would overlap with the one Al was traveling on. This also meant that the exit was just ahead. As Al advanced, the fog gradually thinned, revealing blurry figures swaying on the other side. The sounds of fighting and clamoring could be heard faintly. Unsure of the situation outside, she temporarily used the fog as a cover, not completely venturing out. "Damn it!" As soon as the bird monster joined the fray, a male voice cried out in pain, followed by a curse. He shouted in exasperation, "Another monster has escaped from that creature's mist. With it, we never escaped this forest. Captain, do we really need to be annihilated just to protect this corpse-like thing?" The sound of swords slicing flesh was followed by another voice echoing, "Yes, Captain. The laboratory has been lost, and 80% of our men have been killed. It's better to abandon it here, and perhaps we can still escape." The captain panted for a moment, then hesitated, "But this is Prince Atticus's most prized experimental item. If we abandon it rashly..." Atticus, it turned out to be right here. At the name, Ael's brows furrowed, and he listened even more intently. The voice that echoed the man just now redoubled its persuasion of the captain. After all, His Highness the Prince wants the results of the experiment. Baron Siki has already taken away the valuables. All we worked so hard to protect is experimental waste. Furthermore, its body is constantly shrinking. It's probably completely empty inside. Let's just say it dissipated along the way, leaving nothing behind. Can the prince really travel all the way to the gloomy forest to personally verify it? But the captain seemed to still have some concerns. We're all partners in life and death. Would anyone else betray us? The shrewd voice continued, deliberately raising its voice. Friends, we're surrounded by monsters now. It's all caused by this thing. What do you think we should do? Even as the men conversed, the sounds of magic, swords, and monsters clashing unceasingly rang out. But the sudden rise in the volume was still remarkably clear. And so, amidst the monster's roars, Ayer heard similar replies echoing from different directions. "Captain, forget about this unfortunate thing. We're almost dead. Captain, even if the higher-ups are being disloyal, we still have to survive. Captain, this thing is a nuisance. It's attracting all these monsters." In that case, the captain finally made up his mind. "Team 2, abandon this burden. The rest of you gather yourselves. We fight as we retreat." It looked like they were about to escape. Ayer cautiously poked his head out of the mist. This place was clearly no longer in Philos City. The fading sunset cast a shadow over the blood-stained ground strewn with corpses. It seemed that most of the accomplices of the instigators had also not escaped the monster wave. The people lying on the ground wore uniforms that resembled those of the Royal Knights, yet with slight differences. If Ayer recognized the Royal Knight's insignia, the Holy Flame, he would have noticed that the insignia these people wore featured an inverted Holy Flame, which seemed to hold some kind of meaning. Not far away, a dozen people fought and retreated, their protective magical gear likely high level. Ayer saw a monster biting one of them on the arm, but the flame shield from the armor instantly incinerated it. From the conversation between those people, he inferred that something they had carried was the key to triggering this wave of monsters. Ayer looked around and saw a carriage, much larger than normal, parked at the edge of the fog. Red spores and mist drifted out like faint smoke, merging with the fog Ayer had emerged from. This was the source of everything. If the contents of that carriage were destroyed, perhaps the remaining people in Philos City could be saved. It seemed like a long time walking through it just now, but in reality, the fog wasn't very large. As for how it connected to the fog in Philos City, Ayer had no idea. Among the corpses, Ayer struggled to find a foothold and reached the rear compartment of the carriage. The compartment was so tightly obscured that Hela, who resided within it, had already formed a conclusion before even peering through Ayer's eyes. Her voice, tinged with sadness, reached Ayer. "There's a Chin inside. It's sick and dying. What can be done to eliminate these spores and the mist?" Ayer answered rationally, speaking in her heart, getting straight to the point. Although she had already guessed that Atticus and Siki were the culprits, it was clearly the one that released the mist and spores, triggering the monster wave. She couldn't empathize like Hela. "I'm afraid my experience won't be of any help." "What? You asked me to find it, just so you can watch it continue to wreak havoc on Philos City?" Under normal circumstances, the mist created by the demise of the Chin people would only serve as a protective barrier for the monster forest, and the spores would only gently soothe the monsters. It must have been manipulated to release the red spores that drive it into frenzy. What's the point of saying this? No Chin person wants to see their fellow monsters hunted down. Listen to it, awaken it, and perhaps the summoning of the monster will cease. This didn't sound like a method, more like some kind of hospice care, but Elle had no choice. After double-checking that no skin was exposed, she conjured an ice blade and cut open the sealed carriage. Despite her preparation, the mist and spores that emerged from the cracks still covered Elle's face. The red spores blew like sand into her exposed eyes. Elle didn't bother to rub her eyes, simply closing them, which were beginning to tear from the irritation, and forcefully tore open the carriage's barrier. With a swish, the curtain nailed to the carriage was completely removed. Elle squinted her eyes and peered inside. Several meters-long yellow prismatic crystals lay across the carriage, emitting yellow magical chains that trapped a shriveled Chin person within. Rather than the Chin person Elle had seen before, it looked more like a tree trunk, hollowed out by insects and lain for countless years. Although the exterior seemed to be maintaining its general appearance, the life force within had long since dissipated into mist and spores. This time, without Hela's words, Ayer sensed the pain of witnessing this scene. Even Ayer herself felt a sense of discomfort. Grasping the carriage's underside with both hands, Ayer climbed up. The space inside was ample, and Ayer easily reached the center. The closer he got, the clearer the view. The Chin person's massive umbrella cap had been hollowed out by 2/3, leaving only a small, broken fan-shaped fragment, slowly breathing. "Hey, are you still alive?" Ayer asked. Of course, she knew the Chin people had their own language, but she couldn't speak it at all. She could only hope that this Chin person, like the one in the Garden of Eden, knew a little bit of human language. Chapter 67. Inside the carriage, a giant yellow crystal emitted chains that trapped a decaying tan. This tan resembled a tree trunk crowned by a giant mushroom cap, its body slowly transforming into a mixture of mist and red spores. The damaged cap shrank like an overgrown mushroom, and green moss grew on its brown body, oozing a slimy liquid with a sour, decaying smell. "Hey, are you still alive?" Ire asked, waving a hand wrapped in his sleeve at the mist and spores that filled the carriage. The dying tan offered no effective response. The tattered cap didn't tremble, indicating it wasn't trying to communicate anything. Or perhaps it simply lacked the strength to speak. Since you can sense the emotions conveyed by the spores, perhaps try direct contact and communicate with them, Hella suggested. Then there's a problem. How can I understand its language? When I touch the spores, I can only sense emotions, but I can't get any information at all. If I can't understand, how can I listen and awaken it? If you don't mind, please give me control of your body for now. Hella had clearly not realized this. Don't worry, we are now one soul. I won't do anything to harm you. Ire wasn't worried about this. If the other party truly intended to harm her, she wouldn't have helped her reverse her death. What should I do? Close your eyes, relax your consciousness, just like falling asleep at night, then slowly withdraw. I will guide your consciousness. She had been on edge these past few days, her brows furrowed in a habitual frown. Aire's eyelids drooped, and he raised a hand to rub his forehead, regulating his breathing and trying to lighten his consciousness. Yes, that's right. Don't be so tense. Think of something that makes you feel relaxed. Aire's body glowed, and magic flowed gently through him like warm lake water. Hella's voice, clearly emanating from within him, seemed to grow increasingly distant, like a voice from another world. Now, you will temporarily dwell in a most relaxing and comfortable memory. The darkness brought by closing my eyes faded, and the blurred colors became clearer. Did I open my eyes accidentally? No, this wasn't the space I was in just now. A warm yellow light, only seen around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, filtered through the window lattice onto the table in front of me, where various tools for making magic tools were neatly arranged. Everything was familiar yet strange, like an old painting sealed in memory. Why are you daydreaming? Are you still in pain? The clear voice was tinged with a hint of worry. Aire looked in the direction of the sound and met a pair of lake green eyes. Her medium-length golden hair swayed slightly in the accompaniment of the golden sunlight. So soft, like the cat I saw the other day, I wanted to rub it. Her fingers trembled unconsciously, and someone caught her precisely. Only then did she realize that her arm was being held in someone's hand, the green light of healing magic flickering. It seems you're still not fully healed. Your injuries were too severe this time. I go get some potions from the potion workshop next door. No need, I'm already well. Aire waved her arm, offering a soothing smile. I've been traveling for days straight. Can I rest here for a while? I won't disturb you. Aire had already realized this was a memory, a place Hella had described as a place where her consciousness could temporarily rest. An ordinary Saturday, the date of which she couldn't even recall. But since there was nothing else to do for the time being, a short break wouldn't be a bad idea. Of course, the figure before her promised, a smile glittering in her lake green eyes. Back to reality, Aire's body had been taken over by Hella. She rolled up her sleeves and gently placed her hand on the unknown tan person, instantly overwhelmed by a surge of emotion. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The message the tan person conveyed was monotonous and repetitive, 100 times more intense than the emotions she could feel from being infected by the spores. It contained not only the mental pain, but also the pain of her battered body. Hella felt as if she had stepped into a deep quagmire, exhausted, unable to move forward or backward, sinking inch by inch. A swirling vortex of black mud swallowed everything, suffocating like being strangled by the neck. It hurts, 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 it hurts. No one knew what those people had done to it, so in its final moments, only this single thought kept repeating itself. It was a groan, but also a plea for help. No wonder its mist attracted so many of its own kind. The prerequisite for listening is the ability to confide. This tan person had lost the ability to confide. The only thing left now was to soothe its resentment and pain in the language of its own kind. It will all be over soon. Inside Aire's body, Hella spoke the tan person's strange voice, offering a final word of comfort. All suffering will dissipate, and you will return to heaven and earth. Your soul will transform into dust, rain, and breeze, and dwell with nature. Your body will become a protective mist, forever guarding your kind. Your message will become spores, bringing comfort to your kind. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. My dear friend. Hella, bearing the immense mental impact of her encounter with the Qin people, repeatedly repeated the Qin people's eulogy. Over and over again. For so long that the mental shock gradually faded, and so long that Aire's clothes gradually became drenched with sweat as Hella endured the pain. The Qin people's continuous groans of pain finally took on a new meaning. Protect your kind. Do not suffer. Hela hurriedly replied, I will. Ha ha ha. A hoarse, unpleasant cry emanated from outside the carriage. Monsters had somehow surrounded the carriage's exit, their crimson eyes terrifying and appalling. Hela felt no fear. The Qin people were of the same race, and she knew they were feeling the same emotions through the spore connection. She cast a compassionate glance at the monsters and spoke again to the Qin people. Countless of your people have come to your funeral, but they have also unleashed an endless slaughter to vent their pain. Can you stop this? Perhaps due to his deep obsession, the Qin people seemed unable to hear anything else Hela said. Protect our kind. It was a long farewell, his consciousness switching back and forth between pain and protection of our kind. The fog would not dissipate on its own, the red spores would not be dispelled, and nothing seemed to be stopped. Even more disturbing was that as it weakened, the demons gathered in ever-increasing numbers, and the density of the red spores grew. Hela realized that its final moment was approaching, and when it arrived, an even more terrifying wave of demons would descend upon Philo's city. She had to quickly summon air. As she regained control of her body, she felt a dizzying sensation. When she opened her eyes again, she was met with a sudden darkness, punctuated by dark, intense, and unsettling specks of red. The entire carriage was filled with fog and red spores. I failed. Hela's voice echoed within her consciousness. Its consciousness has drifted too far, it cannot be awakened. Then I will kill it now. Hela rose from her knees and waved her hand backwards, her fingers crackling with tiny lines of bluish-purple lightning. No! Hela quickly called a halt. The spore explosion will be even more terrifying when the Qinren dies. What do we do now? Are we going to come all this way and just watch it happen? Elle was furious, both at Hela and at herself. Please return to the city. I'm willing to assist you. Hela's voice was filled with frustration and dejection. When the Qinren truly dies, the fog may envelop the entire city of pharaohs. The monster's attack will be even more fierce, and those people will be unable to resist now. Elle angrily punched the carriage wall and raised his hand to lash out with charged lightning at the crimson monsters swarming outside. It was useless to blame Hela now. The Qinren was destined to die anyway. It had nothing to do with Hela. Not to mention that her intentions were good, and he had made the same judgment at the time. The most urgent task was to quickly warn the survivors still in the city. She quickly leaped from the carriage and plunged into the mist, following the direction of the flying red spores, speeding towards the city of pharaohs. The moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light streaming down Mars Manor like water. The survivors had already heard the news of their departure tomorrow at noon. This news was like a fish swimming into stagnant water, stirring a desire for life with a small ripple. The survivors were no longer as numb as they had been during the day. They gathered around small fires, discussing how to avoid the ferocious monsters along the way, and imagining leaving here to join their distant relatives. In the main hall's camp, all the Guardian forces gathered, listening to several representatives plan the route for tomorrow's departure. That's right. We will face a tough battle tomorrow. Everyone, rest well tonight and recharge your batteries, Roland concluded. I wish us a successful breakout tomorrow. Someone shouted, and everyone followed suit. I wish us a successful breakout tomorrow. Hey, Roland, come on over there too. Give a shout to boost morale. Simon, standing beside him, nudged him with his shoulder. 30 or 40 people in the hall stopped, their eyes fixed on him. A successful breakout tomorrow, Roland exclaimed with a smile, watching his energized companions. Return to the capital to see her. He said this to himself. A warm atmosphere permeated the entire Mars Manor. After the meeting, Dean Sophia, as usual, accompanied several magic apprentices to the back of the main building to relieve Vice Dean Andre and the others. This was the only place in the entire manor without any survivors. A magic formula of roughly the same size was drawn across the 100-meter square. It was precisely because of the constant supply of energy to this magic formula that the magical barrier enveloping the entire manor was maintained, burning away the attacking monsters. In the dark night, monsters fluttered in like moths to a flame, descending like a stream of fire. The magician apprentice, who had come with Sophia, deftly took over their companion's duties. Andre, come here for a moment, Dean Sophia said to the Vice Dean, who had just stepped away from the magic ceremony. I need to discuss our manpower arrangements for tomorrow's breakout. But soon after the two stepped aside, something strange happened in the sky. Flames of burning light flickered outside the barrier. The two immediately realized that the number of monsters was increasing. Judging by the rate of burning, their numbers might even be several times greater than before. There would be no time to rest tonight. Chapter 68. More than a dozen monsters continuously crashed into the same spot on the dome, their flames blazing brighter and brighter. A small, burning hole was actually created in the barrier, slowly widening as the monsters continued to appear. "Hurry," informed Roland and the others. "The situation has changed. With the current intensity of the monsters' attacks, the barrier may not be able to withstand them until tomorrow." Seeing the barrier damaged, Dean Sophia instructed a magic student. She thrust her magic wand onto the ground, and a powerful surge of magic flowed into the massive magic formula. The damaged hole slowly healed with the added magic. Tonight, all the guardians retreated back inside the barrier. They had anticipated an increase in monster attacks, but the number of monsters now far exceeded expectations. Several times, if not more than 10 times, the number of monsters, densely packed together, swarmed onto the magic barrier, ignited, and slid down the arched barrier from the outside, like a meteor shower in the dark night, magnificent yet dangerous. The magic student, who had brought the news, quickly ran down the stairs to report to Roland and the others in the hall. At the edge of the hall's outer steps, several children looked up, captivated by the strange sight in the sky, not fully understanding the cruelty behind it. "Wow, it's beautiful. Look! Doesn't it look like fireworks at a bonfire festival?" "Those aren't fireworks, they're burnt monsters. My mom says magicians are so powerful, and those monsters were burned by the giant cauldron lids they made." A few steps away, the child brought by Elle sat on the steps in front of the hall, also looking up at what was happening in the dome, a dinner knife tightly clutched in his hand. She had secretly hidden it after dinner. In the hall, most of the guardians had already gone to bed, each exhausted. The sooner they rested, the better off they would be for tomorrow's battle. To avoid disturbing his slumbering teammates, Roland dimmed the magic lamps. Under the dim light, he continued to review the heavily marked map. In addition to the routes he had shared with everyone, he had also planned several additional routes to prevent any accidents. He had already experienced too many uncontrollable factors in averting this disaster. Shortly after learning of the premonition, he actively sought the help of Count Mars, but the Count did not trust him. After much effort, he had trained the guards of the Earl's palace, but when the monsters actually attacked, the Lord of the city actually abandoned the city and fled, using the guards he had painstakingly trained to defend against monsters to protect his own property. In between battles and rest periods, Roland couldn't help but wonder, what if, that day, Count Mars hadn't fled, but had instead assumed his lordship's responsibility and quickly evacuated the city's residents? Though he knew there were no ifs, these hypothetical scenarios kept replaying in his mind. So he could only do his utmost, making every effort to prevent another accident from happening and a repeat of the tragedy. Though the situation now wasn't much better than the tragedy in his dream, at least some people had escaped, and some had survived, right? The sound of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed in the quiet hall. "Senior Roland, something terrible has happened. The dean has told us to prepare to leave immediately." The magic student, panicking and speaking hastily, rushed into the hall and shouted the news, practically waking everyone there. "Who are you, in the middle of the night? How could this happen? Leaving out now? Are you kidding? We've just been fighting all day. How are we going to fight tomorrow without rest?" Although the magic student's words were unclear, Roland immediately realized the seriousness of the situation from his flustered tone. He quickly put away the map he was memorizing and stepped forward, grabbing the student's shoulder. "Don't be impatient. Take your time. What's going on?" "Yes, there's been a sudden surge in the number of monsters, many times more than before. They just cracked the magic barrier. The dean said, we won't be able to hold out until tomorrow." Instantly, the hall erupted in an uproar. "Roland, tell us what we should do. The knights will listen to you." Under the dim magic light, Urza's voice was penetrating, drowning out the knights' chatter. The magic extermination team's teammates also cast a resolute, trusting gaze upon Roland. This Roland brought strength. Despite numerous unexpected events and obstacles, he ultimately earned the trust of so many of his companions. At this point, we must not be defeated by this sudden incident. He glanced at the crowd in the darkness and said calmly, "Without the magic barrier, we simply cannot protect so many civilians. Rather than waiting until the barrier is completely destroyed, it's better to depart as soon as possible so that there's still enough magic to protect everyone. Our evacuation has been moved up half an hour. You have 10 minutes to inform every survivor of this news. In 20 minutes, assemble the troops as previously arranged. Urza, the knights will notify those outside the courtyard. Terry, the extermination squad will notify those inside the building. We will gather at the manor gate in half an hour. Remember, when notifying everyone, be calm and reassuring. Let them know that although monster attacks have increased, our evacuation plan remains effective. Try to minimize public panic. Urza and Terry nodded in agreement. I will arrive 5 minutes after everyone else. I use this time to go out and annihilate some monsters, minimizing resistance once we depart. After hearing his instructions, everyone moved in an orderly manner. Roland instructed the magic student to inform the dean of the plan. The magic court needed to assign a group of people to re-establish a protective barrier for the team. The current magical barrier surrounding the massive vault could be removed half an hour later. Because the evacuation was a forced march, there was no need to carry tents or other supplies. Roland picked up his battle staff and tucked a small package into his arms. It contained nothing significant. Besides the map he had been studying over and over again, there was a palm-sized cooling device containing the small gift he had promised to bring back. 30 minutes later, all the survivors gathered at the gate, several people in a row, forming a rectangular formation about 100 meters long. The two deans of the magic court had already led the students in setting up a new magical barrier around the crowd, resembling half an eggshell cut lengthwise, enclosing all the survivors. To facilitate movement and conserve energy, the new barrier was much smaller than the previous one, bringing the monsters closer to the crowd. The gate stood wide open, and the dense swarm of monsters outside the magic barrier was terrifying. Thankfully, not far away, magical lights flickered continuously. It was said that the strongest battle magician was clearing obstacles in the path ahead. Scarlet-eyed monsters fell in droves under the attack of that figure. With such powerful people protecting us, we will definitely escape alive. The anxious hearts of the crowd were slightly relieved. Because Chloe and Lucy were both busy, the child was temporarily entrusted to the care of an aunt in charge of logistics. Monsters, come here, I use this. The child clenched his fork with innocent yet stubborn determination. Outside the barrier, dozens of thick, bluish-purple lightning bolts descended simultaneously, centered on that figure. Thousands of monsters were instantly annihilated, clearing the path for everyone. Now let's go! Roland raised his wand high, and the tip radiated a bright light, like a morning star, illuminating the path ahead in the dark night. Everyone, let's go! Rosa, Simon, and the others responded, leading the hundreds of men forward. The monster slayers leaped from the barriers and stood at the forefront, fending off the renewed gathering of monsters. The monsters continued to fill their positions, and the battle could not stop. In the fog, a powerful whirlwind swept from behind. Ai had turned to see red spores as thick as snow, sweeping over her like an overwhelming force. A terrible premonition welled up in Air. That Gene person has returned to nature. Hella's sighing voice echoed in Air's heart. Air's mood grew increasingly heavy. However, the foggy road seemed to have no end in sight. She could only silently pray that the group could hold out longer. Meanwhile, outside the city of Philos, falling spores dyed the moon a blood red. Terrible roars echoed, shaking hearts and filling the air with an indescribable sadness. Monsters from all over Philos, both inside and outside, momentarily halted their attacks, allowing the red spores to envelop them. Though the reason was unknown, the attack could not cease. At the head of the team, Roland led the monster extermination team, increasing their attacks and quickly clearing a path ahead. However, this rare lull in the monster attacks also brought human disaster. The monsters are not attacking anymore. Everyone run! Someone in the team shouted, and the survivors, like headless flies, began to run forward, disregarding their orders. The once neat rectangular formation became a chaotic mess. Those at the front, lacking strength, were inevitably pushed to the ground and trampled by those behind them. Everyone, stay in your original group. Be careful of trampling. Urza, maintaining order, shouted to the crowd, but they were already bewildered by the monster's momentary silence, fearing they would outrun the others. At the end of the group, to protect the suddenly disorganized crowd, the members of the demon court were forced to expand the magic barrier once again. At that moment, a unified roar pierced the night sky. Monsters cloaked in red spores, like demons crawling from the underworld, fixed their crimson eyes on the small, moving fortress. The monsters attacked again, more ferociously than ever before. Similarly, the pressure on the magic barrier intensified. At the very end of the team, the magic student's power gradually depleted. Hold on a little longer, Sophia said, holding her wand in one hand to maintain her magic output, while using the other to grab a student who was about to collapse. Unnoticed by the others, a small hole gradually formed. A bird-like monster stretched its slender neck and, through the hole, pecked at Dean Sophia's chest with precision and ferocity. Blood splattered onto the barrier, slowly trickling down. Sophia's expression remained unchanged. With a flick of her wand, the hole in the barrier was instantly patched, and the bird-like monster's head was severed. Students who can't sustain their magic power should put away their magic. Andre, take this child to the center of the team to find a healer. I handle this here. She gave orders calmly, her voice steady, as if the wound on her chest didn't exist. After an unknown amount of time, the raging tide of monsters finally began to weaken. Some bird-like monsters even fell from the sky before being attacked, or stumbled and fell to the ground while running. They were far enough away from Pharaoh's city. The situation ahead was clear, with only a few dozen monsters chasing them from behind. The teammates were exhausted. After killing most of the last wave of monsters, Roland ordered them to rest. He patrolled the perimeter of the barrier to assess the team's current situation. When he reached the perimeter of the group, he saw Urza sitting dejectedly on the ground. Urza, are you okay? Urza looked up at him, speechless, her gaze silently cast towards the back of the group. Roland made his way through the crowd of magic students and saw Lucy kneeling on the ground, desperately casting healing magic on a person lying on the ground. A shimmering green magical light illuminated the figure's face. It was Dean Sophia. Her chest was nearly drenched in blood. Her mouth parted slightly, her voice barely audible. Roland knelt on one knee beside Dean Sophia, leaning forward to hear her words. His golden hair stained the blood on his lapel. Don't bother taking me away. The faint words echoed in Roland's ears. Sophia's eyes were unfocused from the severe blood loss, but her expression was kind. No one knew when she was injured, they only knew that she collapsed after the group finally escaped the monster's pursuit. Healer Lucy had already tried every possible method, but she had already lost too much blood to recover. By then, the monsters had ceased their pursuit. Pain, fatigue, and hunger had become the greatest obstacles to the migration. This highly respected great magician, who had protected the people since the monster tide erupted, so calmly chose his final burial place. Some died heroically, others quietly. Before setting out again, Urza led the knights in a head count. Of the over 200 survivors at the time of departure, only about 100 remained. Almost half of the casualties were lost during the initial chaos, while others were lost when the group became disorganized and escaped beyond the barrier, where they were attacked by monsters. Healer Lucy scurried through the crowd, treating the seriously injured. The middle-aged woman entrusted with the child spoke guiltily to Chloe, who had come to fend for her. The reorganized group advanced in silence. The sky was turning pale, and across the vast wilderness, the group moved forward like a herd of migrating herbivores, escaping the pursuit of wild beasts and heading towards a new habitat. Abandoned by its people, the city of Pharaohs might, like those unfortunate individuals, meet its end. Chapter 69. Rewinding back 2 hours, Aire fought off the crimson monsters alone while following the trail left by the survivors. As she emerged from the fog, she discovered that, under the silver moonlight, the mist she had been traversing was expanding at an alarming rate, nearly enveloping the entire city of Pharaohs. When Achene died, their body became a barrier of fog. Hella's words were true. So, upon seeing the deserted Mars Manor, she breathed a sigh of relief. While breaking out would be difficult, it was better than being trapped in the city. Realizing that the survivors were fleeing, Aire herself hurriedly left the city before the fog closed. Because they were following the same route as the survivors, there were scattered human corpses along the way, but Aire didn't notice them at first. Until daylight gradually dawned, the entangled bloodthirsty monsters suddenly collapsed to the ground, stiffening like cicadas in late autumn. Some of the bird-like monsters flying in the air plummeted like hail, leaving massive craters on the ground. Those monsters, so ferocious just moments ago, charging at her with sharp fangs and claws, suddenly perished for no apparent reason. Aire looked back, initially surprised by the unusual sight, but then she saw a strange glow amidst the pile of fallen monsters. A tiny glimmer of light flickered on the black earth stained with red blood, like a small flag raised in the face of death, a sign of unyielding. I had to check it out. A strange feeling urged her on. She slowly approached, gaining a clearer view. It was a silver dinner knife, its polished surface reflecting the gleam of the rising sun, a dazzling sight. The handle was stabbed diagonally between the corpses of the monster and the human. Ignoring the stench and filth, even forgetting to use magic, Elle used his bare hands to peel away the corpses, revealing a small child buried at the bottom. She lay sprawled on the ground, her clothes so familiar, bearing not only the marks of the monster's bite, but also the footprints of half an adult's. It was unclear whether it was the crushing foot or the subsequent monster that had caused her death. Elle gently turned the tiny figure over. It was the child, the one who had hidden in the bell tower, afraid to breathe at the sight of humans. Her tiny arm rested limply on the ground, slicing across the fallen dinner knife. The knife slid from the pile of corpses, hitting the ground with a crisp sound that was deafening in the deadly silence. She was one of her kind. The weaker one is, the stronger their desire to survive. She vainly tried to defend herself against a monster that could swallow her whole with a single blow, relying on a knife that couldn't even kill a human. But she ultimately couldn't escape her inevitable fate. An unspeakable bitterness welled up in her throat, and Aire held the child tightly in her arms. Warm liquid ran down her face, landing muffledly on the child's dusty clothes like a silent rain. My condolences. Hela, sensing Aire's intense emotional turmoil, hesitated for a long time before offering words of comfort. During their time together, Hela had come to believe that Aire was a person whose rationality outweighed his emotions. Back then, facing the bodies of so many familiar neighbors, Aire had been more filled with anger than anger. Now, she wept over a child she had only just met. This surprised her somewhat. At the same time, Hela was equally heartbroken, not only for the childlike humans, but also for the helpless monsters. I need your help. While Hela was still lost in her loss, Aire seemed to have quickly recovered from her intense sorrow. What are you going to do? Aire raised his head, gazing at the distant city of Philos, a murky mist. His voice was calm and unwavering. Reverse death and bring back all the dead in Philos. Are you crazy? Even without a physical form, Hela's emotions reached Aire through her trembling heart. This is impossible. There are at least tens of thousands of dead in Philos. Even a few hundred wouldn't provide the vitality needed to reverse the situation. Furthermore, the reverse death spell has very strict requirements and only works on you, who have practiced necromancy. But are you willing to accept this? Doesn't the destruction of Philos look familiar to you? Back in Monster Eden, the reason you let me see everything that happened in the city-state, including leaning over me now, wasn't it because you couldn't accept this? Now that Philos is facing the same fate, why are you backing off? Aire spoke aggressively, looking like a paranoid lunatic mumbling to himself. But these words hit Hela right where she felt most. Everything that happened in Philos today seemed like a repeat of the city-state. You already failed once. Mutual destruction won't work. Why not try something different this time? Only by surviving can there be a chance for change. Sensing Hela's silence within him, Aire spoke again. Is it really possible? Under Aire's relentless pursuit, Hela began to waver. I'd love to agree with you, but unfortunately, even with all the magic power I accumulated over hundreds of years, it's not enough. There's another way, right? Aire's voice rose. If magic power isn't enough, what about using life points? Life points? You mean vitality? No, you don't have enough vitality. Just answer me. Is there a way to save everyone in the city? I have my own way regarding vitality, don't worry. Hela sensed another secret within Aire, one she couldn't yet grasp. She continued, following this line of thought. If there's sufficient vitality, then you can distribute it and summon the lives of the entire city back as your followers. Unlike resurrection, once the vitality you provide is exhausted, these lives, your followers, will return to dust. It's okay. Elle glanced again at the child she had just placed on the ground and nodded, as if to herself, or perhaps a promise to someone else. I can definitely do it. Let them live full lives. I have a humble request. Hela said softly. Monsters inherently possess powerful magical power. Awakening them as followers doesn't require much effort. Hearing the word monster, Elle frowned subconsciously. You want to resurrect all those monsters at once? Even if they weren't the primary culprits, they were a direct contributor to the destruction of Philos. Once again, they will only obey the Lord's orders. The actual execution of summoning followers requires Hela's assistance. She could have used this leverage to coerce Aire, but Hela is kind-hearted and unwilling to create a rift with Aire. Summoning the dead is unprecedented on the entire continent. You and the city of Philos will be outcasts in everyone's eyes. Perhaps someone will even attack you under the banner of justice. You need a strong team. It was now dawn, the final day before the death countdown reached 0. The connection from the past will lead you to the graveyard of death. To bring new life to the entire city of Philos, she would carry out this death. As Aire uttered the name Nyarlathotep, Hela's connection to her was severed. My dear, lovely, stubborn, poor Aire, you finally called my name, hee hee hee. A venomous and playful voice echoed, and a black vortex, swirling inward, appeared out of thin air. I agree to your second transaction, mortgaging my influence to you. So please provide me with enough health points to awaken all the dead in Philos City. Compared to the first transaction, Aire was no longer the thin, helpless, and pitiful little girl. Her limbs were strong and powerful, and her gaze was unwavering. Hee hee hee, my dear Aire, you are so greedy. You should know that this is not a small amount, and with your current influence, it is far from enough. Then please give me credit in advance. I will grow into a person more important than anyone else in this world. You will definitely not lose out. Red hair shone like fire, surging across the young woman's face. She spoke such arrogant words, yet her expression remained indescribably calm. Like a piece of ice encased in blazing flames, a surging vitality pulsed, hidden from view. Hee hee, ha ha. Accompanied by a shrill, escalating laughter, the black vortex calling itself the bringer of chaos extended irregularly outward, shrouding Aire in shadow. I really like you, ha ha. Show me the most wonderful drama, my dearest puppet. As night fell, Aire, following Hellas' instructions, summoned a hard branch and outlined the follower's summoning spell. First, walking counterclockwise, she drew an inverted triangle on the ground, a circle about 10 meters in diameter. Then, connecting the sides of the triangle, she nestled a smaller triangle. Finally, Aire stood at the center of the circle and, starting from the center, drew 3 thin paths toward the 3 vertices of the smaller triangle within. The final step: use your blood to infuse the ritual with life force. Hella said, then couldn't help but confirm it again. Are you sure you have enough life force? Once the magic is activated, it can't be interrupted. If you don't have enough life force, you will die. Don't worry, it'll be fine. The summoned thorn scratched her palm, and bright red blood rushed out eagerly. Aire stood in the center of the ritual, clenching her fist tightly, letting the blood drip onto the ground. Then, it flowed outward along 3 shallow grooves, redrawing the ritual in red. The inverted triangle in the outer ring symbolized death, the upright triangle in the inner ring symbolized life, and the outermost counterclockwise circle represented execution. The moment the blood closed the outermost circle, a crimson light shot up from the ground along the lines of the ritual. The misty red light, like thunder and lightning, spread rapidly to every corner. The sky and earth resembled purgatory, and the crimson light resembled the magma of hell. On the dead earth, corpses, like puppets on strings, stood in unnatural positions. Humans and monsters stood side by side, their crimson shadows cast long shadows behind them. In the distant capital, a dull owl, carrying a tiny mole on its back, took off from the forest. As its followers, they too had heard the call of their master. Return with me. Pale lips parted, and the young woman guided the endless stream of figures towards home. Chapter 70. Theodosius Palace, Garden Corridor. Your Majesty, be careful with your words when you see him later. The king's attendant led the way along the garden corridor. Captain Brica of the Monster Extermination Squad, formally dressed, gave Roland a warning as he walked alongside her. Captain Brica, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Roland lowered his eyes, his expression unremarkable. He wasn't wearing his Extermination Squad uniform today, but rather a casual suit, as Brica had summoned him from his home only an hour ago. I'm glad to hear that. Brica had been trying to persuade Roland all the way, finally hearing a response. However, thinking about what Roland and the others had endured, she felt a certain resentment within her, so she offered comfort. Don't be discouraged. This suspension is only temporary. After a while, when Count Mars is no longer watching, I recall you immediately. Your popularity among the people has soared recently. His Majesty personally summoned you, most likely because he heard the public's demands. Roland didn't respond, his boots tapping against the floor of the garden corridor. The green fields lining the corridor were a vibrant scene of flowers, a scene of peace and tranquility. After escaping from the city of Philos, most of the remaining survivors stayed in nearby city-states. Only a handful followed Roland and the others to the capital, seeking refuge with their loved ones. The weary horses, laden with the dejected group, slowly entered the city gates. No one had expected the unprecedented welcome they would receive from the citizens of the capital. Citizens waved their newspapers. The headline on the front page was the mystery of the Philos city tragedy, which had been serialized like a story for more than 10 issues. The newspaper's author, having obtained information and materials from an unknown source, vividly recounted, from the perspective of an unnamed survivor, everything from the massacre of Philos City to the siege of Mars Manor, and finally the moonlit escape. For the people of the capital, the tragedy of Philos City was a terrifying tale, captivating both by its sheer scale and its sheer scale. The heroes who returned triumphantly to the capital were each given unique titles in the newspaper's narrative, and their names quickly spread: Roland, the Wise and Brave. Possessing a magical gift of foresight, he prepared for disaster before it struck, and with both wisdom and courage, he led the survivors out of the hellish city of Philos. He possessed a unique leadership quality, both among the survivors and among his companions. Red-blooded rebel. Urza, when the lord cowardly fled, she raised her arms and betrayed her noble master, leading the rebellious knights. She has always protected the common people of Philos City, and is their best friend. There are also the Explosion Mage, Andre, the Cold Blade Knight, Chloe, the Fearless Knight, Simon, the Dark Knight, Rosa, the Elegant Knight, Terry, the Sweet Healer, Lucy, and so on. People poured into the streets, excitedly and enthusiastically shouting these names, lifting the spirits of their exhausted companions. They also waved and smiled enthusiastically at the citizens. Amid the clamor, Roland felt a sense of disconnection. This was clearly a failed battle, so why was it being packaged as a welcome celebration of a resounding victory? If the common people were so well informed, why didn't an official force arrive to support them during the 10 days of the siege of Philos City? The rented horses, after more than 10 days of travel, were as exhausted as their riders. Urza's horse fainted at the roaring cheers, and she landed smoothly on the ground, held by the enthusiastic citizens, holding her hands in the air. "Everyone, please put me down." Urza's voice was drowned out by the cheers, until a squadron of Royal Capital Guards pushed through the crowd and grabbed Urza's arms, which had been lifted high. "Urza Russell, as a squire, you are suspected of treason against your former master, Count Mars. You are hereby arrested." The captain then issued a suspended order to the Monster Slayer squad. The only silver lining was that the members of the Demon Court were unaffected, and the gates of the Royal Capital Demon Court were open to them. The scenes of returning to the city overlapped with the scene of birdsong and flowers before him. Roland frowned and collected his thoughts. In a nearby garden, a noble girl, chasing butterflies with her skirt lifted, shifted her gaze to a few people on a nearby corridor. "Anna, who's that next to Brika?" She paused, inquiring of the maid beside her. "Ah! It's Roland, the wise and brave." "The maid?" Anna exclaimed. "Roland, the wise and brave? Who is that?" The noble girl asked, puzzled. "It's the brave lord who led a group of survivors out of the demon-occupied city of Pharaohs." Anna replied excitedly, "The newspapers are full of stories about him." "Huh? What newspaper stories? How come I don't know? Are you hiding it from me?" The noble girl snorted with a hint of dissatisfaction. "I bring you the latest issues of the newspaper right away. You'd definitely fall in love with the hero after reading them." Perhaps overly excited to see her idol, the maid had clearly spoken without thinking, but since they were alone here, no one was held responsible. "Come in." A familiar young man's voice rang out, and the waiter, having received his permission, quietly pushed open the door. Roland realized that this unexpected meeting was likely orchestrated by that man. The two followed the waiter into the room. Roland saw the king reclining in his seat, with the second prince, Atticus, standing to his left. A half-open map lay on the table. "Your Majesty, Your Highness the second prince." Brika and Roland, their right hands pressed to their chests, their left hands hanging naturally, bowed to the king and prince. "Is this the Roland you mentioned who could come and testify?" Although Roland's name was mentioned, it was clear that the question was directed at Atticus. "Yes, father. In recent days, countless stories about him have been circulating in the capital. The citizens love him, and call him Roland the Wise and Brave." "What a ridiculous name," the king muttered unhappily. "It's just a nickname used by the people," Atticus offered, speaking softly and rationally to Roland's defense. "Father, even if Philos is under Count Mars's rule, it is first and foremost your territory. Now the entire city has fallen to the clutches of the demons. This crime is no less serious than losing a city in war. It's probably biased to rely solely on Count Mars's one-sided account. You might want to hear what he has to say." The king raised his chin and commanded Roland, "Tell me, how exactly was Pharaoh's lost?" His tone was filled with the arrogance of a superior, paying no attention to the impact of the massacre on the people of Pharaohs. He simply concluded the city was lost. Roland suppressed his discomfort, realizing that now was the perfect time to reconcile his companions, especially Urza. He spoke without reservation, starting with his precognitive dream and revealing everything. He emphasized that when the monsters attacked, Count Mars abandoned the city, and Urza chose to stay to protect them. "Damn Mars, how dare you lie to me?" When Roland finished speaking, the king's face darkened visibly. Atticus, smiling throughout, tried to comfort the annoyed king. Roland continued, "Your Majesty, everything I said is true. There are still some survivors of Pharaohs in the capital." Roland was interrupted mid-sentence by Prince Atticus, smiling. "Roland von Wittelsbach." Atticus pronounced Roland's full name, including his surname. "Your loyalty and meritorious service will not go unnoticed. You may proceed." The king waved his hand impatiently. After walking a distance from the king's study, Brecca finally lost her patience and said, "From what His Royal Highness the Second Prince has said, who knows what the king will reward you with later?" Roland replied casually. "Why aren't you excited at all?" Brecca asked. "But it's too early to get excited now. Count Mars is, after all, a distinguished nobleman, and he has a special relationship with the first prince. This matter isn't so easily resolved." Roland remained silent the entire way. Until they exited the palace gates, he abruptly said goodbye. "Captain, if there's nothing else, I'd be leaving." "You're leaving now? Fine, you're still suspended anyway. Hey kid, why are you leaving so quickly? I'm not telling you to go back." Before Brecca could finish her words, Roland had already left. His tall, slender figure seemed strangely lonely. Roland reached the apartment building and ascended the steps toward the main entrance, when a figure suddenly appeared from the side, blocking his path. "Mr. Roland, Count Mars sent me." Hearing the name, Roland walked right past the person and entered the main entrance. The person tried to follow him in, but was blocked by the apartment building's doorman. Knock, knock. The sound of boots tapping against the stairs seemed particularly hollow. Roland walked past his own room, paused in front of it, and stared at the door across the way for a long moment before taking out his key and entering. It was already afternoon. The westward sun streamed in through the cracks in the window, casting a rectangular patch of golden light on the table. Roland sat heavily on the sofa, picked up the letter, a corner of which had tilted in the golden light, and looked at it silently. The right edge of the letter was already frayed, left by his anxious fingers twisting it back and forth. Perhaps she was right to leave, he thought. Had my protection all this time been just self-righteous? Knowing that misfortune would always surround me, why did I still want to keep her by my side, trying to convince myself that I was protecting her? Lifting the veil of protection revealed my selfish motives. I wanted to trap her. She must have seen through this, which is why she left. His fingers once again traced the last words on the letter. "Our friendship will remain in our hearts forever. We will meet again if fate allows." Roland released all his strength and let himself sink into the sofa like mud. The box of cooling magic tools, which he kept hidden even during battle, was opened, and the contents had turned into a beige stain. Can I still hope? Chapter 71. Near the gates of the former city of Philos, a white mist formed, like a newly constructed mist wall. It stretched endlessly from east to west, completely enveloping the original city, leaving no trace. A group of royal knights, led by a civilian, stopped 20 meters from the mist wall. "Are you sure this is the original city of Philos?" the royal knights' leader asked distrustfully. The civilian leading the group, hunched over his horse, gave him a flattering yet fearful smile. "Sir Knight, I grew up in Philos City. This route won't be wrong." He pointed to a nearby hill covered with wildflowers. "Look at that hill. It's only about 500 meters from the gates of Philos City. My home is close to the gate, and I played there a lot when I was a kid." After hearing this, the leader dismounted and walked to the front of the mist. He drew his sword with his right hand and tentatively reached into the air. "Alas, Sir Knight, don't get that close to that mist. Those damn monsters are escaping from this mist." The civilian guide warned in panic, nearly falling off his horse. A middle-aged female senior magician dismounted and walked over to the leader. "Captain, based on what this guide says, I suspect this fog is very likely the same as the fog in the monster forest. Once you enter, there's no telling where you'll be transported. This new monster forest has neither a teleportation platform nor magical tools. We can't enter. I suggest we wait and request reinforcements from the capital." She was the deputy leader of the team, assigned to this investigation by Atticus. Unfortunately, the leader was a member of the Great Princess faction, and paid no heed to her warning. "Humph," the Royal Knights leader said arrogantly, "that's because we haven't encountered anyone courageous enough." He then called one of his men, tied a marching hemp rope around his waist, and ordered him to venture into the fog to investigate. The deputy leader's words were still ringing in his ears, but unfortunately, the leader was watching closely from behind. The man swallowed, tightened the rope around his waist, and slowly walked into the white fog wall. The team members ahead were blurred, as if swallowed by the slowly moving fog particles. The rope that had been winding on the ground began to stretch. The remaining men picked it up and grasped it, feeling the pull at the other end. "Is there anything in there?" the male leader shouted. The rope was still tightening, indicating that the person advancing had not been teleported away. At his pace, he had only walked about 10 meters. However, his inquiry received no response. "Something's wrong. Pull him back," the deputy magician leader said sternly. The leader waved his hand, dismissing the advice. "Don't pull. Wait a minute." He might have been too busy observing to hear. But as he finished speaking, the other end of the rope suddenly began to tautly move upward, dragging several people forward several steps. The rope rose higher and higher, their feet barely touching the ground. The deputy magician leader quickly summoned a fireball from his wand, severing the rope and sending them plummeting to the ground. The next second, a black, bird-like monster burst from the mist, casting a shadow across the ground. The person who had been exploring the area was spat upon by it, his body covered in the monster's saliva. He scrambled to his feet and fled in a panic. The members of the investigation team panicked for a moment, but quickly, under the leadership of the team leader, assumed a fighting stance. The magician deputy leader took the lead, waving his wand and summoning a half-meter-high fireball, which flew towards the monster's fleshy wings. The wings were burned with a large hole, and the bird-like monster fell to the ground with its body tilted sideways. The rest of the investigation team followed, swords in hand. After all, they were from the Royal Knights, and the members were agile. After more than 10 minutes of fighting, the two sides ended with a sword piercing the monster's chest. TSK, the team leader drew his sword. The city of Philos was destroyed by this thing? Nothing more. But just as they sheathed their swords, the monster, which had been slashed dozens of times, and whose chest still oozed a foul fluid, suddenly moved again. It flapped its wings and turned, roaring into the mist. In just a few seconds, the fog darkened, from white to gray to black. Something's wrong. Everyone run! The deputy magician leader shouted. The others, stunned by the monster's resurrection, suddenly woke up and hurried to their horses. Roar! Roar! Countless hoarse, unpleasant roars echoed behind them. One of them trembled as he looked back, only to see that the endless wall of fog had transformed into a monster wall composed of countless monsters. The black mass stood there, a terrifying sight. In their eyes, the city of Philos had completely become a lair of undead monsters. After they escaped, the monsters didn't pursue them, but obediently retreated back into the mist. The thick black fog turned white again, as if nothing had happened. Your body hasn't recovered yet. Don't command too many monster followers at once. Hela warned. If we don't scare them all at once, others will overestimate their abilities, and come in to investigate. By then, it's hard to say whether they can accommodate this city of the dead. In the city of Pharaohs, Aire, dressed in pajamas, stood by a room window, her gaze turning away from the distant wall of mist. This was a 4-story inn, one of the few buildings that survived the monster wave intact. Downstairs, people were busily rebuilding their homes. Sister Aire, the child who had died clutching a dinner knife, waved to her from downstairs, one arm bound to his chest with gauze and a wooden board. Beneath the gauze, a symbol representing the affiliation of a follower. Auntie Sophia said there's something delicious for lunch. I bring it to you later. The child had a patch of flesh missing from her right cheek, revealing 2 white back teeth, but this didn't stop her from smiling brightly. Okay. Then I wait for you. Aire leaned her elbow against the window and smiled. Seeing the child running faster, she quickly shouted, Be careful, Lily. Don't trip over the rocks. Don't worry, sister. Seeing the child run away, Aire drew the curtains and climbed back into bed. She was still recuperating, and standing for so long inevitably made her body tired. Because she really didn't want to sleep anymore, Elle half leaned on the bed, picking up a notebook and scribbling something that vaguely resembled a magic wand. A dozen days ago, she had exhausted a vast amount of her own magic power, along with the life points she borrowed from the black sphere Nyarlathotep, to cast a massive necromancy spell, follower summoning, centered around the city of Pharos. Innocent people killed by monsters that died suddenly from unknown causes, were resurrected as her followers. The eyes of her followers were her eyes. As long as she existed, her followers would not die. Generally speaking, followers didn't need to eat, they could survive by absorbing the life force or magic of their masters. However, the number of followers Elle had awakened at once was too great, so they and their followers continued to consume food as normal, reducing their reliance on Elle's energy. The humans were relatively easy to deal with. While clearing the ruins, they could occasionally dig up food from their previous reserves. Once everything in the city was rebuilt, everything could start anew. Except that their followers' identities had become somewhat shady. Until they could determine the attitude of other normal humans towards these resurrected individuals, the city needed to be sealed off. And the monsters needed a new place to go. All the surging mist was formed from the bodies of the Tan people. With Hela's help, Aire retrieved the torso of the deceased Tan person from the dark forest. It was a small branch, about 20 centimeters long, and with it, Aire reorganized the fog in the city, completely surrounding the city of Pharaohs. He then ordered the monster followers to take turns hiding in the surrounding fog, acting as a defensive force. At the same time, the fog connecting the city to the obscure forest was preserved, and the entire street between it and the fog wall was cleared. This way, the monsters could freely pass through the fog and return to the obscure forest without disturbing the humans. The Qin people's fog possessed a built-in teleportation magic. While Aire established the mist protection circle, it also meant that most people in the city could not leave, including Aire herself. Hela, I need to discuss something with you. On the notepad in Aire's hand, the center of her magic wand was left blank, and she extended a line outward, noting a few words, add powerful magic. What is it? I'd like to borrow the remaining torso of the Qin people. What are you going to do? Hela wasn't particularly surprised, but her voice was clearly displeased as she replied to Aire. Elle didn't answer directly. She said, I won't hide it from you. I can't sustain the vitality of the entire city and the monsters. I borrow most of it from someone. To do that, I need to do something in return. Staying in the city won't do it. Besides, I promised you that I would tell the story of the city-state to the public. I need to become stronger. You want to make it into a wand core, right? Whether she had seen the notebook open before Elle, or whether Hela had already had this idea, she hit the nail on the head. Elle nodded, as if she were speaking to Hela face to face. Yes, I discovered after leaving Monster Eden and on this trip to Philo's city that teleportation magic is extremely powerful. But it's strange that no human magician knows such important magic. They can only use teleportation platforms and rare teleportation tools. Because that magic belongs to the Qin people, and when I helped you redistribute the fog, I revealed that the Qin people's bodies possess magic. Along with Hela's message came her anger. All teleportation platforms and surviving teleportation tools contain a portion of the Qin people's bodies. Some were gifts from the peaceful times between humans and the Qin people hundreds of years ago, while many more were trophies taken from humans after the war between humans and monsters. You're not seeking my advice, you're informing me. It's not your fault. You're a very kind person, Aire said. But I'm different. If it means achieving my goal, I do whatever it takes. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. After hearing Aire say come in, the child, Lily, pushed open the door, carrying a 2-layered food box. Sister, who were you talking to just now? No one, I was practicing my magic chant. Elle smiled. It smells so good. What's for lunch today? Little Lily hurried over, placed the lunch box on the bedside table, and opened it. An even richer aroma filled the room. The top layer was filled with purple-red sweet potatoes, and the bottom layer was a vegetable broth with a whole chicken leg. She shoved the wooden utensils into Elle's hands, then took out a small board from the side, placed it on the bed, and took out the food from the lunch box one at a time. Today, while clearing the rubble on the commercial street, I discovered the backyard warehouse of the fruit and vegetable store was still in good condition. There were tons of fruits and vegetables stored there, sweet potatoes, pumpkins, potatoes, and even a few chickens, surprisingly still alive. Aunt Sophia said everyone's been working so hard lately, so she made a pot of chicken soup for a snack. Sister Aire, come on and eat. Seeing little Lily swallowing, Aire pressed her wooden fork into her hand and patted her head. You eat too. Lily pulled a large potato from her pocket and chuckled. I brought some too, Lily. Come on, sister, eat. She didn't understand the concept of a dependent. She only knew she was alive again because of Sister Aire. Lily put her fork back in her mouth and, holding the potato, devoured it in small, delicious bites, as if it were even more delicious than a large chicken drumstick. I agree. Inside Aire, Hela's voice muffled. She said that she would do anything to achieve her goals, but she is such a gentle person. Chapter 72. Hee. My dear Aire, it's time to wake up. Work hard on this new day. A little after 5 in the morning, the playful voice of the chaos bringer Nyarlathotep echoed in Aire's head, waking her from her slumber. Now, based on the terms of the new deal Aire had signed with it, the greater AI's role influence, the greater the edible energy it could provide. To extract more energy, the black ball had recently appeared more frequently, appearing once a week, actively urging Aire to take action and increase her role influence. Is that a mosquito buzzing? Aire rubbed her ears, her voice tinged with annoyance at being woken. Strangely, she felt surprisingly well today, her fatigue completely gone. Since you're here, you must have blocked Hela's perception. Why not show up and talk? One by one, they were either speaking in her head or communicating with her soul. Elle suspected that if anyone had witnessed her conversation with Nyarlathotep or Hela, they would probably have thought she was mentally ill. In the small room, A half-meter-wide black vortex appeared out of nowhere, and Nyarlathotep, in his original black ball form, flew out of it. The early bird catches the worm. My dear creditor, here's this week's character analysis. As Black Ball Nyarlathotep finished speaking, a translucent light screen appeared in the air. Death countdown, none. Personal character level, unnamed NPC. Background character, health 999999998, increased by 2, influence plus 10,000, increased by 9,950, Node 1. Congratulations, you have been promoted to background character in this story, appearing as an unnamed background element in the characterization of the main characters. Please continue to work hard to enhance your character's influence. Note 2. Character influence can be converted into character health at a ratio of 10 to 1. Observing the slight change in character health compared to before, I twitched. You're saying I only recovered 2 HP during my bed rest? The amount of HP you can recover through rest is extremely limited. And you're also supporting the vitality of all the city's dependents. The black ball waved in front of Ayer. However, your character influence has increased significantly compared to before, so act now, dear debtor. Ayer looked over, and saw that the value in that column had indeed increased by nearly 10,000. And just then, the influence value suddenly jumped, adding a 0 to the end, becoming plus 100,000. Such a rapid increase? Let me see what happened. The black ball's eerie large eyes merged into one, then slowly moved upward, as if it were truly seeing something. Ayer once again recognized the inhumanity of the being before him. But within a few seconds, the black ball returned to its normal self, chuckling, "Those followers of yours are quite interesting. Perhaps your influence will grow even faster than expected." When Ayer asked it what happened, its narrow mouth curled to the side in a lopsided smile. "You see for yourself." Okay, back to business. Here are 2 related reviews, please check them out. Review: The Loss of Hero XX. Wow! Our XX is so beautiful and handsome. I love this kind of tragic hero character. And a melancholy handsome guy too. I really want to know what was in that letter. It feels like it'd be a crucial part of his character development. Commentary on advancement of ambition. OMG, can I play the thieving supporting character for 1 episode? Even though I know XX is a scoundrel, I still want to try him. The core content of the commentary is still censored, but combined with previous investigations into Death Countdown, I'm pretty sure the characters involved in these 2 comments are related. The melancholic handsome man mentioned in the first comment is probably Roland. To this day, I never seen anyone else who fits that description more. And that letter mentioned. Never mind, now is not the time to dwell on it. And the scoundrel mentioned in the second comment is probably Atticus. IR pursed his lips at the phrase, "Can I play that thieving supporting character for 1 episode?" Could it be that thieving supporting character is referring to her? IR thought of the tragic scene of being chased and attacked by light magic and thought the commenter had strange tastes, actually wanting someone to kill him. However, this paragraph review, aside from reaffirming that Roland and Atticus were truly important characters, offered no other useful information. L shifted his gaze from the screen to the black ball and said, "Increasing influence is our shared goal. So please give me some necessary hints. Even if I'm promoted to a background character, I'm practically clueless about the main story developments. How can I know how to best enhance my influence?" I just love your straightforward nature. The black ball retracted the screen and swung back toward L. But due to the limitations of the world's rules, I can only give you a rough idea. The main plot concerns the turmoil of the entire continent, involving several factions. It will ultimately evolve into a showdown between 2 forces, or rather, a clash between 2 characters. If you can successfully bet on one of these 2 characters, you easily rise to prominence and enjoy a significant amount of character influence. Listening to its advice, Ayer shook her head. "I told you to grow into a character more important than anyone else in this world. Following behind others, you can only become a secondary character to them at best." Unlike the black ball, whose primary goal was to obtain edible energy, Ayer sought to increase her influence, both to offset her health deficit and to declare war against the creator who shaped this world. She refused to accept the fate the creator had written for herself and countless nameless NPCs, like Lily. If before she had fought for her own survival, now she fought for countless nameless NPCs, like Lily, who were easily sacrificed. I will be the 3rd character, joining those 2, and will ultimately triumph. Ayer spoke calmly, a determined fire burning in her eyes. Then I look forward to your performance. See you next time, my dear ambitious man. The black ball laughed playfully, its mouth wide open, before gradually disappearing into the black vortex in the sky. After seeing the black ball off, Ayer got out of bed, went to the bathroom, scooped up some water, and splashed it on her face. The cool sensation cleared her mind. To achieve that goal, she needed not only to improve her abilities as planned but also to actively participate in the world's big events. To achieve this, she needed more sources of information and more allies. Going it alone wouldn't work. Theoretically, she now held some influence. After all, due to her affiliation, she could sense and even control all the familiars in the city, not just the monsters, but also humans. However, sensing human familiars was more energy-consuming than sensing the monsters. Also, Ayer was averse to doing so. Although they were called familiars, in her heart, everyone was still a free, independent individual. She had awakened them out of wishful thinking. Would they be willing to help her? Ayer felt a little uncertain. Developing power couldn't be rushed, and after lying in bed for so long, Ayer had truly rested enough. So, she changed into the clean clothes Lily had brought her, and left the room. She had already grown tired of the scenery of the 2 streets ahead and behind her while still in the room. Besides, it was still early, and there was no one on the street. Because she'd been feeling unwell recently, she asked Dean Sophia to visit Aunt Sophie's house. Neighbors had reported that Aunt Sophie and her family weren't in the city during the monster attack. And Boss Amanda seemed busy rebuilding the inn, so she didn't bother her. Where else could she go? Elle remembered Lily saying that Dean Sophie had set up a work and rest tent in the city's central square to facilitate the reconstruction efforts. Why not go there? After all, she still needed Dean Sophia to recommend a magic tool conjurer for the magic wand. She was also curious about what everyone had done to boost her character influence to 100,000. As for the Hela within Ayer, whether it was due to the shielding effect of the black ball or simply because she felt there was nothing special to focus on, she remained silent. The streets were deserted in the early morning, and Ayer walked slowly, treating it as a leisurely stroll. There were still some damaged buildings along the street, but the rubble had been cleared away. It had only been half a month, and Dean Sophia's command ability was truly remarkable. Ayer thought, and couldn't help but recall the day everyone had awakened. After leading everyone back to the city of Philos, she was almost exhausted and collapsed in front of everyone, unable to explain what had happened. The revived family members were bewildered. It was Sophia who stepped out of the crowd and, with a few words, arranged for everyone to rest and regroup the next day. After everyone left, she found a decent room and settled Ayer in. My heart tells me that you awakened me, and those who died like me. Sophia pressed the dried blood on her chest. I can see you must have paid an unimaginable price. Wise Dean Sophia looked at the pale young woman, unable even to stand, with a loving gaze. You need to rest now. Ayer moved his lips, wanting to say something, but Dean Sophia gently interrupted him. You need to rest. Tomorrow. Whether you need to explain or rebuild the city, you can put it off until tomorrow. We returned from the dead, haven't we? We have plenty of time. At Dean Sophia's words, Ayer obediently closed her eyes. Moist liquid oozed from the corners of her eyes, and warm fingers wiped it away. After many sleepless nights, Elle finally fell into a deep sleep. Without Dean Sophia, people wouldn't have recovered so quickly, and Philos City might still be a ruin. Ayer had no doubt of this. The closer he got to the square, the cleaner the pavement became. Ayer could already hear the clamor of a crowd from halfway across the street before he even reached the square. Turning a corner, he saw, as expected, a crowd gathered in the square. In the center stood the familiar tent of the Philos City Magic Academy. The tent was dusty, and Elle guessed it had been salvaged from Count Mars's manor, where the survivors had gathered. Outside the tent stood a long table. Dean Sophia, with her exceptional leadership, sat behind it, assigning tasks to the citizens lined up in front of her. In the northwest corner of the square, food was piled under a magical barrier, and a dozen people were cooking nearby. Everyone got up so early. Ayer couldn't help but think, sniffing the wafting aroma of food. Chapter 73. The moment she stepped onto the square, Ayer's soul trembled for a moment. Every person moving freely in the square, without exception, sensed her arrival. The noise faded, and the square fell silent for a moment. Ayer could even hear the gurgling sound of vegetable soup simmering in the corner. Everyone looked at Ayer, with a slightly strange gesture. They turned in Ayer's direction, their heads unconsciously lowered, as if wanting to see her, but not daring to look directly at her. Everyone standing here was once dead, the fear of death etched into their souls like a brand. And the plainly dressed red-haired woman before them had given them a second chance at life. Every moment, they could feel the nourishment of her life force. She was their master. Are they afraid of me? Or am I putting pressure on everyone? Ayer thought, observing the uncomfortable crowd. Why not wait until Dean Sophia takes a break and talk to her privately? Elle stepped back. You're here. I'm glad you recovered. Please follow me. We have breakfast soon. Sophia had come over at some point, smiling brightly. Her natural, conversational manner broke the lingering tension in the air. Well, actually, I came here today because I have something I'd like to ask you. Elle nodded, then walked towards Sophia. The crowd, like a river encountering a chasm, split in two directions as she advanced. In Elle's peripheral vision, she couldn't make out their expressions. Although she didn't believe her current self was any different from her days as a part-time worker in Philo City, the relationship between master and subordinate was real, and her presence inevitably brought pressure to everyone. Elle hadn't gotten used to this feeling of alienation and unfamiliarity yet. Everyone, go about yourselves. We continue arranging work after breakfast. The crowd standing still around them dispersed briefly at her words. Sophia opened the curtain for Elle, and the two of them entered one after another. The tent was divided into two large sections. The left side was larger, housing two single wooden beds, while the other side was smaller, housing a single wooden bed. In addition, the space was filled with a variety of daily necessities, including mattresses stacked half a person's height, and a dozen baskets filled with vegetables, shielded by a magical barrier. The items were neatly arranged, so there wasn't a sense of clutter. Elle had long known that Sophia had been living here to facilitate the reconstruction work, but seeing it in person was still a bit surprising. She had seen the ways of the nobility before. Back when she was at the Philos Magic Court, Miss Clemens had replaced all the furniture in her dormitory for a more comfortable living space. In comparison, Dean Sophia's manners were simple and unnoble. Even though she came from the Capet family, the second largest noble family in Philos. Are there other people living with you? Ayer asked, sitting on one of the wooden beds. Two friends who work with us on city matters, Dean Sophia said. They're out this morning, while it's still cool. They'd be back for breakfast. I introduced them to you then. Ayer nodded and explained the purpose of her visit. Dean Sophia, I'd like to forge a magic wand. Do you have any recommendations for a suitable forger? You don't have your own magic wand yet? Sophia was visibly stunned. Magic wands require a certain level of spellcasting ability. Generally, combat mages above the rank of Grand Mage possess their own wands to enhance the power of their spells. The amount of magic power consumed by Elle to resurrect the entire city clearly exceeded that of a Grand Mage, even reaching the level of a legendary mage, a rarity in magical history. Well, my situation is rather unique, Elle said vaguely. The follower's trust in the master is unconditional. Sophia didn't ask further questions. After a moment's reflection, she said, the Magic Court's magician-conjurers may not be of the same caliber. I have another candidate. Although he doesn't work for the court, his magical weapon forging skills rival those of the top magician-conjurers in the capital. But he's from a commoner background. If you don't mind, I'd bring him to you tomorrow. Some magicians prefer former magicians, who have transitioned into potion or magician-conjurers, hence Sophia's question. Why would I mind? I'm just a poor commoner myself. Elle, unaware of the hierarchy of disdain among noble magicians, said indifferently. Rather than being a magic tool wizard, she was more concerned about finding a way to quickly raise the money to make a magic wand. Dean Sophia, I actually have something I want to ask you. Ayer frowned slightly, speaking seriously, his demeanor seeming rather serious. Sophia's expression tightened. Please go ahead. Ayer curled his index finger and scratched his cheek sheepishly. Are there any jobs in the city right now? I feel bad for eating and drinking for free for so long, and buying a magic wand requires money. Even Sophia, as knowledgeable as she was speechless from sheer surprise. Is it difficult? Seeing she remained silent, Al, presumably interpreting his own thoughts, said with a hint of distress, well, everyone in the city is still cleaning up and rebuilding, so I guess no one has the money to spare. Every word Elle said struck a chord Sophia couldn't have imagined. This was the very thing that troubled this powerful lord. She was of noble birth, and in her understanding, once one conquered a place, it naturally became their territory, granting them ownership of the city and its lands. Perhaps Elle, because of her commoner background, didn't share the same understanding. Sophia pondered. Besides her magical abilities, Elle was still only a girl in her early 20s. Don't worry about this, Your Majesty Elle. Sophia addressed Elle with a more distinct and respectable address. I think you're simply not used to this change of status. Most of the city's great nobles had fled with Count Mars during the monster attack, including members of her own Capet family. The city of Philos now needed a new lord, and that person could only be Elle. We all share your honor and disgrace. Your wishes will guide the actions of the entire city. Sophia rose and curtsied to Elle. No, that's not my original intention. I do need some help, but I'm not awakening you to rule or enslave you, Elle said, stunned. Although she didn't understand aristocratic etiquette, she could see the subservience implied by Sophia's gesture. Until now, Elle had always regarded Dean Sophia as the leader of the city. She was of noble birth, highly respected and capable. She had taken the initiative to shoulder the burden of rebuilding the city, and her prestige was high among the people. Ayer even considered that Dean Sophia was understanding, and that if he explained to her the importance of increasing his influence on the city, she might be willing to provide some assistance. A lord's rule does not mean slavery, Your Majesty Ayer. Even in her inferior position, Sophia's gaze toward Ayer was filled with kindness and composure. The meaning of a lord varies from person to person. A cruel and greedy lord may enslave, but an upright and kind lord brings prosperity and abundance to his people. As a magician, I understand better than anyone the immense amount of magical energy required to sustain the vitality of a city. Perhaps you could also understand this as a form of moral coercion or a trade-off. As the Lord, you can sever the vitality you provide to your followers at any time. To avoid being abandoned, I, and the entire city, hope to repay this gift with loyalty. I had originally intended to report back to you once everything was fully completed, but it seems appropriate to inform you now. Sophia slowly stood up and extended her hand to Elle, inviting her. Please come with me. Elle, unsure of the reason, placed her hand on hers, and was led out of the tent by Sophia to the center of the square. There once stood a gigantic, nearly 10-meter-tall human statue of the first Earl of Mars, the founder of Philo's city. The sculpture had long since been shattered by the monster's attack. The rubble had been cleared away, leaving only a stone plaque on the outside. A gray-haired craftsman crouched a few meters away, measuring something in the air with a charcoal pencil before drawing 2 strokes on the paper. Stonemason, please hand me your blueprints. Seeing Ayer, the stonemason opened his mouth, then mumbled nothing for a long moment as he handed her the notebook. Sophia flipped through the pages, showing Ayer the sculptures. Their eyes were determined, their posture sometimes majestic and sometimes gentle, their fiery red hair blazing like flames, practically bursting through the paper. It was decided by everyone together. Masters and their followers, relying on each other, can go further. Will you become our lord, dear Your Majesty Ayer? Relying on each other, they can go further. These words touched the deepest part of Ayer's heart. She thought her wishful thinking was her responsibility. She thought everyone was afraid to look at her, because they were afraid. But in reality, whether out of anger at fate or pity for the child, the fate of the entire city was now inextricably linked to hers. This was no longer her struggle for survival alone. Behind her, an entire city stood behind her. Ayer grasped Dean Sophia's warm hand, her expression a mix of tears and laughter, finally condensing into one single sentence. Let's live together. The people in the square had gathered without her noticing. This time, Ayer understood that the slightly lowered heads didn't represent fear, but awe. Where's everyone gone? From outside the crowd, little Lily's energetic voice echoed, Isn't the meal ready yet? I can't let Sister Ayer go hungry. The solemn atmosphere was instantly broken. Ayer took the handkerchief Sophia offered her, wiping away tears, and snot somewhat sheepishly. A bright smile flashed. Everyone, let's eat together first. We still have a long way to go. Chapter 74. At breakfast time, a long line formed at the corner kitchen. Little Lily made 3 trips. Only when Al, Sophia, and herself, each holding a breakfast, were seated on a low bench outside the tent did she sit down, grabbing her spoon and shoving a large mouthful into her sideways mouth. Pumpkin soup is the best in the world. Good girl, if it tastes good, eat more. Eating well will help you grow faster. Al, sitting in the middle, held the soup in one hand and stroked Lily's fuzzy head with his free hand. The frizzy hair was a little prickly. Lily turned her head, puffing out her left cheek as she chewed, nodding emphatically to Al, The deep wound on her right cheek, so deep that it exposed her teeth, was revealed to Al as she turned her head. Al then realized that because of the wound on her right cheek, Lily always tucked her food into the left side of her mouth to prevent the liquid from leaking out. The hand stroking the child's head suddenly stopped. As they say, eat well to grow fast. Lily can no longer grow up. She will remain as she is now, until the very being who provides her with life force dies. If we could provide everyone with more health points, wouldn't we be able to give them true life, rather than a static existence? Ultimately, I'm not strong enough, not perceptive enough. There were so many signs and possibilities, but I missed them all. If I were strong enough, I could have captured Atticus that night, forced him to reveal what he had done to the Qin people in Philo City, and stopped the monster surge. If I were perceptive enough, I would have noticed Roland's concealment of his foresight. Roland's behavior before and after the attack on Philo City was enough to show that he had known what was about to happen, but he broke his promise and kept silent. On noticing Elle's change of mood, Lily turned and gulped down her sweet soup, just like a normal child in their formative years. The sweet pumpkin soup became difficult to swallow, and even after little Lily finished and ran away, Elle's bowl still had half a bowlful left. To have a second chance at life is already an unimaginable miracle. Sophia's gentle voice came from the side, her orange-brown eyes warmly resting on Elle, as if she could see through her thoughts. Lily probably told you that a commercial street was cleared out a few days ago. Some people escaped when the monsters attacked the city, leaving behind a few empty, abandoned shops. Elle responded in confusion, not quite understanding Sophia's meaning. Sophia, however, arched her brows and continued. We all agreed to open up the remaining shops. If anyone is interested in opening one, we give it to them at our discretion. Last night, a girl about your age came to me and applied for a shop. What kind of shop do you think she wants to open? A food-related shop? Although he didn't understand Sophia's intention, Al still answered politely. Sophia shook her head. A mask shop. Masks? Al's confusion was even greater. The nobles have all fled, right? Who has the time and energy to hold a masked banquet now? Sophia smiled. I had the same idea as you at first. But when that girl took out her mask, I knew I was wrong. She made a mask similar to a facial repair mask. A thin piece of metal, covered with a layer of enamel close to the skin tone, and then varnished to simulate the texture of skin, using metal to repair the face. Aya repeated softly. The followers she summoned back lived on her life force. Their bodies could not grow further, and the wounds inflicted by the monster could no longer heal on their own. For example, the hole in Sophia's chest, even though it stopped bleeding, still existed empty. Sophia nodded and continued, it was a little dark at the time. It wasn't until she removed the small portion of her face, including her left ear, that I realized it was a lifelike mask. I asked her, why did you want to do this? She said, being given a second life is an unimaginable miracle, so we must cherish it and live every moment as if we were still alive. Just as Ayer had stroked little Lily's head, Sophia raised her broad, bluish-white hand and touched Ayer's fiery red head. Her gaze was kind and gentle. Look, everyone is living well in their own way. Your family is far more resilient than you think. So, if you have any difficulties, you can discuss them with me, and we solve them together. Ayer was stunned for a moment, a faint smile playing at the corner of her mouth. Yes, there was no need to worry. She might not be strong enough, but she was no longer alone. One person's struggle for survival becomes the continuation of a city. The story of the creator continues, and the character Ayer, who has escaped the framework of the original work, will retell a new story with the city and its people, who have disappeared from the original work. Sophia's kind and inclusive gaze gave Ayer an unprecedented sense of security and support. The string that had been taut within her heart, never letting up, was gently twisted and loosened. We just finished dinner. Do you have time to go for a walk with me? At your service, Your Majesty Ayer. Ayer and Sophia walked side by side through the city streets. On both sides of the street, people handed bricks, mixed mud, and stacked them for wall construction, working together in an orderly manner to repair the damaged walls. The newly built walls had a fresh color, different from the original walls, as if the old roots of a tree had sprouted new leaves in the spring. Seeing the two of them, people spontaneously stopped their work and nodded silently. Unaccustomed to such respectful gazes and atmosphere, Ayer took a few quick steps and unexpectedly saw a familiar figure with curly brown hair ahead of her. She stood at the front of the group, also bowing her head and standing by the side of the road. Instructor Zhuan. Long time no see. Ayer called out to her in surprise. Zhuan looked up in surprise, her narrow eyes widening the moment she saw Ayer's face. Ayer, it's really you. Zhuan blurted out. Then, realizing something, she quickly corrected herself, saying, No, Master Ayer, please forgive me for calling you by your name. Even though she had corrected herself so quickly, she still received disapproving glances from all sides, even though those people had just been working under her command. Please don't say that, Instructor June. That's a magical constraint. You don't need to be so respectful to me. The same goes for everyone else. The instructor, once so familiar now, like everyone else, expressed awe towards him. This sense of alienation was even stronger than when everyone had avoided him in the square. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Ayer. June nodded, but remained silent about addressing Ayer. Ayer lost the chance to chat with her old friend. She simply nodded without saying anything else, and continued walking with Sophia. The prestige of the master, along with the constraints of necromancy and the flow of life force, was imprinted on the souls of its followers like a law. However, those who are more powerful are less susceptible to these constraints, such as Sophia. But there is only one Sophia in the entire city. Dean, you don't seem curious about my past identity. Even after witnessing her exchange with instructor Zhu Yin, Dean Sophia remained calm, which only piqued Ayer's curiosity. Who they are isn't important, what they choose to do is. I always judge people by their essence. Under Dean Sophia's wise gaze, Ayer scratched his head, feeling strangely like a child who hadn't grown up. This child, feeling pampered and secure with Dean Sophia, was willing to reveal her true self, as if seeking an anchor in her life. After the black ball and the death countdown were hidden, her entire story unfolded, seeming particularly unconventional, as a daughter rebelling against her father, as a servant betraying her master, as a commoner secretly learning magic, as a citizen spying on the prince's secrets, and even though she was clearly trying to save a child, she carelessly entrusted her to someone else, leading to her ultimate death at the hands of a monster. The more Ayer spoke, the more she felt she was both good and bad, and there were even some things she left unspoken. For example, Roland had helped her so many times, and yet she just left him a letter and waved goodbye. She's completely ungrateful, and then there's more. Using her monster minions to blackmail Hela, and demanding to use her friend's bones as a magic wand. It's simply insane. So, you see, no one knows that the lord they call her is such a selfish person. Even the very life force that sustains the entire city is borrowed from somewhere else. After recounting his own misdeeds, Al clasped his arms behind his head, feigning indifference, shielding his peripheral vision with his folded elbows. He even quickened his pace, fearing he see a look of disgust on Sophia's face. Can I share my thoughts? A gentle voice followed from behind. Whatever you say. Selfishness isn't a bad word. It's because you experienced the struggle for survival that you were moved by Lily's death, and feel so deeply saddened by the destruction of Philo's city. Because you love yourself, you love all living things. We are your all living things. Ayer said nothing, only quickening her pace. She must not cry in front of Dean Sophia a second time. She swore. They walked for a long time, until the crowds on either side dwindled and the buildings grew increasingly dilapidated. A mass of grayish-white mist appeared before them. They had reached the outermost ring of the city. A red warning rope was stretched about 20 meters in front of the mist, forbidding anyone to approach. Ayer raised the rope, and was about to step in to take a closer look when Sophia grabbed her arm. Don't go in. This fog surrounds the entire city. It's made of the same ingredients as the monster forest, and will randomly teleport people away. While Ayer was recuperating, Sophia not only oversaw the reconstruction work, but also studied her own companion contract and explored the city. The monsters that returned to the city with them had entered this fog. This was her conclusion, based on the information from the day they awakened and subsequent explorations of the fog. But she didn't know that this was also Ayer's work. Don't worry, Dean. Ayer patted Sophia's hand. This fog is to protect the city. Chapter 75. As soon as he finished speaking, Ayer reached out into the gray-white mist, and the mist in front of them suddenly accelerated. A bird-like monster broke out of the mist and hovered in the air, its wings whipping up the wind that blew the sleeves and hems of their clothes backwards. Sophia almost instinctively wanted to cast a magic barrier, but she abruptly stopped herself when she thought of Ayer's confident look. At the same time, she noticed that the monster's eyes were no longer crimson, and its state was very different from those that attacked Philo's city. With another forward gesture from Ayer, the monster flew back into the mist as fast as it had appeared. Are these monsters your followers now? Sophia asked hoarsely, the scenes of the monster's recent attacks still fresh in her mind. She stared at the monster's retreating mist with a frown. Resurrecting them as followers is part of the price of bringing everyone back, Elle said. She completely understood Sophia's feelings, just as she had initially resisted Hela's proposal. Dean Sophia, oftentimes, what we see isn't the truth. The monster attack in Philo's city wasn't caused by monsters, but by man. The Philos demon court already bred low-level monsters for educational purposes, so Sophia was quite familiar with monsters. Looking back now, no one knew the origin of the scarlet monster back then. Even Roland, who had foreseen the disaster, couldn't explain it. Do you know what caused all this? This was an inevitable accident. Elle said, I can't tell you how I know this, but I can tell you with certainty that this disaster stems from the ambition and greed of the kingdom's second prince. Atticus. What? Even as composed as Sophia was, she couldn't calm down in the face of this information. Philos is part of the kingdom. He has no reason to attack its people? You're right. He had no reason to attack. This disaster is merely a side effect of his ambition and greed. The emotions conveyed by the Qin man through the red spores were so intense that, recalling it now, El could still sense the anger and hatred within them. El recounted the Qin man's existence, his fate in the dark forest, and the effects of the red spores on monsters. Are you saying that Prince Atticus is conducting some kind of experiment to extract a substance that can increase monsters' attack power? El nodded. He didn't know. No, it should be said he didn't care what backlash his torture of the Qin people would bring. When the monster wave occurred, I rushed to the dark forest. The results of my experiment had already been taken away by Atticus's men, and the dying Qin person was abandoned in the dark forest, unable to be revived. Its resentment transformed into red spores, infecting the summoned monsters into a frenzy. Until the spore's activity ceased upon its death, the monsters forced into a frenzy also perished. This is the origin of this disaster. This information completely overturned the truth behind the city's destruction. Sophia's facial muscles tensed, her hands clenched in restraint, and her lips pressed into a line. After Air waited for her to calm down a bit, he continued, "This wall of fog before us is a helpless act. The fog transformed from the Qin people's bodies will forever linger near the tribesmen they seek to protect, unable to dissipate. I used various methods, but I can only drive the fog to the outskirts of the city, and to keep out those with ill intentions." Sophia almost immediately understood what Air meant by uninvited guests. She cast her gaze upon the fog before her. This wall of fog, encompassing the entire city, was undoubtedly capable of repelling almost any uninvited visitor. If Atticus was someone who, driven by ambition, could disregard the consequences completely, then the now resurrected people of Philos would undoubtedly attract his attention. Who knows how he would secretly treat them? Besides, everyone in the city was in the same situation, so there wasn't much self-doubt. Once the fog's barrier is removed, the outside world sees their lives frozen in time, unable to grow. It's hard to say whether the aging people of Philos are still considered human, and whether they will face hostility from the capital. But this also means that people's existence is trapped within this city. Although most people may never leave the city, some did escape, and those who did may never see their loved ones again. There are few things in this world that offer the best of both worlds. Sophia sighed and said, "If I were you, I would probably make the same choice. A sealed city is better than a dead city." "No, quite the contrary. With this impenetrable layer of protection, we must expand our reach outward." El looked at Sophia. "One day, the sealed-off city will open again, and everyone will find their own life. This is the promise I, as the Lord, make to my followers." One morning in the royal capital, a carriage stopped on a secluded street. A bony hand opened the rear door, and a young man in black boots stepped out. As he passed the driver in front, he casually handed him a silver coin. Still at the same time, "Please pick me up here promptly at 5 p.m. With that, he stepped forward, his dark blue military windbreaker sweeping back with his movements, stirring a gust of cold air. After walking along the same path for about 10 minutes, he turned onto a wide, quiet road. On one side, a cliff lay a dozen meters away, on the other, a solid stone wall stretched ever forward. About 10 minutes later, the monotonous stone wall shifted. A majestic black iron gate appeared within, flanked by 2 soldiers, each standing with a straight face. "Instructor, good morning." The soldier saluted him respectfully. At the same moment, the gatekeeper inside the iron gate swiftly opened it and ushered him in. "Master Wittelsbach, please come in." The man didn't respond, but walked through the iron gate with familiarity. The space inside was quite empty. After about 5 minutes of walking, several apartment buildings came into view. Urza, wearing the same uniform as the man, emerged from one of the apartment buildings, holding a massive axe. Seeing the man approach, she happily approached, walking side by side. "Hey, Instructor Roland, always so punctual." "Yeah, you too," Roland replied flatly. "Tell me, if you lived in the barracks like me, wouldn't you get an extra hour of sleep every day? Why go back to our house in the city every day? It's such a hassle." "It's not a hassle." Looking at the other man's serious expression, Urza curled her lips and joked casually, "You didn't seem so stingy with your words before, especially when you were pursuing Elle at the Magic Academy." No matter how Elle denied it at the time, Urza still felt that there was some secret between the two of them that no one else knew. As soon as he said this, Golden hair brushed across his cheek as Roland suddenly paused. He looked at Urza and said, "This isn't a joke Elle would like? Please don't say that. She'd be upset." Urza was startled by his reaction and patted her chest to calm herself. I understand, great benefactor Roland. Whatever you say is true." 2 weeks ago, a week after Roland met with the king at the palace, news finally arrived. Urza had been acquitted. A week earlier, Prince Atticus had invited the group returning from Philos to his residence. At the banquet table, Atticus raised a glass of champagne and said, "The king deeply appreciates your performance during the fall of Philos. Your heroic fighting not only protected over 100 of the king's subjects, but also rekindled the trust of the people throughout the kingdom in their government. This toast to you all." Along with his praise came generous rewards from the king, as well as offers of new positions to Roland, Urza, and Andre, an instructor from the military's Special Monster Combat Unit. I believe you all know better than I do that the monster attack in Philos City was no accident. I've been conducting an investigation for some time, and all signs indicate that the monster attack was the work of espionage from a neighboring country. Atticus pulled a letter from his desk and circulated it among the three. The situation on the continent is about to destabilize. To protect our great kingdom, I need your help. The investigative report on the letter stated that spies from the kingdom of Nonli have recently been lurking and operating within the kingdom. It listed several locations where Nonli magicians had been seen, including Philos City. At the bottom of the report was an introduction to the kingdom of Nonli, which roughly stated that the Nonli people have lived with monsters for generations and possess the ability to control them. There's no direct evidence here that the Nonli people caused the monster wave. Furthermore, with so many monsters appearing so constantly, it's hard to believe that they could be controlled by just 1 or 2 Nonli magicians. Roland carefully read the report and raised a question. Unfortunately, this is the most reasonable explanation at the moment. Atticus took the letter back. Perhaps this report is inaccurate, but we have no way of obtaining more precise information. That's why I need your assistance. With you, one day, we will uncover the truth about the Philos incident. Before the truth is revealed, it's equally important to prepare in advance, improve the military's quality, and prevent another Philos incident from happening again. Therefore, I sincerely hope that you three will accept this position of instructor. It is indeed necessary. A stronger organized force can protect more people from the monster tide. Can you guarantee the loyalty of the military trainees, Your Highness Atticus? Just as Urza and Andre exchanged glances, and were about to nod, Roland asked. If they can't follow orders, then even the most powerful army is useless. Of course I promise you, Atticus said with a smile. Loyalty is always the most important thing for my soldiers. Chapter 76. Of course I promise you. Loyalty is always paramount to my soldiers. Roland's doubts stemmed from his failed collaboration with Count Mars. Atticus seemed to see through this, and continued. His Majesty the King has issued an order to investigate Count Mars's negligence in the monster tide in Philos City. Miss Urza's successful release is proof of this. I think you can trust me. Urza, whose name was called, nodded and patted Roland's shoulder. Roland, we all know that if another monster tide like the one in Philos City occurs, our current monster forces will be no match for it. And none of us can guarantee that this monster tide will only happen once. In recent decades, eliminating high-level monsters in the various monster forests has been the exclusive responsibility of the more than a dozen monster extermination teams in the capital. But anyone who had witnessed the monster surge in Phyros City knew that if the disaster of Phyros were to recur, no city, including the royal capital, could withstand it with only the Monster Slayer squad and the knights. After saying this, Urza gave Atticus a hearty smile. Your Highness Atticus, I, Urza, accept your invitation and am at your disposal. Compared to Urza, who had little capital and acted freely, Andre, as the former vice president of the Phyros Demon Court, would have a position even in the royal capital Demon Court, so he was more thoughtful. He pondered for a moment, then asked sternly, the parallel system of the Monster Slayer squad, and the knights has lasted for 100 years. May I ask, Your Highness, what is the role of the Monster Combat Special Team within the current military system? Atticus, without a trace of impatience, responded to his question. He spoke sincerely. The incident at Phyros City serves as a wake-up call for the kingdom. Our current military system must undergo changes. Unfortunately, my influence within the royal court is insufficient to drive comprehensive reform. The presence of Nonli spies discovered during this investigation indicates that future wars may develop in unexpected directions. It is imperative to establish a dedicated army capable of combating monsters. Therefore, at my insistence, His Majesty, despite the opposition of many, approved the establishment of this team. Monster Battle Special Team. The initial training of 300 soldiers will be independent of the current military system. Of course, I prefer to view it as a forerunner of future systems. Its characteristic is the integration of monster battles with daily training, making it a routine, large-scale monster extermination team. I believe your command experience in facing monster hordes is difficult to replicate, so I hope to hire you as non-staff instructors. The initial training period will be 3 months. After the term, whether you wish to remain or return to your original positions is entirely up to you. This explanation fully demonstrates the value of this team and takes the future development of the three into consideration. Andre no longer hesitated. He placed his hand on his left chest and saluted, saying, "Andre respectfully accepts your highness's invitation. I hope we can work together to build a powerful team." 2 of the 3 accepted the invitation, and Atticus's inquiring gaze fell on the last person, who had not yet spoken. "Sir Roland, do you have any further questions?" "I have no other questions, your highness Prince Atticus, but only one," Roland said dejectedly. "Now that the investigation team has returned, have the bodies of the citizens of Philos been collected?" Every night, as soon as he closed his eyes, countless eyes, still wide open, stared at him, as if questioning, "Didn't you foresee this disaster? Why did you let us die?" Atticus looked at the lost Roland and shook his head regretfully. "I'm sorry, I can't answer you on that question. But I can share the progress of the investigation with you." 2 teams were sent for this investigation. The advance team originally headed directly to Philos, but they returned empty-handed the day they arrived at the original site. They reported the situation to the Grand Prince, the person in charge, through a magical device. It was said that the entire city of Philos was shrouded in fog and had become a den of monsters. The Grand Prince therefore concluded that the incident was simply the birthplace of the monster forest accidentally landing in Philos, and there was no need to investigate further. Pharaoh's city has become a monster's lair. Roland repeated the words meaninglessly, his eyes a little dazed. "So, have all those citizens become food for the monsters? Weren't you the one who brought this disaster upon us?" Doomed Roland. Noticing Roland's moodiness, Urza patted him on the back, a look of pity on her face. She and Andre were certainly equally saddened by this, but Roland seemed to carry a deeper guilt, one that they, his companions, couldn't quite grasp. Would it be better if El were here? Urza wondered. Unfortunately, this was just a hypothesis. Aire was also missing. "I'm fine." Roland forced a smile at his companions, then turned to Atticus. "Your Highness, please continue." Atticus nodded. "It was precisely because of this that I was able to take over the investigation from the Grand Prince. The second investigation team, I said, discovered the presence of non-lethal spies in a nearby city. The suffering of the people of Philos also serves as a warning to us that the kingdom's current situation is not safe." Atticus recounted the investigation team's details, even including the shady details between him and the Grand Prince. Andre listened, secretly praising Prince Atticus's character. Although the 2 princes' disagreement was an open secret, his honesty in speaking out about it was admirable. Roland was silent for a moment before finally recovering. His smile was forced, but his eyes remained firm. "Please allow me to join, Your Highness Atticus." From then on, Roland and the other 3 officially became instructors of the Monster Fighting Special Squad. Roland and Urza's training focused entirely on the key points of fighting monsters. Andre seemed to have been assigned other tasks by Prince Atticus. Aside from meeting the soldiers of the Monster Fighting Special Squad on the first day, they rarely crossed paths in the barracks. Back in the present, Urza, carrying her great axe, walked side by side with Roland toward the training ground. "Tell me, what on earth was Vice President Andre doing? They said there were 3 of us instructors, but the training sessions were all taught by the 2 of us. Perhaps your Highness has other plans." Roland replied nonchalantly. It should be said that, aside from training, he hardly cared about anything right now. "What about you? Do you have any other plans besides work? Why are you never seen when Simon, Lucy, and I go to your house in our free time?" Urza abruptly changed the subject, turning to Roland. Lately, Roland's been acting strangely. In Lucy's words, he's half dead. He appears to be alive, but in reality, he's completely inactive outside of the necessary tasks. After escaping the monster wave in Pharaoh's city, everyone was in this state. But now, over a month later, everyone has gradually returned to their normal routines, while Roland seems still lost in that moment, unable to move on. Roland didn't respond to Urza's question, simply stating the truth. We arrived at the training ground. And somewhere else, Andre had also begun today's training with his trainees. Generally speaking, most monsters of Category 3 and below have mimicry, such as eagle-like and wolf-like monsters. The key to training these monsters is to focus on their mimicry preferences. Atticus sat by and watched the training. When a session ended, he stood up and walked towards Andre, followed by a servant carrying tea. Thank you for your hard work, Sir Andre. Watching your monster training is truly a pleasure. Ha ha ha, you're too kind. Andre expertly took the water offered by the servant, drank it, and said cheerfully, thanks for your inspiration. The Philos Demon Court already has a history of breeding and nurturing monsters. If the Nonly Kingdom can use monsters to attack us, we can also retaliate in kind. Yes, when monsters are our enemies, they are terrifying. But when we use them, their power becomes a powerful weapon, Atticus said with a smile. One morning, the morning light swept through the mist, passing over the tall and short buildings, illuminating the stone statue standing in the city center. The light streaked across the white and hard marble, gradually outlining the vibrant face of a young woman and her lithe and powerful body. In front of the statue's base, a square stone platform was engraved with the following words, To our eternal Lord, Aire. All of the city of the dead respectfully stand. September 31st, 827 of the creation calendar. In front of the statue, the square was filled with people standing quietly. The people of the city of the dead, and also those in the surrounding streets. In short, at 6 a.m., every citizen of the city of the dead punctually faced the statue, their faces filled with reverence, and silently prayed to it. Perhaps the words of each person's prayer were different, but their wishes were directed to the same person. Aire, the eternal ruler of the city of the dead. Sensing the crowd's prayers, a circular magical pattern with a diameter of approximately 5 meters unfolded from behind the massive statue, emanating a light even brighter than the morning sun. Then, the light split into. Countless points of light flew towards the square, the streets, and the left chests of the people throughout the city of the dead. Some of the light points sank into the wall of fog, and the faint cries of monsters could be heard from within. This was the life force bestowed by Lord Aire upon his followers. Aire had a limit on the range of life force he could transmit to his followers. After consulting with Sophia, they had a magic tool sorcerer forge the sculpture into a gigantic magic tool capable of storing life force. Aire would regularly inject life force into the sculpture, allowing her followers to draw on it even when she was away from the city. Daily life would not be affected at all. The entire prayer lasted only about a minute, and those who had received the vitality dispersed, chatting and laughing. A young woman of 17 or 18, her hands clasped before her chest beneath the statue, her head bowed and eyes closed, remained lingering. Hey sister, have you not received the vitality yet? The young woman, Alma, lowered her arms and opened her eyes to see a small girl with pigtails looking up at her. She was wearing an orange dress and smiled like a tiny sunflower. I'm expressing my gratitude to the Lord. Alma smiled back. You must be Lily, CEO Sophia's assistant. I come to sign up for the Win Listener Selection. Chapter 77. The citizens who were able to personally come to the square and stand before the dominant statue, absorbing its vitality up close, were almost all well dressed, but Alma stood out in particular. Alma, about 17 or 18 years old, wore a high-waisted dress of exquisite quality, with delicate lace embellishing the sleeves and collar. A light yellow hat, tied with a wide-brimmed silk ribbon in a beautiful bow, held a small square bag, slightly larger than her palm. Even after the prayer, she remained, catching Lily's attention. As soon as Lily approached, she caught a peculiar scent. She sniffed and looked at Alma in surprise. It smells so good. Is that my sister? Alma raised a finger to her lips, tilted her head and smiled. It's a secret. I tell you after the screening is over. Okay. Then follow me. The sunflower-like girl ran forward to lead the way, her braid bouncing with each step. After walking about a kilometer from the statue square, the two arrived at a building that towered over the others. This was the former estate of a fugitive noble. Because it was near the statue square and in the city center, it was requisitioned and converted into a new lord's residence. The current power structure of the city of the dead is an adaptation of the old system of the former city of pharaohs. Ordinarily, El, the overlord and lord of the city of the dead, should oversee all city affairs. However, El's focus lay elsewhere, and she felt she lacked experience in management, so she appointed a new position, the chief executive of the city of the dead. As for the CEO, Sophia was the undisputed choice. In terms of ability, prestige, and experience, she was not only El's best choice, but also recognized by the entire city. Recruitment of Wind listeners was the first order issued by CEO Sophia upon assuming her position. Little Lily and Alma climbed the 20 or 30 steps in front of the Lord's mansion and reached the door. An official leaflet, titled A Letter to the People of the City of the Dead, was prominently displayed on a notice board. It read, "A letter to the people of the city of the dead. Past disasters led us to death. The eternal Lord, El, has descended to grant us new life as the clan of the dead. The fog surrounding the city is the Lord's benevolent protection, but it must not become a prison to trap us. For those of us who have left our human identity, exploring new ways of survival is inevitable. To this end, we are recruiting expatriates from the city of the dead, also known as eavesdroppers, from across the city. These expatriates will travel among the human race, exploring new avenues for external trade and coexistence with humanity. Interested individuals should contact the local sheriff to learn about the eavesdropper recruitment requirements. After passing the sheriff's initial screening, you may bring a signed permission slip to participate in the final screening. Sophia Cape, Executive Director of the City of the Dead." On the day this notice was posted, the Lord's residence was crowded with curious onlookers. However, when someone with literacy read the contents aloud, the crowd fell silent. After a moment, someone suddenly said, "If I had seen what I saw now, I'd probably have cried monster. How can we coexist with humanity in this state?" This resonated with the citizens. As the notice stated, they were no longer considered human. While they could still live and work normally, the changes in their bodies were undeniable. Whether human, animal, or demon, they felt safe only in the company of their own kind. The same was true for the newly born undead. Now, with great difficulty, they had rebuilt the undead city and found their own little nest, even learning to joke about their own wounds amidst the comfort of one another. But once they were outside, how would real people view them? More importantly, they relied on the vitality granted by the Overlord for survival, and had lost their own healing abilities. Leaving the undead city was too dangerous. Almost all of the city's residents held this view. As a result, out of the tens of thousands of undead followers in the entire city, fewer than 100 further inquired about the eavesdropper recruitment requirements. After hearing the requirements, only about 50 came to the Lord's palace for the final screening, and the number who ultimately passed was likely even fewer. Lily, leading the way, entered the office first. Her youth made her run around the office noisily, and everyone was very tolerant. She ran to Sophia's actual assistant's desk and said, "Assistant, there's a very nice-smelling girl here for the wind eavesdropper selection." The assistant behind the desk pulled out a piece of candy and handed it to Lily. Then, she smoothed her glasses and looked at Alma, who was approaching slowly. "Did you bring your permit?" "Here." Alma opened a small package and pulled out a folded piece of paper, handing it over. The assistant checked the sheriff's signature, nodded, stood up, and said, "Come with me." "But why did you come on the last day?" "I thought there would be no one else," the assistant asked casually as they walked. "Well, I did some preparations, so I'm a little late," Alma replied. The two of them didn't exchange any more words. The assistant led her to the CEO's office on the top floor, knocked on the door, informed her of the situation, and then left. A moment later, Sophia set the documents aside, looked up, and gazed at the young woman. "What do you think is the most important skill for a whisperer?" Without any pleasantries, Sophia asked directly. "Is this the final screening question?" Alma asked with a dignified smile. But before Sophia could answer, she added, "I think it's hiding, dear CEO." "Oh!" Sophia seemed intrigued by her answer, her fingers crossed under her chin. "Where did you get that answer?" "It's going to be a bit long. Can I sit down and talk? After all, every bit of our life force is precious." Alma asked, looking at the single sofa across from Sophia. "Of course, please." Alma sat down as instructed, her manners as elegant as ever. From what I understand, after the letter to the people of the City of the Dead was posted, everyone's biggest reaction was fear. Ultimately, it's because we're fundamentally different from humans. We all been humans before, and we all know that human hearts are unpredictable. We find ways to oppress those who are different from us, let alone us now that we become undead. Since the Wind Listener is traveling to other human cities, the most important thing is to conceal our true existence. This is the first option. "Oh! It seems you have other ideas?" Alma straightened his back and continued, "The second option is stated in the eavesdropper recruitment requirements. There are two key requirements. 1. No obvious facial injuries, and 2. Interpersonal skills. This practically spells out the message of hiding in the crowd. They require both the ability to conceal themselves and the mission of exploring the City of the Dead and coexisting with humans." Alma looked at the CEO. "Although you didn't state it explicitly, I would hazard a guess that the eavesdroppers are essentially intelligence personnel that you, or the Overlord, intend to send into the outside world." Alma had an elegant demeanor, a clear voice, and a tone like the singing of a yellow oriole. Even if she were reading from a dull reference book, it would likely immerse anyone in it. Sophia looked at her approvingly, but not for these obvious reasons. Alma was quite clever. She had discerned the true nature of the wind listener recruitment process before even the advanced screening questions were asked. You answered well, and I'm very satisfied. But to be fair, I have to wait until you answer the actual screening questions before making any final decisions. Of course. Alma smiled confidently, as if anticipating the next question. The establishment of the wind listener was a joint decision between Elle and Sophia. Some time ago, Elle had confirmed from the black ball that Roland and Atticus were important characters in the creator's creation, and the entire development of the world was tied to them. But beyond this, she knew nothing about their future endeavors. If she wanted to develop new possibilities beyond the main storyline of the world, she had to learn as much as possible about their actions and trends. Especially Atticus. From Elle's own interactions with them, Roland, while self-deprecatingly calling himself Roland of Doom, always suffered external disasters, while he actively saved everyone and resisted them. Naturally, the information from the black ball couldn't be shared directly. Half a month ago, Elle brought Sophia to the Mist Wall, and told her that even though the city of the dead had temporarily found peace, it was necessary to extend its reach outward to sense danger. Because the seemingly peaceful kingdom of Theodosius was churning undercurrents, the entire continent might be facing major changes. Of particular concern were Prince Atticus Theodosius and Roland von Wittelsbach. Unfortunately, both of them recognized me. I have no idea how to approach them and obtain information from them. Elle said distressfully, her fingers unconsciously twirling in the mist, white mist swirling around her fingertips. Sophia was surprised to hear Roland's name, but out of trust in the Overlord, she didn't ask further questions. Furthermore, comparing the different states of mind when Atticus and Roland were mentioned, she could tell that the Overlord bore no ill will toward Roland. As you said, I have a suggestion, Sophia said. You have tens of thousands of followers, and among them, there must be some with a talent for information acquisition. We can recruit an elite intelligence team and deploy them wherever you need them. Ayer's understanding suddenly dawned on him. Her and Sophia's thinking followed two different paths, the individual soldier approach and the commander-in-chief approach. Ayer had been independent since childhood, with a simple and straightforward mindset. If you want to solve a problem you currently can't solve, you should strive to improve yourself and then take on the challenge once you're strong enough. Sophia, born into a noble family, was not only an excellent magician, but also the respected dean of the magic court. She clearly had much more experience in personnel management than Ayer. All right. We do as you say, Dean. And so, the two of them discussed Sophia's ideas again, and finalized the requirements for recruiting eavesdroppers. Chapter 78. Back to the present. Sophia posed the crucial question about the eavesdropper selection process to Alma, the outstanding candidate before her. As you might have guessed, the primary job of an eavesdropper is to capture valuable information from the outside world. If you were assigned to the capital as an eavesdropper, how would you proceed? Sophia finished, leaning back in her chair, waiting for further inquiries, to gauge her problem-solving tendencies. This was a deliberately ambiguous question. So far, many candidates' first reaction after hearing the question has been to ask, what kind of information do we need to collect? From the common people or from a noble? Alma didn't ask any further. She stood up, gracefully turned in front of Sophia, and then looked at her and said, "Co Sophia, what do you think of me?" Her behavior clearly surprised Sophia. Sophia observed her exquisite attire and graceful demeanor and answered, "You are a young lady from a noble family. You are likely very familiar with young women's fashion trends. If my niece were here, she would probably be happy to be your friend. Of course, these conclusions are based on your demeanor since entering. If this is all a disguise, then you've done a very good job." Alma nodded. "It seems you already seen it. However, to facilitate my answer, please allow me to continue with my current identity. Government is decentralized, and the most valuable information only flows among the nobles, while the common people are often at the end of the information chain. So my first step is to target the powerful nobles." "So how do you approach them?" Sophia asked, unconcealing her admiration. Alma stood up, pulled a drop-shaped crystal bottle from the small bag she'd been carrying, and sauntered over to Sophia's desk. She smiled brightly. "Remember what you just said, Co? You said your little niece would be very happy to be my friend. Honestly, I'm confident I can become a guest of honor among the noble ladies and young ladies of the capital, thanks to this." After speaking, Alma unscrewed the small cap on the top of the crystal bottle and gently sprayed a little. A scent similar to her own wafted towards Sophia. "This is a perfume I specially developed after learning about the recruitment of the Wind Listener. I'm always successful in pleasing the noble ladies and young ladies. Sophia could hardly resist applauding this young woman. She was thoughtful, capable, confident, and well-versed in aristocratic etiquette, making her the perfect eavesdropper. You're truly impressive. Sophia stood up and extended her right hand to Alma. You passed the assessment. Congratulations on becoming our eavesdropper. Alma shook the CEO's hand and smiled in surprise. Really? I passed. Her current state was very different from before, and Sophia finally confirmed that she had been acting. Yes, you passed. Sophia smiled and said, but I'm curious, what is your true identity? I can tell the CEO in secret, but please keep it a secret, the girl said playfully. Seeing Sophia nod, Alma continued, I'm actually the illegitimate daughter of a certain baron. My noble father's wife was a good friend of Countess Mars. She learned about the coming monster wave from the Countess, and when it all happened, her family fled early, without me. I gained information from noble ladies and young ladies, and also drew inspiration from my own negative experiences. Alma continued to smile sweetly. No one knew what she felt when she was killed by a monster in the deserted courtyard. Thank you, Lord, for giving me, a person abandoned by my own father, a new life. Now, this vast house is all mine, and I can live in any room I please. For the Lord, for the city of the dead, I'm willing to give everything. Sophia patted the little girl's shoulder. I won't let you give everything. Your life is precious. I'm sure if the Lord were here, she'd tell you the same. Is that so? I'm really looking forward to meeting the Lord in person. Meanwhile, Al was finding a deserted spot to test the teleportation magic of his magic wand. The wand was made by an old acquaintance. Old Peter, the man with the broken leg from the blacksmith shop. That evening, Dean Sophia followed her instructions and had the magic attendant, Bade, invite the magic tool sorcerer she mentioned. Old Peter emerged from behind Bade's towering figure and exchanged glances with Al. You. Old Peter muttered for a long time, but nothing came out. After being surprised, Al said, It is indeed me, Uncle Peter, I am still alive. I certainly paid an unimaginable price, but I also received unexpected results. Old Peter sighed, I was narrow-minded back then. Ire shook his head, Your Frostfern dagger was of great help to me, but it's now lost. So this time, I trouble you again. Please help me craft a powerful magic wand. Until yesterday, the magic wand was finally forged. As she had envisioned, the remains of the deceased Cheen man from the dark forest served as the core embedded in the wand's center. The outer material of the magic wand was nothing special. It was common materials used to enhance magical power. But old Peter had put a lot of effort into the wand's shape. He carved a 4-season vine into the wand, depicting its 4 stages of decay, budding, luxuriant leaves, and blooming from bottom to top. The 4-season cycle of a vine carries the meaning of the endless cycle of life and death. Ire liked this design very much. With no one around, Ire found an open space and silently recited the Elvish. She composed a spell of her own, raising her wand high. As she chanted, a blue magic pattern shone from the tip of the wand, and a sudden burst of cold air shot out, instantly freezing the street a dozen meters ahead. Ire blinked, unsure if her magic power had increased or if it was simply the wand's blessing. Hey Hela, can you hear me? Ire asked, hoping to hear Hela's thoughts. But no one responded. Ever since she began recuperating, Hela had been silent for some time, and she didn't know what was going on. Concerned for Hela, Ire asked several more times, finally receiving a faint response. I'm here. Why haven't you been actively talking to me lately? I spent some time sleeping to help you recover quickly. Hela's voice was a little fainter than before, but fortunately, I could still make it out. What's up? No wonder she suddenly felt full of energy the day after scaring off the investigation team outside the city. It was all thanks to Hela. Couldn't bring himself to say thank you directly. He coughed and asked, The wand is ready. Next, I want to test its teleportation ability. How do you plan to test it? Do you remember when you were accidentally summoned to Monster Eden? Said. At that time, I heard a strange sound, and then I walked into the fog and was teleported away. I don't know if it was the effect of the king bee venom, but I always remember that sound. Later, after learning magic text with Faye, I found that its pronunciation is somewhat similar to the magic language, but with more inflection. I plan to try reciting that passage into the wand. I didn't expect you to connect the 2 points. Hela said this, and Elle felt her thinking was probably on track. She raised an eyebrow confidently. I was inspired by your Necronomicon and that Atticus. All things have spirits, including demons. After figuring this out, I compared that passage with the magic words. After all, The sound was so strange that no one could have immediately linked it to the magic words. Of course, this also owes to my cleverness, hee. Elle said proudly. Let's demonstrate. Next, I chant the magic words again, in the same tone as the sound, and teleport to the top of the hill outside the city. After thawing the frozen street she just used ice magic on, Elle took a few deep breaths and raised her staff, nearly as tall as her, upright. She chanted a strange incantation, which, translated into human language, roughly described the teleportation location she just mentioned. As soon as she finished speaking, Elle vanished into thin air. The next second, Elle reappeared outside the fog, as she hoped. However, she landed not at the top of the hill, but midair above it. Before she could even rejoice, she felt the force of gravity rapidly falling. Elle hurriedly chanted a wind spell, and a tornado, far larger than expected, formed on the ground, blowing her back into the air. What's going on? A simple wind spell is so powerful? Is the amplification power of a magic wand really that strong? The tornado swept up the trees on the hill, the whirring wind pounding in her ears. Elle asked in a hoarse voice. You don't have to shout so loudly. I can hear you. Hella's voice came through, faint but still clear. It's not just the wand's effect. My magic has been merging with your soul, and this treatment has accelerated the process. Try teleporting back again. The tornado looked like it wouldn't stop anytime soon. Elle thought the suggestion was sound. The teleportation magic had succeeded, albeit with a slight deviation in the location. It was a good opportunity to practice more. So, for the rest of the day, Elle unexpectedly appeared in various locations, high and low, in rivers, deep and shallow, and several kilometers away from her intended destination. She still had a lot of practice to do to master teleportation magic. Chapter 79. In addition to Alma, 3 other women and 2 men passed the final screening for the Wind listeners. They were now training together in the Lord's mansion in the use of potions and magical tools, ready for future work. Someone curiously inquired about the mission's schedule. CEO Sophia smiled mysteriously and said, it could happen at any time, depending on when the master returns. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the moment we finish speaking. When the time is right, she will appear before us. The master's mystique instantly intensified in the minds of the 6. What they didn't know was that Sophia's riddle-like explanation was simply because even she didn't know where Elle was now. Ever since the magic wand was completed, the beloved master had vanished, saying she was practicing teleportation magic. She hadn't been home for a week now. So much so that her dining partner, Lily, couldn't even enjoy her meals. That afternoon, after finishing her studies, arranged by Sophia, Lily sat alone on the steps in front of the Lord's mansion, knees bent, chin in her hand, a look of melancholy gazing down the street. Suddenly, a bunch of plump, lustrous purple grapes slowly descended from overhead and appeared before Lily. Which little one isn't eating properly? Still sitting here, vacantly staring at dinner time? Sister Alma. Lily's eyes lit up as she gazed at the large bunch of grapes, her mood instantly brightening. I brought them from the kitchen especially for you. Why aren't you eating so enthusiastically today? Alma handed the grapes to Lily and sat down next to her on the same step. Today, she wasn't wearing her noble lady's attire. Rather, this simple dress was her true everyday attire. The outfit she wore for the audition was something she borrowed from the now empty house. Hey, the kitchen lady's cooking is so delicious. Little Lily sighed, her childishness presumptuous. Huh? What's the point? Shouldn't you be happier if it's delicious? But such delicious food won't be available until Sister Elle returns. Alma opened her mouth in surprise. In her heart, the Lord Elle was compassionate, powerful, and sacred. If she weren't so powerful, how could she have saved tens of thousands of people? It's no exaggeration to say that she was her God. Every morning, drawing life force from the Lord's statue, this understanding deepened. But Lily, a little girl, was most concerned about the Lord not being able to enjoy the kitchen lady's cooking. As Alma pondered this, she felt a sudden surge of powerful connection, the same feeling she felt when praying to the statue every day. She looked up in the direction of the connection, and saw a subtle vibration in the air in front of the mansion. A transparent magical pattern expanded from small to large, almost undetectable without close inspection. The transparent magic spell rippled like water, and a figure appeared out of thin air before them. Master! Alma stared at the figure intently, then stood up in a daze. Sister Elle. Lily leaped to her feet, ran over in 2 or 3 steps, and opened her arms to embrace the child. Hey, Lily, hold on. I'm a little dirty. Ally, still holding her magic wand in her right hand, single-handedly picked up the child as she ran towards her. Sister, your face is bruised, and your clothes are torn. Did you go fight monsters again? Are you in pain? Lily, whose clothes were grabbed by the back of her neck, frowned worriedly. Lily was referring to a small red scrape on Elle's forehead, an accidental scrape she gotten while practicing teleportation magic. Because it wasn't a serious matter, she hadn't even bothered to use magic to heal it. Furthermore, she practiced tirelessly for a week to master teleportation as quickly as possible, oblivious to whether her clothes were dirty or had holes, not even bothering to worry about her hair getting a little tangled. After ensuring she could teleport accurately, she hurried back to the Lord's mansion to discuss the next steps with Sophia. It's okay, sister, it doesn't hurt. Elle put Lily down and, pushing her shoulder, led them back to the mansion. How was it? Did you have dinner tonight? It's no secret that they were the perfect dining companions, each caring most about the other's meals. We eat together when you come back. Oh, by the way, Sister Alma just gave me a bunch of grapes. I give you half too. Oh, I squeezed them so hard. Elle nonchalantly took the grapes, which had been crushed and juicy by Lily, and picked one and popped it into his mouth. Very sweet. Thank you, Lily. Elle bowed his head, then smiled at Alma, who was stunned and didn't know what to do. Are you Alma? Ah, yes, it's me, Alma, your lord. It's an honor to work with you from now on. The revered lord suddenly appeared before him, and Alma's speech was a little slurred. He greeted him with a deep bow. Don't be so formal. Just call me Elle. Elle placed his magic wand into the magic tool storage and gently lifted the girl's shoulders. Thank you, you're brave. Together, we will create a new future. The Lord was so gentle, not as dignified as Alma had imagined. Even now, covered in dust and dirt, he made one want to be close. The despair of being abandoned by her family, the pain of being pierced through her chest by a monster, dissipated in the dark night when she was reawakened. Her vibrant vitality slowly flowed through her body, a warmth so tender that it made one's eyes ache. Yes, Lord L. Alma declared loudly. The Champelices is located in the aristocratic district of the royal capital. Even the high rents couldn't stop a steady stream of merchants from seeking to own shops there. This was because the clientele here was either wealthy or noble. Whether it was fashionable clothing or exquisite desserts, gaining the favor of the customers in this area would directly open up the entire royal capital's upper class and become a household name. On an ordinary day, amidst the dazzling array of shops, a new perfume boutique called Suling opened. Rumor has it that the owner, a young lady of noble birth, has been passionate about perfume making since childhood and possesses a gifted sense of smell. She personally crafts every bottle, from collecting the raw materials to the final product, making each fragrance unique. A duchess once publicly stated at a banquet that any aristocrat with good taste should own a perfume from her brand. With the duchess's public endorsement, the perfume boutique quickly became a favorite among the area's customers, and the owner also entered the upper echelons of society, frequently appearing on invitation lists for aristocratic banquets and enjoying a period of unparalleled fame. Her perfumes are so popular that even Princess Kalia reportedly sent the owner an invitation just to get first dibs on a new fragrance. In the Royal Theatre, a play about love and revenge was being performed. In a dimly lit private room on the second floor, a deal was taking place under the table. Dear Duchess, please accept this small gift. Alma placed a flat, square, carved wooden box on the small table in the private room and gently opened the lid. A set of emerald necklaces and earrings lay quietly on the velvet, their dazzling brilliance instantly captivating the Duchess's eyes. Close it. The Duchess raised her chin with dignity and waved her fan. Don't forget to save me a bottle of the perfume Princess Kalia likes. Of course. You will always be Suling's most distinguished guest. Gauging the minds of these noble ladies was easy for Alma. She set the jewelry box down and tactfully exited the box. In a small alley near the Champelices, the air vibrated slightly. Elle, her hood obscuring her face and figure, emerged from the magic ritual. She emerged from the pitch-black alley onto the avenue illuminated by magical streetlights. A month ago, she used teleportation magic to bring 6 eavesdroppers to the capital. Based on each person's abilities, they established 3 intelligence collection points: the Adventurer's Tavern, a hub for civilian intelligence distribution, a hub for diverse individuals, the Capital Vanguard newspaper, a hub for aggregating diverse information, and the Soul Spirit Perfume Shop, a shop that catered to the upper class. Intelligence gathering primarily revolved around the kingdom's decrees, the Monster Forest, and the Monster Extermination Team. There were 2 other figures of concern, Roland and Atticus. The tavern and newspaper had both had personnel deployed, but the perfume shop was entirely their own business. Therefore, the twice-weekly meeting venue was set at the Suling Perfume Shop. A special magic ritual illuminated, and Al pushed open the back door of the Suling perfume shop, ascended the stairs, and entered the room on the second floor. Lord Al, Alma, and the other 6 eavesdroppers simultaneously glanced toward the doorway, and called out her name in unison. Yes. Alma lifted her black hood, revealing a mop of fiery red hair, and sat in the seat reserved for her. No need to be polite, everyone. Let's get this over with quickly, and share our recent intelligence, so we don't interrupt everyone's rest. I go first. A handsome man, about 25 or 26 years old, spoke first. His name was Henry, and he currently worked as a bartender at the Adventurers Tavern. I have a rumor about our city. It's said that the first and second princes once sent a survey team to investigate the monster influx in Firas City, but they were blocked by the fog outside the city, and monsters flew out and attacked the team. Because of this, our city of the dead has been rumored by bounty hunters to be the monster city. When those bounty hunters are drunk, they often talk about exploring the monster city. I'm worried they might actually go there one day and disrupt everyone's lives. Don't worry. Air looked at Henry. Bounty hunters love to brag. They can't even enter places where the survey team can't. The only way for magicians today to enter the monster forest is through the use of teleportation spells and magical devices inherited from history. The fog of the city of the dead was newly formed, and there are no extant teleportation spells. The only way to enter and exit is through her teleportation magic. After Henry finished his report, Martha, who had infiltrated the newspaper office, exchanged glances with Daniel, and Martha took over the report. Last week, I conducted an interview with Brecca, the captain of the Monster Extermination Squad. I took the opportunity to explore the squad headquarters, but found no trace of Roland von Wittelsbach. I tried to inquire indirectly, but the answers were evasive. He is no longer with the Monster Extermination Squad, said Al. There's no need to delve into this line for now. It's easier for me to directly track his whereabouts. Yes, Lord Al, Martha replied, glancing at the open notebook in her hand. Regarding government decrees, the palace hasn't issued any new ones recently, but the political. There is one piece of relevant news. An envoy from the Kingdom of Nonly will be visiting in a week. I have inside information to corroborate this. Alma raised her hand, continuing Martha's words. I attended Princess Kalia's private afternoon tea party yesterday and overheard her complaining that Prince Atticus has been busy dealing with spies from the Kingdom of Nonly and hasn't visited her in a long time. I suspect the visit of the envoy from the Kingdom of Nonly is likely related to the alleged spies. Atticus is a key surveillance target. As Alma finished speaking, everyone's attention turned to Lord Ayer. Where Atticus appears, things are definitely serious. I like to find an opportunity to meet with the spy from the Kingdom of Nonly. Martha, do you know the location of the Royal Capital Prison? I check and send it to you tomorrow morning. Martha replied immediately. Good. Ayer nodded, clasped his hands together, and smiled. Everyone's done a great job. In just 1 month, you integrated well into the capital. I'm proud of you. Ayer's praise instantly relaxed the group, who had been so seriously immersed in their work. Alma and the 2 eavesdroppers also stationed at the perfume shop set out freshly bought snacks and poured warm black tea. The meeting concluded with a chat and laughter. Chapter 80. The meeting of the Wind listeners concluded, and after their refreshments, the few who had left gradually left, the darkness providing their best cover. In the pitch black, the light from the magical street lamps stretched out a seemingly endless path. In a back alley, unlit by the sun, Alma escorted Aller out the door. Lord Aller, please be careful when you move tomorrow. She looked at Aller earnestly, a hint of worry in her eyes. Although Martha can find out the prison address, those spies must be held under separate guard. Don't worry, I value my life. Aller patted Alma's left arm, reassuring her. Besides, I'm only going to question those spies, not to break into the prison. Besides, I have teleportation magic. Even if the situation isn't right, I can easily escape. In reality, teleportation magic could only transport her to places she'd been before. Only by actually visiting could she accurately describe them with the spell. So, at least she would need to find another way to infiltrate, but there was no need to tell Alma about that. Are you still short on ingredients for your perfume? To avoid Alma from worrying too much, Ayer changed the subject. Opening and making the Suling perfume shop a success was no easy feat. Besides Alma's outreach and networking, there were also various other things to attend to behind the scenes. Tingfench was short-staffed, so Ayer personally handled much of the early stages, from selecting a location to sourcing materials. Alma shook her head. Suling perfume shop is now entering a positive cycle. Its reputation is growing, and our business is on track. Don't worry. That's good. Remember to tell me if anything happens, Elle instructed. Then, under Alma's lingering gaze, she turned and left, her black hood quickly blending into the deep night. Alma sensed that the connection between the master and his followers had weakened. Elle had left through teleportation magic. A slight, unnoticeable tremor in the air of the empty room as Elle returned to her rented apartment. The room was spacious and luxurious, not exactly her style, but it was close to the Champs-Élysées. She removed her hood in the darkness and slowly walked to the balcony, pulling the curtains a little open. The magical streetlights and the lights of the maroon apartment building across the way streamed in through the gap, illuminating her profile. Elle's gaze landed precisely on a small patch of orange on the 5th floor of the apartment building across the way. She could vaguely make out a figure moving unsteadily within the room. Why is it still so late? It's past 11 p.m. when you get home. Over the past month, despite her busy schedule, Elle had found time to monitor Roland. For example, she tracked his departure time in the morning and his return time in the evening. So, her statement to Martha, Roland is no longer with the monster extermination team, had been verified personally. She had briefly tracked Roland's movements during her free morning hours, and discovered that he would regularly board a carriage to a remote area outside the city, then walk for a while before entering a military-like area. The area was heavily guarded, and she couldn't teleport indirectly, so she hadn't yet investigated the situation inside. She didn't have time to wait until Roland got off work to continue following him, so she spent a few silver coins to get his get-off-work schedule from the groom. His work hours were consistent with her observations. He clearly got off work so early, so why was he always later than she was home? Since he hadn't confessed to her about the precognitive dream as promised last time, Ayer had already ruled out the possibility of recognizing Roland and questioning him. The figure in the opposite room disappeared, perhaps moving to the accompanying inner room. Ayer silently closed the curtains. Perhaps only from an objective, outside perspective could she more clearly understand Roland's true actions, rather than being kept in the dark by him under the guise of protection. In the bathroom, white water flowed over Roland's hands, washing away the dark red blood stains, revealing a pair of slender, strong hands. On the white wrist of his right hand, there was a purple mark from bruising. Following the wrist upwards, his ring finger was awkwardly curled. In the mirror, golden hair fell thinly across his forehead. Roland, expressionless, grasped the bent finger with his left hand, flexed it sharply, and with a crisp snap, the finger snapped back into place. He leaned over, scooped up some clean water, and poured it coldly over his face. The cold water splashed onto his hair, leaving it half-grown and wet, clinging limply to his cheeks. He stumbled as he walked out of the bathroom, likely still injured in unseen places. After a few steps, Roland casually threw himself onto the sofa, his left arm bent over his eyes, his right arm hanging free, no rush to heal himself with magic. Pain was good, it could clear his mind and curb the nightmares that haunted him night after night. It had been 2 months since he said goodbye to Elle outside the capital. It was the last time he'd seen her in real life. Ever since returning to the capital and reading her letter, she appeared in his dreams almost every night. Sometimes it was the premonition he had when they first met, and sometimes it was the dream of her disappearing into the mists of the obscure forest right before his eyes during the 2-star exam. More often, he'd dream of the days when Philos was besieged by monsters. Every person who died before him seemed to have her face. Guilt for the people of Philos he hadn't been able to save, and worry for Elle, who had left alone, intertwined, leaving him tossing and turning every night. If it weren't for you, probably no one in Philos City would have survived. To be able to successfully protect 100 people and retreat from such a devastating wave of monsters is truly remarkable. Thank you for your warning, otherwise the noble line of Philos City would have been extinct. The words others used to praise him, each one of them, revealed his powerlessness. He had clearly given it his all, so why could he only achieve a tiny change? Is it because Count Mars is too unreliable, or because he is still weak? Or perhaps both. He fell silent, devoting all his time and energy to work. He frantically trained the soldiers of the monster fighting special team. After get off work, he would go alone to the monster forest near the royal capital and slay monsters like crazy, honing his magic and venting his emotions. Even after stopping, he still felt empty. How is she doing now? Would she be attacked by monsters again? Would she be in danger? Will we ever see each other again? She is the miracle of my life, but to her, I am a dispensable person. Reason burned in him like a raging fire, her lake green eyes, like cold lake water in the dark night, reflected on the ceiling. The next day, Martha didn't give Elle long to wait before a message arrived, informing her of the location of the Royal Capital Prison and the plan to infiltrate the prison began. The Royal Capital Prison was located in a slum area on the edge of the city. Elle changed into an old gray-white dress, donned a khaki hat, and, carrying a basket of apples, pretended to be an ordinary passerby as she walked around the prison, trying to find a place to break in. But things weren't as simple as she had imagined. The prison's bluish-white walls rose about 20 meters high, enclosing several thousand square meters, like a miniature, impenetrable city. Even more problematic was the fact that there was only one entrance and exit, and the tall iron bars had a cold, sharp, black iron quality. Even the two guards guarding the door wore sullen expressions, as if to keep out of the way. Across from the prison was a slum. 3 or 2 children in black and gray clothes were kicking a broken metal bucket like a ball. One of the children kicked too hard, sending the bucket tumbling several dozen meters before crashing into the foot of one of the jailers with a clang. The excited child ran over, trying to kick the bucket away again, but was instead grabbed from behind. The jailer slapped him harshly on the back and threatened, "Didn't your parents teach you not to act so recklessly outside the Royal Capital Prison? If you kick again, you'll be arrested." An adult, washing clothes nearby, saw this and hurried over to apologize to the jailer, bowing several times and slipping a few copper coins into the jailer's pocket before the child was released. Arrest her? Having watched the entire process, Ayer suddenly had a new idea. With the help of teleportation magic, he couldn't be held captive anywhere. So why bother trying to sneak in? It would be much quicker to be apprehended by the guards. Half an hour later, the nearby sheriff, alerted by a watch shop owner, arrested a poor girl who had stolen a gold watch. Caught red-handed, you go to jail? The female member of the guard team found the gold watch on Ayer's body. The male member twisted her arms and escorted her out. Behind him, the watch shop owner, under the watchful eye of the guard captain, tremblingly offered a few silver coins of his own money as T-money. "Sorry, boss. I definitely compensate you for the loss of these silver coins when I get out." Ayer muttered to himself, and, as he wished, he was escorted to the Royal Capital Prison by the guards. The interior of the Royal Capital Prison was even more oppressive than it appeared from the outside. As Ayer was hustled forward, she quickly memorized the prison's internal structure in her mind. This action successfully challenged the jailer's authority. He pressed hard on Ayer's bound wrists and scolded her unhappily, his voice echoing through the narrow corridor. "What are you looking at? Do you think you're here for sightseeing?" Faced with the jailer's harsh words, Ayer smiled and whispered softly, "Can you put me in a solitary cell? I have a small gift for you." Hearing the gift, the jailer pulled Ayer out of sight, but still looked at her with disbelief. "The female jailer searched you when you came in. Could there be something you missed? Of course, we have some tricks in our trade, but the gift is well hidden, so I had to get it myself. After all, it was money that moved people, and since he was already in prison, how could he possibly escape?" The jailer quickly convinced himself. Ayer reached into the left pocket of her dress, fished out a gold coin from a hidden storage magic tool, and held it up to the jailer. "1 gold coin per cell. Do you think this deal is feasible?" Yes, absolutely." The jailer agreed repeatedly, greedily snatching the coin from Ayer's fingers. "Then how long would I usually be incarcerated?" "For attempted theft like yours, a week is usually enough." The jailer fondly rubbed the coin. "1 more, and I let you out tomorrow." A week should be enough time for her to understand what was going on. And the fact that the jailer could release someone privately suggests that the discipline in the Royal Capital Prison is just that. Ayer had a good idea. "1 more. Can you put me in the highest security area?" As a rule of thumb, spies involved in national affairs would be held at the highest level, directly in that area, greatly reducing the difficulty of the search. This request was so bizarre that the jailer looked at Ayer with suspicion. Ayer added with hesitation, "Actually, I'm part of the largest street thief organization. I made a small fortune on the sly, and I'm worried the organization's boss will find me, so I'm trying to hide here." "You're quite a resourceful thief." The jailer was easily persuaded by Ayer. After all, someone who could hide gold coins on her body without being searched, yet looked so poor, it was hard not to believe she was a thief. "But I want 2 coins for this request." The jailer raised the price, holding up 2 fingers and gesturing. Ayer went on and on for a few more moments before reluctantly agreeing. Chapter 81. With 2 gold coins, Ayer successfully transported himself to the highest security cell area of the Royal Capital Prison, where he lived in a single cell. The highest security cell area was located at the innermost part of the prison, so as he was escorted there by the guards, Ayer had essentially toured the main areas within. Memorizing the internal layout, he could later move freely within it using teleportation magic. The cells in the ordinary area were separated by simple iron bars. When someone passed by, the inmates would even excitedly lean over to the bars and utter obscenities. The cell area where Ayer was located was much quieter, not because the inmates there were better behaved. Each cell in this area was separated by a solid, airtight metal door, with only 2 sliding metal flaps, one above and one below. The small window on the top was used by the guards to inspect the interior, while the other was used to deliver meals. The security was certainly adequate, but teleportation magic was a complete impediment. It was quite helpful in concealing one's whereabouts. Ayer knocked on the sturdy door, her lips curled up. As long as she could avoid the patrolling guards, even if she teleported directly to the door of her solitary cell, no one would notice. Ayer was taken in around 2 p.m., and about 4 hours later, the sound of a cart and footsteps could be heard from outside. With a swish, the small square opening at the bottom of the iron door was opened, and a plate of unappetizing-looking food was casually pushed in, its liquid dripping down the edge onto the floor. Eat quickly, and the plates will be cleared in half an hour. After the jailer finished speaking, the gurgling sound of a cart could be heard, probably pushing a food delivery cart to the next cell. Although not particularly hungry, thinking she would have to stay here for a few more days, Ayer picked up the dry bread, broke it open, dipped it into the yellow-green vegetable soup, and ate a few mouthfuls with a spoon. It was indeed unpalatable. That first night, Ayer did not move. She pricked up her ears, listening to the sounds outside. Half an hour after dinner, the jailer promptly collected the food trays. Then, there would be another night patrol, and from then on, no one would be seen outside the cell until breakfast. The time she could move was between the last night patrol and breakfast. And of course, the daytime was used for sleeping and recharging her energy. The next day, except for lunch, Ayer slept all day. After the night patrol was over, she opened her eyes on the hard stone bed. Retrieving her magic wand from her storage, after completing a positioning spell, Elle instantly appeared outside her cell door. She then raised her wand high and chanted a spell. Tiny specks of light, like powder, emanated from the tip of the wand. At her summons, the magical spirits cast a thick drowsiness over the entire cell. This level of cells, separated from the rest of the area, consisted of 4 floors, each containing approximately 20 rooms. Elle began her inspection from the first room on the first floor. She opened the small window in the partition door, revealing the narrow cell space of approximately 5 square meters. The bed was empty. A burly man, huddled against the wall, slumbered in the corner, his features impossible to discern. Elle teleported herself into the cell, walked to the corner, and turned over the man's body. He looked like a typical middle-aged man from the kingdom of Theodosius, clutching a small iron spoon. There was a fist-sized dent in the corner of the wall facing him. It seemed he had been grunting and digging a hole before the sleep spell struck him. Elle restored the man to his original position and withdrew. Compared to the people of the kingdom of Theodosius, the people of Nonly have deeper brow ridges and a more brownish skin. These were characteristics she had observed from her only Nonly friend, Faye. Additionally, Nonly clothing was also colorful, embodying a wild and natural style. So, even though she had never seen those Nonly spies before, Elle was confident she could identify them. Elle searched cell after cell, spending 2 nights before finally finding the suspected Nonly spy on the 4th floor. A young man with green hair, dressed in a rooster-like outfit, lay soundly asleep on a stone bed, cradling the cell's dusty pillow. He lay sideways on the stone bed, his face and hands a similar tan to Faye's, his features more deeply defined than those of the people of the kingdom of Theodosius. Just as Elle was confirming his identity, he suddenly smacked his lips and muttered lamb leg. So delicious. Perhaps the elves had gifted him with a dream of feasting on all the world's delicacies. Who knows? Elle, The tip of his magic wand flickered, and Elle lifted the sleeping spell from him. Why isn't he awake yet? Elle checked his condition, puzzled. There was no trace of the sleeping spell on him. This meant he had been asleep when Elle had cast the spell on everyone in the cells in the entire area. So, he hadn't woken up even after the sleeping spell was lifted. Elle gently nudged the man's shoulder. Captain, stop making noise. Let me sleep a little longer. A low nasal voice rang out. The man shifted, hugging his pillow, but remained silent. He never met such a sleepyhead before, unable to be woken even by shouting. But Elle didn't have the time to wait for him to wake up naturally. With a flick of his finger, Elle manipulated a small piece of ice through the air, landing precisely on the man's cheek. Ah! After a sharp scream, the man scrambled off the bed, as if he'd seen a ghost, repeatedly rubbing his hands over his face and neck. Are there any more bugs crawling up here? No. Can you be quieter? L shifted his upper body and covered his ears with his fingers. He should be thankful the others were under a sleeping spell, otherwise, such loud howling would surely have earned him a few scoldings from the jailer. You? Who are you? Are you a new prisoner? The man quickly closed his shirt, which had sagged from his unruly sleeping posture. A blush slowly crept onto his delicate tan face. No, sorry, I'm just afraid of bugs. When were you imprisoned? I was so sound asleep, I didn't hear the door open. Seriously? Are all non-Li people so casual? Seeing someone in their cell, they immediately assumed they were a fellow prisoner. And the key is, we're of the opposite sex. But with someone this confused, it's easier to ask questions. Ire didn't answer his question, suppressing the urge to complain, and got straight to the point. Are you a captured non-Li spy? We're really not spies. We just toured your country and made some money. How can you bully us like this? The green-haired man retorted angrily, not caring if the jailer would be drawn. Those high-ranking officials say that, but you were arrested too. How can you give them the same explanation? We're all being wronged. No, I'm not. Ire replied silently in his heart. Don't listen to what they say. We went to Hardy City for work. How could we be spies? We earn our livings by our own abilities. The man raged, his chest rising and falling noticeably beneath his colorful clothes. I see. Actually, I don't know much about your story. Anyway, we're in the same cell. Can you tell me more? Ire followed his train of thought, trying to elicit more information. Talking about this makes me angry. The straightforward green-clad man slumped down on the stone bed, pouring out all the resentment he'd been accumulating for who knows how long. The man was a performer in the Yushi circus troupe from the non-Li kingdom. The circus had 7 members, a director, a deputy director, for performers and animal trainers, and him. I had no talent for animal training, but the director didn't despise me. She even praised my face and figure, saying they were perfect for an actor, and sent me to dance classes. After the circus began touring, I was responsible for dancing before the main performances and during the intervals to liven up the atmosphere. The man sat on the edge of the bed, his head bowed. As he spoke, he began to choke up, and soon his sobs turned into unbridled tears. Director, everyone, I miss you so much. Aire had no interest in the man's autobiography, and time was precious, so Aire steeled her heart and interrupted his wailing. So why were you arrested? The man wiped his tears with his yellow and blue puff sleeves and continued, after a month of word of mouth, our performances have been attracting more and more people. That day, we performed in the city as usual. The troupe's large tent was packed with spectators. Just as we were about to begin, a man led a group of soldiers in. The deputy troop leader tried to stop them, but they arrested him outright. I know the man who brought them in. He saw us perform once, and afterward, he often harassed one of our animal trainers afterward. He must have been unsuccessful in his pursuit, so he colluded with the soldiers and framed our troop. Aire listened to the man's story, lost in thought. Although Atticus was a smooth talker, he didn't seem like the type to intervene in such a civil dispute. Elle looked at the man in the flashy attire. His attire matched the description, a costume designed for both performance and viewing, with puff sleeves and intricate trousers that spun easily during dancing. Circus troupe. Elle remembered Faye, who had performed acrobatics with the long-tailed flame rat monster to raise money for his journey. Could this circus he was talking about be of the same kind? What kind of animals do you keep in your circus? Elle asked. What animals? The performing animals, of course. The man evaded the question, his rather attractive eyes averted like a thief. Monsters, I suppose. The performing animals. Elle said confidently. What's wrong with monsters? They're all well-behaved. We in the non-Li kingdom don't view monsters as demons like you do. They're clearly very human and intelligent. After Elle's blunt revelation, the man didn't hold back, stiffening his neck and speaking. After a few words, he began to feel sad again. It's a pity that my aptitude is so poor. No monster wants to be my companion. In the kingdom of Theodosius, monsters are utterly evil. If Elle hadn't met Faye, and through Hella's connections, learned about the existence of the Qin people, and had formed a large number of dead monsters into his fold, his impression of monsters probably wouldn't have been very favorable. But was it just a few monsters? Was it necessary for a prince like Atticus to personally take charge? And Hardy City is a neighboring city of Philos. Could this be a coincidence? The eldest and second princes once sent a survey team to investigate the monster influx in Philos City. Henry's report from the last Wind listener meeting echoed in his mind. All the information instantly connected. It was known that the monster wave in Philos City was clearly Atticus's doing. It was also known that the Nonly Kingdom's entertainment circus had been arrested for holding a monster show in a neighboring city of Philos, and was labeled a Nonly Kingdom spy. Atticus's reason for detaining the troupe was clear. He was clearly looking for a scapegoat. But why had he singled out this Nonly Kingdom troupe? Could this be connected to the Nonly Kingdom delegation visiting? The man before him was all show, but no brains. Maybe she should ask someone else in the troupe. Which room is your troop leader imprisoned in? Unexpectedly, upon hearing Elle's question, the man sobbed again. The leader. Hiccup. The leader. And everyone else were taken away. And so were all our dozen or so monster companions. Our monster companions wanted to rescue us, screaming at them, but they took out a red liquid and sprinkled it on them. Their eyes turned red, and they lay motionless, allowing them to be captured. The red liquid? Elle realized almost immediately that it was the so-called experimental results that Atticus's men had taken away that day in the gloomy forest. Do you know where they were taken? Elle asked, frowning. The man shook his head. We were all locked up here at first, but then a man with silver hair came and took us all in for questioning. They ended up taking everyone away, leaving me here alone. You mean you're the only one in the entire troop who can't tame beasts? Elle's tone was flat, the chill in her voice tangible. She had already guessed what Atticus was going to do. That guess made her sick. The man hunched his shoulders, startled by the chill that enveloped Elle. Yes, except for me, everyone has a very close relationship with their monster companions. Even those complex circus acts, they can just casually talk about it, and our companions can coordinate perfectly. Do you want to leave? Elle looked at the man calmly. She had changed her mind. This time, she wasn't just going to get information. She was actually going to break into the prison. Only in this way could she lure Atticus out, follow the clues, and uncover his next plot. Of course I do, but it's just a thought. I can't leave even if I wanted to. The security here is so tight. The man sat on the edge of the bed, his hands behind his head, and lay back. If you want, I can get you out now. Really? The man sat up excitedly, his legs tucked over the edge of the bed, then hunched his back limply. But you're a prisoner too. How are you going to get me out? Stop teasing me. Don't worry about it. I got my own way. After breakfast the next day, the guards throughout the royal capital prison were in chaos. One of the Nonly Kingdom spies personally identified by Prince Atticus had escaped from his heavily guarded cell. Also, a thief who had been sent in 2 days earlier had vanished, though this news was known only to the guard who had accepted the 2 gold coins. He covered his mouth tremblingly, afraid that he would accidentally reveal that it was because of his negligence and greed that he sent the jailbreaker to the person being kidnapped. Chapter 82. It was 4 in the morning, the sky was barely light. Light filtered through the pale blue curtains, casting a soft glow over the room. Compared to the prison, where the outside world could only be perceived through a 20-centimeter square window, it was infinitely brighter. Ire appeared in the living room with a green-haired, dark-skinned Nonly man. How did you do that? The green-haired, dark-skinned man looked around in disbelief, clearly still unsure of what was happening. We had just been in a cramped cell, yet in the blink of an eye, we were in another room? You can let go. Ire stood in the middle of the living room, not answering the man's question. Instead, he looked pointedly at his left arm, which the green-haired, dark-skinned man held tightly with both hands. Teleporting someone along required physical contact, but his grip was a little too tight. Huh? Oh. The green-haired, dark-skinned man smiled sheepishly, and quickly released his grip. The comfortable and bright environment soothed his tension. He quickly spun around and flopped onto the sofa, rubbing his arms and legs against the soft pillow. So soft. 100 times better than a prison bed. Rolling around on the sofa, he unexpectedly curled up again, overcome with emotion, his eyes welling with tears as he looked at Ire with emotion. Wow, thank you for saving me. I finally don't have to eat that disgusting vegetable soup and bread as hard as a brick anymore. If I keep eating that, my beautiful skin, my perfect figure, my dancing skills, all my wonderful qualities will disappear. He was full of emotions, his words growing more and more excited, even somersaulting off the sofa and running towards the door. No, I've been locked up for so long. I need to get some fresh air right now. See the morning sun. To heal my soul, which is withered from this terrible environment. Stop. Elle appeared behind him, grabbing him by the scruff of his neck. If you don't want to be arrested again, just stay here. Oh, I see. The man visibly wilted, his head hanging low, yet he lifted his head and feigned a pitiful gaze at Elle. Thanks to his well-balanced nutrition at the Magic Academy, Elle was taller than most men. But I'm so hungry. Maybe we can just go out for a meal. I won't go far. I just look around. Your outfit and appearance are too conspicuous. You be a sitting duck if you go out. I go back and buy breakfast. You stay in your room and don't go out. Elle looked at him coldly. She wasn't good at dealing with people who were so nagging and clingy. She thought for a moment and added, if you're captured again, there might be no one left in your group to save you. Oh. Seeing the man lower his head, seemingly giving up on leaving, Aire felt relieved. I go get breakfast now, and buy you a set of Royal Mail attire. Wait here. Not letting the man go out was just a temporary solution. To facilitate future investigations, he had to be brought along, so it would be best if he changed out of his flashy attire as soon as possible. With that, Aire used teleportation magic to vanish, surprising the man once again. Let's not even talk about Aire's shopping trip. Let's just talk about the man. He was clearly not one for patience. He waited in the room for less than 20 minutes, alternately stretching on the sofa and rehearsing his dance moves, never once pausing for a moment. The space had gotten bigger, and a full dance routine wouldn't be possible in the cell. I'm just going out for a look. I'll be back soon. Shouldn't it be okay? Gurgle, his stomach rumbled after a while. The green-haired man sat cross-legged on the floor, muttering to himself in frustration. And it's because she's too slow. She could have just gone in a flash, but it's been almost half an hour, and she still hasn't bought food. People in prison are supposed to eat on time, so there's no reason to be hungry after being released. He found a square of cloth from somewhere in the room and began to manipulate it on his head in front of the mirror. In the mirror, the white scarf was expertly tucked around the man's face, obscuring his green hair, forehead, and face, revealing only a pair of bright blue eyes and the brown skin around them. Looks good. That's it. The man confidently checked himself in the mirror, opened the door, and slipped out. Early that morning, Roland received a call from Urza, informing him that a Nonly spy implicated in the monster surge in Firoz City had gone missing the previous night. Prince Atticus placed the entire city on alert, ordering the man's return before the Nonly envoys arrived. Because of this unexpected event, Roland washed up earlier than usual. He quickly dressed and left home, heavy-hearted. Because he was out on a search mission, he wasn't wearing his military instructor uniform. He had breakfast, as usual, at a family restaurant. As he emerged from the restaurant, a strange figure caught his eye. The man was dressed in flashy clothes, his head covered with a turban. From behind, he might have looked like a trendy individual, but his behavior was truly bizarre. When he entered the restaurant, he saw the man peering through the window. When he finished his meal and came out, he was still there. This restaurant is delicious, definitely worth a try. Ugh! Roland suddenly called out as he reached behind the man, startling him and making him jump slightly. Sorry to startle you. I saw you been here for quite a while. Are you going in to eat? Roland apologized, observing the man calmly. Even though the headscarf covered him, up close, he could still see that his nose seemed higher than average. He wasn't from here. Ah, no, I was just passing by and saw the unique decor inside, so I stayed a little longer. He didn't realize Roland had seen through him. He used artificial dance moves, one hand extended, the other pressed to his chest with restraint, trying to convey his artistic style. One or two passing women were actually so captivated by his demeanor that they even turned back several times even after walking past. In reality, the man was silently weeping. He was so focused on covering his face that he completely forgot that breakfast had to be paid for. It was probably because he was so used to being fed by the audience during his troupe's tour that he had forgotten even this common sense. Indeed. Roland nodded, inviting her. You don't look like a local. I often come to this restaurant. It's not only beautifully decorated, but the food is also excellent. How about I invite you in to try their signature dishes? No thanks. The man refused sharply, quickly brushing past Roland and escaping. Roland stood there, calmly watching the man flee toward the side of his apartment. He had been trying to test him earlier, and now he was almost certain. He didn't believe the man before him, looking disheveled, could have escaped the royal capital prison. Following him might lead him to the person who aided him in his escape. This person, surprisingly, was lurking nearby. Roland frowned as he followed the man into the building across from his apartment. This building didn't have a doorman to check identity like Roland's apartment. Roland followed him silently, hiding in the corner of the stairwell after he reached his floor. His lake green eyes didn't miss a single detail of the suspicious figure, including the sudden change in his posture as he opened the door. The person in the room must be his accomplice. Roland watched as the man pulled off his towel, revealing long green hair and the distinctly Nonly-style high nose and thin lips. He smiled apologetically and said something like, "I promise I won't run around again." "You better." The man inside the room scolded him coldly. A flash of red hair passed by, and then the green-haired man followed, and the door slammed shut. Roland's pupils constricted, his heart pounding like a drum. He pressed his hands against the wall, exerting subtle pressure, even trembling slightly. He couldn't have mistaken that voice, or that fiery hair. It was her, it was Aire. So, the person who had picked up the Nonly fugitive was also her? His heart pounded uncontrollably, and the thoughts that had been tangled for the past 2 months tangled like a tangle of strands, tangling him like a tangle of threads. He seemed to have lost the ability to think rationally, feeling only the ecstasy of seeing her again, and the hatred he felt for the green-haired man. Who was that Nonly spy? Why was he worth the risk of a prison break? No one was worth her risk. She deserved to be in the safest place, under his watchful eye. Although Atticus had already confirmed that the Nonly spy was connected to the monster influx in Philo City, Roland, who had contacted Aire, who was highly suspected of being a spy, had no doubts. Aire valued life more than anyone else. So that person must have deceived her, he stubbornly believed. Why? Was it because he was also from Nonly, thus arousing Aire's sympathy, having a Nonly friend? Or had that pretentious person seduced her with his damned face and figure? Roland recalled the man's pretentious movements outside the restaurant, and the forced smile he had just given him, and felt a wave of nausea. His lake green eyes stared fixedly at the closed door. If his gaze could be a sharp blade, not an inch of the door or wall of the room he had just been in would be spared. He couldn't just go up and knock on the door to greet her. She clearly lived across the street from him, but she kept it a secret from him. There must be a reason. He pounded his fist against the wall, pounding it hard with a dull thud. What should he do? Inside, Aire threw a suit of men's clothing onto the sofa. Someone who had been running around recklessly was sitting on the floor, devouring the breakfast she had brought back. The remorseful expression he had just shown outside had vanished. Aire suppressed his anger and said coldly, "You're going to run out in half an hour. Do you think you're too free?" I covered my face. The green-haired man, who only cared about food and not punishment, chewed his lips and retorted unconvincedly. "I knew you were from Nonly Kingdom just by your clothes. What makes you think others wouldn't be?" "Oh, I was just too hungry, and you haven't come back yet." "Okay, don't be angry, okay? Dear." Hee. The man wanted to call out Elle's name to curry favor, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he remembered that they hadn't exchanged names. "My dear lady, what is your name?" The man stood up and, performing his standard gesture after every dance, took Elle's hand and tried to kiss it. "We're just partners. After rescuing your group and obtaining the information I need, we go our separate ways. There's no need for pretending to be close." Elle pulled his hand away in disgust, his brow furrowed. If he told him his name, he'd be so vulnerable. If Atticus caught him again, he'd betray him in a few words. In Atticus's eyes, she was now a dead person. With him in the open, she was in the dark, making everything she did easier, and she didn't want to lose this advantage. "Of course, a lady has the right to refuse," the man said exaggeratedly, as if reciting a line from a play, "but my dear savior, please remember my name, Claude Basquiat." Elle ignored Claude's excessive desire for theatricality. She casually grabbed a piece of bread from the table, walked to the window, and gently opened it a little. It was almost 6 in the morning, and Roland was probably about to leave. Suddenly, as if startled by something, Elle quickly pulled the curtains shut. Oh no! She'd been exposed. Elle scratched her fiery red hair in frustration. Should she move somewhere soon? Elle looked at the person mindlessly shoveling food into his mouth, feeling unlucky. She had been hiding here alone for a month without incident, only to be exposed by this person's arrival. Claude, his cheeks stuffed with food, looked back at her in confusion, bewildered. Outside, Roland, having come up with no plan, returned to his home in a daze. The curtains rustled in the morning breeze, and with a sudden impulse, he walked over and pulled them open. He assessed the distance between the two buildings and the height of the room, then looked up. Across the street, 2 pairs of eyes, each looking at the other, met in midair. Lake green eyes widened in disbelief, and golden hair, rustling in the breeze, caressed his handsome face, witnessing its transformation from pale to rosy. Even though the curtains across the street had been quickly drawn, he couldn't be mistaken. Aire was watching him. So she was living across the street because of him, right? He was clearly an official, but Aire, with a wanted criminal, chose the room across the street. It had to be because of him, right? Because she couldn't bear to leave him, because she missed him, because she cared about his safety. So she was looking forward to seeing him, right? Roland, who had just entered the house, rushed out like the wind. Chapter 83. His rapid breathing, brought on by his rapid run, hadn't yet subsided, and his sweat-soaked hair lay tangled and tangled against the side of his face. Roland took a deep breath, curled his right hand, raised the back of his hand, and knocked on the door 3 times in a steady, rhythmic pattern. The wait for a response was brief yet long. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 30 seconds. His brows, raised in anticipation, slowly lowered as he seemed to realize something. Are you still there? It's me. Open the door, please. I'm alone. I haven't told anyone about that person. Open the door, please, and check on me. I just want to know if you're safe. He whispered softly, pleading, the knocks becoming increasingly faster, gradually becoming uncontrollable. Knock, knock, knock. She's gone. How could it be possible? He still wasn't quick enough, but how could that be? It was so short. Or had she hidden herself in another room or corner to avoid him? A green stream of magical energy erupted from Roland's feet, probing the crack under the door. No one was inside, and only a trace of magical energy remained, suggesting that Elle might have just activated a magical skill. He then extended his detection magic to the entire building, but this time, he found nothing. She had indeed left, he knew it clearly, but he still knocked on the door, his forehead weakly pressed against the door. The cold, hard panel rejected his every plea. Hey! Do you have any sense of public morality? So noisy so early in the morning. The neighbor's door opened, and a middle-aged man, half-shaved, pointed a razor at Roland and shouted. The head leaning against the door suddenly turned toward him, its lake green eyes, like deep ice chilling him to the bone. What are you looking at? The man said timidly. As Roland approached, his previous momentum vanished, and he turned back to his room to close the door. As the door was about to close, a few slender fingers gripped the door panel with their backhand, not caring at all about getting pinched. Please tell me where the landlord is. In contrast to his terrifying expression, his tone was polite and distant. This was Claude's second experience with teleportation magic, and he had already gotten used to it. He blinked, his body still sitting cross-legged, and the toast in his mouth fell to the ground in a moment of carelessness. He lowered his head to look at the soiled bread and muttered softly, You're being transported without a word. I haven't even finished my meal yet. Al, not bothering to explain, opened the door and walked out, casting a magical barrier on the door behind him to prevent entry or exit. The Suling shop has 3 floors, each with 1 to 4 rooms. The first floor is a large, open-plan space with bright, stylish decor. Beyond the counter, there are round tables for customers to relax. The second floor houses 2 perfume-making studios and a conference room disguised as a reception room. This is where the eavesdroppers usually hold their meetings, allowing them to remain vigilant of any disturbances downstairs. The third floor houses 3 bedrooms and a vacant utility room. Claude was temporarily locked up in this vacant utility room. As I walked down from the 3rd floor, Freya, the shop's eavesdropper, was passing by with a basket of perfume-making ingredients. She greeted Al cheerfully. Lord Eyre. You're here. Yes, I just arrived. Eyre nodded. Is Alma in the shop? The manager is out for something today. I contact her right away. Freya quickly put down her basket and frantically dug out her communication magic tool. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Alma, dressed in a ladylike gown, returned to the Soul of the Soul shop. She greeted the customers on the first floor with a broad smile, exchanged a glance with Pamela, the eavesdropper in charge of the front desk, and hurriedly yet gracefully ascended to the 2nd floor, removing her restraining hat and black gauze gloves. While waiting for Alma, Eyre helped Freya sort the raw materials in the studio. She had helped out in the shop before, so she was quite skilled at the task. Lord Eyre, you've been waiting for a long time. Alma pushed open the studio door with a smile, her demeanor instantly transforming from a mature, aristocratic lady to Eyre's little fangirl. Pamela was still working in the shop on the 1st floor. After Alma and Freya briefly introduced Claude, the 3 of them avoided him and headed to the 2nd floor conference room. Are you saying he's one of the Nonly Kingdom spies? Alma asked. Well, a few days ago, I broke into the royal capital prison and brought him out, Al said. Atticus arrested 7 people from his Nonly Kingdom circus and used them as scapegoats, taking the blame for the monster surge in Philos City. A simple circus? How could it possibly have caused such a disaster? Would anyone believe it? Freya questioned. The situation in Nonly is rather unique. They live with monsters since childhood, and have developed unique taming techniques. Therefore, to them, monsters are more like peculiar-looking companions. Elle turned to Freya and explained, "Unfortunately, when the monster wave broke out, their circus was performing in Hardy City, the city next door to Philos. So what were your plans for bringing this person out?" Alma easily followed Elle's train of thought and inquired about the next plan. Besides him, several other members of the circus possess advanced monster taming techniques, and they all happened to be taken away by Atticus. Elle crossed his fingers, resting his elbows on the table, his expression serious. "Next, we need to investigate what Atticus intends to do with them." "Yes." Alma and Freya responded in unison. Alma then continued, "I will continue to strengthen my contact with the princess and try to obtain more clues along this line. You must be careful and keep yourself concealed." Elle warned earnestly, "Atticus is not as gentle as he appears. He is a man of deep thoughts, and will do anything to achieve his goals. There is one more thing I want to tell you in advance. These are my suspicions. When Atticus's men took away the monsters performing in the circus, they used a red liquid to capture them. So I suspect Atticus has been trying to control the monsters. The red liquid is one method, and the unique taming techniques of the Nonly Kingdom are another. Our next move is also to verify this hypothesis. Of course, I hope my hypothesis is wrong. If someone like Atticus possesses uncontrolled, powerful forces, the disaster he could cause is unimaginable." A brief silence fell in the conference room. Neither Alma nor Freya had ever interacted directly with Atticus, so they couldn't imagine why he sought the ability to control monsters. And Elle, having been killed at his own leisure, and knowing what he did to the Tan Person in the Dark Forest, was not optimistic. In order to obtain the results of the Tan Person's experiments, Atticus had no regard for the surrounding city of Philos. If he had mastered the ability to more precisely control monsters, he would definitely not use monsters as gatekeepers like the City of the Dead. If you find any information related to this matter, notify me immediately. Do not act on your own. She would rather take more risks herself than let those who followed her suffer any mishaps. Don't worry, Lord L. We take care of ourselves." Alma and Freya exchanged a glance, then simultaneously looked at Elle, their eyes brimming with mutual understanding. The meeting concluded, and the sky gradually darkened. Due to Claude's earlier disobedience, Alma brought him dinner directly. For a short while, he would remain in the room protected by the magical barrier. "Alma, do you have a way to dress Claude?" The meal on the table had been prepared by everyone. Elle, Alma, Freya, and Pamela sat comfortably around the square table. "Do you mean disguising him as a royal?" Alma, as expected, immediately understood Elle's intention. "Yes, we can't keep him locked up in his room forever. That would be no different from imprisonment. So, I was thinking, could we work on his appearance, making him less recognizable?" "I can give it a try. It shouldn't be difficult," Alma said. She had observed Claude while delivering food earlier. There were plenty of ways to disguise his complexion and features, and thinking about it, she felt a bit itchy. "That's great. I'll cut a piece of duck confit and chewed it. That way, even if he disobeys us and runs away again, at least he won't be so easily caught." "Has he caused you trouble?" Alma put down her knife and fork, a mixture of worry and annoyance at Claude. "Luckily, I escaped quickly, and no one even saw me." Elle lowered his head to eat, his expression unclear. "It's just that the surveillance point has been exposed and can no longer be used." Hearing Elle's words, the other three at the table felt relieved. "Then you can stay in my room first," Pamela said, looking at Freya beside her. "I don't have much stuff, so I move in with Freya first." Pamela and Freya were sisters. When they first arrived in the capital, they lived together. After Elle moved out, Pamela moved into her own room. "Well, I'm sorry to bother you for a while." The room had already been discovered, and finding a new surveillance room would take some time. Elle readily agreed. "Great. Great. Finally, I can live with you again." Yes, she wasn't alone anymore. A realization dawned on Aire as she looked at the three people's welcoming smiles. "Ah," Aire thought suddenly in the warm atmosphere, "I left too quickly this morning, and forgot to pick up the camouflage clothes I bought for that guy." A crescent moon hung in the sky. As night deepened, most homes turned off the lights and went to sleep. A figure suddenly appeared on the windowsill of a tall building. Aire knelt on one knee on the windowsill, confirming that there was no sound in the room before teleporting inside. Floating clouds obscured the crescent moon, drenching the room in darkness. Aire walked to the sofa and, in the darkness, retrieved the men's clothing she had carelessly discarded that morning. "Thank goodness it's still there," Aire muttered to herself, fumbling to fold the top and bottom for easy carrying. A soft sigh echoed in the darkness, and Elle was instantly alert. She had been careless, assuming no one would be here at this late hour, and so she hadn't used magic to investigate. The magic wand appeared in her hand in an instant, and the transparent magic formula was about to be completed when a slender, white hand grasped Elle. She had no choice but to pause her teleportation to prevent the other person from being taken away with her. The touch between their sleeves was so familiar, carrying the warmth of countless times she had used healing magic to heal her. The clouds drifted away, and the moonlight returned, its silvery light flowing like water, gradually illuminating Roland, who was silently lurking in the darkness. He had been waiting, from morning until late at night, thinking he would never see her again, until a faint magical fluctuation appeared on the windowsill, so faint that if he hadn't been waiting for the other person to appear, he would never have noticed it. He restrained his breath, suppressed his heartbeat. He concentrated all his energy in magic, sensing that tiny, subtle magical fluctuation, like a dragonfly skimming the water. Sure enough, she assumed the room was empty, so she confidently cast her magic again and reappeared. "Are you all right?" he asked. Perhaps she could pry his hands apart and leave, but Elle couldn't. His eyes, brighter than the moonlight, shimmered with yearning and a hint of fragile pleading. Chapter 84. "Are you okay?" Slender fingers slanted across Elle's arm, carrying the coolness of the night. Roland took a step forward, his fingers sliding from his grip to Elle's wrist. The moonlight cast a shadow on the wall, their distance drawing closer. "I saw your letter. You said something forced you to leave. Is that matter resolved now?" As he waited, he repeatedly thought about the letter he had read countless times, wondering about the difficulties she might have faced, but it was always like looking through a fog. Seeing Elle silent for a long time, Roland's gaze fell on the clothes she held in her hands, and his voice softened. Or is that incident related to the man from this morning? When he walked into the room that morning and saw the set of men's clothing casually placed on the sofa, his heart was instantly in a state of panic. He examined the bedroom and bathroom, inch by inch, for any signs of life. He breathed a sigh of relief when he concluded, as he had hoped, that Elle lived alone. This tone was revived by the fact that Aire had come alone tonight, just to take away a set of clothes. His moist lake green eyes followed her every move, like a drop of dew condensed on a leaf, ready to slide off with the slightest shake, yet he couldn't bear to pluck it away. It has nothing to do with him. He's a stranger who got involved unintentionally. Aire's face flushed under the stare. She turned away, avoiding his gaze, cleared her throat, and then asked, "What do you think of Atticus?" Roland was trustworthy. He had proven this to Aire countless times. However, his overly protective nature often derailed his plans. That's why she left without hesitation this morning. But she never dreamed that Roland would have the patience to wait in this room until late at night. Now that he'd been caught, Elle decided to reveal his secret selectively. The first step was to confirm his impression of Atticus. Roland was, after all, affiliated with the royal palace. With his help, Atticus's situation might be easier to achieve. The appearance of this name caught Roland off guard. Then he remembered that Elle had once been in the central library of the royal capital, trying to follow Atticus for some secret reason. On second thought, the man was a suspected spy under investigation by Prince Atticus. Since Elle was involved in a related incident, it was not surprising that he knew Atticus. Though he quickly found an explanation, he still felt like he missed something, and he subconsciously tightened his grip on Elle's wrist. "Sit down and talk. I won't leave for now." An unexpected touch touched the back of his hand. Elle, sensing his tension, patted their folded hands. The two sat side by side on the sofa. For some reason, neither of them turned on the lights. "Prince Atticus, I had several encounters with him," Roland said. "Compared to the eldest prince, he's more strategic, more prepared for danger, and more capable. I assume you know what happened in Philo's city." Since the Nonly spy was connected to Elle, Roland boldly speculated that Elle was also keeping an eye on the matter, but his perspective might reveal different facts. Thus, he tried to describe Atticus's findings on the monster tide and his attempts to win over himself, Urza, and Andrea in relatively objective terms. "Humph, I really can't tell." Aire let out a sneer from his nose. "He's actually planning to train a large number of soldiers capable of fighting monsters." Aire's attitude was filled with obvious disdain, but Roland honestly saw no harm in Atticus's move. "Aire, please tell me, what is your version of the truth?" The golden head tilted slightly, a thoughtful and inquiring expression, and his gesture of leaning in close effectively dispelled the tension of the question. "The Nonly spy is a complete lie. Atticus has another plan. That's what I'm busy with right now." Aire looked Roland straight in the eye, this time unfazed by the deep affection in his eyes. "I know you side with me, but your judgment shouldn't be influenced by me. So, use your own eyes and ears to confirm." If, after confirmation, you agree with my stance, you're welcome to contact me again. Iyer picked up Roland's hand, which had fallen between them, and traced something on his palm with his fingertips. The subtle touch of his fingertips on his palm brought a slight tingling sensation, and Roland's ring finger trembled unconsciously. El withdrew his finger, and a small magic formula, emitting a white light, appeared in Roland's palm. With this unique magic formula, he could contact her through any communication magic tool. Okay, I have to go back. El stood up from the sofa and summoned his magic wand. Wait a moment. Roland stood up shortly after. Can I ask another question? Well, go ahead. Why did you choose to rent this room? Across the street, where I could see him. Him. Er was sometimes confused by questions. She rubbed her cheek with her fingers, her eyes drifting elsewhere. I need a place to stay when I return to the capital. I stayed at your place for so long before, so I decided to stay nearby. I'm used to it anyway. Thanks to the darkness, she wouldn't have been able to look key surveillance subject number 2 in the eye, even though she had only followed him that one time. Anyway, I wait until you contact me. Then I go. With that, El teleported away as if fleeing. Closing the magic formula in his hand, Roland saw the answer to his question from the fluttering hem of her clothes in panic. His lips parted with a distinct smile. It's not a habit, it's a liking. I don't know what you've been through, but possessing such powerful teleportation magic, choosing to live in a place with such a high rent is not your style, El. At a secret training ground in Atticus, 2 soldiers followed a brown-skinned non-ling woman, seemingly urging her on. No need to rush me, I can walk on my own, the non-ling woman said with a forbearing expression. She wore a colorful headband woven from 3 strands of thread on her forehead. She was about 30 years old, and wore a sleeveless shirt. Her chocolate-brown arm showed off her smooth muscles as she waved. She wore wide-leg, intricately patterned pants similar to Claude's. With that, she strode forward toward the building ahead. Not far behind her was a place enclosed by a magical barrier, from which the faint roar of monsters could be heard. What else do you want? The woman forcefully pushed open a door, arms crossed across her chest, and demanded in a stern tone. The 2 people behind her couldn't stop her. The open door faced a set of sofas in the room. A distinguished figure sat on the inner sofa, long silver hair flowing over his shoulders. His left arm rested casually on the backrest, while his right hand toyed with a crystal bottle about 5 centimeters long. The red liquid inside surged unsteadily with his fingers. Captain Wanda, I think I told you to be polite. Atticus didn't even glance at her, gesturing casually to the seat across from him. Sit closer and I call you. Wanda Ritchie, the head of the non-ling kingdom's playful circus, had been forced by Atticus to work in this secret manner for over a month. You? Wanda's words were explosive, but her actions were forced to obey his orders. She was under his roof, and her troop members were in his control. No matter how angry she was, she couldn't do anything about him. Wanda sat across from Atticus, legs spread wide, and through gritted teeth, she uttered, Your Excellency Atticus. That's right, Atticus leaned forward, placing the crystal bottle of red liquid on the table. Your non-ling kingdom's delegation is arriving soon. Do you have anything I need to convey? Needing him to convey that meant that Wanda wouldn't be given the chance to meet the delegation. Wanda raised her eyebrows, suppressing the urge to punch the man in front of her in the face. You don't need to convey anything. Wanda replied loudly and angrily, You want someone to train your monsters? I'm more than enough. Send all my members back. Hee. Atticus's chest vibrated, and he let out a few laughs. He leaned back, swung his long leg, and draped it over his other leg. I value talent so much, the more the better. What about Claude? Wanda argued desperately. He's naturally stupid, and has no talent for this. It's okay to let him go, right? Atticus shook his finger in denial. That's not your decision. You? This doesn't work, that doesn't work. So why did you call me here? Just to tell me that even if the delegation arrives, they can't take us away? You're so arrogant. Life is so boring, it's fun to find a mad dog to tease. Atticus's malicious smile made Wanda's eyes hurt. Our country will not allow its citizens to be bullied by foreigners. Just wait and see how long you can be so arrogant. Captain Wanda, that's nothing to worry about. Take him back to the monster breeding ground, Atticus replied nonchalantly, the latter part of his words addressed to the 2 guards at the door. As you command? Wanda was led away by the 2 men, twisting her arms. The door closed, and Atticus dropped his nonchalant expression, his true feelings betrayed by his expressionless face. His previous teasing was actually intended to probe Wanda's background, to see if she had deeper connections. It turned out that she was simply an ordinary circus leader with some talent for monster training, nothing more. The prison breaker wasn't arranged by Wanda. So, could it be that someone from the Nonly Kingdom delegation secretly abducted Claude from the prison? Regardless, the plan against the Nonly Kingdom delegation must proceed. He had waited far too long for this day. Chapter 85. For days after Elle rescued Claude from the royal capital prison, news of the Nonly Kingdom's envoys arriving in the capital of the Theodosian Kingdom and staying at a top-tier hotel made the front page of the royal capital Vanguard. The entire capital was in an uproar, a fervor brimming with negativity. The reason was that, in addition to the headline, the royal capital Vanguard devoted an entire page to highlighting the symbiotic relationship between the Nonly people and monsters. One article, titled Dancing with Monsters. A brief discussion on the secret reasons for the Nonly Kingdom's envoy's visit, revisited the Philo City monster-tied incident from 2 months prior, and revealed that the royal palace had obtained irrefutable evidence that Nonly forces were behind the incident. Under the deliberate manipulation of the newspaper's opinion, public outrage ran rampant. Some, posing as survivors of Philo City, even stormed the hotel mentioned in the newspaper and pursued the envoys, forcing them to relocate overnight. Everyone rest assured. This hotel offers complete privacy, and we won't be disturbed. As the head of the reception for the delegation, Grand Prince Zack Theodosius personally led his knights to escort the 20-member Nonly delegation to another hotel. Even at this late hour, he remained formally dressed to show his respect for the delegation. Thank you. The leading Nonly envoy returned the greeting, his face devoid of a smile. We simply couldn't have imagined such a welcome in your country. The leading ambassador, Danica, took a stack of newspapers from the hands of her deputy behind her and held them before Zack Theodosius. The words Dancing with Monsters. A brief discussion of the secret reasons for the Nonly Kingdom's envoy's visit stood out prominently. We are here to cooperate with an impartial investigation into the Philo City incident. Cooperation between the two sides hasn't even begun, yet the slander against our Nonly Kingdom has already spread like wildfire. I remember that when you, Grand Prince, invited our country to a joint investigation, you didn't mention the possibility of such a thing happening. Are you planning to simply pin the destruction of Philo City incident on Nonly? Ambassador Danica, these are just despicable tactics used by third-rate newspapers to attract attention. As the Grand Prince of the Theodosius Kingdom, I guarantee that this matter has absolutely nothing to do with our official authorities, Grand Prince Zack said politely. Faced with Grand Prince Zack's sincerity, the Nonly Kingdom ambassador hesitated to continue his attack. He left a simple remark, I hope this situation won't happen again, and led the delegation back to the hotel. At the corner outside the hotel, a black hooded figure faded into the darkness and disappeared. Seeing the delegation depart, Prince Zack's expression instantly fell. He spoke displeasedly to a bespectacled official accompanying him. Atticus is definitely behind this news. He's out to antagonize me. Go and investigate what's going on. We can't let him disrupt my plans again. Prince Zack was furious because he attached great importance to the Nonly delegation, viewing it as a crucial move to inflict a heavy blow on Second Prince Atticus. The two investigations into the city of Philos, led by him and Atticus respectively, had yielded two completely different conclusions. Who could better prove the accuracy of his findings was crucial to his reputation before the king. He didn't care about the true cause of the Philos City incident, he only cared about not letting Atticus outshine him. Thus, guided by those around him, he came up with the idea of inviting the Nonly Kingdom delegation to join the investigation. Since they were from Nonly, they would undoubtedly do everything they could to refute Atticus's conclusions, and he could profit from Atticus's failure. Also, the hotel the delegation was staying at was clearly confidential. How could anyone have known about it? We need to investigate this as well. As you command, Your Highness. The accompanying official complied with Zack's request. His gold-rimmed glasses reflected the white light from the streetlights as he bowed, making his expression unclear. Arusa and the others ultimately failed to locate Claude before the delegation arrived, and Roland, of course, would not inform anyone of what was happening with Elle at this time. After parting with Elle, Roland's thoughts about Atticus's other schemes lingered on his mind. He now held a copy of the same royal capital Vanguard from today's issue. The story of the Nonly spy had long been a hot topic among the nobility, and this time, the common people had learned of it through the medium of the newspaper. Such a thorough and detailed disclosure could not be achieved by a newspaper reporter alone, and it was easy to imagine that there were hidden forces manipulating the situation. Although he paid little attention to the political struggles within the royal court, he was aware that the Crown Prince and Atticus had always been at odds. The Crown Prince would never choose to leak the secret, as it was his responsibility to receive the diplomatic corps, and any misstep would only cast doubt on his competence. Then, it was Prince Atticus's doing. But why? If the results of the investigation were truly as Atticus claimed, would he have had to manipulate public opinion in advance and put the Nonly delegation at odds with public sentiment? He crumpled the newspaper in his hand, but his thoughts were still a little stagnant. Perhaps he should try a different angle. For example, Urza had mentioned Vice President Andre's whereabouts. The next day was the Monster Battle Special Team's day off, and Roland had made a point of visiting Vice President Andre at his home. He had left early, but to his surprise, when he arrived at the man's house, he only learned from the servants Andre had worked today and had already left. So what was his job? Roland had no doubt that the work he had received from Atticus was completely different from his own. Same day, at Prince Atticus's residence. "How's it going? I heard my stepbrother took those Nonly people to a new hotel in the middle of the night?" In the study of the second prince's residence, Atticus sat at a chessboard, playing against someone. He leaned his hand against the side of his face and moved his queen chess piece forward, instantly securing victory. This wasn't his original study. After his fight with L damaged his original room, Atticus had chosen a new one for his study. After the original study was renovated, he didn't move back in, even though it had the best lighting and ventilation on the entire floor. On the other side of the chessboard sat the official accompanying the first prince, Zack. He examined the game for a long time before conceding and focusing on answering Atticus's question. The delegation directly questioned His Highness the Crown Prince with a newspaper. He politely escorted them to the hotel, and then asked me to investigate you. He's not utterly foolish, but he could never have foreseen that you were mine. Atticus gave a sarcastic smile. Let's proceed as planned. We have an even bigger gift for His Highness the Crown Prince. This? The accompanying official hesitated. Are you sure you want to do this? Although Nonly's land area is less than 2/3 of the kingdom's, their people are skilled in monster taming. We can. You must have faith in our soldiers, Lord Hades. Before the other person could finish, Atticus interrupted him. It's almost afternoon training time. Lord Hades, come with me to see it. I guarantee you'll be amazed. Yes. Baron Hades agreed hesitantly. An hour later, Baron Hades was brought to a spacious, enclosed combat room within Atticus's secret training grounds. A transparent magic barrier surrounded a protective iron fence, within which Atticus and Baron Hades sat. Inside the battle room, separated by the magic barrier, were 2 tall iron doors on either side. Your Highness Atticus, what is this? Baron Hades asked uneasily, as if he could faintly hear the cries of a demon, which frightened him. It'd be all right, Baron, Atticus patted the Baron's shoulder. Just think of it as a bullfight. Okay. Inside the battle room, 2 iron gates rose, one on each side. Andre, the former vice president of the Philos Demon Court, and Wanda, the head of the Playful Circus, each entered with a towering monster. They stood in the circular battle area. Behind them stood monsters, much taller than themselves. They were surprisingly docile, defying Baron Hades' usual assumption of monster ferocity. It seems the monsters are quite docile, he said. Atticus glanced at him. They are far from docile, Baron. Before Atticus could explain further, the referee outside blew his whistle, signaling the start of the battle. Under the command of the 2 men in the battle area, the towering monsters engaged in battle. Wanda's monster was smaller, but more agile, and perfectly complied with her various combat commands. Andre's monster, while larger and more powerful, was slightly less obedient. A third of the battle time had passed, and seeing his monsters losing, Andre pulled a small red liquid reagent from his arms, and, using water magic, manipulated it to fly into the monster he controlled. The bear-shaped monster instantly gained momentum, catching the monster in its claws and tearing it in two in a few seconds. You gone too far. Inside the arena, Wanda watched helplessly as her fellow monster, whom she had trained for so long, was slain, unable to suppress her rage. Captain Wanda, there's no such thing as excessive or not. Victory is what matters. Her opponent, Andre, recalled the bear-shaped monster and said with a frown. Having personally experienced the monster wave attack on Pharaoh's city, his hatred for monsters was immeasurable. He accepted any force that could crush them, no matter how cruel it was. Beyond the magic barrier, the Baron was already stunned by the stench of monster blood splattered on the transparent magic barrier. I have many more monsters of this quality. Atticus looked at his frightened expression with a smug look. Do you still think my decision was rash? No, not at all. Baron Hades swallowed, still feeling a little uneasy. I go back and prepare for the follow-up work. That's right. Once we conquer the entire Nonly kingdom, Baron, you can become an earl, or even a duke. Follow me, and you won't suffer any loss, Atticus said with a smile. Chapter 86. Tomorrow night, Zack will host a welcome dinner at the same hotel hosting the delegation. It's a good opportunity, Atticus said, pulling a bottle of clear potion from his bosom and handing it to Baron Hades. At the beginning of the banquet, Zack will undoubtedly make a toast and offer a speech inviting everyone to drink. Find an opportunity to slip this into their wine. Don't worry, it's colorless and odorless, so it won't be noticed. Hey, the wine is all the same. If someone is accidentally hurt. Hades' fear was too obvious, as if Atticus was going to poison him personally. Atticus chuckled twice, leaned forward, and slipped the potion bottle into Baron Hades' shirt pocket. Don't worry, it's just a drowsy potion with a delayed effect. At most, the drinker will get a good night's sleep that night. Ah? You're not going to. Hades glanced around furtively, raised his hand, and made a gesture of wiping his neck. That's fine, Baron. Just put them to sleep until they can't hear anyone coming in, Atticus said. Or, Baron Hades, do you want to take care of the next move? No, good sleep, good sleep. I was worried I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight, but if I sleep, I won't be afraid anymore. Baron Hades took out a handkerchief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled apologetically. After the fight, Andre changed out of his clothes, which had been stained with monster blood, in the backstage preparation room and approached his seat in the auditorium. The Baron had already left. Before he reached Atticus, the other man saw him and stood up from his seat, slowly clapping his hands twice in applause. Sir Andre's performance today was truly remarkable. Your Highness Atticus. Andre, standing at the lower step than Atticus, gave him a chest salute. Having triumphed in the battle, he seemed somewhat restrained in the face of praise. Thanks to the catalytic potion provided by Baron Siki, the Nonly people are truly superior in terms of their rapport with the monsters. Don't be modest. As long as you can precisely time their use, the potion is certainly a part of your strength. After all, this is our secret weapon. You're right. I'm being too particular. Only those who are particular can help me train excellent soldiers. Atticus stepped down the steps. Sir Andre, I have to work hard for the next period of time. Continue to strengthen the coordination between the trainees and the monsters. Perhaps they won't be long before they enter actual combat. This news made Andre drink several large glasses of liquor after get-off work. Dear Sally, Dean Sophia, I will definitely avenge you. A table laden with a variety of dishes was occupied by a man who drank alone, pouring down one strong drink after another. In the evening, a drunk Andre staggered out of the tavern, hailed a carriage, gave his address, and fell into a deep sleep. The carriage lurched all the way to his destination. The driver called out several times, hearing no movement from behind. So, shaking his head, he got out and opened the rear door. Sure enough, the guest was still sound asleep. Wake up, wake up! Andre, reeking of alcohol, was jostled awake by the driver's shove. He groggily stepped out of the carriage, nearly falling to the ground as his feet touched the ground. A hand caught him just in time. Andre, through his drunken eyes, looked around. 1, 2, 3 golden heads swayed beneath the streetlight. Hey, it's Roland. With no other clues, and it being his day off, Roland asked the servant, Mr. Andre, what time he usually came home, and then he arrived just in time. He waited at Andre's house for half an hour, and just as he left, he saw Andre, drunkenly emerging from a carriage. Hey, you didn't pay. The coachman called from behind. Let me do it. Andre fumbled in his clothes for a long time, unable to find a stable hand. Roland handed the coachman a cup of silver coins and helped him walk toward the apartment building's door. Roland, we haven't seen each other for ages. I treat you and Urza to a drink together, drink your heart out. And call all your former Monster Slayer teammates. Let's have a good drink together. Andre was in an abnormally high state, and it seemed not entirely due to the alcohol. In this state, one's guard is much lower than usual. Roland lowered his eyes and asked, Is there something to celebrate, Teacher Andre? Those Nonly spies are no match for us. Teacher, you won the monster battle today beautifully. Andre chuckled, his chest heaving violently, and his steps on the stairs stopped. He stopped halfway up the stairs and turned towards Roland, his free arm dangling from his body. His fingers clasped Roland's shoulder, his eyes burning. If used wisely, monsters can also be the most ferocious weapons. Revenge for the massacre of the city is just around the corner. Fighting monsters against spies from the Nonly Kingdom. Monsters are weapons. Revenge for the massacre is just around the corner. Andre's fragments of words flooded his mind, a complex web of information mingling within him. That night, when Roland dreamed of the future again, he couldn't tell whether it was a true precognitive dream or simply a recurrence of Andre's words. Roland woke from his dream, sweating profusely. His breathing was rapid and heavy, his temples throbbing as if blood vessels were about to burst from beneath his skin, and he was overcome by an unbearable migraine. 9 p.m., Suling Perfume and Fashion Store. Alma accompanied Princess Curia to the invitation dinner for the diplomatic corps. Pamela and Freya, busy all day, had already gone to bed. Elle donned his black nighttime hood and knocked on Claude's door. The knock echoed through the empty hallway, and Claude's voice echoed from Alma's room next door. "I'm here. How did you get to Alma's room?" Elle said unhappily, his arms folded as he stood in the open doorway. "Can I borrow the dressing table?" "I told Alma this morning," Claude said briskly, bending over the mirror and brushing his face with a brush Elle didn't quite understand. His face, one brown and one white, looked like two different people. He imitated the makeup steps Alma had used on him, applying powder to the brown side according to his skin tone. "Today I teleport you there directly. No one will see you. Just change your clothes. If you stand before your country's delegation like this, they probably won't recognize you." The implication was that Claude was completely wasting her time. "You were the one who said I had to put on makeup whenever I went out, and now you're the one complaining I was wasting my time." "I see, you're picking on me," Claude snorted. "Give me 3 more minutes, it'd be right there." Elle took a deep breath. "I wait in the hallway. Don't mess with Alma's things." "I got it, Miss Elle." Thanks to Martha and the others' undercover work in the Royal Capital Vanguard, Elle and the others learned of the delegation's hotel a day before the newspapers published it. Yesterday, when the delegation arrived, Alma disguised Claude as an ordinary man, Theodosius. Elle, accompanied by the disguised Claude, blended in with the crowd that had broken into the hotel to investigate. When Grand Prince Zack led the knights to escort the Nonly Kingdom delegation away, she let Claude go first. Taking advantage of the darkness, she followed the delegation silently, like a shadow, using teleportation magic over short distances to follow them to their final destination. She even thoroughly searched the rooms where the delegation members had finally arrived. According to Martha's intelligence, the Nonly Kingdom delegation would need to attend an audience at the palace during the day, and there would be a welcome dinner hosted by Grand Prince Zack from 7 to 9 p.m. If Claude was to meet the delegation, he would have to schedule the meeting after 9 p.m. Time returned to the present. 3 minutes passed, then 5, then 10. Elle, unable to bear it any longer, stormed into the room, intending to take them away. However, when she saw Claude standing before her, her anger gave way to an indescribable feeling at the scene before her. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Claude asked in confusion. His face and neck were completely different colors, his face in particular, almost a pale white. It wasn't exactly the same as Alma's craftsmanship, but at least it had nothing to do with it. Seeing Elle hesitate to speak, Claude Ford suddenly realized something and struck a self-proclaimed, handsome pose. "Oh, I see. Are you obsessed with me?" "Shut up." Elle closed her eyes and placed a hand on his arm. A magical teleportation transported them both to the hotel floor she had explored last night. The rich, dark red carpet, woven with intricate patterns, absorbed all the sound of footsteps. Elle walked to the room where the chief ambassador of the Nonly Kingdom was staying. He raised the back of his hand and knocked on the door, patiently waiting for the person inside to answer. The circus always slept in tents, and this was Claude's first time in a hotel of this size. He touched the gilded wall sconces that imitated floral branches, then paced back and forth, admiring the softness of the carpet beneath his feet. Aire, he suddenly called out Aire's name, his voice trembling, and tugged at her sleeve. "What's wrong?" Claude's actions that night had nearly exhausted Aire's patience, and she replied impatiently, "Is this blood?" Aire's heart tightened at the words, and she immediately looked over. A red liquid dripped from the sole of Claude's upturned shoe. Looking down, the dark red carpet was extremely deceptive. Only when stepping on it could one sense a strange, damp texture, as if it had been soaked in water, or perhaps even blood. Aire's heart trembled, and she didn't care about any etiquette. She used teleportation magic directly into the room. Outside, Claude huddled against the wall, trembling like a quail. The room was ravaged like a typhoon, newspapers plastered all over the place. Elle lowered her head. The place she had teleported to was right in the middle of a pool of blood, with countless newspapers scattered on the floor. Following the direction of the pool, the Nonly Kingdom ambassador lay in pajamas not far from the doorway. Her upper body had been stabbed, her legs bent on the ground, her eyes still open, the terror of death still visible. Elle checked her breath. There were no signs of life. Elle looked around, her attention focused on the scattered newspapers. She picked them up and examined them. They were all yesterday's editions of the Royal Capital Vanguard. The words "Dancing with Monsters" and "Nonly Kingdom" were crossed out with large XS in blood or red ink. So was it public outrage? Or was someone disguising it as public outrage? If the ambassador's murder still offered some wiggle room, then killing him in such a highly publicized manner, as a gesture of international conflict, would inevitably spark hatred between the people of Nonly and the kingdom. The monster wave in Pharaoh's city clearly had nothing to do with Nonly. Those who committed these acts had sinister intentions. She would never allow this to happen. Air looked at the blood-red footprints he had left on the floor as he moved, and an idea struck him. "Hey, what's going on in there?" Claude knocked gently on the door, anxiously asking, trying to keep his voice low. A waiter approached the corner, pushing a cart laden with food. Claude didn't wait for Elle's response, pretending to be a customer. Once the waiter turned into a room, he hurried to the stairwell, not caring about Elle, and sprinted down the stairs. Chapter 87. At 7 o'clock in the morning, inside the Suling restaurant, Pamela, the older sister, carried breakfast and placed it on the long table in the conference room. She then returned to the hallway to perform her usual wake-up call. She knocked on Alma's door first, and after hearing the echo of brushing teeth, she returned to the sister's room and patted her younger sister, Freya, who was soundly asleep. "Get up and have breakfast." 10 minutes later, when Pamela and Alma were halfway through their meal, Freya yawned and dazed as she walked in her pajamas. She pulled out a chair and sat down. Freya took a bite of the crispy toast, her spirits soaring as the delicious, crispy texture exploded in her mouth. She stuffed her mouth full with a few mouthfuls. Looking at the breakfasts of the people on the table, she asked, "Sister, why are there 3 breakfasts? Didn't Lord L. and that Nonly man come back to the shop last night?" "Eat slowly, don't choke." Pamela kindly shook the crumbs off her lapel and said, "Lord L. didn't get back until after 1 a.m. last night. Let her sleep a little longer. As for that circus man, he actually abandoned Lord L. and ran away," Pamela said with a smile, clattering her knife and fork against her plate. "He's a worthless person who's holding Lord L. back. He doesn't deserve breakfast." "What happened last night?" Freya asked curiously. She knew Alma had attended the delegation's welcome dinner, and that Elle and Claude had secretly visited the delegation members, so she turned her attention to Alma. "That guy is stupid and a coward." Unlike her sisters, Alma, due to her need for concealment, had always adhered to the aristocratic muteness of eating and sleeping. But this time, she actually spoke during the meal for the first time. "Last night after the banquet, I sat in the hotel lobby lounge for a while. And then I saw that guy brazenly running down the stairs. If I hadn't stopped a passing waiter and covered for him, who knows what kind of trouble he would have gotten into. As for whether he was spotted on his way down, that's hard to say." "Oh, that guy is so stupid." Freya, hearing Alma's story, said angrily, "If he gets Lord L into trouble because of him, I will never forgive him." Upstairs in the bedroom, Elle was still asleep. It was so itchy. Drowsily, Elle scratched the side of his face. It felt like there was something bouncy next to it. He pinched it left and right, and the texture felt eerily familiar. "Black Ball, you had to come up to me while I was asleep?" When she first owed Black Ball countless zeros in health points, Aire had the illusion that it was some indescribable tyrant. Then, as it kept pushing her like a donkey to a millstone, reporting negative numbers every week and goading Aire into doing something big, Aire's good graces gradually wore off. Add to that the fact that she worked most of the night before, and Aire, now sleep-deprived, was in a state of irritability. Without even opening her eyes, she grasped Black Ball in her hand, relying on touch, and threw it like a baseball pitcher, accusing it of exploiting her. "Didn't I push you this week? And you're still doing it." The next second, that strange touch touched her face again, and Aire finally couldn't sleep any longer. Slowly opening her eyes, her grinning mouth filled half the Black Ball's area, instantly filling Aire's entire field of vision. "Hee, my dear Aire, I really love you to death," Black Ball said in a sly voice. Aire's heart skipped a beat, and she pushed him away with a disdainful palm. "Just talk, don't get so close. I haven't been with you these past 2 days. What big deal have you been up to?" The worldwide alarms are ringing, saying there's a major plot deviation. "Do you know what this means?" Black Ball's eyes sparkled, then he couldn't wait to reveal the answer. "It means that you, the illegal I encountered, have finally made it to the table in this world. So what have you been up to these past 2 days?" After years of watching and hearing Black Ball, AI could basically guess the meaning of the uncommon words he used. Perhaps her actions yesterday were very effective, significantly boosting her character's influence. This proved that her planning and actions during this period were completely effective. Elle flung back the covers and climbed out of bed, going about her business as if the black ball hadn't even existed. She left a note. This is just a small addition to the Royal Capital Security Team's work. If Atticus doesn't give up, I don't mind fighting him to the bitter end. Yesterday, after finishing the Nonly ambassador's room, she checked the rooms of the other dozen or so members of the delegation. Stunningly, none of them were spared. How was Atticus's disregard for human life any different from his actions that had harmed the city of Philos? Wow, I'm so moved. Looking at Elle's back, now much taller and stronger than it had been a few years ago, the black ball conjured a small handkerchief from nowhere and wiped away non-existent tears. So this is what it feels like to watch someone you personally chose grow up. Listening to Black Ball's emotionally charged complaint, AI remained unmoved. Black Ball always prioritized profit above all else. When it benefited, it would cling to you. When it didn't, it would ruthlessly abandon you. Don't be fooled by its appearance. It was 11 a.m., outside the hotel where the delegation finally checked in. Are the people of Nonly Kingdom born in the year of the pig? I've been waiting for them for a whole hour. Prince Zack sat in the hotel's reception room, legs crossed, his brow furrowed so tightly that it could kill a passing mosquito. Behind the Nonly delegation, he unabashedly revealed his true character. Maybe you were too excited at the banquet last night and drank too much. If you calm down, that's a sign you threw a good party. Baron Hades, who was accompanying them, said, but this past hour has been a bit unusual. Why don't we have the waiter go upstairs and knock on the door under the guise of room service? Hurry up. Prince Zack waved his hand impatiently, stood up, and walked out. I've been sitting here for so long, I'm suffocating. I'm going out for a walk. Call me when they come down. Followed by 4 royal knights, Prince Zack, with his high-profile demeanor, practically wore his status clearly on his face. As he entered the hotel lobby, he saw through the crystal glass windows a row of men and women, dressed in strikingly similar attire, gathered at the door, each holding a manuscript. What's going on? The eldest prince frowned again, and turned to the hotel manager beside him. Isn't this hotel supposed to be private? Why are these reckless reporters here again? The hotel manager bowed fearfully. Your Highness, yesterday's welcome dinner was a grand affair. You invited most of the city's celebrities, and the reporters got wind of it and came. Are you blaming me? Zack's words were uttered by the 4 royal knights behind him, who were already flexing their muscles. Everyone in the capital knew it was better to provoke a local thug than the crown prince. If a local thug attacked someone, you could just yell city guards. But if the crown prince attacked someone, you call the guards and immediately receive a combined attack from the royal knights and guards. The hotel manager immediately lost his composure and bowed repeatedly in apology. I have them removed immediately. Please don't be angry. Just then, a waiter stumbled over in a panic, yelling, Manager upstairs, the ambassador is dead. What did you say? How is that possible? Prince Zack and the hotel manager cried out in astonishment as reporters rushed in from outside. Prince Zack stood in the ambassador's room, his face as black as the bottom of a pot as he gazed at his corpse. The corridor outside was thick with reporters, eager to obtain first-hand information, and not even the royal knights could stop them. Get out of the way! A royal knight, drawing his sword, managed to make his way through the crowd of reporters to the door. The moment he knocked, the reporters craned their necks to peer inside. After the door closed, they glanced at each other, then silently closed their mouths and pricked up their ears. Some, more resourceful, found other hotel staff to inquire about the situation. Your Highness, we checked. All the members of the delegation are dead. Just like in this room, valuables were stolen. Bloody footprints were found in 2 of the rooms, likely left by the murderer. By the time the prince heard this news, several reporters had already gotten the information and had broken into other rooms not guarded by royal knights. This scene was intentional on Air's part. Last night, she spent half the night cleaning every room, leaving not even a scrap of newspaper or a trace of glue. She then pretended to be a thief, scavenging valuables from the rooms, and finally, in 2 of the rooms, she deliberately left 2 half-broken bloody footprints. Hating an individual is far simpler than hating an entire nation. Whatever Atticus was trying to achieve with this tragedy, AI's interference would surely deflect the focus, and for this reason, she was willing to risk her life. That night, the front pages of every newspaper were filled with headlines about the murder of the Nonly envoy by thieves. Most reports focused on thieves and murders and bloody footprints, with headlines like Brutal Killer, Seeking Wealth, Slaughters 20 members of the Nonly delegation. And Nonly delegation left behind a trail of bloody footprints by a murderer overnight. Some newspapers also claimed to have obtained exclusive information from a hotel waiter. That night, a suspicious green-haired man, with a face as pale as paper and brown neck and arms had been seen on the same floor. Based on the man's appearance, some reporters speculated that he was a Nonly native in disguise. This information further shrouded the murderer's identity. Whether he or she was a Theodosius, acting on suspicion and seeking wealth, or a Nonly native, who had followed them all the way from Nonly with a premeditated plan, nothing could be known until the investigation was complete. The bloody story spread like wildfire through the streets and alleys. The legend of the bloody footprint killer terrified every resident of the royal capital. Even before dark, everyone locked their doors and windows, and the nights in the royal capital were never as quiet as they had ever been. The Nonly envoys were tragically attacked by a brutal robber during their mission. Our country expresses its deepest regret. News that the murderer might be a Nonly national was also delivered to Nonly through official channels, along with the king's solemn promise to do his utmost to apprehend the criminal. Is this truly the truth? Roland pressed his aching temple, reading a newspaper in his free hand. He stared intently at the description of the victim's room, a wave of doubt rising in his heart. In the precognitive dream, the envoy's rooms were covered in hateful slogans about monsters. Bloody footprints, property stolen, and a suspected Nonly national appeared on the same floor. 3 such obvious pieces of information were not even mentioned in the dream report. So why was the reality so different from the precognitive dream? Or could those seemingly plausible dreams truly stem from a gift of precognition? Chapter 88. Roland pressed his aching temple, reading a newspaper in his other hand. The scene of the Nonly delegation's destruction deviated significantly from his precognitive dream. Aire had captured the Nonly spy and was investigating related incidents. Perhaps the reason for the inaccurate precognitive dream was related to Aire. The blood vessels at the back of his head throbbed noticeably, as if they would burst at any moment. Roland casually tossed the newspaper aside, leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and relaxed for a long moment before fumbling to retrieve the communication device and insert Aire's magic formula into it. His fingertips trembled the entire time. The device waited a while before connecting, and with each passing moment, the pain intensified. "Hello?" Aire's voice finally rang from within the device. "It's me." Roland paused before taking another breath. His brow furrowed, his lips pale, and his voice noticeably unsteady. "Is that Roland? Your voice was a little soft. I couldn't hear you clearly." Anywhere, Elle stood in the second-floor hallway of the soul-tracing shop, holding a magic tool. The door to the adjacent conference room was ajar. Just now, she had been in a meeting with the eavesdroppers. As she had hoped, all the newspaper reports today centered around the Blood Seal murder thief. Claude's hasty actions had become a brilliant stroke, making the case even more confusing and more like a single act of robbery and murder. Roland bit the soft flesh inside his mouth, trying to distract himself from the headache and ease his focus. He tried to calm his rapid breathing and wanted to answer Elle, but his vision suddenly became blurry. With a dull thud, he collapsed onto the sofa. His head pounded, and he broke out in a cold sweat, nearly passing out from the pain. The magic tool in his hand slipped from his fingertips and fell to the ground. "What's wrong with you? I heard your breathing was rapid," Elle asked. No more sound came from the other end of the magic tool. Having a bad feeling, Elle immediately summoned her magic wand, located Roland's apartment, and teleported herself there. When Elle arrived, Roland was slumped face down on the sofa, his back bent like a wounded cat. As Elle approached, he was trembling all over, his face etched with pain. Although unskilled, Elle attempted to use healing magic to ease Roland's pain. She reached her hand, glowing green, to the inside of the sofa and placed it on Roland's forehead. The moment their skin touched, she immediately felt his unusually high temperature. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "It's no use doing this." The black ball, Nyarlathotep, floated eerily over, hovering above Roland's face. "How did you show up? And how do you know it's useless? Do you know what's going on with him?" 3 questions followed one after another, and as Elle asked them, she realized something. Its sudden appearance and Roland's abnormal state weren't a coincidence. It had never appeared before her in the presence of a third person before. And back at the Magic Academy, it had revealed that it had other friends in this world. "Roland is the other friend you made a deal with." The healing magic in her hand shone brightly as Elle distractedly questioned the black ball. We've known each other longer than you have. But don't worry, "El, you're still my favorite friend. Hee hee. After all, until now, he hasn't even realized I exist. And you already provided me with far more delicious energy than I could have imagined." Unaware of the black ball's existence, yet having known him longer than I do. How could such a paradox be possible? El frowned, pondering. At this moment, Roland unconsciously let out a painful, short gasp, perhaps due to the heat or perhaps a nightmare. What if the healing magic doesn't work? El looked worriedly at Roland, whose eyes were closed but unable to conceal his pain, and for the moment, he couldn't bring himself to ask the previous question. "It'd be fine if we wait. I just don't know if his willpower is strong enough to wake him up," the black ball said nonchalantly, its entire body swaying. "Don't you have any other options?" The tone of his voice was infuriating, and Air's mood was as intense as the temperature of his hands. "He's also a traitor who can provide you with energy, right?" Air's anger posed no threat to the black ball. It drifted left and right, even conjuring a strange duck-like creature beneath its chubby body to lean against it. Its two small, stick-like eyes were covered with a pair of orange-rimmed sunglasses. "I don't rely solely on this world for my livelihood," it muttered softly, then raised its voice. "Besides, compared to my investment in him, the little he's given me back isn't worth much. I just consider it a loss now. There's no way I lose money again." El had seen this face before. When it had judged that El could never defeat Atticus, it had ruthlessly abandoned her. So, after it finished speaking, El knew it would indeed not take any further action unless Roland could survive, and prove that he still had some value. However, it wasn't lying. The healing magic had indeed had no effect on Roland's heat symptoms. El withdrew her hand and stood up. This room had the same layout as the one Roland had lent her, and she quickly found the bathroom. She pulled a blue towel from the shelf and placed it on the table. Her palm flickered with a blue light, and several small ice balls, 3 or 4 centimeters in diameter, resembling hailstones, fell onto the towel. From her fingers, a thin, tender green vine extended and circled the area outside the towel where the ice balls had not been placed, tightening it tightly. A homemade ice pack was complete. Clutching the homemade ice pack, El returned to the living room, knelt on the carpet, and placed the pack on Roland's forehead. Magic wouldn't work, but simply cooling with ice might help. This was the only thing El could do now. She sat on the edge of the sofa, raised her hand, and placed it on Roland's arm, hoping he could sense his presence. A chaotic stream of dreams overwhelmed Roland. He felt like he was falling into a bottomless, dark abyss, falling continuously. All around him were irregular, mirror-like crystals, playing out a series of premonitions, some true, some false. In his endless descent, he was forced to recall and experience the reality of those dreams. In his dream, he saw another version of his life, from childhood to adulthood. It broadly mirrored his own life, but with subtle differences. At 8 years old, he hadn't foreseen his parents' death, and therefore wasn't called Roland of Doom. At 18, during a monster raid on the Earl's mansion, he personally killed a maid possessed by a demon. He didn't even know her name, but her fiery gaze burned into his soul like a brand. Every night, endless guilt gripped him. At 21, as an ordinary magician apprentice, he fought alongside the Dean and Vice-Dean against the magical tide that descended upon the city of pharaohs. Ultimately, he was the only one left alive. An endless hatred for demons grew within him, and after joining the monster extermination squad, he became a silent monster hunting machine. At the age of 22, the Nonly Kingdom's envoys were killed in the capital, and the hatred between the two peoples escalated sharply. Nonly was the first to go to war, and he led the demon army secretly concocted by Atticus as a vanguard, winning victory after victory against Nonly. He and his companions won the support of the people of the country, and they hailed him as a brave man. However, the war did not stop with victory. Atticus's ambitions went beyond repelling Nonly. The king, elated by the victory promised by Atticus, aimed his talons at not only Nonly but all the nations on the continent. Amidst splattered blood and flying scraps of mincemeat, he, bearing the title of a so-called brave, secured victory after victory for Atticus. Rosa, Simon, Lucy. One by one, his fellow extermination squad members bid him farewell on the battlefield. In the next life, we be companions, back to back, fighting side by side with you. This is the most exhilarating thing in the world. Hey, Roland, don't get hurt so badly next time. With these carefree words, they departed this world forever, leaving him mechanically advancing the battle line. Endless battle only brings eternal hatred. The people of Nonly, whose nation had been destroyed, secretly gathered in the royal capital, just as Atticus had once accused them of, inducing the monsters to attack the capital. The king, Atticus, and the others were naturally protected by powerful guards, But the people of the royal capital experienced a human disaster no less tragic than the monster tide of Philos. After a hasty march back to the capital, slaughtering the remaining non-Li forces, he collapsed exhausted on the side of the road. Not far away, survivors shouted joyfully, "Brave Roland has come to save us." He heard the cheers, yet he had never felt so exhausted. He lay amidst the corpses of monsters and humans, his body drenched in the stench of blood. Before him were the eyes of the non-Li people, unable to close even after dying in unwillingness. He had already killed so many non-Li people like them. Why? He had been striving to become stronger, yet he kept losing. Every time he thought he was strong enough to protect others, an even more unexpected disaster struck. Something must be wrong with this world. Perhaps resentment? Regret? Sorrow? Despair? For some unknown reason, a massive black whirlwind suddenly formed, suspending him in midair like a puppet. From the outside, he appeared to be engulfed in a vast black sphere. Inside the giant black sphere, a figure with features as scribbled as a stick figure spoke. "He, you seem disappointed with this world?" it said. He couldn't even muster the energy to express his shock at the situation, and simply glanced at the expression. The figure chuckled strangely, peppering him with questions like a mischievous child. How strange. You're clearly the protagonist of this world, yet your accumulated despair has managed to draw me here. Why? Didn't your creator gift you with unparalleled handsomeness and endearing charm? Didn't he prepare hardships for you to hone your mind? Didn't he provide you with close mentors and friends to teach you the value of friendship? Oh, all of that. Then why are you despairing? But it doesn't matter. I, Nyarlathotep, am the most generous. I can even grant you a chance to start over. Do you want to make a deal? The stick figure-like features twisted, and the whirlwind surrounding them transformed into countless repeating, overlapping, trembling black lines that obscured the sky. All his memories suddenly resurfaced. Those premonitions he dreamed of weren't about the future at all, but about a past life he couldn't change. Outside the dream, in Roland's apartment, Black Ball had long since left without a care in the world, but Ai remained by his side. Following the high fever, his body began to chill, and the icy sensation spread through Ai's palms. She quickly removed the ice pack. Bending one knee on the sofa for easier support, she reached under Roland's body, lifted him up, and laid him on the bed. She wrapped him in layer after layer of blankets. "Please, you must wake up." Ai stood by the bed, crouching down, cupping Roland's pale cheeks with her hands, and lowering her head to rest her forehead against his. Chapter 89. Roland, caught in the whirlwind like Black Ball, rolled his eyes. The similar yet different memories of his two lives flashed through his mind, and he suddenly realized. The foresight he had dreamed of wasn't about the future at all, but about his past life, a past he was powerless to change. With eerie, stick figure-like features, he called himself Nyarlathotep, a messenger most devoted to chaos. Aren't you the protagonist of this world? Didn't your creator endow you with a unique sense of existence in this world? Why are you so desperate? Your creator would be very disappointed. This is a unique path of heroism carefully crafted for you. If you keep walking, you will be the only hero to unify the entire continent, your name remembered by everyone. Atticus is just a villain you must ultimately defeat. He will be the most shining piece of your Medal of Honor. Roland's entire body was like a puppet, suspended in the air by some uncontrollable force of Nyarlathotep, his limbs drooping limply. Ah, so that's how it is. My entire life has been controlled by someone just like now. If this world truly has a creator, then what a malicious person he must be. His so-called growth and strength are nothing but a scam of constant sacrifice. Father, mother, childhood friends, adoptive parents, innocent people. He was forced to walk an endless path of strength through loss. Even if he achieved what the other party called the final victory, what good would it do? Aside from a false reputation, he already lost everything. Make me a deal. I can give you a chance to start over. A bulge appeared on the surrounding black sphere, and a small black sphere emerged, bearing the same stick figure features as those on the inner wall that trapped him. It flew to Roland's side, tempting him. Are you really not interested? You're so fragile, You lost so much, been disappointed so many times, have you lost even the courage to try to change? The small black sphere changed its strategy, adopting a sarcastic tone and expression. However, Roland remained unmoved. The light in its lake green eyes faded, like a pool of dark, bottomless water. Ah, this is really a headache. The black sphere curled its lips, like two lines. It took so much energy to invade this world. If the protagonist loses his fighting spirit, the entire world's energy will disappear. Then I'd be at a loss. Ah, I got it! It seemed to have come up with a brilliant idea, and its eyes transformed into two narrow lines of smile. Of all the people who have left you, which one do you most want to resurrect? If you accept my offer, then in this new world, I can offer them a chance to change. The one he most wants to resurrect. Roland remembered those amber eyes, seared deep within his soul, that always met his gaze in dreams. A fire as intense as her hair burned within them, a blaze that never faded even in death. If it was that girl, if it was her, he would be willing to give it a try. Yes. Roland's dry, chapped lips moved as he rolled his eyes, locking onto Nyarlathotep. But I don't know her name. Hee. You're finally not pretending to be dead? The black ball flew to Roland's chest, allowing him to see her more clearly. Tell me about your connection to her, and I find her. Hee. She was possessed by a demon in the form of a rose branch, and I couldn't get rid of her. I eventually killed her. The black ball closed its eyes and began searching, its black line spinning at a speed too fast to be seen by the naked eye. Oh! Found it. The black line stopped, seemingly finding the person Roland had mentioned. What? Why choose such a weak character? It looked at Roland with an awkward expression, its pulse beating against his chest a few times, expressing its displeasure. Friendly reminder, the more powerful the person you choose, the greater the chance of bringing change to the world. For example, you could choose the Count of Philos City, Dean Sophia of the Demon Court, or one of your teammates. Any of them is far more powerful than a nameless little character. Roland shook his head. If I have to go through the torment of constant loss again, then I hope the girl can at least have one chance to change her life. Alas! The black ball let out a long sigh. It truly felt that its decision to enter this paper world to absorb energy was a huge mistake. What kind of waves could an NPC without even a name cause? But since we're here and the energy has already been spent, we might as well take a gamble with him. After all, he's the protagonist of this world, so his vision might be somewhat unique. Hee. Then as you wish. Deal done. The small black ball merged upwards into the inner wall of the outer shell. The entire black whirlwind sphere began to shrink inward at a rapid speed, shrinking to the size of Roland's fist before suddenly expanding to the entire area. The entire world turned black and white, and even Roland was reduced to a humanoid figure drawn with lines. A whirlwind arose, folding the ground and sky together into 2 pages, forming a book spanning the screen. Roland, transformed into a line-shaped figure, fell from the sky to the ground, his bruised face covered in multiple parallel scratches, representing his wounds. Hee. The world is about to restart. Get ready to run forward. Hee. Don't look back, or your memories will be swept away as you turn the page. Hee. Nyarlathotep's voice appeared in the folded sky in the form of giant characters. The ground on the left side of the fold, carrying countless wreckage of buildings and human remains, turned into a page and flipped to the right. To line-shaped Roland, it was as if heaven and earth were one, pressing down upon him. Remembering Nyarlathotep's instructions, he stood up, closed his eyes, and ran forward. The expected impact didn't occur. The pages turned one after another, and line-shaped Roland crossed countless pages of past stories. As he passed through a certain page, he saw those amber eyes of resentment again. The story was almost over, and he couldn't help but look back. Hey! Don't look back. Line Roland turned back again, moving forward. His appearance gradually changed from a tall, muscular adult to a tiny line child. This was when he was 8 years old. You finally turned back. Nyarlathotep roared in dissatisfaction. But at this point, Line Roland no longer remembered anything. The world restarted, and the story returned to its beginning. It was already dark outside the window, but the light from outside shone in, making the room less dim, allowing the outlines of objects to be discerned. Roland woke faintly on his single bed, feeling a stuffy, restrained sensation. The quilt had reached his chin, and his arms were trapped within it. He raised his head with difficulty, and in the dim light from the window, he saw a figure sleeping on the side of the bed. Memories from before his coma returned to his mind. So it was Ayer who had noticed something was wrong with him during the call, and had come to watch over him, and had been doing so until now. The quilt had covered him layer upon layer, and the slightest movement was transmitted back. Ayer woke drowsily. She had waited all day and night, and inevitably felt a little tired. Through the darkness, separated by the events of 2 lifetimes, Roland once again met those eyes. Ayer. Roland spoke first, his voice a little hoarse from a dazed coma. Even in the darkness, Roland thought he could see her amber pupils slowly dilating, like 2 tiny rays of warm sunlight casting their shadows on his face. Are you okay? Yeah. Roland smiled at air, his arms shifting beneath the tight blanket. It's warm, just a little hot. So maybe you should get up first. A gentle smile graced Roland's handsome face. His eyes, like water, flowed freely and unobstructedly wherever his gaze fell. Affronted by that gaze, Air abruptly stood up, distanced himself from the bed. I didn't mean to barge into your house. She turned her back and explained, we were talking on the phone, and I sensed something was wrong, so I came to check. Yes, I know. Thank you. Roland's voice was low and soft, reminding Air of the subtle touch of golden ears of wheat brushing against her skin as a child working in the fields. Then came the sound of the quilt being lifted, a body shifting, shoes being put on, and footsteps. The soft footsteps stopped behind Air, and the distance made her nervous. She was about to move away, to escape this inexplicable emotion, when she heard Roland say from behind, Can I hug you? She was now certain he was less than half a step away, which made her feel very uncomfortable. What are you talking about? To break this feeling, Air chose to turn around and face the person who made her feel uncomfortable. Despite such a straightforward request for a hug, his face showed no sign of shyness. He smiled, his shirt wrinkled from hours of being pressed against the blanket, revealing a soft, messy, and relaxed look. Just like his current state, his hair disheveled, his whole person exuding an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Or can you hug me? He opened his arms, raised slightly, just enough for a hug. He meant it. Hey, don't think I agree with your request. I just don't want to hurt you, a patient who was just lying in bed. Air said stubbornly, taking a half step forward. Like a monkey grasping at a vine, one hand passed over Roland's shoulder, the other under his armpit, and pressed hard against his back. Just as she was about to withdraw from the sloppy bear hug, a pair of pliable hands climbed up her back, pressing up and down, turning the playful embrace into a tender, entwined embrace between lovers. Yes, I know. Thank you for your comfort. A smile seemed to overflow from her voice. A warm breath brushed against her ear as she spoke. In the darkness, Elle didn't want to admit it, but her face did blush. The gesture of embracing each other dissolved the distance between them. Roland's golden hair entwined with the fiery red at his side, and he felt a sense of satisfaction he had never felt before. LLL. You are the only variable in this despairing world. Chapter 90. Outside light swept across the dark room, and the two people standing opposite each other resembled sculptures in an embrace. After being caught off guard by Roland's counter-embrace, Elle froze, her arms drooping at her sides, unable to hold or push. Can you let go now? We have things to discuss. Yes. Roland leaned into the crook of her neck, his voice muffled. Elle could even feel the vibration of his voice radiating from her collarbone. Roland responded verbally, but his arms remained wrapped around Elle's back. He added, 10 more seconds. Holding back and forth meant nothing to her, and since he had just recovered, Elle sighed softly and indulged. After an unsettling few seconds, feeling the arms loosen their grip on her back, Elle quickly pulled herself free from the still loose embrace, and turned to flip the switch for the room's magic light. Roland smiled softly. He took a few steps back, and sat quietly on the sofa, his gaze tracking Air's back as if it were a tracking device. Air, however, left the sofa untouched. As if to disguise himself, he went to the bedside and moved the chair he had been sitting in to face the sofa, taking this opportunity to quickly cool the heat off his face. Okay, now let's talk. Leaning back against the sturdy chair, Air spoke first, bringing the conversation back to the present matter. What did you want to talk to me about this morning? Or maybe you want to explain your illness first. The black ball had already left before Roland regained consciousness, but Roland, having recalled all his memories, naturally knew that the black ball must have reached some kind of agreement with Air. I want to start by talking about you and Nyarlathotep, Roland said calmly. I assume you also know it. Throughout his 2 lives, he experienced many things, and many details had become blurry. But every second of the stories involving El and Nyarlathotep was deeply engraved in his mind. He recounted his bargain with Nyarlathotep, and how El was chosen as the person to encounter the black ball in this life. At the end, his tone was heavy, filled with regret. I alone cannot change the course of the world. Perhaps it's because I gave up hope from the beginning, or perhaps it's simply because, as the protagonist, I'm too bound by this world. So, I place my hopes on you without authorization, causing you so much unnecessary pain. I'm sorry. He sat on the edge of the sofa, his hands clasped in his lap, and looked at Elle with a complex gaze filled with apology, love, and concern. Now he understood why Elle, despite all the pain, had fought so hard to improve her monster resistance training. And why did she repeatedly shun his kindness and distance herself from his presence? because all that harm was indirectly caused by him. The world lens revolved around him, the protagonist, and where he stood was the birthplace of the storm. The storm's gale mercilessly harmed everyone around him. I don't think you need to apologize for this, Ayer said seriously. On the contrary, I thank you for giving me the only chance to change. You may not know, but when I was soaked in my own blood, all I thought was, if only I could survive. To survive, I would do anything. The chair and the sofa weren't far apart, but after leaning forward, their figures overlapped again. Elle reached out and grasped Roland's hand, which rested on his knee. And now, you regained your memories, knowing in advance how the world will unfold. Together, we can rewrite this story, starting from this moment. Encouraged by Elle, Roland's heart surged with endless hope and anticipation. She had walked alone in this illogical world for so long. I wanted to accompany her on her journey. I believe in you, he said lovingly. Trust us. Elle smiled brightly. Trust my wind listener, my followers far away in the city of the dead. The wind listener, the city of the dead, my followers. What Elle spoke of was something he had never known in 2 lifetimes. Can you tell me what happened after you left alone? That's a long story. Should we get something to eat first? Ayer rubbed his stomach and glanced at the clock in the room. My family should be getting ready for dinner by now. And there's a wind listener meeting tonight. Ayer stood up, summoned his magic wand, and with his other hand, palm up, he invited Roland, come along. With me. Ayer's family. When he saw her extending her hand, Roland unconsciously stood up and placed his hand in hers. Let's go! A transparent magic spell unfolded, and Roland felt a strong magical vibration around him. Before he could react, he was standing in the hallway of an unfamiliar building. Elle pushed open a door, greeted the people inside, and smiled at him. We're back just in time. I share half of my dinner with you. At the dinner table, Elle proudly introduced the 6-member Wind Listener team to Roland, Alma, Pamela, and Freya, who were present, and Henry, Martha, and Daniel, who were absent. The matter related to the black ball was not convenient for everyone to know. After dinner, Elle said he needed some time alone with Roland. Pamela took the reluctant Alma by one hand, and the confused Freya with the other, leaving the conference room to the two. Elle began by recounting his encounter with Chinran and Hela in Monster Eden. He then omitted the incident where he had infiltrated Atticus's mansion, and was killed by him, and moved directly to the time of the monster wave outbreak in Philos City. Anyway, with Hela's help, I learned necromancy, and gained powerful magical abilities. After hearing about the monster tide, I rushed back to Philos City. At Hela's insistence, I journeyed to the dark forest to investigate the true cause of the monster tide. There, I learned it was Atticus who was responsible. By the time I uncovered the truth and returned to Philos City, you had already evacuated. I chased after your group, hoping to offer some assistance, but on the way, I saw a small body. Just the day before, I had taken the child to a shelter, but ultimately, I couldn't save her life. Following Elle's narration, Roland seemed to recall those difficult times. He recalled, that night, our evacuation was difficult. The monster's sudden intensification of violence caused everything to spiral out of control. Even Dean Sophia died during that evacuation. I can't forgive myself. I clearly foresaw the monster tide, and made every possible preparation, yet we still suffered heavy losses. Roland said self-reproachfully, resting his head on his hands. In his mind, there was no doubt that those left behind in Philos City were gone, with no chance of return. Have you seen Alma, Pamela, and Freya? Ayer, realizing Roland was caught in a spiral of self-loathing, patted his crouching back. Roland looked at her, puzzled. Those 3, and the other 3 wind listeners I told you about, were all those left behind in Philos City. And Dean Sophia is now the chief executive officer of our city of the dead. Remember I said I possessed necromancy? Ayer said with a hint of pride. With necromancy, and the secondary transaction with the black ball, I have summoned all those who died in the monster tide back to the mortal world as my followers. Surprised, Roland didn't immediately grasp what Ayer meant. You mean everyone's still alive? As long as I don't fall, everyone will be alive. When I get a chance, I take you to the city of the dead. You see how vibrant it is now. Knock, knock, knock. Pamela knocked on the door a few times, and warned from outside, Lord Ayer, the evening meeting is almost over. We finish our conversation right away. Roland seemed to have not fully grasped the meaning of the words, his lips slightly parted, stunned. This expression on his face was rare. Ayer tried to hold it back, but couldn't help but reach out and poke his fair cheek. The meeting is about to begin. If you want to hear the rest of the story, wait until it's over. Roland remained motionless despite her magic finger attack. Elle poked his cheek and spoke nonchalantly. Spoiler alert, the recent bloody footprint bandit was actually me. Of course, I had nothing to do with the murder itself. Roland, who had suddenly grasped Elle's pointed finger, finally smiled. I guessed that. The evening listener meeting had a new member. According to the usual order, Henry was reporting on the latest news from the Adventurer's Tavern. Martha, ostensibly writing and drawing in her notebook, was actually multitasking, unable to resist stealing glances at Roland, who sat across from her. That was the infamous youngest combat magician in history. And the wise and brave who saved so many people during the monster wave in Philo City. She usually worked undercover at the Royal Capital Vanguard. Readers' adoration for this blonde hero was unwavering, and any report about him would multiply the newspaper's sales. Not to mention, she had recently visited the monster extermination team to investigate. At the time, Lord Eyre said he would personally track him down, but he unexpectedly became a member of the same faction so quickly. Lord Eyre, you're amazing. Perhaps after the meeting, she could even ask Roland for an exclusive interview. Readers were dying for information about him, and if she could write a hit article, she would surely gain more reporting rights at the newspaper and uncover even more information. Ah, I'm thinking too far ahead. Marcia pulled herself back to her thoughts. Henry hadn't finished his report on the rumors of a new monster. This is a very strange thing. Only 2 bounty hunters, who had been to the mountains east of the capital, had mentioned it separately. But when they came to the tavern a day or two later, I wanted to ask them for more information, but they both denied it. One said they were dazzled, and the other said they were drunk and bragging. Henry said. It's indeed a bit strange, said Al, sitting at the head table. It's normal for one person to be dazzled, but if 2 people deny it, it's hard not to feel like someone is trying to silence them. I conduct a deeper investigation into this matter later. Al had just finished speaking, and Marcia was about to continue her report when the blonde warrior across from her raised his hand. He looked at Al and asked gently, I have some theories about this matter. Can I be in charge of the investigation? Roland, with his foresight of future events, volunteered to take on the responsibility, demonstrating the seriousness of this matter. However, thinking of his own work, Al asked, Can you spare the time? Roland nodded. Of course. I think what Atticus has assigned me to do is probably related to this matter. He continued, I have an idea about how to deal with Atticus's scheme. I plan to use my current identity to counter Atticus's scheme, making him trust me even more than before, and thus uncover more secrets. El knew that the before he mentioned referred to the period before the world restarted. In his first life, Roland hadn't reached the end of the story, so he wasn't actually aware of many of Atticus's hidden manipulations and conspiracies. Since Roland said it was okay, El had no reason to stop him. For safety reasons, the 6 eavesdroppers were solely responsible for gathering intelligence, leaving her alone to conduct field investigations. With Roland tracking this route, she would have more time to focus on the Nonley Kingdom delegation. Next, Martha and Alma's reports focused on the murder of the Nonley Kingdom delegation. The newspapers had no useful information. After all, the stories currently circulating in the major newspapers were all fabricated stories, manipulated by El. Alma mentioned that the remains of the delegation would be returned to Nonley Kingdom soon, and Atticus was said to be in charge of the escort. As for the eldest prince, he had already shouldered significant responsibility for the delegation's affairs, and was unlikely to intervene in the matter. This is an opportunity, said El. I find a way to go along. With Claude, the so-called Nonley spy, as a witness, I think the Nonley king will be even more interested in the information we bring. Let's give Atticus another unforgettable surprise. The 6 eavesdroppers were encouraged by El's words. Besides, the meeting was drawing to a close, and the atmosphere among them shifted from the solemnity of the meeting to their usual interactions. Lord El, I will report any new information to you in real time, so you can hear the palace gossip even from outside, Alma said with a smile. Lord El, if you have any new news, remember to inform me immediately. You didn't even tell me about the bloody footprint thief in advance. If you had, I would have made your story 100 times more terrifying, Martha complained. Don't believe her lies. When I was writing this report, she couldn't bear to read the first draft. She said she was afraid of blood, and she couldn't stand the description of blood. Fellow reporter Daniel immediately rebuked Martha. When you return safely, I make you a special drink at the Adventurer's Tavern, Henry said. We take care of the logistics for everyone, said the sisters Pamela and Freya. It was the first time Roland had seen Elle working in a leadership capacity. Surrounding her were a group of companions who were like family, supporting each other, and relying on each other. The scene was warm and dreamlike. When I'm out on assignments, if there's an emergency, you can always contact Roland, okay? Elle gently nudged Roland, who was once again stunned, and leaned in close, whispering in his ear, "Is this okay with you?" How could it be? Roland's heart was filled with joy as he watched her lively appearance. This was the first time Elle had truly entrusted him with a secret, just as he had hoped countless times. "Mr. Brave and Wise, I'd be grateful for your guidance in the future. When you're free, could we do an interview with you? Our readers love you." Martha, finally seizing the opportunity, spoke eagerly. "Mr. Roland, please take care of me." The others also responded in a friendly tone. "I am." Roland stood up, looking at his new colleagues in the conference room, a bright smile spreading across his handsome face. "Please take care of me in the future." Chapter 91. The sky was as dark as ink. A Milky Way stretched across it. Irregular clusters of stars stretched into the distance, cascading down to the vast fields as far as the eye could see. Elle sat outside a farmyard, holding a wooden bowl of mincemeat soup. The soup was no longer steaming, evidently having been in her hands for a while. She had no appetite for food at the moment. Her gaze passed over the nearby, cheerful crowd and landed on a dark, round monster squatting beside them. It was as big as a small house, with a round head and a body that was also round. Strangely, on its round head was a single yellow eye, the size of a lantern. Like a magic lamp, this yellow eye shone a bright light of the same color, illuminating the people around it. On the outskirts of the crowd stood a table, upon which lay a bucket of mincemeat soup and a pile of recently used wooden bowls. The group had just finished their meal, and were enjoying their after-dinner entertainment. In the center of the crowd, Claude, with his green hair and brown skin, donned a circus costume. He twirled, slid, bounced, and swung his hips. His brightly colored, draped pants blossomed like flowers, vibrant and vibrant. Someone clapped drums to keep him company, and occasionally someone stood up and joined him in a few casual twists and turns, either playing or competing in a dance. Regardless of the performance, the guests were thoroughly entertained. Suddenly, the lights in the arena flickered violently. The chubby monster stood up. Elle almost immediately summoned her magic wand, but before she could do anything, she saw the locals nonchalantly pat the monster's short, furry legs. "Guang Guang, you're hungry, right? Another bowl." Instantly, someone handed it a large wooden bowl, twice the size of its head, filled with the same soup as Ayers. "Okay, Guang Guang, stay with us for another half an hour. It's rare to have circus dancers here today, and everyone wants to play a little longer." The massive monster, 5 or 6 meters tall, stretched out its short, black-haired hands, took the large wooden bowl, and with a rumble, sat back down, its large, glowing eyes fixed on the people enjoying themselves. The stage lights, which had swayed with its movements, stabilized again. The people continued to play music and dance, and laughter filled the air once more. Ayer breathed a sigh of relief, put away his magic wand, sat down, and rubbed his rumbling stomach. He watched Guang Guang happily tucking away, then picked up his wooden bowl and gulped down the soup. The people of Nonley really did treat monsters as companions, just as the rumor said. Perhaps we shouldn't be so wary. 7 days ago, a team led by Atticus set out to escort the remains of the Nonley envoy to Nonley. On the same day they departed, Elle and Claude, the Nonley spy, also set out. They chose a different route than Atticus, because Claude offered to tell them he knew a faster way to reach the Nonley capital. The Nonley capital, like the capital of the Theodosian kingdom, was the center of the nation, the city where the king resided. Our circus of play travels between various cities in Nonley and Theodosian kingdom. I've been to more cities than any of you here. That route was discovered by our circus, and it saves 2 full days compared to the usual route. Alma and the others were skeptical, and even Elle himself initially doubted Claude's ability to lead the way. They couldn't use teleportation magic directly in areas they hadn't reached before, and relying solely on foot, they couldn't close the gap with Atticus's group. If they could take a shortcut and reach Nonley before Atticus, they would undoubtedly have more room for maneuver later. After weighing the pros and cons, Elle chose to trust them. The first third of the route Claude pointed out paralleled the official route. If Claude wasn't reliable, they could still quickly revert to the official route. Today was the 7th day since their departure, and also Elle and Claude's first day in Nonley. According to the official route, it would take at least the 9th day to enter Nonley territory, so they were indeed traveling faster. After entering Nonley, no longer needing to hide their appearance with makeup, Claude suddenly became more lively and changed into her usual style of clothing. Don't underestimate my lack of monster taming talent. I'm quite skilled in other areas. For example, I can give you a free meal and a place to stay today. At noon today, he solemnly promised Elle. So, while passing through a village, Claude, using his circus-trained skills, quickly struck up a conversation with the village chief and successfully traded his evenings dancing for food and lodging for 2 people. The arrival of a professional performer like Claude in the village was a rare and significant event. In the evening, after a day's work, the people, invited by the village chief, gathered in a small open space in the center of the village for a rare moment of singing and dancing. To Elle's surprise, as the sky darkened, the monster named Guang calmly sat down among the crowd. No one was afraid, and the monster didn't attack. They sat together, eating meat soup, as if they were truly inseparable companions. This was the first non-Li village Elle and Claude had encountered, and for the first time, beyond the mythical concept, she truly saw what it meant to say monsters are our companions. It was a relationship between humans and monsters she had never imagined. "Hey Hella, are you there?" Elle asked inwardly, feeling the need to let Hella know. Since she last learned teleportation magic, Hella had been silent for a while. Sometimes, Elle even wondered if she still existed within her body. But this time, there was still no response. In the shadows not far away, the crowd erupted in a long cheer. Through the crowd, Claude could be seen bowing in every direction. His dance performance was over. "Hey!" Claude struggled to make his way past the enthusiastic crowd, waving his arms and running over, his intricately patterned sleeves swaying in the air. "Why don't we stay another day? The villager said they treat us to a feast tomorrow." Elle stood up, watching his ecstatic laughter, and poured cold water on him. "It's not too late to relax after this is resolved." "Why? You're so heartless." Claude stomped his foot and complained as he watched Elle walk away. Leaving the open space in the center of the village, Elle found a deserted spot and took out his communication magic tool to contact Alma. She communicated with the eavesdroppers daily, and any news from others would be reported to Alma. "Alma, have you received any new information?" "Yes, Lord L." Alma's excitement was barely concealed. "I just received word that the official escort team seems to have run into trouble and has been delayed for a whole day in the border city of Stone. You already reached the Southernly Kingdom. Our progress is much faster than theirs." Elle had informed her of his current location in yesterday's communication. "I'm afraid this isn't that simple. It's even possible that Atticus did this intentionally." "You're right." Alma's smile immediately faded. "I go back tomorrow to find out the details." "Don't be so nervous, Alma. Don't expose yourself too aggressively just to get information," Elle warned. "Although we don't know exactly what Atticus will do, his purpose is already exposed. We know that no matter what he does, the result will be to sow hatred between the 2 countries and ignite war. Claude and I expect to arrive at least 2 days before him. I will find a way to infiltrate the palace and speak with the king of Non-Li beforehand. Being preemptive will prevent Atticus from having any tricks up his sleeve." 12 hours ago, in the best inn in the border city of Stone, 3 high-ranking magicians in the transport team wore gloomy expressions. Of all the magicians, they were chosen for the same reason. All 3 were highly skilled in ice magic. Their sole mission was to use ice magic to safely preserve the remains of the 20 Non-Li envoys. Every morning before departure and every evening before retiring, the 3 of them would take turns meticulously inspecting the coffins containing the remains, ensuring the ice formulas were intact. However, just this morning at 8 a.m., one of them went to check and discovered that the formulas on at least 5 of the coffins had been tampered with. The magician, who had inspected yesterday, had sworn that none of the formulas were faulty. But the shifts were arranged by the 3 of them, and if something were to go wrong, no one would be immune. Since only the 3 of us know about this, wouldn't it be better to reattach the formulas? But we have no idea when the formulas broke. If they broke late last night and affected the condition of the remains inside, that would be disastrous. They hesitated, trembling with fear. After much deliberation, they decided to report the matter to Prince Atticus, the team leader. It could have been accidentally scraped off during transport or during loading or unloading from the carriage. Prince Atticus was surprisingly tolerant. "Since it's already been repaired, there's no problem. Your Highness, Second Prince, do you think you'd like to open the coffin and confirm the condition of the remains?" After explaining the entire story, one of the magicians nervously suggested. "It was only one night. Now that autumn has dawned, I think it's fine." Prince Atticus consoled the 3. "Why don't you check more frequently to prevent this from happening again?" Of course. The 3 of them readily agreed, looking at each other, each seeing relief in their eyes. Luckily, it was the easygoing second prince. If it had been the hot-tempered first prince, they would have been punished. Atticus wasn't just tolerant of the 3 magicians. Considering that the knights of the transport team had been traveling for 7 consecutive days, and were exhausted, he ordered a day of rest in Stone City. After Stone City, we reach Nonley. You inevitably be unfamiliar with the food. Everyone, rest well today and eat to your heart's content, Atticus announced to the troops with a smile. The knights and soldiers cheered and ordered a variety of sumptuous meals at the hotel. As Atticus turned to leave, his face darkened. The magic formula on the coffin was certainly intentional. He wanted to cause trouble with the remains. Otherwise, how could he reignite discontent within Nonley? The recent murder of the Nonley envoy incident hadn't gone according to his original plan, and this had deeply frustrated him. Even worse, he couldn't figure out who had sabotaged his plans. This time, he would personally transport the remains and meet the king of Nonley. He refused to believe anyone could interfere. Chapter 92. At 8 p.m., inside the Nonley king's palace, the lights in the government office were brightly lit. Queen Eliza, the ruler of a nation, dressed in a bathrobe, her hair slightly damp, sat at her desk, taking a sip of strong black coffee and reading a document intently. Nearly 20 years as king, the constant work and contemplation, combined with her stern personality, had carved a small Chuan river wrinkle between her brows, lending her expression an air of majesty and sternness. 3 documents lay on her desk. She held a pen, lifting and pausing, leaving a trail of marks on the paper. Old notes, marked with circles and dots, lay on the paper, revealing she had read them many times. These 3 documents were all reports on the murder scene of the Nonley Kingdom delegation. One, along with a letter of apology from King Theodosius, was the official explanation from the kingdom of Theodosius. One was obtained after she learned of the assassination of the envoys, through someone she had sent to bribe a sheriff in the capital of the kingdom of Theodosius. The other was a recount from a reporter who had infiltrated the murder scene that day. She had read the documents over and over again. The contents of the first 2 were identical. Although the 3rd document was worded differently, its detailed description of the scene was identical to the previous 2. Bloody footprints, lost gold and silver, and someone who looked like a Nonley national lingering outside the door. All the information so far pointed to a tragic murder for money. The only unfortunate thing was that the victims were the Nonley envoys. The door clicked softly, and the queen's husband, Philip, the king of Nonley, entered. He was well maintained, looking no more than 30 years old. He sauntered in, dressed in the same silk robe the queen wore. His long, curly green hair was still damp, with drops of water dripping onto the robe, leaving little wet marks. In a few steps, he reached the queen's desk, lifted his legs, and sat on the outside, letting his voluptuous thighs press against the edge. He leaned forward across the table, his fingers, damp with the moisture from his bath, coolly caressing the queen's furrowed brow. The smooth front of her robe, undisturbed by his leaning forward, revealed a large expanse of her honey-colored chest. "My queen, please stop being angry. It's bad for your health. Why are you here?" The queen put down her papers, her frown relaxing. "You already washed up. Why are you back in your study?" He picked up a strand of the queen's wet hair and twirled it between his fingers. "In a few days, the remains of the embassy will be brought back home. I want to take advantage of the fact that the Theodosian kingdom hasn't arrived yet to search for any clues or flaws. I always feel like things aren't that simple. My dear Majesty, sometimes clues just present themselves." Philip, the king's consort, twirled his right hand through the queen's wet hair, circling at once. Like a magician, he pulled a letter from behind her ear and handed it to her like a flower. "Where did you get it?" The queen took the letter, her face darkening, her eyes etched with anger. The sender's name on the envelope was signed, "The Bloody Footprint Thief." Philip, the king's consort, shook his head slightly. "I washed up and returned to my bedroom. I found this letter right in the middle of our bed. At first, I thought it was a love letter from you, so I opened the envelope. Who knew the contents were? You haven't spoken to me or written me a love letter in ages, otherwise I wouldn't have misunderstood." At this point, Prince Philip paused, his voice dejected. He picked up the queen's free left hand and pressed it against his own rosy breast. "That thing frightened me so much you touch it." The queen, troubled for so long, now had a breakthrough within reach. She had no time for flirting with Prince Philip. But Prince Philip wasn't clueless. He simply cared for his beloved queen and wanted to join in the fun to help her relax. "Be good, don't make a scene." The queen groped it briefly, then withdrew her hand. She flipped through the letter, examining it front and back. Besides the signature, there was no other information. She slid the open envelope open and pulled out the papers inside, a folded A4 sheet and a postcard. The postcard bore the address, 99 Elizabeth Street, Capital City, Room 14, Good Luck Hotel. The next line read, "Tomorrow at 10 a.m., I will present to Her Majesty the truth about the murder of the envoys. I look forward to meeting you." Left by the bloody footprint thief. He opened the remaining A4 sheet of paper, revealing a single black footprint. The length, width, and shape were identical to the 3-page report on the Queen's desk. To be able to break into the palace and leave this unnoticed, this bloody footprint thief is truly audacious. Prince Philip imitated the Queen's words and said, "My dear Queen, are you thinking about this again?" "No, I'm not angry this time." The Queen, amused by his imitation, relaxed her unconscious frown and reached out to touch her lover's face. "I'm just afraid. When I left the bedroom, there was nothing on the bed, which means he entered while you were showering after I left. While he's in his bedroom, you be in the adjacent bathroom." Seeing the Queen's solemn expression, Prince Philip stepped down from the table, circled behind her, pressed his body against her back, and placed his arms across her chest. He said affectionately, "I'm fine, aren't I? And he can come and go freely, yet he hasn't done anything. Instead, he's given the initiative to meet you, my dear Queen. This shows that he still has some sincerity. In my opinion, he's not as brutal as those reports describe him. Perhaps there's something else going on." Prince Philip's words made sense, and the Queen had certainly considered this. However, no one could easily provoke a king with impunity. The Queen squeezed Prince Philip's arm, tilted her head, and said to him affectionately, "If that bloody-footed thief dares to frighten you, I won't let him off easily. Would you like to come with me tomorrow to arrest the man?" Since he had already given her the address, whether to meet and discuss the matter in detail or to torture and extract a confession after arrest was, of course, not his decision. "Your Majesty loves me most." King Philip happily agreed, planting a kiss on the Queen's cheek. At 9 p.m. that evening, the Good Luck Wind Hotel, which had been scheduled to close, welcomed a rare evening rush of guests. 6 guests arrived just before closing time. They were disguised non-Li soldiers. If it had happened during the day the next day, such a large-scale movement would inevitably alert the enemy. So the Queen ordered them to sneak in secretly. This way, they could appear at the hotel the next day and, upon Her Majesty's command, arrest the man immediately. In addition, at 8 a.m. the following morning, 10 more soldiers and 2 magicians were lurking in the streets near the hotel. Everything was ready, only waiting for the legendary blood footprint thief to show up. At the appointed time of 10 o'clock, the Queen and her husband, dressed in civilian clothes, entered the hotel and knocked on the door of room 14. In the hallway outside, 6 soldiers disguised as guests were posted on either side of the wall. Within seconds of knocking, footsteps echoed from within. "You're here." Breakfast was delivered right after I ordered it. Really fast. After the door opened from the inside, 6 soldiers rushed in. One of them tackled the occupant to the ground, while the others immediately searched the rest of the room. "Oh, my hands hurt." Queen Eliza entered the room and looked around. The hotel room was small, and the soldier searched every inch in just a few seconds, finding no one else. Her Majesty looked down at the man, who was being held prostrate, and asked suspiciously, "It was you? You murdered 20 of my envoys for money?" The soldier twisted the suspect's head. He had brown skin and green hair, clearly a non-Li native. Under the soldier's grip, he was powerless to fight back. He was short and didn't look the part. Even Prince Philip, with his lack of physical prowess, could have easily knocked him to the ground. No, you misunderstood," Claude denied repeatedly. "I'm just a circus dancer." "Did you deliver that letter to the palace?" Her Majesty continued. "Letter? What letter?" Prince Philip promptly produced the letter, and unfolded the postcard with the room number, and the A4 sheet of paper with the footprints before him. Claude looked at the bloody footprint thief etched on the celebrity card and wailed, "Elle, you tricked me." He knew Elle must have done something terrible when she left him yesterday. "Why are you yelling?" The soldier had just finished scolding Claude when the door to the room slammed shut. The magic in the air flickered slightly, and a figure appeared out of nowhere. "Your Majesty, please forgive my tardiness." The figure wore a black hood, obscuring their features. In their hand was a magic wand entwined with 4-season vines. "It's mainly because your soldiers and magicians were too difficult to deal with. It took a while to deal with him." "Who are you? And where did you come from?" Several soldiers quickly stood in front of the Queen, ready for battle. She had appeared so suddenly that no one noticed how she had managed it. "You mean, this is Her Majesty the Queen?" Poor Claude stammered. It's over. Just escaped the Prince of the Kingdom of Theodosius, only to be captured by Her Majesty the Queen of your own country." Claude, what sin have you committed?" Queen Eliza, who had been wary and hostile toward Elle, turned her gaze upon Claude. Why would the prince of the kingdom of Theodosius capture you? Your Majesty, are you speaking to me? Claude said in disbelief flattered. At the queen's signal, the soldier holding Claude slowly pulled him to his feet, twisting his hands behind his back. Your Majesty, Claude said tremblingly, recounting his unfortunate experiences in the kingdom of Theodosius. Until now, our circus leader, the rest of the troupe, and our fellow monsters are still being held captive by the second prince. I wonder where he's taken them. Queen Eliza stared at Claude with hawk-like eyes, refusing to allow him to conceal a single detail. Then how did you escape? It was with help, Claude said weakly. That hooded woman over there, her name is Elle. She can use teleportation magic. She was the one who rescued me from this heavily guarded prison. Teleportation magic. Aside from fixed teleportation platforms, she had never heard of a magician being able to perform direct teleportation magic. So she was able to appear here so quietly and deliver the letter to the palace? Please forgive me for having to meet you this way. Seeing that Queen Eliza had fully believed Claude's words, Elle raised her hand and removed her hood, revealing her true face. I allowed you to find Claude, who was unaware of my plan, first so I could better gain your trust. If I had walked right up to you, given your personality, you probably wouldn't have believed me. So? Queen Eliza asked. You teleported to the palace without anyone noticing, and even deliberately gave me a loophole, waiting for me to take the bait? The letter that appeared in the bedroom last night made Queen Eliza feel deeply invaded, and she questioned unhappily. You can teleport directly to my palace. Is there any place in this world you can't go? Teleportation magic isn't that magical, Your Majesty. Elle frankly revealed his actions last night. Yesterday, I cast a sleeping spell under guards, giving them a short nap. That allowed me to enter your chambers. Then I lifted the sleeping spell and waited outside the palace gates, waiting for you to deploy your troops to capture the bloody footprint thief. Hearing Eller's calm confession, Queen Eliza's fury cooled like a glacier, replaced by a chilling feeling of being seen through. How did you know how I would react? She asked, and Elle secretly reminded herself to remain calm, still feigning an air of mastery. I didn't know what would happen. I simply valued my life and hoped to pass on the truth to those who needed it. A few days ago, Roland had contacted Eller specifically, warning her that the Queen of Nonly was a rather conceited, suspicious, and sensitive person who trusted only her own judgment. A hasty confession to her could backfire. Based on this assessment, Ella took these complex steps. Queen Eliza reluctantly accepted the explanation. At the moment, she had more important matters to ask. You said you would tell me the truth about the embassy's murder, so I just listened to it. Chapter 93. You said you would present me with the truth about the embassy's murder, so I listened. After finally gaining the trust of Queen Eliza of Nonly, a frank conversation unfolded smoothly. The conversation moved to a top-tier suite in the most luxurious five-star hotel on Elizabeth Street. 4 soldiers guarded the outer room, while 2 others went to the location Al mentioned to rescue their colleagues, who had been eliminated. In the inner room of the suite, Queen Eliza sat in the center of the largest sofa, with her husband, Philip, sitting beside her. Al and Claude sat on the single sofas on either side. Because this is not an isolated case, there are other related incidents. Specifically, the clues are numerous and complex. Al said, so, please allow me to first tell you my overall assessment of this series of events. Okay. Queen Eliza took a sip of the coffee that her husband offered her and agreed. Everything stems from one man's ambition to conquer and possess. And finding ways to stir up hatred is one of the steps to achieving that ambition. Er then recounted his actions on the night the envoys were murdered, as well as the initial appearance of the murder scene. Queen Eliza's expression grew increasingly gloomy as she spoke. Especially when she heard that the entire room was covered in hateful newspapers. She slammed her palm down on the coffee table in front of her, knocking over the coffee cup. Outrageous. Er paused in her narration, and the Queen's husband, Philip, immediately set the coffee cup aside and gently stroked the Queen's back twice. Your Majesty, since you already know their goal is to provoke your anger, why waste your anger and harm yourself? I'm fine. Queen Eliza stopped her husband and nodded to Elle continue. From this incident alone, it's impossible to tell who is behind this. The second thing I want to tell you is the true cause of the magic tide in Philos City. Elle recounted the disaster of the monster tide in great detail. Even Claude, hearing these details for the first time, secretly wiped away a few tears for the unfortunate citizens. Of course, for the safety of the city of the dead, her account ended with her evacuating Philos City from a distance, following the survivors. However, there was a fatal problem. She only had herself as a witness, and Hela, hidden within her body. As for what Claude said, at most, it could only indicate that Atticus neglected his duty in the investigation. It couldn't directly link the monster tied to it. Elle said sincerely, "This is all the information I experienced or gathered. As you can see, I have no direct evidence to incriminate Atticus. My judgment is based on a comprehensive assessment of the three events: the monster-tied disaster, the murder of the Nonly spy, and the Nonly envoy." Queen Eliza raised her brow, her expression unremarkable. Atticus once served as a diplomat in Nonly. He's highly regarded by the nobles and ministers. Even I consider him a gentle and polite man. You don't even have any evidence. How can you convince me that he's the mastermind behind this? Elle had anticipated the Queen's reaction. "I hope more than anyone that all this is just my imagination," she said. "However, I personally experienced more than one disaster involving Atticus, and I'm well aware of his true nature. Atticus happens to be in charge of this mission's transportation. Your Majesty, how about a bet?" "Oh!" The Queen, with a hint of interest, leaned forward. "What do you want to bet on? Let's see if Atticus's arrival will provoke your wrath." "Why, do you think I'm so easily angered?" Elise said with interest. "Since you say so, I certainly try to suppress my anger. This bet doesn't seem fair to you." Elle shook her head. "Winning or losing doesn't mean anything to me. I just want to gain your trust." "Okay. I take the bet. Let's see if my energy cultivation skills are superior, or if your predictions about Atticus are accurate." Queen Elisa readily agreed, and the pent-up anger she'd been holding since last night dissipated. After more than 2 hours of uninterrupted conversation, the group had already chatted from morning until 1 in the afternoon. Queen Eliza stood up. "I received news that a team led by Atticus will arrive to meet me here in 3 days. Let's schedule our next meeting the day after my meeting with him." "Yes. I'd be waiting for your summons at the Good Luck Inn." Elle stood up and said, "Okay, it's settled." Queen Eliza walked out, and as she passed Claude, she gave him a firm push on the shoulder. "Don't worry, little dancer. If the truth is as you say, I will find a way to rescue the people from the circus." "Thank you. Your Majesty, Your Highness, Your Honor." Claude was so overwhelmed with gratitude that he even wanted to kiss the Queen's hand, but the Queen's wife fluttered his hand. "Your Majesty, I actually want to ask you a question." Elle, observing the other man's relaxed expression, said, "It's about the siege troops you sent. Didn't you defeat them all? What else is there to ask?" Queen Eliza bristled at the thought of so many of her subordinates being overthrown by the man before her, and spoke in a sullen tone. Seeing Prince Philip's arm around the Queen's shoulders, and a loving smile, Elle knew the Queen wasn't truly angry, so she continued, "I heard the Nonly people are particularly skilled at taming monsters, and I've seen them living alongside monsters more than once." Elle paused, then asked with genuine confusion, "But I noticed there were no monsters among the team you sent to capture me. Why is that?" After hearing Elle's question, the 3 Nonly people present, besides her, immediately shared a look of disgust. Before the Queen could say anything, Claude blurted out, "What are you thinking? I already told you that monsters are our allies. Partners, you understand? A monster tamed from childhood is to the Nonly people who tamed it, just as Pamela and the others are to you." The Queen didn't reprimand Claude for his indiscretion, but instead gave him an approving look. Then she said to Ayer, "It's normal for you to have such a perception. After all, your king is the descendant of a traitor who betrayed the covenant of coexistence. I originally thought Atticus was an accident in their family, but now it seems uncertain." "What do you mean by covenant of coexistence?" Elle asked anxiously. She had a hunch that this matter must be closely connected to Hela and the city-state. On this occasion, Prince Philip spoke for the first time, his attitude completely different from when he addressed the Queen. "Recognize your identity," he said sternly. "How dare you trouble your Majesty with such a basic question? As for the existence of monsters, I suggest you take advantage of the next few days to travel around our country, see and hear. Don't apply your narrow perspective from the kingdom of Theodosius to other countries." The conversation, which had originally ended happily, ended somewhat unpleasantly. After the Queen left, Elle and Claude also emerged from the hotel. Elle walked ahead silently, walking briskly, and soon disappeared. Claude ran after her, finally finding her in front of a clinic with a monster silhouette painted on its sign. "Would you mind if I were to puke my bile chasing you?" Claude panted, leaning on his knees. "Although I just spoke ill of you in front of His Majesty, you also ruined my chance to have dinner with His Majesty. So let's just call it quits, okay? Don't be angry." "I'm not angry." Elle's tone was remarkably calm. "Then why were you leaving so quickly?" "Because time is limited. Prince Philip is right. I finally made it to Nonly Kingdom, so of course I should see it for myself." Elle pushed open the door of the monster clinic in front of him and walked in. There's no need to rush, is there? Claude followed helplessly. We haven't even had lunch yet. Chapter 94. If you pay close attention, you notice that monsters are common throughout the Nonly capital. Ayer's first stop was a clinic specializing in monster treatment. On her first day in the Nonly capital, on her way to the hotel, she'd been curious about the clinic. The sign outside the store clearly depicted the silhouette of a monster, with the words Monster Clinic and Adoption Center written below. The most important thing now was that her meeting with Queen Eliza was temporarily over, and she'd been warned by several Nonly people not to view other countries with your own narrow-mindedness. She decided to go and take a look for herself. Could it be that different places breed different monsters, and that changing to a new country would alter the nature of monsters? With this question in mind, Ayer pushed open the door of the store. The moment the door opened, the sound of the doorbell rang out, replaced by the clatter of empty seeds. It turned out to be a large dried bean pod hanging by the door, perhaps filled with a vibrant flock of beans. It emitted a muffled tinkling sound, like a call from an ancient forest. Then, a series of heart-wrenching roars emanated from within the shop. Following the sound, Al saw a magical enclosure similar to the one he had seen in Luna's laboratory, designed to trap monsters. As far as the eye could see, there were about 20 or so enclosures. 7 or 8 of them contained a monster, each holding a different form: winged birds, furry beasts, and hard-skinned crustaceans. The largest ones were about 4 or 5 meters long, almost touching the roof when standing up. The smaller ones were only 20 or 30 centimeters tall, reminding Al of Faye's fire rat. Every monster now behaved in the same way, baring their teeth at Elle, who had just entered, and roaring in an attempt to intimidate her. The monster's movement intensified as Claude, who had followed her in, entered. Elle turned to look at him, her eyes filled with skepticism. Didn't you say that the people of Nonly treat monsters as companions? Why are they roaring even louder when they see you? That's different. Claude stiffened his neck and retorted, monsters in these clinics and adoption centers are generally more feral. Besides, I've never been liked by my fellow monsters since I was a child. It would be abnormal for them to not bark, roar, or pant at my presence. A swaying sound, similar to the sound of a door opening, echoed. A young woman in an apron emerged from the latticework of the magic fence, her gloved hands holding a large bucket of what looked like food. As soon as she appeared, all the panting and roaring ceased, and the monsters became as docile as pet cats. Guests, do you have a monster that needs treatment, or would you like to adopt one? No, Claude waved his hand quickly. We just came in to take a look. It's her, Claude said, pushing Elle forward. My friend is visiting Nonly for the first time, and is curious about how we interact with our monster companions. The woman's gaze fell on Elle, whose skin color was different and clearly foreign. Miss, are you from the kingdom of Theodosius? Is it obvious? Elle checked her attire. She was wearing Nonly clothing, adapting to local customs. As for skin color, besides the kingdom of Theodosius, there were other white-skinned nations on the continent. Except for the kingdom of Theodosius, no other country would consider my humble shop a tourist attraction. The young woman set down the bucket, and the surrounding monsters immediately gathered around the fence, attracted by the scent. She used a wooden ladle to distribute food to the various enclosures, taking a moment to pet the monsters' heads. Of course, your people are known for their xenophobia, and it's rare for you to visit other countries. In the 3 years I've been running my shop, I only met 4 or 5 people like you. They all came in search of something new, and left disappointed. Really? Ira approached the woman. Why would they be disappointed? The woman glanced at Ayer, as if judging her purpose. They're different, the woman said, putting down her tools and counting on her fingers. One was probably a bounty hunter, planning to steal a few baby monsters from my shop. 2 were ordinary citizens, filled with righteous indignation, passing by and barging in, shouting, raising monsters is like making a deal with the devil. You die a miserable death, the woman said, mimicking their tone and chuckling. Another one, ostensibly applying for a job at my shop, actually wanted to learn the secrets of monster taming. But after less than 2 months, they couldn't stand it and ran away. After counting off a few oddballs on her fingers, the woman turned to Ayer. I wonder which one you are. Perhaps I'm lucky enough to be another one in your records, Ayer said with a smile. I'm not here to cause trouble, I'm just simply curious. Seeing that I meant no harm, the woman said, all right. There's no reason to chase people away when you're open. Come with me. The woman set the food bucket aside and led Elle and Claude to the only round table in the shop, where they sat down. Tell me, what is this customer curious about? A few meters away, Several monsters in the shop were already enjoying their afternoon snack. Al looked at them and asked, "Where did all these monsters in your shop come from?" "They got lost from the monster forest. Because they didn't come out through the official channels of the Coexistence Covenant, they didn't find any human companions. When they're found, they're brought to my shop. My shop receives social subsidies, so if someone is willing to adopt them, and the monsters are willing to accept them, I can take them away for free." It was the Coexistence Covenant again, a covenant she had never heard of before. It seemed to be the key to unlocking her relationship with the monsters. As for the question, will you not be harmed by them while caring for them? Elle no longer felt the need to ask such questions. It was likely that there were similar restrictions in the coexistence agreement. And judging by the way the people here casually mentioned it, it probably wasn't some secret, hard-to-get information. Perhaps she could look for the specific contents of the coexistence agreement, as well as the information she had sought in the Royal Capital Central Library, in this library later. She had a feeling she was very close to the truth. Elle didn't linger for long. After thanking the store manager, she quickly left the store with Claude. "What do you want to eat?" "I treat you," Elle said cheerfully. "Aren't you busy wandering around? Finding a restaurant is like wandering around. If you don't have a good choice, just look around and see what's on this street." "Wait, I didn't say I didn't recommend it." Claude opened his arms and embraced Elle, who was turning to leave. "There's a tavern we always go to when our circus performs in the capital. Want to try it?" "Let's go," Elle agreed briskly. "Wow, so soft, so cuddly." Claude opened his arms and fell into a huge, furry embrace. "Woo, woo, woo, Timothy, you're the only one who doesn't despise me. You truly are the best monster companion in the world." Elle had never dreamed that the tavern Claude mentioned as his must-visit spot was actually run by a combination of humans and monsters. Specifically, this bear-like monster named Timothy, like a wall, was known to customers as the second manager. Compared to the busy store manager and waiters, its job was surprisingly easy. It simply stood by the cashier, bowing goodbye or offering a heartfelt hug as customers paid and left. Timothy's hug was a highly recommended item featured on the front row of the restaurant's menu. About 2/3 of customers came specifically for Timothy's hug. Even in Nonley, not everyone possessed the ability to tame monsters. Taming a monster companion like Timothy, one that was not only close to its owner, but also kind to all customers, was certainly not something anyone could achieve. After a satisfying meal and a few drinks, at Claude's urging, Elle, with a somewhat unexplainable feeling, also ordered a Timothy's hug. The bear-like monster, Timothy, opened its mouth to cool down, revealing a section of its tongue, its mouth seemingly smiling. Elle, imitating the customer before her, handed it the handful of peeled nuts the waiter had offered her. It then bent down, lowered its head, and with a swish of its tongue around Elle's palm, it cleaned up all the nuts. Then it spread its furry paws towards Elle, waiting for its newly fed friend to embrace. "Hurry!" At Claude's urging, Elle stepped forward and, imitating his earlier embrace, embraced the dark, furry creature, 3 times her size. It felt as soft as a freshly dried duvet, and with its breath, a distinct vibration rippled through her chest. In short, it was an incredibly blissful hug. When Elle finally pulled away, she felt a little reluctant. "How's it? This is a rare experience for you people in the kingdom of Theodosius," Claude boasted to Elle, as if Timothy were his own monster companion. "Well, it's a rare experience for you, someone who's so good at being rejected by your monster companions. Wow, you, someone so busy with your schedule, can actually joke." It seems Timothy's hug really does have healing properties. Elle agreed with Claude for once, nodding and saying, "Friendly relationships do have healing effects. This shop is pretty good, thanks for the recommendation." "Hee, you're being so formal," Claude said with a smile. "Although you often hit and yell at me, we're still friends after all, having been in prison together, right?" After just a few words, Claude's words went off the rails again. Elle fell silent and left him. Chapter 95. On the second day of sightseeing, Al decided to visit the Grand Library in the capital of Nonley. "Why would you go to a place like that?" Claude looked at Al with a puzzled expression. "Do you need a special reason to go to the library?" "Of course, I have information to look up." Since Claude had never been to a library before, Al randomly asked passers-by for directions. After asking 6 or 7 people, he finally got a useful clue. "So, what questions absolutely require answers from a book that's so confusing to read?" "Why don't you ask me?" Claude kept asking. Elle, finding her way, casually retorted, "Do you know what the Covenant of Coexistence is? What happened on the continent when it was signed?" "Everyone knows the Covenant of Coexistence," Claude said smugly. It's because of it that people have the opportunity to meet their monster allies. He then pointed doubtfully at his head and said, "You don't have a good memory, do you? That guy at the clinic just told you that yesterday." Elle couldn't stand Claude questioning her intelligence and memory. She stopped, crossed her arms, and said seriously, "The Covenant of Coexistence. When was it established? Who were the participants in the alliance? What happened at the alliance site? Do you still know any of this?" This? Such a boring question, only the most boring book would record it. Who has the time to remember such things? After Claude finished speaking, he looked at Elle with a look of "you see," and shut up guiltily. Elle had long since realized that a free, carefree, casual, and optimistic life was a common pursuit ingrained in the DNA of the Nonly people. They dared to wander the continent alone without even enough money, and Claude Circus dared to bring its monster companions on a tour of a kingdom where relations between humans and monsters were at odds. Also, along the way, the other Nonly people had been largely accommodating and casual. A village even held an impromptu party that evening for Claude's dance performance. And the several shops she visited yesterday were also very welcoming to outsiders. The girl at the clinic, despite having encountered several hostile kingdom residents, was still willing to sit down and answer her curious questions. Later, at the tavern, the manager even gave her a discount on the bill, especially for a foreigner. Of course, except for the irascible queen and her husband. After all, in Roland's first life, it was Queen Eliza who, unable to resist Atticus's provocation, initiated the war. But from another perspective, it was precisely because of her immense love for her subjects that she couldn't rationally face such a tragic event as the envoys were murdered by the kingdom's indignation. Recovering from her thoughts, Elle looked at Claude, who had become listless and droopy as he followed her, seemingly drooping due to his trip to the library. Ever since meeting Queen Eliza the day before yesterday, Claude had followed her closely whenever she left the Good Luck Inn, a stark contrast to his former self, who always found time for play and fun. "You don't have to follow me," she kindly reminded him. "That won't do." Unexpectedly, Claude's reaction was incredibly intense. He leaped to his feet and, in a few quick steps, was right beside Elle again. "Back then, you were willing to sneak out even when you were just going out to buy breakfast. Why are you so restrained now that you're in your own country?" Elle asked suspiciously. "How can it be the same? I was just out of prison then, and now, I can only—" Claude said awkwardly, his voice trailing off as he spoke, so much so that Elle didn't even hear him. "What did you say?" Looking at Elle, who had repeated his question, Claude suddenly threw down his jar and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Now I have no one else to rely on except you." "Okay, you heard it. Are you satisfied? I'm so shameless and incompetent that I didn't even know where the circus members were captured. You're the most amazing. You even dared to plot against Queen Eliza, and even made a bet with her. What if you lose this bet with the queen? Will she still help me save the circus members? I have no choice but to follow you like a stray dog, afraid you run away." He seemed to want to pour out all his grievances, completely ignoring the glances of the passers-by. However, by the end, his disappointment in himself became increasingly evident. "If you run away, I really have no hope." This string of words surprised Elle. From the beginning, Claude had acted unreliable. He hadn't complained when Queen Eliza had been lured in to capture him without telling him, and he had a great time sightseeing in the city yesterday. I hadn't expected him to harbor so much emotion. And he cared so much about his companions. After our previous meeting with the Queen, you should be aware that my purpose in bringing you back to Nonly Kingdom to see her wasn't to save the circus. For the first time, Elle explained his actions to Claude. But that doesn't mean I ignore them. My friend is helping to track down the others back home. He has special channels, making it easier and more efficient than I could find them. "Really?" Claude asked, as if to confirm. The Wind listeners' meeting was secret, and he was unaware of Roland's existence and actions. When Elle heard Claude say that the people Atticus had captured were all skilled in monster training, yet he hadn't been taken away, he understood. Atticus was probably using him as a hostage, forcing his companions to help him train aggressive monsters. As long as he was useful, his safety wasn't a concern for the time being. Since Roland intended to infiltrate deep within Atticus's sphere of influence, it was only a matter of time before he encountered someone from the circus. "It's true." Elle nodded, emphasizing his words to reassure Claude. "I always keep my word, you know." Hee, that's good. I knew you were a trustworthy, kind person." Perhaps all Claude needed was a confirmation to ease his worries. After receiving Elle's reassurance, Claude regained his energy. He rubbed the back of his head and said sheepishly, "I was quite emotional just now. I hope you don't mind." "It's okay, I don't mind." If you feel emotional next time, just say it directly. Elle said, since we need to travel together soon, it's always better to minimize friction. Oh, there's one more thing. Go ahead. I'm not going to the library. Hee, places like that just naturally make me sleepy. Whatever you say. Elle shrugged. If Claude hadn't been following her, she might have already reached the library by now, perhaps even finished looking up the information. Then I'm leaving. Claude made a move to turn around, but Elle unmoved, looking at the sign. I'm leaving. Elle said goodbye and headed directly in the direction indicated by the sign. Unlike the central library in the capital of the Kingdom of Theodosius, all floors of the Nonly National Library, from the 1st to the 5th, were open to the public. The books were plentiful, but the crowds were few. So when Elle asked where the relevant materials were stored, the bored librarian stepped out from behind the counter and personally led her to the designated floor. He enthusiastically helped her find several books one by one and placed them on the tables in the reading area. Okay, it should be right here. See if it's enough. The librarian raised his glasses, spread his fingers, and pressed them against the nearly half-meter-high pile of books, looking at Elle with confidence. It's fine now. Thank you for your help. Eyre gave her a grateful smile. Huh? Really? You really don't need any help? The librarian asked repeatedly, clearly reluctant to leave. Eyre scanned the entire floor. Of the nearly 100 seats in the reading area, only 3 or 4 people were sitting there, a deserted scene. How about you help me look for it? Eyre looked at the woman with an expectant look on her face and said, there's so much information. I probably can't read it all by myself. Okay. The woman had been waiting for Eyre to say that. She immediately sat down next to him and began flipping through the pages rapidly. Her eyes, like tracking devices, immediately found the page containing the knowledge point Eyre was asking about and helped him flip it upside down on the table. Here, page 98, is a study of the changing relationship between humans and monsters before the covenant of coexistence. Here, page 103, is a memoir of a Theodosius soldier who migrated to Nonly Kingdom, about his kingdom's battles with monsters. No need to flip this book, it's a handwritten copy of the original covenant of coexistence. Here, page 24, is a list of participating nations. Page 34 records the development of the 9 coexistent city-states initially attempted in the monster forest. Records of the development of the coexistent city-states. Because of Hellas' presence, Eyre's curiosity about this point instantly surpassed his interest in the covenant of coexistence itself. Eyre picked up the book the administrator had just flipped upside down on the table and read it carefully. The book records 9 coexisting city-states, representing 9 nations that had signed coexistence pacts with the monsters. Elle carefully searched the names of the 9 nations, but couldn't find the Theodosian kingdom listed. Why isn't it there? She asked puzzledly, then flipped to page 24 and checked the list of covenant participating nations. There was no Theodosian kingdom listed either. What's going on? This country is the predecessor of the Theodosian kingdom. A finger pointed to an unfamiliar nation on the page, the Castilla Empire. Elle turned to the administrator with a curious look. The administrator, with a dignified air and a habitual tilt of his glasses, said, the reason you can't find the Theodosian kingdom on the list is because its very existence stemmed from the breaking of the coexistence pact. Could you please elaborate a little more? The administrator, evidently possessing a vast reservoir of knowledge, recounted the entire story like a storyteller. Initially, after a protracted struggle against monsters, the Castilla Empire and 8 other nations on the continent finally discovered a small number of intelligent species among the monsters, the Cheen people, as Elle had always called them. They called themselves Velander, which translates to people of natural magic in the human language. Monsters all possess natural magical powers. While less intelligent monsters primarily possess magical properties in their attacks, the Velander possess teleportation magic and the ability to collectively control less intelligent monsters within their tribe. Because of the Velander, the leaders of the human nations believed there was hope for a peaceful coexistence with the monsters. They managed to establish contact with the Velander among the monsters, and learned that the monster community had long since grown tired of the constant fighting. Both sides quickly reached a consensus, each sending a number of its members to invade the other's territory. 9 nations selected 9 monster forests, and established states of coexistence representing their respective nations. Due to their small population, the Valandil established only 2 settlements in human territory, one in the Nonly Kingdom and one in the Castilla Empire, the predecessor of the Theodosian Kingdom. Everything proceeded smoothly, and the city-state experiment was highly successful. Therefore, a year later, the kings of the 9 human nations agreed with Valandil and signed a coexistence pact. However, unexpectedly, after signing the pact, the Cassilia Empire turned against them and attacked the Valandil settlements within their own territory. The leader of the rebellion was Fenris Theodosius, the name of the first Theodosian king and Hela Theodosius's biological brother. Thus, the Theodosian kingdom was established, and the history of conflict between its people and monsters began. Chapter 96. I really can't understand. Fenris Theodosius was clearly a traitor who destroyed the prospects for peace, so why did your people elect him king at that time? After explaining the history recorded in the book, the librarian expressed her thoughts. Ayr knew why. In Monster Eden, on the day before the destruction of the city-state that Hela had taken her through, Fenris Theodosius first sent his knights to create the illusion of a demonic rampage within the city-state, thereby spreading panic among the people living in the state of coexistence. After escaping Monster Eden, these knights spread their perceived truth to even more people, sparking fear and resistance toward demons. At this point, it was only natural for Fenris Theodosius to break his promise and attack the Valandil settlement within his territory. And his actions were naturally portrayed as a helpless act to protect his people. At this point, the entire story of the city-state was fully revealed. Atticus's current actions were practically a repeat of the same path. First, he used lies to deceive and manipulate public opinion, and then, logically, he used force and war to achieve his own desire for power. If he succeeded, the hostility between humans and monsters that once existed in the kingdom of Theodosius would spread across the entire continent. The covenant of coexistence would be forever shattered. The peaceful coexistence between humans and monsters that she witnessed in the kingdom of Nonli would become an unbelievable memory in some history book. For an entire day, Elle, rewarding the idle librarian with 2 meals, lunch and dinner, helped her copy down all the relevant information. She would bring this information back to the Listening Wind Society, and when the time was right, find a way to make the city-state story public. This was the agreement she had made with Hela when they first met years ago. Returning to the Good Luck Like the Wind Hotel late at night, Ayr turned off her communication with Roland, sat cross-legged on the bed, and once again attempted to contact Hela. After her calls to her inner voice went unanswered, she had just used her communication magic tool to ask Roland how to self-examine her own magic. Hela had said that her magic was gradually merging with her own. Conversely, as long as the fusion hadn't been complete, there should be 2 different kinds of magic within her body. In the darkness, she quietly closed her eyes and softly chanted a spell, the Elves' lullaby Roland had told her, that could actively attract elves to her. Elves, unable to manifest in the mortal world, were drawn to this chant, clinging to Ayr's skin, immersing themselves in her body, and spontaneously merging with her magic. The elves' presence made the previously invisible and imperceptible magical veins more palpable. As she continued to investigate and sense them, Ayr discovered that, beside her own magical veins, there was a thicker, yet significantly dimmer, magical web, like a shadow. Like encountering a fork in the road, when the elves reached the point where her magical veins intersected with the dim web, some were naturally drawn in, diverted, and drawn into it. Like a stagnant pool of water suddenly choked by a series of pebbles thrown by a mischievous child. The elves' sudden intrusion caused Hela's magical web to violently tremble. Ayr took advantage of the obvious magical fluctuations to repeatedly call out to Hela. "Are you calling me?" Hela's response was groggy, like someone still half asleep. Today I discovered the true reason for the city-state's extinction. Fearing Hela might suddenly lose her voice, Ayr quickly shared the information he had obtained with her, also revealing the existence of the covenant of coexistence. So that's how it is. I should have thought of it earlier. She didn't seem surprised that her brother was the source of all the disasters. Instead, she was more interested in what Ayr had said about the relationship between Nonli and other countries and the monsters. That's wonderful. Even if my ideal city-state has been destroyed, much of this world has become what I dreamed of. Thank you for bringing me this news. Hela's voice was soft, like an imperceptible breeze, drifting away, and everything returned to silence, unable to even verify its presence. Are you leaving me soon? With a sense of premonition, Ayr spoke with difficulty. It's hard to separate us. Hela's tone brightened. You seem to have attracted the spirits to you. You must have noticed that our magic, like 2 trees sharing a root system, is now inseparable. Will you still be able to talk to me like this in the future? Ayr knew Hela was trying to comfort her, but her reluctance to speak only hinted at the impending departure. Before she realized it, warm liquid trickled down her cheeks. She struggled to articulate what Hela meant to her. Hela wasn't a reliable elder like Dean Sophia. She initially even deceived her in order to inhabit Elle's body. She wasn't a loyal and steadfast companion like Alma and the other listeners. She even threatened Elle to save those monsters transformed by the red spores, while Elle was busy killing monsters and saving people. And yet, she had such a profound influence on Elle. To decipher her necromancy notes, Elle studied magic and embarked on the path of a magician. Thanks to necromancy, Elle was able to use the necromancy of reversing death after being killed by Atticus to regain a second life and summon all the people of the city of the dead back to the human world as his followers. She was like a shadow, a ghost. She died 100 years ago, but she still wanders today, driven by her pursuit of an ideal world. However, apart from Valendil and the monster Eden and Elle, no one in this world knew she ever existed, or fought for a cause of peace. The statue in the square of the city of the dead deserves its place. Don't cry, Elle, and don't be sad for me. You already brought me the best news of my life. Hela called her name tenderly and lovingly, and Elle was already weeping at the memory. Will you say goodbye to me before you leave? Perhaps one day you wake up and no longer hear my voice, but that doesn't matter. Our magic is forever merged. You are me, and I am you. Even if my consciousness fades, as long as you live, I still exist. Don't you want to see the day when the Theodosian kingdom is restored to order, and humans and demons coexist peacefully? Elle tried to stir up a lingering attachment to the human world. I tried my best, Aire. The fusion is progressing faster than I expected. Please bear witness to this final journey for me. The acceleration of all fusions began during Aire's bedridden days, during the initial construction of the City of the Dead. To compensate for the loss of vitality from forcing Aire to summon monsters as her followers, Hela voluntarily released her own magic to replenish Aire, helping her recover quickly. Goodbye, Aire. I'm feeling so sleepy. Thank you for your good news. Maybe I can finally get some sleep now. Hela's voice grew fainter and fainter, slowly fading away. Aire tried to call out again, but there was no response. Aire knew she hadn't vanished yet, but as she had said, perhaps one day she would vanish silently, and Aire wouldn't even notice in that moment. So, perhaps this time, this was the final farewell. In the deep night, even the moon was obscured by dark clouds. Aire had lost a friend with an incredibly noble soul. The next morning, Elle left a note for Claude, who was still awake next door, saying I'd be back at noon. Then, using teleportation magic, she returned to the Suling perfume shop. The route was now clear, and she could now teleport freely between Nonly Kingdom and Theodosius. Lord Elle, why are you back early? Pamela, who had woken up early, was pleasantly surprised to see Elle in the hallway, who was supposed to be out on business. Yes, I had something urgent to do, Elle said, a look of fatigue on his face. I just contacted Martha. I give her a share of breakfast too. Okay, no problem. Pamela pulled up her sleeve and readily agreed. About half an hour later, Martha arrived at the store. During breakfast, everyone noticed that Elle was in a low mood. But Elle said nothing, and only held a private meeting with Martha after dinner. Lord Elle, is there something urgent? Martha asked cautiously, looking at Elle's slightly swollen eyes. I'd like you to write a story about the founding of the Theodosian kingdom. Elle pushed the materials he had copied from the Grand Library in the capital of Nonly Kingdom in front of Martha. These are written materials, and in addition, I have some oral stories to tell you. Looking at Elle's expression, she knew this was definitely not a simple matter. Martha quickly pulled her notebook and pen from her coat, putting on the professional look of a reporter. Please go ahead. The story took a full hour to tell, encompassing everything Elle had seen through Hela's perspective. Everything Elle described was beyond the comprehension of anyone in the kingdom of Theodosius. Martha was no exception, but her trust in Elle surpassed her upbringing. Lord Elle's return must have been due to the profound shock he received from the information he learned from the kingdom of Nonly. But why was it so urgent? Even if such a report could be released, it would surely be quickly blocked while the king named Theodosius was still on the throne. If it were to be released, then waiting until Atticus could truly be tripped up would present a prime opportunity. This was her assessment of the current situation as a journalist. Martha thought so, and so she told Elle. It must be quick, Elle insisted firmly, otherwise it will be too late. What was too late? Elle didn't explain. Martha, seeing her pained eyes, considerately didn't ask further. There must be a reason why Lady Aire must do this, and what Martha has to do is to always firmly support her. Support her. Chapter 97. In the mountains east of the capital, dusk fell. Roland walked cautiously through the forest, his surroundings shrouded by trees that obscured the sun. The path beneath his feet had long been deserted and overgrown with weeds. He had come to verify the veracity of the rumors of a new type of monster Henry had mentioned at the Wind Listeners' meeting. According to Henry, 2 bounty hunters at the Adventurer's Tavern had mentioned this, but both denied it in subsequent conversations. The so-called new type of monster was said to have scarlet eyes. When it saw a person, it would not attack. Instead, it would walk straight past them, its eyes fixed, as if sleepwalking. This state of the monster was very similar to the state of the monster in his first life, after being injected with an overdose of the red potion. Unfortunately, he had been fighting on the front lines at the time, and his monster soldiers had been directly deployed by Atticus. Furthermore, he was very reluctant to fight alongside monsters. So, after leaving the battlefield, he usually stayed away from the monsters, never investigating their cause. So now, he could only rely on these meager clues, searching for a needle in a haystack, and then following the clues to see what he could find. During the days that Aire had been to Nonley Kingdom, Roland would spend 4 or 5 hours exploring the forest every day after training with the Monster Combat Special Team. After reaching an area he had never been to before, Roland knelt on one knee, opened his right hand, and casually formed a yellow circular magic spell, then pressed his backhand to the ground. As the magic formula touched the ground, a yellow ring formed. It then rapidly expanded outward, expanding rapidly until it reached a diameter of approximately 3 kilometers before gradually disappearing. Roland could sense the presence of any monster wherever the ring passed. This was a specialized anti-monster magic from the Monster Extermination Squad. All the leading Extermination Squad members knew it, but the only difference was the area Roland could detect, far exceeding that of any member of the current or previous Monster Extermination Squad. This mountain range, also known as the Sea of Trees, was vast. Even for Roland, it would take at least 2 or 3 months to fully explore it alone, so selective exploration was essential. The northernmost part of the Sea of Trees connected to the Crimson Forest, one of the monster forests surrounding the royal capital. So, initially, Roland planned to explore the adjacent areas of the two regions, but he quickly changed his mind. In the first 2 days, he encountered at least 3 bounty hunters on the adjacent Sea of Trees side. When he encountered the first 2 people, he kindly pointed them in the direction of the Crimson Forest. Their eyes flickered, and they quickly ran away from him, as if hiding something. It wasn't until he met the last person and reminded them they were taking the wrong path that he realized he was being followed. "Why are you following me?" The moment he turned, a clod of earth transformed into a slanted blade, extending from Roland's feet to the pursuer's position, the sharp end pointing directly at his throat. Cold, calm down. I mean no harm. I just wanted to follow you and take advantage of something. No need to react so violently." The tracker, who had just said goodbye to him amicably, raised his hands in surrender. After confirming Roland wouldn't attack again, he cautiously treaded sideways like a crab, avoiding the dangerous earth blades. Roland learned from him that he had followed him because he looked powerful, hoping to pick up something he hadn't seen while hunting monsters. Monster parts can be used to craft magical tools, while others can be used as ingredients for potions. Therefore, killing one and then disassembling it often yields a good reward. But heading directly into the Crimson Forest was too dangerous for bounty hunters, who were merely novice mages. This place was neither within the Crimson Forest nor directly outside it. Occasionally, lone monsters would stray from the Crimson Forest, so many low-level or novice bounty hunters would try their luck. "You don't need to follow me. I'm not here to hunt monsters," Roland warned him coldly. He turned and cast a speed spell, heading in the opposite direction, towards the southern area of the Sea of Trees Mountains. He misjudged the situation. This place was closer to the Crimson Forest, making it easier to capture monsters for training. But the Crimson Forest was different from the Obscure Forest, where monster experiments had once taken place. The Obscure Forest was closed to the public and relatively secluded. However, bounty hunters frequently visited the Crimson Forest, so even if similar monster experiments were taking place, they would definitely avoid it to avoid being discovered by stray bounty hunters. The 2 bounty hunters, who claimed to have discovered a new type of monster, and were silenced, were clear evidence of this. He should have searched in the opposite direction. And so, Roland spent another week exploring the area from the southernmost tip of the Sea of Trees Mountains inward, 3 kilometers at a time, using the extermination team's unique magic. Today, it seemed he was finally about to find something. Roland stood up and looked northeast. It was now completely dark. Apart from the small area illuminated by the orb he had summoned, he could see almost nothing. But his magic told him that half a kilometer to the northeast, there were intense waves of demonic energy. Hey, a soldier guarding the locked gate of Atticus's secret base moved to the other side in the moonlight, and nudged his companion with his elbow. "Did you see that? There was a flash of light on the ground just now." "Stop it! It's out in the wilderness. the trees are so tall, and we're not allowed to turn on lights outside at night. Where did that light come from? His companion waved him away, impatiently. Let's talk. I'm new here as a guard, and it's so dark outside, I'm not used to it. The soldier, looking for something to talk about, lingered by his companion's post, refusing to leave. Okay, what do you want to talk about? About that monster that escaped a while ago. When I was working in there, I heard a Nonly trainer secretly let them out through the back door. The soldier who was starting the conversation whispered, afraid someone would overhear their late-night chat. That can't be right. Didn't they just sneak out on their own? How is that possible? That's just the excuse from the higher-ups. They're afraid the other Nonly trainers will find out and follow her lead. Don't you think about how those monsters were overly experimented on? They were so dazed when they were recaptured. How could they have the brains to escape on their own? That's true. The night was dull, and the deep mountains and forests offered no entertainment. Another soldier gradually became interested. So was that Nonly man. He gestured to wipe his neck in the darkness. No, they're still in solitary confinement. There are so few trainers, and I heard their training skills are much better than the average Nonly people. Ultimately, the people above them still look at whether they're useful. Compared to the Nonly person's usefulness, another soldier was more interested in the Nonly people's contradictory values. What do you think the Nonly person who released them was after? The soldier who had started the conversation pursed his lips and shook his head. Who knows? I heard the Nonly people even treat monsters as companions. Maybe they felt sorry for them. Humph! Nonly people are so weird. Why would they feel sorry for monsters? Another soldier said indignantly, speaking so quickly that spit sprayed all over the face of the person next to him. Why are you so excited? That's just how they like it. The soldier who started the conversation wiped his face speechlessly and quietly moved aside. To be honest, he's a soft-hearted person. I've been in the lab before, listening to the heart-wrenching cries of the newly captured monsters. It was unbearable after a while. That's why I recently managed to get transferred to the gatekeeping position. This place is deep in the sea of trees forest, with tall mountains and dense trees, so no one would come. Guarding outside is much safer than encountering monsters inside. He hadn't noticed that, while they were chatting, someone had quietly crept up to the gate, their figure completely obscured by the nearly 1 meter thick tree trunks. Half a kilometer is just a blink of an eye for speed magic. It was late at night, and everyone was asleep. Even the smallest sound was easy to hear. Roland, casting a silencing spell on himself, hid behind a tree, taking in most of their chatter. This was it, the secret manufacturing base for the monster soldiers, and where the members of the amusement circus were being held. It was already late tonight, so Roland noted the location and left. Early the next morning, he immediately contacted Elle. Great. Elle didn't seem very happy, but when he mentioned finding the rest of the amusement circus, he finally heard a hint of joy in her tone. Roland pressed the communication device tightly to his ear, not wanting to miss a single word or change in Elle's tone. Today is the day Atticus will meet with the Queen of Nonly. Don't alert her yet. Let's wait and see how things develop. Well, I have a detailed plan for its implementation. We discuss it when you get back, he said gently. Sensing Air's mood gradually returning to normal, he tentatively asked, What's going on with you? Tell me anything. The night before, Air had contacted him specifically, asking for a method to detect the magic within her body. Because things happened so quickly, and he was worried Air would resent his meddling, he didn't ask Air specifically what she was going to do. Air paused for a long moment, and just as Roland was about to reassure her by saying, It's okay if you don't want to talk, another voice rang out from the other side. Roland, I lost a friend. And I haven't even fulfilled what I promised her. Vulnerability and sadness, through the magical connection, were truly conveyed to Roland. He didn't even know who that friend was, but his heart ached for Air's sadness. You're not alone, Air. I have a part to play in what you promised. Whatever you promised, I will work with you to fulfill it. Chapter 98. Whatever you promise, I will work with you to achieve it. Nurtured by long-standing trust, and under Roland's considerate care, Elle attempted to reveal her inner vulnerability to him. There's something very important to my friend, and I want to complete it as soon as possible for her. But now that progress has stalled, I'm unsure if it's possible to complete it before she leaves me completely. Elle was referring to the report on the state of coexistence. Martha, always highly efficient, promised Elle that she would complete the entire report within 3 days. She also sent Daniel, a snoop at the newspaper, to inquire with the editor-in-chief. She claimed to have heard of an unprecedented royal scandal, and inquired about the possibility of publishing it. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the news, The editor-in-chief immediately closed the door, drew the window, and quietly inquired with Daniel about who was spreading the rumors about the royal family. He then offered Daniel a substantial reward if he could provide the exact source of the defamatory information to the royal family. The Royal Capital Vanguard was already the largest newspaper in the capital, and even they wouldn't dare touch anything even remotely related to a genuine royal scandal. Spreading high society gossip might be enough to ease boredom, but if there was any news that genuinely threatened the royal family's reputation, it would be immediately rejected during the editing process. Marcia and Daniel also privately contacted journalist friends at other newspapers, and they all expressed a similar attitude. Within the kingdom, such news would be banned at its source, let alone any attempt to influence public opinion. Perhaps I should wait until the time is right, until we have Atticus's evidence and all the evidence of his conspiracy, then I can publish everything at once. Elle said somewhat dejectedly. She knew Martha and Daniel had done their best on this matter, and she couldn't blame either of them. Perhaps there's no such thing as a perfect time, Roland said. Elle, in the brief 20-plus years of my first life, I always place my hopes on the future, hoping to protect the future of as many people as possible. But the truth is, tomorrow may be even more cruel than today, and some people may never even reach that tomorrow that's within reach. Trust your present. If you think this news needs to be spread now, then let's find a way, rather than waiting for an uncertain and optimal time. The path to public reporting is blocked. This is the most widespread and effective way I can think of. Then why don't we try another approach, Roland encouraged her. If we can't reach thousands of people at once, then let's try to let 1, 10, or 100 people know first. Roland thought of the two guards chatting at the entrance to Atticus's secret base last night. Where there are people, there are no eternal secrets. Even in Atticus's heavily guarded secret base, hidden deep in the sea of trees, people's curiosity and desire to speak out cannot be suppressed. Rather than presenting it as a report, let's turn this unfortunate past into a story that can be told on the streets. The owners of small shops, the bustling docks, the theaters watched by ordinary people. And there's the mixed bag of adventurers' taverns. The more diverse the crowd, the more news spreads. Elle continued, how could I have forgotten that? But if we want to keep the storytelling style consistent with streetwear, the narrative must be less serious than a report. I need to contact Martha immediately to adjust the writing style. Thank you, Roland. You've been a real help. You never need to say thank you to me. Sensing Elle's change in mood, Roland's mood also brightened. Whatever happens, please contact Roland's worry-solving shop. He's always available, anytime, anywhere. After revisiting the key points of adapting the story of the series of scandals with Martha, Elle breathed a sigh of relief, regaining his spirits. There was a commotion outside the hotel window. Elle opened the window and looked out. People on Elizabeth Street were spontaneously moving towards the palace. Most of them were dressed in black clothes and black hats, and some held white flowers in their hands. The atmosphere was very solemn. Today is the day the Nonly Kingdom's envoys arrive in the capital. The ceremony for the handover of the remains will be held publicly in the square, outside the Nonly Kingdom Palace. Anyone interested can attend. Elle hurriedly washed and dressed, then, after a moment's thought, donned her black hood again, to avoid being seen by Atticus in the crowd. She blended in well with the crowd. After politely inquiring about Claude's wishes next door, she received a negative response. I won't go. The second prince has seen me. What if he takes the opportunity to capture me? Elle didn't force her. She volunteered to attend the ceremony, wanting to be the first to know Atticus's next moves and to avoid any unexpected incidents. Whether Claude went or not was of little concern to her. They hadn't set off early, but fortunately, the Good Luck Hotel enjoyed a prime location, not far from the Royal Palace Square. Mixing in with the Nonly people, Elle secured a spot not too far from the ceremony site. Plus, her tall stature allowed her to take in all the happenings in the square. The square was packed with people coming to pay their respects to the martyrs' remains. To maintain order, a large number of soldiers stood solemnly, separating the general public from the ceremony site. At 10 a.m., the escort of Atticus's body arrived at the ceremony site as scheduled. Inside the ceremony site, 2 rows of honor guards lined the square entrance to the Queen's seat. Atticus led the team, marching along the path formed by this human barrier. Respected Queen Eliza, I offer you my most sincere respects. Atticus saluted Queen Eliza. Queen Eliza simply ignored his greeting and walked past him. Behind him, 20 coffins were unloaded from the carriage and neatly arranged in 5 rows of 4. Philip, the Queen's husband, and the families of the deceased envoys followed the Queen to the coffins. Queen Eliza walked among the remains of her envoys, personally bidding farewell to them through the coffins. As Nonly martyrs, They should have been buried in non-lead coffins, but the Theodosius kingdom had acted too quickly. By the time she learned of the news, they had already been placed in coffins, claiming to preserve their original appearance as completely as possible. As she reached the center of the coffin formation, a faint, foul odor wafted through the breeze from the square. Incredibly, she identified the source of the stench and fixed her gaze on the coffin beneath her. From the cracks beneath the red planks, a damp liquid seemed to be seeping. "Open this coffin," Queen Eliza commanded Atticus sternly. "Your Majesty, this is not proper etiquette." Atticus wore a distressed expression, as if he had received a particularly bizarre request. "They are martyrs of your country. Opening their coffins in the square seems disrespectful to them." "You're picking on Joe?" Seeing Atticus's respectful and considerate expression, Queen Eliza was instantly enraged. She ordered her troops without question, "Soldiers, open this coffin!" Bang! 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 Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the swords that had only just served as a formality for the honor guard were now being used to pry open the coffin. The red planks atop the coffin were slowly pushed open, and with just a hint of the gap, a strong, decaying, and deadly odor wafted over them. The queen's expression grew even more serious, but she didn't call for a halt. The soldiers pressed their palms against the lid and continued to push it open. It was only halfway open when a stench 1,000 times stronger than before hit them, rapidly spreading. One of the soldiers closest to them couldn't handle it, and turned to vomit violently beside the coffin. The other soldiers didn't vomit, but their expressions became distorted. The lid was completely opened, and the stench of decay and death spread throughout the square. Everyone, including the deceased's family, the soldiers, and the people outside, including Ayer, could smell the unnatural stench. Some family members of the deceased fainted on the spot, and public discussion erupted. Ayer stared uncertainly at Queen Eliza and her husband, Philip, who stood by her side. Atticus had tampered with the body, intending to use this to anger Queen Eliza. But he and the queen had a prior agreement. She wouldn't be so easily provoked, would she? "Your Majesty." Philip, holding his sleeve to his nose, tried to pull the queen back, but Queen Eliza forcefully dislodged his hand and stepped forward to the open coffin. The messenger, so high-spirited when she had departed, was now a shapeless pool of human tissue, seeping with corpse fluid. This was the Theodosian kingdom's claim to preserve the deceased's appearance perfectly. The queen's eyebrows rose, and her facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. "Capture this fellow," the enraged queen commanded. The equally enraged non-lead soldiers surged forward, and the enraged citizens on the periphery raised their arms and shouted, "Kill them! Show our national prestige!" In contrast, Atticus and his companions, who were much smaller in number, quickly gathered and faced outward, frantically facing an attack that outnumbered them by several orders of magnitude. The queen's husband hurried to her side, grasped her arm, and whispered, "Your Majesty, do not be fooled. If you injure the prince of a neighboring kingdom, war will be unavoidable." Even though she knew there was an element of provocation, the raging fury of the queen had spread to every soldier and every citizen present. Among the crowd, Ayer felt the people's anger even more acutely. They shouted and pushed forward, surging forward, eager to personally strike a few blows. This battle couldn't be stopped easily. But Atticus must not be hurt. Judging the situation, suppressing her dislike for Atticus, Elle summoned her magic wand and quickly teleported to the crowd surrounding her in the square. Thanks to her previous nighttime foray into the palace, she had been to this square before. Swords and magic clashed fiercely, the battle overwhelmingly unfavorable to the Theodosian army. But Elle, suddenly appearing within the circle of non-lead soldiers, facing the Theodosian army, didn't miss the smile on Atticus' lips, hidden behind the protective magic barrier. He was clearly a powerful magician, yet, while everyone else was engaged in battle, he leisurely hid behind the magic barrier. Everything suggested he had anticipated this, perhaps even planning to inflict a few seemingly serious, but in reality, insignificant injuries. A good plan, but unfortunately it didn't work out. His expression faltered for a moment, when he saw Elle appear out of nowhere. With another precise teleportation, Ayer appeared behind the barrier. With a powerful pat of his left hand on Atticus' shoulder, he activated the teleportation magic once again, taking the noble prince with him and vanishing from the scene. In about 10 minutes, all the Theodosian citizens present were captured. The general, with a fist pump, reported to Queen Eliza, "Your Majesty, there's no sign of the second prince of Theodosius. I send out another search." "No need." The queen waved her hand. "I know where to find him." The lingering anger still lingered in her voice. Chapter 99. Teleporting Atticus away was easy, but trapping him unharmed was incredibly difficult. Atticus was a powerful, high-level magician. Even if they could use teleportation magic to take him away, restraining him once he regained consciousness would be a formidable task. Ire was not complacent. She now depended on the safety of the entire city and the monsters, and she was unwilling to engage Atticus without absolute certainty. So, in the brief moment she was teleported from the throng to Atticus's side, her mind raced, and she came up with a perfect spot to trap Atticus. The prison in King Theodosius's capital, where she had once been. Through the prison cell door, she could even chat with him, reminisce about the past, and exchange harsh words. Elle first teleported Atticus to an obscure corner of the royal capital prison she had explored. As her body materialized, she immediately summoned her most expertly crafted vines to bind Atticus, covering his eyes and mouth, temporarily preventing him from breaking free. She then used the brief moment to cast a sleeping spell. Atticus, having just recovered from the teleportation, had lost the initiative and fell behind. Before he could break free from the wood magic, he fell into a deep sleep along with the rest of the prison. Apart from the 2 guards outside, every guard, prisoner, and even the rats and ants scrambling along the walls enjoyed a rare, restful sleep. Elle quickly found an empty cell in the high-security area of the royal capital prison. With a flick of her wrist, she flung Atticus onto the bed, and immediately teleported herself outside. Transporting Atticus along was undoubtedly a stressful undertaking. She had to be on high alert to prevent him from restraining her the moment she landed. Now, with a series of smooth movements, he was transported to the prison, behind an iron door, preventing Atticus from easily escaping. Elle's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. Less than a minute later, the sound of vines crackling could be heard from within the cell. No doubt, Atticus had used some other magic to resist the sleeping spell while Elle cast it, allowing him to awaken so quickly and free himself from the wood magic. Heavy footsteps approached, and a heavy blow struck the inside of the iron door, causing Elle's hand to ache at the mere sound. "Where is this? Who are you?" Atticus's furious voice, a rare sight, emanated from within the iron door. So much had happened so quickly that even Atticus couldn't grasp it all. He only remembered that he had just been in the square of the palace in the capital of Nonley, where Nonley soldiers were engaged in a fierce battle with his own troops. All he had to do now was find a chance to fake a breach in the magic barrier, allowing him to collide with a soldier's sword or a magician's damaging spell, resulting in a serious injury. After returning home, he could complain to his hedonistic and pride-conscious father, the king. He would be embarrassed, and would inevitably follow his plan to send troops to attack Nonley. Everything had been planned perfectly, and the Nonley queen had been enraged by him. Yet how had he suddenly appeared here? Was it the work of that mysterious hooded figure who had suddenly appeared? Strange. You don't recognize him? Didn't you imprison the so-called Nonley spy here a while ago? A question, tinged with obvious sarcasm, rang from outside the door, its implication instantly fueling Atticus's rage. You're the one who kidnapped that circus jerk? His question betrayed the rage of his pride and abilities being repeatedly thwarted. The spy he'd taken hostage had been lost, the meticulously orchestrated embarrassment of the envoy had been claimed by a mysterious thief, and now, even he himself had been kidnapped. How could he maintain his gentlemanly and gentle demeanor? All along, he'd been the mastermind behind the chessboard, waiting for the fight. How could he tolerate being the cicada caught by the oriole? But he was a man of great foresight. Considering the countless times he suffered at the hands of this man, he suppressed his anger after a few breaths, intending to seize this opportunity to learn more about him. Who are you, anyway? Why do you have to go against me? I'm just an ordinary passerby. I don't like your way of doing things, is that okay? Elle fabricated an excuse, not wanting to engage in further conversation, and bluntly exposed his scheme. Your plot has been uncovered. No matter how much you try to incite her, the Queen of Nonley will not go to war. And you return to the Theodosian kingdom unscathed, and are being held in the most secure prison in the capital. No one can harm you, so there's no need to think about stirring up public outrage. So why not abandon those schemes? You're already a prince. Aside from the king, you're the most respected person in the land. You have status, talent, and popularity among the people. Why aren't you satisfied? Oh, you know so much about me. Atticus smiled and said, since you know my identity and my ambitions, aren't you tempted? Atticus's heart was far from as calm as he appeared. Rather, Elle's words were like a whirlwind, completely stripping away his disguise, and stirring up a turbulent storm within him. Accustomed to hiding behind a shadow, Atticus could not tolerate being in the spotlight, while his opponent remained in the dark. He longed to destroy the iron gate before him, and see his opponent's true form. However, he knew that the opponent possessed some kind of magic he was unfamiliar with. If he discovered his intentions, he would disappear before they even met. So, While trying to bait him with words, he secretly concentrated his light magic, constantly controlling it, hoping to destroy the gate and hit the opponent at the same time. Gold, silver, money, status, power, reputation, I can offer you far more and better than anyone else in this world can offer you. His painstaking temptation was rewarded with a barely audible laugh from outside the door. Are you laughing? His words, like the smile he was no longer pretending, began to crack. Indeed, he was surprised to see the person outside actually admit it. I didn't expect you to be such a simple person. You used every possible tactic, discarded your conscience and your humanity, and in the end, what you want is no different from most of the nobles in this world, those who want to step on others to rise up. How can those mediocre people be compared to me? Atticus, his defenses broken and furious, couldn't help but slam his fist against the iron door, and the light magic he had been preparing for so long was interrupted and returned to zero. What I seek is an unprecedented, unparalleled holy empire. And they are nothing but pigs, devoid of ambition, obsessed with eating, drinking, and having fun. How dare you compare me to such people? What about you? Huh? Who the hell are you, to dare to speak so brazenly in my presence? Ira realized that she might have inadvertently punctured the illusion Atticus had woven for herself. He had clothed his ambition in too noble a cloak, believing himself to be superior. That was why, when the truth was revealed, he had become mad and furious, disregarding his dignity. For the first time, she felt the urge to continue the conversation with Atticus, wanting to see where his defenses would ultimately end. What was the origin of his ambition, which threatened to overturn the entire continent? Could it be that, like Roland, back at the very beginning, the Creator had also charted an unchangeable course for him? So, to get closer to Atticus, Ira returned to her original voice. Like I said, I'm just an ordinary person. If there's anything unusual about me, it's probably that I died at your hands once. No, it couldn't have been you. He immediately dismissed it, but Ira knew he had recognized her. He could still clearly recall the feeling of killing her. How could she still be alive? Sometimes, seeing isn't believing. Are you sure everything you see is real? Are you sure what you want is truly what you want? Ira demanded bluntly. You're asking me what truth is? Ha ha ha. Atticus chuckled softly, then grew louder, almost manic. Of course, everything I experienced was real. I can still vividly remember every single instance of their disregard, ridicule, and disgust. That child of a commoner was brought to the palace without a care, simply because my father liked him, and made the eldest prince. And for a lowly, pig-like eldest son, that old, indifferent man actually scolded and punished me, simply because I didn't give up everything I loved to that pig. I'm the queen's son, the smarter one, the one of nobler birth. Why should I be trampled upon by a lowly heir? Why do you say? Only I deserve the throne. Only I deserve to be the master of this entire continent. Only I am the best. Elle listened silently as Atticus recounted the royal scandals and raged about his desires, feeling increasingly bored, disappointed, and angry. She was bored by this little drama of sibling rivalry, commonplace even in the village where she grew up. She was disappointed that Atticus, the character highlighted by the black ball, was acting entirely according to his initial premise, rooted in childhood trauma. His so-called ambition, ultimately, was to prove to his father, I'm the best. She was furious that such a utterly boring plot, such a childish motive for self-affirmation, could possess such destructive power, capable of sacrificing an entire city, setting two nations at war, and plunging an entire continent into a bloodbath. Her aunt, her cousin, Urza, Roland, Hella, Lily, Sophia, Alma, and the other listeners, everyone she met in her life lived their own unique lives with earnestness and vividness. But the world she was born into would, for such a frivolous premise, cost these vibrant lives their lives with real, bloody consequences. Creator, how could you be so arrogant? Ira no longer tried to awaken Atticus's true self. Whether it was due to his own nature or manipulation by the Creator, the disaster he would unleash was inevitable. If she wanted to protect those living beings, she had to become his enemy. Chapter 100. Speak. Why aren't you speaking? You, a lowly servant, a lowly thief, dare to question my ambition? The prison gates clanged as Atticus' magic slammed down. Elle's comparison of him to a mediocre person directly struck the deepest shadow in his life. So much so that he forgot his original plan to secretly defeat the man he faced, and gave himself up to a pure, violent outburst of emotion. From childhood, Atticus had constantly tried to prove himself to the king, proving that he was the one most worthy of attention. However, the king always favored his illegitimate son, who, in his eyes, was less gifted than his own. The king's favoritism was unfounded. He didn't need others to enhance his talents. Therefore, neither his talent as a magician nor his political and diplomatic skills could capture Atticus's attention. Finally, this yearning for his father's love one day became a desire to surpass his father's. If I achieve achievements that surpass my father's, he finally acknowledged my existence. But this statement sounds too much like that of a child, so inwardly, he cloaks his goals in layer upon layer of disguise, pretending to be born with power, with a lust for continental conquest in his blood. The above description of motivations is the fundamental setting for Atticus, the hidden villain in the original novel. Towards the end of the novel, Atticus's role gradually increases, even completely overshadowing that of the main protagonist, Roland. This has led many fans of Roland to complain that Atticus is the book's hidden protagonist, the agent of the author's true intentions. Although Elle hadn't read the original novels of her own world, through Atticus's utterances, she had almost seen through the inherent weakness of this villain. If her goal was simply to expand her influence as a fictional character, then based on the information provided by the Black Ball, Elle could definitely achieve her goal by simply killing Atticus, one of the most important characters. But Elle wanted more than that. She had just discovered how greedy she was. Once, she simply wanted to survive. Later, she wanted to resurrect the people of Philos and become a significant influence on this world. Now, she wanted to quell the impending war and break the spiral of hatred between the kingdom of Theodosius and the monsters. She wanted to stop the creator's pen and allow this world, which the creator had manipulated like a playground, to develop a true future. Simply killing Atticus wasn't enough, it required reversing the actions of all the characters who followed the original path. Atticus no longer had time to carry out his plot in Nonley. His next step was to convince Queen Eliza of Nonley to fulfill her promise. Goodbye, Prince Atticus. Elle gazed at the iron gate, nearly shattered by Atticus's haphazard assault, and planted his magic wand on the ground. I believe we meet again soon. You can't leave. You can't leave. No one can humiliate me, and then walk away with impunity. Atticus pressed his face against the crack in the iron gate he made, watching with only half an eye gap as Elle disappeared through the door. Ah! You despicable creature. When we meet again, I will tear you to pieces, leaving you no chance of resurrection. The Good Luck Hotel had been open for 23 years, and had never received such a grand reception. The noble Queen Eliza, leading her followers, appeared in the slightly cramped reception hall on the first floor of the Good Luck Hotel. The street outside the hotel was packed with people running from the square. The hotel's bright crystal floor-to-ceiling windows were now obscured by the dense crowd, dimming even the light inside. Wait downstairs, the Queen instructed her subordinates, then ascended the stairs with her husband. Arriving at the door of the room, she had agreed to meet with Al 3 days prior. She knocked several times, but no one answered. Growing impatient, the Queen knocked harder. The door next door opened cautiously. Claude peeked through the edge, then leaped out upon seeing the Queen and her husband. He saluted, Your Majesty Queen Eliza, Your Majesty Prince Philip, greetings? Greetings? Queen Eliza said sternly, turning and slapping the door. Where's that magician? Ah? Elle went to the palace square to watch the ceremony. Didn't you see her? Claude said foolishly. Of course she did. Claude's nonsensical response only further irritated Queen Eliza. Who else would have the nerve to take Atticus away right under my nose? I'm talking about where she is right now. She better appear before me within 3 minutes, or she be charged with harboring the Nonley Kingdom's secret. Claude was startled by the Queen's threat, and quickly said, There must be some misunderstanding. Please wait a moment. I contact Elle immediately. Just as he produced his communication magic tool, the door in front of the Queen creaked open. Elle had returned. Queen Eliza, Elle said, her black hood still draped over her shoulders, stepping aside to open the door. Please come in. The Good Luck Hotel was certainly not worthy of the dignity of a king, but this time, Queen Eliza was too busy getting to the point to notice the simple surroundings. Where did you take her? The Queen asked bluntly. In a safe place within the kingdom of Theodosius. Humph, a safe place. You were the one who warned me of his evil ambitions, and you were the one who took him from me. What? Are you trying to protect him? Ire didn't answer the obviously emotional question. Instead, he turned and asked, Your Majesty, do you remember the bet we made 3 days ago? 3 days ago, the two of them made a bet on whether Atticus would anger Queen Eliza. Judging by the outcome, it was clear that the winner was Ire. Queen Eliza, still furious, felt a little embarrassed. Frowning, she said impatiently, The bet didn't allow you to take Atticus away. If you hadn't taken him away, and allowed you, in your rage, and your loyal soldiers to severely injure him, as he had planned, the conflict between our two countries would escalate, leading to war and countless casualties. Is this what you wanted, Your Majesty? Ire spoke these words in a declarative tone, but the sharpness of his words was unmistakable. I am not a monarch who refuses to give in, Queen Eliza said with her head held high. Atticus has paid the price for his misdeeds, so why should I vent my anger on the entire Theodosian kingdom? But, Your Majesty, if your princess or prince were seriously injured in a neighboring country, regardless of whether they deserved it or whether they weren't your favorite, wouldn't you consider their actions a provocation against the kingdom of Nonly? If a nation's reputation is trampled upon, it must of course retaliate. Perhaps all those in power are quintessential double standards, the Queen said without hesitation. Defending the dignity of the nation is the honor of the soldiers. What if this defense means heavy casualties? A wound is a soldier's most glorious medal, and my people will fight for the honor of their country. No one will retreat. Hearing Queen Eliza's powerful declaration, Al simply shook his head. Your Majesty, no civilian truly desires war. Perhaps war will bring glory to you, your general, but for countless ordinary people like me, war is a disaster. Al walked to the window and looked down. He saw the people who had arrived with Her Majesty the Queen, and a large crowd gathered outside the hotel. Your people love you dearly, and they love their country too. This morning I saw them, all dressed in their finest attire, attending the ceremony for the handover of the envoy's remains. I followed them to the square, and discovered that many of them weren't even from the capital. Out of love for their country, they had traveled thousands of miles to bid farewell to your envoys. Is momentary glory so important compared to the lives of millions? Heir's words were rather presumptuous for a king. The prince's wife looked at the queen with some concern, but Queen Eliza didn't get angry as expected. Instead, she said unhappily, can relations between nations be compromised at will? My people are not as shallow as you. They know that only brave and fearless people can intimidate the enemy. Without the courage to fight back, they will only be at the mercy of others. Then before the real war breaks out, please, Your Majesty, give me a chance to prevent it. El turned and said, war should be the last resort, isn't it? How do you want me to give you that chance? Queen Eliza asked. She had lost a bet with El, and was willing to accept the loss. Otherwise, given her personality, she wouldn't have spoken to El for so long. El said, please send the members of the convoy back to the kingdom of Theodosius, and write a letter informing the king of Theodosius of today's situation. Queen Eliza raised an eyebrow. That is what I was prepared to do. What is your request? It is the contents of that letter, Your Majesty. Besides the fact that Atticus led the team and caused damage to the envoy's body, I would like you to apologize in your letter for punishing the members of the convoy, and to state that Atticus was rescued by his companions and was unharmed. Is that all you ask? Queen Eliza asked. Yes, that is sufficient. Revealing the truth and apologizing were a way to exonerate the lives of those who injured the convoy. After all, apart from Prince Atticus, no one in the convoy was truly worthy of the king's wrath. A well-timed apology would be enough to save both sides. The misleading statement, Atticus was rescued by his companions and was unharmed, reveals Queen Eliza's fear of King Theodosius's dignity, and creates a negative impression of Atticus as someone who shirks responsibility and escapes alone, disregarding his subordinates. Since Atticus cares so much about his father's opinion, addressing this issue will not only help curb his power, but also deal a psychological blow to him. El eagerly awaits Atticus's reaction and subsequent counterattack. Chapter 101. Theodosius Kingdom's Capital Prison. After Eller left, the sleeping spell dissipated. Because the previous attempts to escape using the sleeping spell had all been at night, even if a guard awoke from the spell, they simply assumed they had fallen asleep due to fatigue. During Claude's abduction, the guards, fearing the consequences of falling into the trap, kept their silence about their previous sleep spells. But this time, with daylight shining, the entire prison's guards and prisoners fell asleep together, then woke up at the same time. It was truly bizarre, and there was no way to conceal it. 2 guards in the high-risk area of the capital prison had just woken up, picked themselves up, and exchanged a few words. Huh? You just fell asleep too? Oh. So it wasn't my fault? So why did they suddenly fall asleep? Before they could figure out the connection between the several sleep spells, a loud metallic explosion was heard. Disregarding their proper manners, the 2 men hurried in the direction of the sound. The iron gate of the high-risk area of the royal capital prison, once a trap for countless vicious criminals, now lay crumpled and slammed to the ground like a piece of paper. The 2 men looked toward the empty gate in surprise, and a most unexpected figure appeared. Your Highness Prince Ertzur. The guards were so shocked they couldn't speak clearly. They stared blankly, their minds simultaneously quivering with the same question: who was so blind as to throw Prince Atticus II into prison? And shouldn't he be in Nonly Kingdom right now, The murder of the Nonly Kingdom delegation caused a sensation, and the subsequent handling of the situation was a major topic of concern in various newspapers. Furthermore, Atticus, already seeking publicity, played up the story of his leading the team escorting the remains to Nonly Kingdom. The fact that a prince, supposedly on official business in another country, had inexplicably appeared in his own capital's prison was bizarre in every sense of the word. What happened today must not be spread. Atticus emerged from the doorway and glanced at the two men, his gaze cold and piercing, transporting them to a winter snowfield. As you command, Your Highness. Yes, yes. We will maintain absolute secrecy, the two men pleaded hastily. In fact, even Atticus himself knew that this matter was destined to remain undisclosed. In his rage, he hadn't considered the noise of the door being torn down. Not to mention the distant inmates in the nearby cells, they would undoubtedly have heard the noise. Warning them was more about saving face, but the guards wouldn't be so blatant as to expose it. Is there a convenient entrance here? Your Highness, the royal capital prison only has one external door, the main gate. Everyone must enter and exit through that. Lead the way. Atticus spoke unhappily, his face sullen. Even when that worthless circus hostage was kidnapped, he had never personally set foot in such a filthy and despicable place. Now, to be forced into this place by some unknown person was a sheer humiliation, not to mention, he had to walk from the high-risk area in the innermost prison to the general area and then out the gate. The effect was almost the same as parading the prisoners through the streets. The jailers passing by were startled and terrified by Prince Atticus's sudden appearance, wondering if he condescended to come here out of frustration over the recent loss of his spy. Luckily, the lower-level prisoners didn't have the opportunity to meet the esteemed prince. Otherwise, the secret of His Royal Highness personally entering the prison would have been enough for the prison scum to chew on for a year or two, spinning countless absurd stories. After leaving the royal capital prison, Atticus returned to his residence to bathe and change clothes, then rushed to the palace to seek an audience with the king. The attendant in charge of reporting took Atticus's gift and, before he entered, quietly reminded him that the king had just concluded a correspondence with the Queen of Nonly and was in a bad mood. When he personally entered the king's study, before he could even salute, he heard the triumphant voice of Prince Zack. My dear brother Atticus, shouldn't you be meeting Queen Eliza in Nonly Kingdom right now? Why have you suddenly returned to the capital? Atticus ignored the eldest prince's gloating and sarcastic tone, observing the king's condition calmly as he advanced. The king's expression wasn't exactly pleasant, but it was far from the fury he expected. This surprised him. Given Queen Eliza's personality, with such a serious mishap with the remains and him, the one most responsible, disappearing from the scene, she would undoubtedly be furious. Even if she communicated with the king, it would likely be mostly questions and scolding. Or perhaps, without even a word of hello, she would rush to arrest everyone involved in the body escort incident and dig deep to find him, the culprit. In either scenario, he could easily fuel the conflict, causing the two rulers to resent and anger each other, to the point of resorting to war to save face. But judging by the king's current state, while his expression was sullen, it certainly didn't indicate an offense. What had the Nonly Kingdom told the king beforehand? Was the person who had taken him from the scene also in league with the Nonly Kingdom? Had she sent him away specifically for this very moment? Instantly, a multitude of thoughts raced through his mind, yet his face remained expressionless. Atticus ignored the eldest prince's provocation and politely saluted the king, preparing to launch a desperate attempt to exonerate himself by claiming that the Nonly Kingdom harbored evil intentions and plotted to murder the neighboring prince. He didn't have complete information at the moment, so if the king had any further questions, he could only respond accordingly. Your Majesty, the Queen of Nonly. He had barely opened his mouth when the king interrupted him. I heard from the Queen of Nonly that you damaged the envoy's remains. How did you do that? What exactly did Queen Eliza tell the king? Given his pride, he was focused on his own mistakes rather than the other side's aggressiveness. Atticus spoke faster than he could speak. After a profound bow, he hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, please excuse me. During the transportation of the remains, the soldiers and magicians worked diligently and attentively. Before the handover ceremony, I personally inspected the remains to ensure they were in good condition. It was the Queen of Nonly who improvised during the ceremony, insisting on opening the coffin. She even sent soldiers to kill your subjects before the matter was fully investigated. She even sent a mysterious magician to have me imprisoned in the royal prison. This is a clear mockery and insult. Although being thrown into the royal prison was beneath royal dignity, he couldn't afford to worry about that for now, as he was trying to guide the king's thinking. The king, instead of being angry as he had expected, looked at him questioningly. At this point, Are you still shirking responsibility? Prince Zack, standing by, observed the king's expression and continued, the Queen of Nonly has already explained the attack to your majesty and apologized. My dear brother, you were the only one who was rescued and disappeared just as she began to pursue the troops. You said she deliberately attacked, but why did she miss you, the leader? You saw that the soldiers and magicians were outnumbered, and fearing injury, you somehow managed to escape. Now, to evade your responsibility, you dare to lie before your majesty, Atticus. How dare you? Zack, a fellow prince, dared to condescend and criticize Atticus in front of the king, clearly with the king's tacit approval. Father! When have you ever been so indulgent towards me? It was also related to the envoy's fault. The envoy was killed while Zack was in charge. You ignored him for a few days, but now it's my turn, and you indulge him to scold me. Atticus thought bitterly, the jealousy towards Zack that had lingered since childhood welling up in his heart. And what infuriated him even more was yet to come. After the eldest prince finished speaking, the king leaned back in his chair and said lazily, Back in Philos, you asked me for an army, saying you wanted to train it to defend the capital and prevent a similar disaster from happening again. It's been so long, why haven't you reported to me on the effectiveness of the training? In the king's system of evaluation, the Nonly Kingdom incident was ultimately just a few broken corpses. Even the other queen had apologized, so he had little interest in pursuing responsibility. However, if his son's behavior displeased him, he must discipline him. The day after tomorrow, select a few men and have them fight against Zack's knights. If the results are average, there's no need to train them separately. The king's words were intended to reclaim command of this team. Before Atticus could offer any defense or plea, Prince Zack echoed the king's words with a new idea. Your Majesty, I heard that your brother has trained this team to the standards of combating monsters. They're much more elite than ordinary soldiers, right? If I only let my knights test them, I'm afraid we won't be able to fully demonstrate their true capabilities. Do you think it's possible to let them fight the monsters? Otherwise, even if they defeat my knights, they might not have achieved the original purpose of their training. The king said indifferently, Then, let's do this. I leave this matter to you. The members of the Monster Slayer squad are at your disposal during this time. Yes. Prince Zack was overjoyed and immediately bowed. I will definitely arrange the most valuable test for my brother. Atticus' heart sank. To get the king to agree to give him command of this team, he had used many tricks, even setting up a scheme to put the blame entirely on Count Philos, so that the king could easily revoke his title and confiscate his property. As a result, he only messed up one thing, and the king was eager to reclaim the tiny bit of power he previously granted him. It was all that smug Zack's fault, the Queen of Nonly's sudden unconventional moves, and that vile thief's fault. Yes, it was all the thief's fault. Taking him from the Nonly Palace Square was part of the reason. It was to put him in his current predicament. To make the king loathe him, Atticus seemed to have found an outlet, blaming all his frustrations on Elle. If Elle knew his thoughts, his incomprehensible attachment to and reverence for his father, she'd probably say, Yes, you're right. I've been deliberately trying to thwart your scheme. But no matter how I planned and leveraged my power, I couldn't change the king's attitude towards you. He didn't love his son to begin with, so even if you made the slightest mistake, he would begrudgingly withdraw even the smallest bit of what he'd given you. You didn't dare hate your father, so you could only hate me. As early as the day she left home at the age of 12, Elle had already seen clearly that the title father was a deeply deceptive term. It sounded as noble as mother, yet most people who held it were unworthy of the respect it embodied. Atticus hadn't grasped this. His story stemmed from the creator's quest for his father's approval, and his entire character was entangled in this obsession, as if becoming stronger and gaining his father's approval were some truly remarkable achievement. It was clearly worthless. Yet he was deeply entangled in it. Chapter 102. Having concluded their affairs in Nonly, Elle returned to the Soul of the Soul perfume shop that same day via teleportation magic, while Claude left with Queen Eliza's men. The communication magic tool he had given Claude was not returned, so that they could contact him again after rescuing the members of the circus. Her Majesty the Queen had also promised to help rescue the circus members, and Claude had gone with her for this very purpose. However, since the two parties belonged to different nations and their interests might conflict, they had not mentioned collaborating on this matter. I won't discuss what measures Queen Eliza planned to take next. Regarding Elle's situation, the same evening she returned, the Wind Listeners' meeting began. Pamela had also informed Roland of the news, but he seemed to be busy and unable to attend. Less than 5 minutes before the meeting began, everyone was already seated, except for Martha. Lord Eyre, she's been busy writing the story you brought back these days. She might have been so engrossed that she'd lost track of time. "I contact her right away," said Daniel, who also worked at the newspaper. But just as he stood up from the table, the door to the conference room flung open and Martha hurried in, a messenger bag slung over her shoulder. "At least I'm not late." She must have run over, sweat beading on her forehead. She took the black tea from the table and gulped it down in gulps. She nearly choked on it, because she was still breathing heavily, and then drank water. "Drink slowly, don't rush." Pamela patted her back considerately. Martha waved her hand to indicate she was fine, put down her teacup, and began to unpack from the messenger bag slung over her shoulder. This is the nursery rhyme version, simple, easy to remember and sing. 2 light pages were placed on the table. "This is the adapted script," Martha said, proudly shaking a rather thick stack of books in her hands. "I just showed it to the director of a traveling theater troupe, and she's very interested in it. I was so engrossed in her conversation, otherwise I wouldn't have nearly missed the meeting." Ere took the script booklet Martha handed her. On the front cover, Martha's elegant handwriting marked the title of her proposed play, The Chronicles of Valendil, The Golden Fruit Takers. "Very good." Ere flipped through the pages, glanced at them, and nodded in approval. She didn't know much about drama, but Martha's script was easy to understand. While retaining the basic structure of the historical material Elle had given her, it incorporated many dramatic twists and turns. The script uses the term Valendil instead of the tribe of the Valendil, with a Dil youth as the protagonist. The story recounts the story of the Dil and another race, from mutual conflict to mutual weariness and a desire for peace, and finally a pact of coexistence. At the end of the story, a traitor emerges from the other race, plucks the golden fruit symbolizing peaceful coexistence for themselves, and thereby gains unprecedented power and glory. The Dil is clearly a play on Valendil, or more commonly, the monster spoken of by the people of the Theodosian kingdom. Valendil is a term that does not exist in the Theodosian kingdom, and the people are unaware of the real species it corresponds to. But precisely because there's no preconceived perspective, it's easier to see the truth and resonate. The nursery rhyme and the play tell the same story, but it's a simpler version. It can be incorporated into a performance or taught directly to children on the street so they can sing it. After receiving Eyle's praise, Martha touched her nose and continued, clearly very satisfied with this work, which had put so much effort into it. "Okay, let's follow your plan. If you need funding or manpower, just tell Pamela directly. Feel free to let me know if you need me to do anything. Don't worry, Lord L, there's no initial investment required. The director of the traveling troupe is very pleased with the script, and she plans to begin rehearsals immediately after we finalize it. They usually perform in smaller troupes. While they don't have the same influence as the star troupes that perform at major theaters, they're still quite well known among the general public." From the story content to how to spread it, Martha had made a very thorough arrangement. Elle had no other suggestions except praise, but Alma asked Martha for the script. She usually interacted with the nobles, and often frequented the Grand Theater in the capital. If the theater director was impressed by this script, it might help secure more performance opportunities for the traveling troupe. The discussion on this matter came to a close. The next topic focused on the follow-up to the Nonly Kingdom incident. "Have you heard any new news about the palace at Atticus?" Elle asked Alma. Thanks to her victory in the bet, Queen Eliza of Nonly complied with her request and softened her stance in her communication with King Theodosius, subtly expressing her dissatisfaction with Atticus. As for the king's reaction, whether his trust in Atticus will decline, and how the situation will develop, we must closely monitor it. No news yet. Alma shook her head. The princess has been ill recently, and the afternoon tea party has been postponed for a few days. I tried to inquire with the Duchess or other channels in the next couple of days. However, before Alma could even make an appointment with the Duchess, Roland arrived the next evening with the latest news regarding Atticus and the king. The king is dissatisfied with Atticus's diplomatic failure this time, and intends to reclaim some of the military power he had previously delegated to Atticus, Roland told Elle. Tomorrow, Urza and I will lead 4 soldiers, representing Atticus's special anti-monster combat team, to battle the monsters assigned by the Grand Prince. If we fail, Atticus's military command will be revoked. Also, I don't know who gave the Grand Prince the idea, but this time they plan to use a round-robin format, with 6 soldiers taking on a total of 30 Type 2 monsters. If all 30 monsters are not killed within the allotted time, the special anti-monster combat team will be deemed meaningless, and will be disbanded. That's outrageous. Henry was stunned. In the Adventurer's Tavern, even to fight a Type 3 monster, bounty hunters will assemble a team of at least 10. 6 people against 30 Type 2 monsters. Even if the entire monster extermination team went out, they would probably only be able to deal about that much damage. But the problem is that every member of the monster killing team is a carefully selected warrior who has undergone rigorous training. How can a soldier with slightly inferior physical fitness and insufficient training time possibly reach their level? Henry, have you forgotten that Atticus is our enemy? Martha waved her hand. It should be as difficult as possible. That way, Roland and the others can legitimately fail, weakening Atticus' power. Elle looked at Roland thoughtfully and asked Roland, do you have any other plans? In fact, if you refuse to participate, Atticus will definitely lose this duel. Indeed? Roland smiled at Elle. I must win this duel. Atticus is wary of me. He recruited me, Urza, and Vice Dean Andre, but he assigned Vice Dean Andre elsewhere. I intend to use victory in this battle as a stepping stone to enter Atticus's hidden forces. After Roland's last exploration of Atticus's secret base, everyone learned that Atticus had been cultivating two different factions. The anti-monster combat team was composed openly of soldiers assigned by the king, while the monster soldier experiments at the secret base were conducted in the shadows, similar to the Qin people experiments in the dark forest. The exact composition of this hidden force was unknown, and Roland, drawing on his experience in his first life, accurately determined that Atticus was the master of this force. According to his previous plan, he had been trying to penetrate this part of Atticus's hidden power. And Aire's handling of the Nonly envoy's remains had unexpectedly provided him with a good opportunity. This is an opportunity, Aire said. This time, I teleported Atticus directly to the royal capital prison, and my infiltration method had already been exposed. He probably has some defenses in his secret base. If you can infiltrate, it will be very helpful for our next operation. However, this challenge is clearly a challenge from the Grand Prince. You must be extremely careful and prioritize your own safety. Elle leaned forward slightly, his gaze earnest. Even if you want to win, don't risk your life. Yes, trust me. Roland looked at her, the smile in his eyes, like tiny stars. Unguarded, Elle was dazzled by his smile, and subconsciously turned her head, getting back to the point. Okay, that's settled. Does anyone have anything else to report? The main points of the discussion concluded. Martha, Daniel, and Henry said goodbye and left. One of the magic lamps on the street was broken, and two figures stood in the dim light. Would you walk with me? Roland gently invited Elle. The duel is tomorrow, and I'm a little nervous. Roland, the youngest combat magician in the Monster Slayer squad's history, and the wise and brave, who had vanquished countless monsters, said he was nervous about the upcoming battle. Aire didn't expose the obvious lie. Under the streetlights, two figures stretched and shrank, walking one distance after another. The two hands hanging by their sides swayed at a similar rhythm, their pace matching, meeting and passing each other, until one stopped swaying and gradually moved closer to the other. First, their fingertips touched, then their palms pressed together, and then their fingers intertwined. Roland let Aire hold his hand tightly, his heart beating faster than he ever imagined, and at the same time, he felt an unprecedented sense of security. Don't be so nervous on the battlefield. In the quiet night, Aire's voice drifted into his ears on the night wind, but unfortunately, it only made his heart beat faster. Chapter 103. Don't be so nervous on the battlefield. In the quiet night, Aire's voice drifted into his ears on the night breeze. Will you come in person tomorrow to confirm that the participants' family and friends can watch from the stands? The two stopped at a corner, and the streetlights shone on Roland's back, casting him in the shadows. Even so, Aire could still see his red ears exposed to the light. This duel would determine the subsequent development of the plot. Unless there was something more important, Aire would definitely go. However, seeing Roland's blushing face, Aire suddenly had a sinister thought. Well, it's hard to say. She tilted her head and said, You're the protagonist of this world. Of course, no matter what difficulties you face or how difficult the tests, you eventually overcome them and emerge victorious. In other words, your victory should be a foregone conclusion. Watching a duel whose outcome is already known doesn't seem very meaningful. Is that so? Roland lowered his head slightly, his gaze focused, and whispered, That's good. You just returned from Nonly country, so you need some rest. Seeing his lost look, Aire couldn't bear to tease him any further and shook their clasped hands. You need to get some rest. I hope you win quickly, and don't let me watch for too long. Realizing her meaning, Roland's eyes widened, and he said joyfully, I definitely end this duel as quickly as possible. Then, as if afraid Aire would change his mind, he added, Then I pick you up tomorrow morning. That's not necessary, Elle said, pulling Roland back onto the streetlights. I want to watch from the outside, observe the situation, and avoid attracting attention. Of course, there was another reason. Elle couldn't easily expose herself to Atticus. Roland didn't know the details of her previous feud with Atticus, and there was no need to worry him by explaining it now. Lila, draped in a gray cloak, was a bounty hunter who had only been in the profession for 2 years. Although she had a deep love for magic, her talent was limited. Born into a minor noble family, she lacked the funds for further training. Therefore, until she left the Magic Academy, she was only a low-level magician. Today, as usual, she arrived at the teleportation entrance to the shadow forest surrounding the royal capital, but found that before she even reached the destination, the area ahead was surrounded by a magical barrier. A group of bounty hunters swarmed noisily outside the barrier. "What are you doing in here? Why won't you let us in?" she asked curiously, patting a red-haired companion in front of her. The person being questioned was none other than Elle. She was dressed like an ordinary bounty hunter today, a neat shirt and pants, and a half-worn dark red cape. Bounty hunters were clad in similar attire, and she stood out among them completely. Looking at Layla, whose outfit was almost identical to hers except for the color of her cape, Elle replied in a friendly manner, "The 1-kilometer area outside the Shadow Forest portal has been cleared. The Second Prince's special anti-monster combat team is conducting a performance review. 6 people are tasked with taking on 30 Category 2 monsters. They'd probably cordon this area off to make it easier to drive monsters from the Shadow Forest." 30 Category 2 monsters? Gray-clad Layla's mouth widened in shock. Why don't they just fight directly in the Shadow Forest? The nobles are here to watch the ceremony. How could they possibly enter the dangerous monster forest? Another bounty hunter with a crew cut overheard their conversation and approached, pointing to a spot within the magic barrier where spectator seating was clearly visible. "See that area guarded by high-ranking mages? The eldest prince, the second prince, the duke, and others are all sitting behind it. I guess the king will come to watch once the battle officially begins. Look over there, that circular area near the teleportation gate we usually use. I think that's the battlefield." He pointed in another direction, and Al and Layla looked over. There, centered on the teleportation array, was a roughly 500 square meter circular area. An inner magic barrier had been erected between the outer edge of the area and the spectator seating. Where do all those monsters come from? Normally, there are very few monsters that stray through the portal. Gray-clad Layla asked in confusion. "You're clueless." The black-haired bounty hunter scoffed. "Do you think the monster extermination teams are just there to do nothing? I heard 10 monster extermination teams have been heading into the Shadow Forest since yesterday. After finding the Type 2 monsters, we can just guide them to the portal, right?" Seeing that today's work was unsuccessful, gray-clad Layla curled her lips in frustration. The nobles really know how to have fun. The spectator seats are safe, and the battle area is thrilling. It's just a shame for us, the broke bounty hunters, to have our workspace taken over by someone else. But I really like to see how 6 people are supposed to fight 30 Type 2 monsters. Aren't they just going to die? The crewmate with the black crew cut gave her a calm, unfathomable look and said, "If anyone else goes in, they'd just be giving the monsters a chance to eat. But with those 2 here, it's hard to say." "Huh? Don't keep us in suspense. Who are they?" the gray-clad Layla asked curiously. "Here, they're coming out. Take a look for yourself." As they spoke, 6 figures in similar uniforms appeared in the battle zone they mentioned. The 2 in the lead had slightly different uniforms. "It's them. Roland, the brave of wisdom, and Urza, the rebel of red blood," Layla exclaimed in delight. "Even if I don't earn any money today, it's worth it to see them fight the monsters firsthand. Brave of wisdom, rebel of red blood." Elle almost smiled when she heard those 2 names. Roland's nickname was fine, but the name Red-Blooded Rebel suited Urza perfectly. It seemed they were truly renowned in the capital. The battle area was in the center, with the Crown Prince's judging booth and the noble spectator booth situated on the opposite side of the bounty hunter's field of vision, allowing them to clearly see the action. The duel began, and all the bounty hunters outside the magic barrier waited with bated breath, gazing into the arena with anticipation. The battle was conducted in a round-robin format, with the next player taking the field only after the previous player was defeated. Roland and Urza were the training team's instructors, and their strength was naturally far superior to the other 4. Therefore, their strategy was for Urza to initiate the fight, followed by the 4 members. If they couldn't defeat the enemy, they would surrender quickly and be replaced. Roland, the strongest of the group, would appear last, providing the backup for the entire match. "Remember, it's unreasonable to let you fight a Category 2 monster alone," Roland said sternly, gazing around at the group. "If you feel you reached your limit, Regardless of your achievements in battle, don't push on. We do our best, said a female soldier, gripping her longbow tightly. The 3 members beside her nodded in agreement. Young men, don't linger, and don't feel ashamed. Just leave the difficulties to Instructor Roland and me. Urza tilted her neck, flipped the great axe from the ground, and lifted it onto her right shoulder. Look, I give you a good show. With that, Urza, under the gaze of her teammates and the entire audience, walked towards the circular battlefield in the center. Once in the center, she waved her hand high, signaling her readiness. Following a signal blast, the teleportation magic in the center of the arena glowed, teleporting a black bear-shaped monster, approximately 5 meters tall, into the battlefield. It seemed to be still unsure of its whereabouts, glancing around in confusion. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Urza took a running sprint, leaping upwards about 3 meters from the monster. Simultaneously, she swung her giant axe demon weapon hard, a blaze of icy blue light emanating from the axe blade. As the axe slashed through the bear-shaped monster, a powerful burst of ice magic was unleashed. The bear-shaped monster's head was struck by the axe, its entire ear and a small portion of its face severed. The wound, which should have been bleeding profusely, was further struck by the ice magic, causing the blood to congeal into icicles, piercing outward as a cluster of sharp red icicles. Roar, roar, roar. It roared in excruciating pain, the immense sound still terrifying even through the magical barrier. Oh my god! Urza, you are my god! The gray-clad hunter, Layla, shouted, covering her ears. The other bounty hunters looked at Layla with disapproval. The monster's roar was already terrifying enough. No one wanted another louder voice around them. Elle looked at the bear-shaped monster in the arena with an unreadable expression. At a restaurant in the capital of Nonli, she had once ordered a Timothy's hug. That sturdy, docile bear-shaped monster bore a striking resemblance to the one battling Urza in the arena, except for its smaller size. The gaze returned to the arena. After dozens of rounds of fighting, Urza ended the battle with a blow from behind. The bear-shaped monster fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Before the smoke and dust cleared, a magical light ignited in the center, and a second monster appeared. Perhaps the smell of blood on the field irritated it, for as soon as it appeared, it roared and rushed towards Urza. 1, 2, 3. The 9th monster was defeated. Urza, panting, leaned on her great axe for support. Her body was splattered with the monster's foul blood, and a trace of blood still remained on her chin. She was clearly exhausted, but she still refused to raise her hand to substitute. The light in the center of the field ignited, and as the next monster was about to enter the stage, Roland, the team leader, urgently interrupted the duel. Prince Zack, who had originally looked at the brave and skilled Urza with a grimace, immediately agreed to Roland's request. Atticus, sitting next to him, secretly resented Roland. He placed all his hopes on Urza and Roland. As for the 4 soldiers, he knew that even if they attacked together, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat a single Category 2 monster. Now that Urza had only killed 9 monsters, and was being replaced, he was naturally very dissatisfied. Even though this achievement would put even the top monster exterminators to shame, he was still dissatisfied. He didn't care about Urza's physical endurance, his only concern was whether he could win. Urza retreated with the help of 2 team members. Another team member took a deep breath and replaced Urza back on the field. The magical light of the portal shone brightly, and the battle began again. As Atticus had expected, even with this team member's courage and perseverance, he was quickly defeated by the monster's attacks. The signal for replacement sounded again, and the 3rd, 4th, and 5th team members fought with all their might to defeat the 10th monster. The soldier, with her bow fully drawn, only 3 arrows remaining on her back, ran across the field, dodging the 11th monster chasing her. Atticus frowned, calling someone over and whispering something in his ear. The person then ran from the audience area to Roland's preparation area and delivered Atticus instructions. Do your best to win this battle, and you can choose the reward. Please tell His Highness that I will definitely secure victory for him, Roland said, gesturing to the referee's bench for a substitution before stepping onto the field. Before the battle began, he glanced beyond the magical barrier. Even though he couldn't see her, he knew that Elle was watching everything. He would win, for himself and the world of Elle's dreams. Chapter 104. The 11th monster on the field lifted its front paws off the ground, its hind paws erect, and swung its body wildly from side to side, easily deflecting the arrow lodged in its chest by the archer's left arm. Its body was covered in armored scales, and although the arrow had struck it, it had lodged itself in the gaps between the scales, causing no damage at all. After the signal for the substitution was given, Roland, the last of the group, rose from the preparation area and passed his retreating teammates. Before he even reached the combat zone, the monster on the field had already prepared to attack. It crouched down on all fours, its back arched upwards. With a furious roar, its scales rose like spikes, piercing through the air with a dense, eerie purple glow, and attacked Roland. A sneak attack. Outside the magic barrier, El heard Lele exclaim beside him, "This tournament system is ridiculous. The monsters are out of control, attacking before anyone even gets close. How can we avoid this?" This sudden attack by the monsters was the opposite of Urza's initial attack. One took advantage of the monsters' unpreparedness, while the other took advantage of the humans. No one could say for sure whether Roland, known as the kingdom's youngest combat magician, had responded in time. The bounty hunters beside him were discussing the situation, while the nobles in the audience watched with a mixture of worry and gloating. But El knew that this was nothing for Roland. During the monster surge in Firoz City, the thousands of monsters that swarmed out like bees hadn't been able to defeat Roland and Urza. How could Roland not be able to avoid a single monster sneak attack? Just as Al expected, Roland waved his magic wand, and a red flame instantly burned a hole in the airtight rain of needles, then spread outwards, burning all the poisonous needles that flew towards him. Then, a bolt of lightning erupted from the magic formula at the tip of his magic wand. He simultaneously activated Speed Spell, striking the monster and paralyzing it, and then arriving just in front of it. As the spell rang out, Roland raised his left hand and pressed it against the monster's head, where it lay prone on the ground. An icy blue light suddenly shone, and ice rapidly grew along its skin, completely encasing the giant lizard, approximately 7 or 8 meters long. The outer layer of ice was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet incredibly hard, like a second skin, displaying similar scaly cross-sections. Looking at the monster lizard ice sculpture in the arena, gleaming like a sapphire in the sunlight, its mouth wide open, expressing the dual emotions of fear and aggression, the nobles in the audience could not help but exclaim in admiration. "So beautiful. It's pure art. Isn't this just a show of skill? How can someone control ice magic so precisely?" Roland's previous outstanding performance in the Monster Extermination Squad and his fearless defense during the Firoz monster wave had made him famous among the people. But most of the nobles only knew him from the impoverished Count Mars. This was the first time most of them had witnessed Roland in action against a monster. Roland not only displayed astonishing strength, but also the beauty of battle, which was very much to the taste of the nobles. The monster was frozen in the crystal ice. There was no blood, and it wasn't dead, but it had definitely lost the ability to attack again. Prince Zack, with a slightly displeased expression, ordered the next monster to be teleported. When Roland appeared, half of the stipulated 5-hour duel had already passed, and 10.5 monsters had been defeated. But within half an hour of his arrival, 6 monsters were lined up at the edge of the battlefield, some frozen, some half buried in dirt, and some tightly bound by vines. Even more impressive was his clean, precise movements, his magic deft and beautiful. Even the way the monsters were defeated was imbued with beauty, devoid of the usual gore and crudeness. Inside the arena, Atticus finally smiled, delighting the nobles. Outside, the bounty hunters were also captivated by the demeanor of the youngest combat magician in history. The only one who wasn't happy was Prince Zack. Seeing Roland defeat another monster in less than 10 minutes, his impatience began to show on his face. There was about an hour and a half remaining, and the remaining 13 monsters in the round-robin battle were no small number. But Roland showed no signs of fatigue after defeating 7 monsters in a row. If he continued at his current pace, he would more than be able to complete the battle within the allotted time. Furthermore, seeing the outstanding performance of the anti-monster combat team, some nobles had already begun to pass on their message to Atticus. This was his plan to thwart Atticus's group, not to show off the monster combat special team. A servant beside him, noticing his uneasy expression, sidled up and whispered, "Your Highness, I have an idea that could change the current situation." Another monster was defeated by Roland, but this time, the magic formula for the Shadow Forest portal remained silent. Roland briefly withdrew, and cast a questioning glance at Atticus. Atticus, closely watching the situation, immediately stood up and approached the referee's table with an annoyed look on his face. "You're still counting the time, but the monsters aren't being released according to regulations." "What do you mean by that?" Even though he was usually gentle, after being tricked twice by Zack, an opponent he considered insignificant, he couldn't control his true temper. Zack leaned back in his chair, his arms folded, his composure unwavering. "Don't worry, my dear brother. There's no point getting angry. We can just sit here and wait. It's not easy for the monster slayers to lure out monsters one by one in the shadow forest. Roland had been standing alone on the field for nearly 3 minutes, and the audience was slowly noticing something was amiss. What's going on? Is the fight over? No, I'm counting them one by one. There are still 11 left. Listening to the chatter nearby, Atticus smiled at Zack instead of anger. You're disregarding the king's orders like this. Everyone in the audience is a witness. The chatter grew louder, and some began to question Zack's organizational skills. He glanced unhappily at the attendant who had suggested the idea. The man immediately took the order and trotted off. In a secluded corner, he took out a communication device and contacted Captain Brika of the Monster Slayers on the other side of the portal. Yes, almost ready. Let's release them all together. The portal's magic spell emitted a light several times brighter than before, making it impossible to even look directly at it. Sensing a change in the situation, Roland gripped his staff tightly and took a half step back, adopting a lunge stance that allowed him to advance or retreat. As expected, after the light faded, 3 towering Category 2 monsters appeared on the battlefield, their interlocking roars echoing throughout the arena. One of the 3 monsters crawled, one flew, and the third rolled itself into a ball like a pangolin, rapidly attacking the sole human on the field. The bounty hunters in the audience and outside the magical barrier gasped. Facing these dangers head-on, Roland remained calm. He maintained his previous lunge stance, his gaze rapidly shifting between the 3 monsters, anticipating their next attacks, and rapidly formulating a countermeasure. The large pangolin, rolling towards him in a spherical shape, was the fastest. Roland took a running start and waved his hand towards the ground, creating a sloping ice wall. The sharp inward angle perfectly trapped the bald pangolin. The bird-shaped monster followed. Roland swung a thick vine from his hand, smashing it into the ground. Using the reaction force, he leaped upward, using the ice as a stepping stone. He leaped again, swinging the vine towards the flying bird monster, tightly wrapping around its membrane-covered wings. The bird-like monster's wing bones crackled and crackled as the vines tightened. Then, purple and gold lightning formed another rope, entwining itself like 2 thick pythons. The intense heat of the lightning magic instantly scorched the 2 fleshy wings, each about 5 or 6 meters long. The unpleasant smell of burning, along with its shrill cries, instantly spread throughout the entire area. Then a third alien, crawling monster appeared within sight. Its 6 spider-like claws crawled toward Roland in a chaotic yet orderly manner. Its interlaced claws slashed with sharp edges, their hardness and sharpness comparable to those of fine magic weapons. Before the bird-like monster fell to the ground, Roland waved his magic wand, summoning a small whirlwind in the air. With meticulous control of the wind volume, he accurately sent it flying above the alien, crawling monster. He held the magic wand and swung it downwards. A white lightning net with a diameter of about 10 meters fell down, avoiding the claws and locking its relatively fragile upper part. In just a few minutes, 3 monsters collapsed, gravely wounded. Everyone realized that the reason Roland had taken about 10 minutes to kill each monster earlier was simply because he had held back, wanting to avoid leaving them with bloody, fatal wounds. Ah! Roland! 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 The bounty hunters, watching with rapt excitement from outside the magic barrier, cheered one after another. The portal's opening didn't last long. Roland had barely caught his breath when the remaining 8 monsters were released. This is too dark. 8 monsters, who can handle them all? The bounty hunters could be heard grumbling on Roland's behalf, while Al focused his attention on the commotion in the audience. At this moment, within the magic barrier, there was unexpected silence. The reason was none other than the fact that His Majesty, the most honorable king in the entire kingdom, had finally arrived. Your Majesty, hello? Atticus and Zack rose to greet him. The other nobles stood, tipping their hats and saluting. Sit down, everyone. The king took the center seat in the referee's booth, where he had the best view. Who's that on the field? That was quite an interesting fight. Your Majesty, it's the anti-monster combat team. Roland, the team's instructor, I met you after the Philos monster wave incident. Atticus spoke quickly. Taking advantage of the king's arrival, he glanced at Zack calmly and said, Roland has excellent combat skills and extensive practical experience. However, the original plan was for humans and monsters to duel one after another, but perhaps Big Brother wasn't paying attention and released 3 monsters at once. Before the king could say anything, Big Prince Zack interjected, I found the previous duel too boring, so I added new rules on the spur of the moment. Second Brother's subordinates are exceptionally strong. Even if a few more were to attack, I don't think it would be a problem. Oh! The king looked toward the arena. 8 monsters were swarming forward, and Roland, unhurried, maneuvered neatly and swiftly around them. It's quite good indeed. More monsters makes it more interesting to watch. With that, he extended his hand to the side, and the attendant beside him immediately handed over a pair of golden binoculars with understanding. Seeing the king raise his binoculars as if watching a play, Zack couldn't hide his pride. So what if Atticus's men won the competition? The normal monster brawl he arranged had already won the Emperor's heart. Atticus stared at his smug expression, his eyes narrowed, the muscles beneath his eyelids twitching barely perceptibly. He would never let this insult go unpunished. Chapter 105. The duel ended faster than expected. Under the gaze of the spectators inside and outside the magic barrier, Roland moved among the 8 monsters with remarkable ease, giving the illusion that even a second-class monster was only capable of such combat. However, the battlefield, now a scorched earth with pits and ravines nearly a meter deep, reminded everyone of the monster's incredible combat prowess and reinforced Roland's strength and uniqueness. Behind him, 8 monsters fell to the ground, some unconscious, others covered in wounds, gasping for breath, their will to fight gone. Excellent! The king, holding a telescope, couldn't help but exclaim in praise. The signal for the end of the duel between the 30 monsters came from within the arena. The bounty hunters outside the barrier cheered enthusiastically, and the noble spectators inside applauded the king's praise without hesitation, the applause lingering for a long time. Prince Zack, oblivious to his own failure, recounted Roland's brilliant, match-ending move beside his father, the king, his words eloquently resonating like a commentator. This serious duel, supposedly meant to test the strength of the anti-monster combat team, was transformed, with his presence, into a thrilling, demonstrative show of monster combat. The anti-monster combat team had indeed survived, but Atticus was far from happy. Sitting in the front row, his face sullen, he watched the fawning Zack and the unsatisfied king. Zack caught his expression from the corner of his eye and said pretentiously, "Well, my dear brother, your psychic troops are staying. You should be happier, aren't you? Regardless of the actual combat effectiveness, at least it provides some amusement for your majesty. Proving its existence is still necessary." Atticus, always smiling, turned cold, and his long silver hair seemed to radiate a chill. Zack's playful words completely undermined the seriousness of Atticus's monster combat special team, making his efforts seem particularly worthless. However, his majesty was delighted by Zack's coaxing, not finding his words inappropriate at all. "Zack is right. I didn't enjoy watching it enough today. Let's have another show another day." There was a reason why Zack was even more favored by the king. Putting aside Zack's stunningly beautiful mother, he himself was enough to earn the king's favor. They sat together, their features similar. Zack resembled the king in his youth, fun-loving and able to enjoy himself, able to create fun even when there wasn't any. Though he could be short-tempered in private, his temper was only revealed to those below him. He was both understanding and flattering to the king, so how could the king not like him? And Atticus, incredibly intelligent and exceptional, bore a 60% resemblance to the king's annoyingly gifted sister. When the king was still a prince, he had countless times thanked his sister for being born later, and a woman, thus preventing her from depriving him of his throne. It was only natural that he had some complaints about Atticus for this. "You're right." Atticus lowered his eyes, concealing his true emotions, and said, "Sometime in the future, I give you and my brother another unforgettable monster battle show. In that case, I take the remaining monsters away. Perhaps they'd be even more powerful next time." The king waved his hand indifferently. Though unhappy, Prince Zack could only acquiesce to Atticus's actions. Monsters are full of usable materials, especially those of the rarely seen Type 2 variety. Most of the dead monsters on the field today had been carried away by Zack's servants, who were responsible for miscellaneous tasks. Only those trapped or knocked unconscious by Roland remained on the battlefield, untouched. The audience gradually left. Backstage in the preparation area, a servant sent by Atticus considerately greeted the 6 soldiers who had taken to the field, including Urza and Roland, and announced that they would be awarded bonuses equivalent to half a year's wages as a reward for their bravery. The few of them happily packed up and went out for a celebratory dinner with the other members of the anti-monster combat team who had come to celebrate. "Hey, Roland," Urza said, arm in arm with her teammate, as she watched Roland walk off to the other side. "Aren't you coming with us? We won so beautifully today, and you're the main reason. You guys go ahead." Roland paused, turned, and replied from a distance, "I have things to do." Although he hadn't seen him during the duel, Elle should still be waiting for him there. "He's got other things to do every day. I don't know what he's busy with," Urza muttered as Roland left alone. The other soldiers nearby didn't dare to say anything about the instructor, and instead gathered around Urza as they walked out. Besides them, the noble spectators and the bounty hunters who had come to watch the fun had also gradually left. A dozen or so luxurious carriages bearing noble crests drove from outside the venue toward the capital, kicking up clouds of choking dust that blanketed the passing bounty hunters. A flash of red passed by, quickly blending into a group of similarly dressed bounty hunters. Urza, who had just stepped into the carriage, froze in her tracks. "Instructor Urza? What's going on?" the archer beside her asked, puzzled. The figure was now completely out of sight. Urza regained consciousness and boarded the carriage. "It's okay, let's go." Perhaps it was just dazzlement. How could she be here, among a group of bounty hunters, at the same time, among the bounty hunters? Cough, 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 Lyra choked several times, unable to dodge the dust kicked up by the carriage. She held on to Elle beside her, and coughed violently. These carriage drivers are so uncivilized. Cough, cough, cough. "Perhaps the passengers are to blame," Elle said, patting Lyra on the back and sending out a small gust of wind magic, carrying the surrounding dust away. A moment later, in the luxurious carriage that had sped off, the distinguished Duke's face was covered in dust, and he coughed violently several times. "Thank you, I'm feeling much better now." Lila gave Elle a grateful smile, then looked at the sparse crowd around them, and said, "I'm heading back to the capital too. Want to go with me?" "No, you go first." Elle shook her head and looked behind her. "My companions are here." A few dozen meters away, Roland was approaching from behind the last group of departing bounty hunters. Their eyes met in midair. Roland's eyes lit up, then he gave her a helpless smile. Then, someone immediately gathered around them, blocking their gaze. Elle was not far from the barrier that served as the viewing area for the battle. After emerging from the lounge, Roland quickly found her. However, his hair color and face were so recognizable that the enthusiastic bounty hunters would recognize him every 2 steps, making it seem as if they had traveled 1,000 miles, even though the distance wasn't very far. Lila had clearly noticed the dazzling golden light in the crowd. "You," Lila's eyes shifted between Elle and Roland. "How did you know Roland would come out this way?" "No, I have to get the hero's autograph too." With that, Lila started to run back, but after a few steps, she turned back. "Aren't you going?" "Hero Roland. Aren't you waiting here for him?" Elle was about to respond when the impatient Lila ran off again. Forget it. If you don't go, I go. The autograph is important." About 10 minutes later, Roland finally emerged from the crowd of Hero fans. "Hero, I have an acquaintance just up ahead who'd like to meet you too," Layla said as she walked forward. Roland had seen her with Elle, so he nodded and joined her. However, when they returned to where Elle had been, it was deserted. Strange, she was just here. Could she really not be waiting for the hero? Layla muttered to herself, puzzled. "Sorry, Hero, I thought she was too embarrassed to come over. Turns out she's not looking for you." "I was mistaken, hee." Layla rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. "It's okay," Roland said with a polite smile. "It's getting late, and it looks like the last affordable carriage back to the city is about to leave. You can still catch it if you leave now." "Huh? Aren't you going back to the city, brave master?" "Yes, someone's waiting for me." "Okay, I'd be off then." "Bye, brave master," Layla said, trying to catch up with the departing carriage on the side of the road. After all, it was just a chance encounter with Aire, so not having a chance to say goodbye wasn't a big deal. The king said, "It doesn't matter, we see each other again." But it was strange that both the brave master and she were waiting for someone. She had thought all bounty hunters formed temporary teams and disbanded after completing their work. Dusk was already setting in, half the sky ablaze with a fiery red. The familiar place, the familiar time, awakened a memory. Roland smiled, turned, and headed north into the dense woods. The autumn leaves, dried by the sun, made a particularly crisp sound when stepped on. Under a giant tree that could hold 3 people together, Aire, resting against the trunk, slowly opened his eyes. "I woke you up after all." Roland lowered his left foot, which he had carefully held in the air. "I just closed my eyes for a moment." Aire smiled at him. "Respected hero Roland, are you finally free now? After all this time, your popularity in the capital has grown. I didn't expect the bounty hunters to be so enthusiastic." Recalling the moment when they were surrounded and unable to escape, forcing Aire to wait, Roland felt a little annoyed. "Even when I used to go to the Adventurer's Tavern with you, they would gossip about me. You still remember something from such a long time ago." Elle smiled. So much had happened in less than a year that recalling the days of taking quests and saving money at the Adventurer's Tavern felt like a lifetime ago. Of course I remember. Roland stepped on the crunching fallen leaves and came to the tree, imitating Els leaning against the sturdy trunk. Back then, we had just met again after a year, and I was anxious every moment, constantly wanting to confirm that you lived across the street from me. A gust of wind rustled the leaves still hanging on the tree, like natural wind chimes, bringing joy and relaxation. Same words, now, would no longer cause Elle any pressure. Leaning against the tree trunk, she turned to Roland and asked, "What about now? Do you still feel anxious?" "I still do when I can't see you." Roland turned his head, and their eyes met. A hint of the honey gold of sunset mingled with his lake green eyes, making him appear particularly warm. "But I remind myself of what you said, and try not to let my concern become a burden to you." His lingering gaze had lasted so long that Elle's face began to heat up. "Okay, enough of this." She rose from the tree trunk. "Any updates on Atticus's side? The situation was so precarious, yet you easily helped him secure victory. He should probably express his gratitude." "Yes." Roland straightened himself, returning to business. "We achieved our goal. Before leaving, Atticus's attendant left me a private message." "What did he say?" "Tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, His Royal Highness the Second Prince has invited you to his residence for a meeting. I like to use this opportunity to infiltrate his inner circle." Chapter 106. The next afternoon, in the study at Atticus's residence, Roland, dressed in the uniform of an instructor from the monster fighting special team, sat across from Atticus. "Excuse me, did you send me here for something?" "No hurry, just a cup of tea to warm your palate." The attendant brought the tea and snacks for the guests, and placed them on the table. When he lifted the teapot, Atticus naturally took it, and slowly filled a cup for Roland, the invited guest. White steam rose, and the rich aroma of tea filled the air around them. A fresh bouquet of flowers lay on the table, a testament to the relaxed, equal environment Atticus had intentionally created. For different people, Atticus would employ different tactics to win them over. Those who love power would be seduced with power, those who love money would be rewarded generously, and those who valued emotions would be softened with soft spots. When dealing with a truly powerful person, beyond money and power, one must also accord them sufficient respect, ensuring they believe everything they decide is their own, and fully respecting their individual will. Only then can they be used to their full potential. Like Baron Siki, he was passionate about monster research and experimentation. Even if their ultimate goals differed, his research was a tailor-made booster for Atticus's ambitions. Consequently, Atticus wooed, nurtured, supported, and praised him. And, as Atticus wished, he provided him with achievements worthy of this benefactor. Siki might still consider himself a partner in Atticus's mad pursuits, but in reality, Atticus only saw him as a tool to be used, not a companion. And Roland, after Siki, was the second person worthy of his devoted attention. He had been observing Roland for some time. Roland was very conscientious in his work as an instructor for the Monster Combat Special Team, but he always felt something was missing. Until this duel, Roland displayed strength far beyond Atticus's expectations. Roland would become the sharpest blade in his hand. Atticus had a strong premonition. "Thank you, Second Prince," Roland said, accepting the fragrant tea Atticus had personally brought him. He took a sip without saying a word, as if savoring the taste. Atticus asked with a look of concern, "Have you recovered from yesterday's battle?" "I had to escort His Majesty the King at the end of the duel, so I wasn't able to visit you in person in the preparation area." "It's not a big deal. Thank you for your concern. The soldiers who participated are very grateful for your commendation." "That's good. It's my fault that you've been implicated. Zack was trying to embarrass me. Seeing you were fighting well, he deliberately had ulterior motives, and turned the planned round-robin battle into a group battle. Thanks to your strength, his scheme was thwarted. Your Highness, you are too kind. The battlefield is always changing rapidly. If I can't handle even this, I'm unworthy of being your instructor." Roland put down his teacup and continued sincerely, "After the Felos monster tied, you were the only one who took this matter seriously, and formed a special team. I admire your foresight. Thankfully, I have this opportunity to serve on the anti-monster special team. I'm deeply honored to make a small contribution to you." It's not easy to earn the admiration of the brave Roland. Atticus put down his teacup with a click and looked at Roland. "Actually, besides the anti-monster combat team, I also been considering other better methods to deal with monsters. Have you made any new discoveries?" Seeing Atticus finally getting to the point, Roland asked calmly. "The use of monster extermination teams to combat monsters has been practiced in the kingdom for nearly 100 years, and everyone is accustomed to it. But I believe this method is too inefficient, and can't fundamentally prevent similar monster surges. More importantly, combat geniuses like you are rare. Ordinary magicians, knights, or soldiers simply don't stand much of a chance against monsters. Indeed. Roland followed the implication of Atticus's words, and to make it seem like he was on the same page, he even incorporated his experience as an instructor. Actually, during this time of training, I've been thinking about a better way to significantly improve the combat effectiveness of ordinary soldiers. Oh! It seems we're truly on the same page. Atticus smiled. Besides the monster fighting special team, I also been experimenting with other areas, and I recently made a breakthrough in that area. I wonder if you'd be interested in learning more. Then he took me to a field near the mansion and demonstrated a knight's coordinated training with 5 types of monsters. During the meeting at the Soul Tracing perfume shop, Roland was describing to Elle everything he had experienced today at Atticus's mansion. Since there was no Wind Listener meeting today, they were the only 2 present. The rest of the Wind Listeners were busy with their own tasks. Alma had gone to accompany the Duchess to a musical, Pamela and Freya were busy with their perfume shop duties, and Henry, Martha, and Daniel were also busy with their own tasks. Is this the secret base you found a while ago? Elle asked. Roland shook his head. I guess he doesn't fully trust me yet, so he wants to test my stance on monster manipulation first. The knight's training with monsters was very basic, not much different from the monster training in the monster garden. At the time, I acted indifferent to such matters, and expressed my willingness to accept more radical methods of monster cooperation. He smiled and changed the subject, saying he might see it again in the future. Atticus is a cautious person. It will probably take some time for him to truly recruit you into his fold, Elle concluded. But I'm really worried about the members of the amusement circus. It's been over 4 months since they were captured. If we leave them alone any longer, once they learn the techniques for training monsters, they might be in danger. This is indeed a rather troublesome matter. Roland frowned gravely, remembering the gatekeeper's report from his last investigation that circus members had secretly released monsters that failed experiments. The circus members were forced to work for Atticus, but they're actually completely different people from him. No one can say how much Atticus will tolerate. Roland, please tell me the exact location of the secret base. I recently had some free time, so I can take this opportunity to go and see if I can rescue them. I go with you, Roland said immediately. There aren't many guards outside, but the walls are heavily fortified, making it difficult to get in. Besides, I haven't yet investigated the situation inside. Don't worry, Ayer said. Even if I'm caught by Atticus' men, I can escape. With teleportation magic, there's no place that can trap me right now. As for you, Atticus will definitely be investigating you soon. If he accidentally discovers our connection, all our efforts will be wasted. Ayer's words made sense, and Roland couldn't force it any further. He could only repeatedly remind her to keep in touch, just as he had in Nonly Kingdom, and not to lose touch. Well, I contact you if conditions permit, Ayer said. Since she first received the death countdown message 3 years ago, she has walked a long way on her own. Even now, with the support of the Wind Listeners, she will shoulder many truly dangerous tasks alone to avoid bringing danger to others. Roland said nothing, but the tense muscles between his brows betrayed his true feelings. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Elle smiled and patted Roland's shoulder, trying to ease his anxiety. It's because of our repeated actions that the world is gradually drifting away from its original trajectory. Without risk, there is no change. Yes, I know. Roland said softly, taking Elle's hand from his shoulder and pressing his face against it lovingly, closing his eyes and sighing. I won't stop you. He loved everything about her, including her courage and tenacity. But love breeds worry. Her confidence, independence, and the incredible strength she accumulated over the years had become the foundation for her frequent ventures into danger, which made Roland unable to help but worry. But as he said, he tried not to burden Elle with his concern. She possessed a strong and free soul, a glimmer of hope for the world amidst utter despair. So trust her, don't let worries bind you, but let her will guide you. For this, he was willing to bear all the fear and anxiety of waiting behind him. It's hard to say how long I'd be there on this reconnaissance mission. I try to make sure I'm in touch with you every day. Ayer's fingers moved, accidentally brushing against Roland's smooth cheek. Feeling the silky texture, he unconsciously moved his thumb a few more times. But don't panic if I don't contact you one day. When operating in secret, using communication magic tools is often inconvenient. When I truly need help, I have Alma and the others contact you. Feeling Ayer's small gesture, Roland smiled softly, his ears reddening. He bravely took her hand and placed a gentle kiss on the base of her palm. Be safe. Don't forget I'm still waiting for you. The atmosphere thickened with the kiss. El stood up and placed his left hand on Roland's other cheek. He cupped his face with both hands, watching his image completely captured in those lake green eyes. Without hesitation, he leaned in and kissed him. After the kiss, Roland was still panting slightly. El followed the corner of his mouth, then moved up his cheek, pecking him with scattered kisses until they rested on his slightly trembling eyelashes. How could I forget? Such beautiful eyes. Don't worry, I returned safely. Chapter 107. The towering trees seemed like another layer beneath the canopy, a vast umbrella sheltering everything in the forest. Between the branches, like the supports of an umbrella, a dark figure leaped, like a nimble and calm black cat. Thankfully, it was only early autumn, and the already brittle leaves still clung to the branches, preventing her figure from being exposed in the moonlight. With every leap, a gentle breeze swept through the forest. The wind magic that assisted her leaps blended with the night breeze, rustling the leaves and adding an even more hushed stillness to the forest, already filled with the chirping of insects and the sounds of animals. This place was deep within the sea of trees forest. According to the directions Roland had provided yesterday, El planned to infiltrate Atticus's secret base tonight, hoping to locate the members of the Nonly Kingdom's entertainment circus and rescue them from the base, thus fulfilling his promise to Claude. Otherwise, if the members of the group lost their usefulness and fell victim to Atticus's murderous hand, with the Queen of Nonly secretly tracking them, unnecessary conflict would likely ensue. After a few rises and falls, El quietly perched on a thick horizontal branch, looking down. The night was dim, and I could barely make out two dark figures guarding the door. A faint spark of fire flickered, accompanied by a pungent odor. El covered his mouth and nose tightly to avoid making any noise. Hey, give me another puff, one of them said. This pipe is quite strong. I'm not sleepy at all now. Here. The other man took a deep breath, and then saw the red fire shift to the side. He must have handed the pipe over. Your Highness, what are you planning to do? Everyone at the base is scrambling like crazy today. No one's on duty yet, and I haven't slept for 18 hours straight. Without this, I really wouldn't be able to hold on. Who cares? Let's just do our job as gatekeepers, and get paid at the end of the month. Elmer, high up, chanted the sleeping spell. A moment later, the two men below were still chatting away, showing no sign of falling asleep. As expected, her tactics had been exposed to Atticus. When she risked her life personally to bring Atticus to the royal capital prison, she cast the sleeping spell the moment he woke. He was now taking precautions with his base guards, which Elmer had expected. Sleeping spells affect others, but teleportation spells affect a person, so Elmer wasn't too worried about leaving later. The most urgent task was to get inside the base undetected. Remembering the inspiration Roland had given her yesterday, Elmer cast a silence magic, silencing all sound within the 1-meter diameter space around her. Then she looked up, a towering, pitch-black wall looming before her like a mountain. Both Elmer and Roland had arrived at night, so they couldn't see the entire base. The main structure was renovated from an abandoned castle centuries ago. The side facing the sea of trees was a towering, solid stone wall, while the other side faced a cliff, making it easily defended and difficult to attack. The towering, vertical wall was enough to keep out most people. Even a magician attempting to leap and using wind magic would be exposed by the resulting surge of air. Thanks to Urza's demanding training as a magic servant, Elle could now use her body's own abilities to conquer the wall. She first created several vines around her hands and feet to increase friction. Then, with a leap, her limbs gripped the tiny crack in the high wall, her chest pressed inward, and her entire body clung to the wall like a bat. Although climbing the wall was difficult, Elle felt no pressure. She continued to use subtle wind magic to silently propel her body upward. In the darkness, it was impossible to accurately estimate the direction and distance of her ascent. After climbing for about 10 minutes, she finally saw a clear edge. There was a recessed area, presumably a battlement on the stone wall used for observation. She moved upward more cautiously, hovering half a meter below the battlement, listening quietly for any sounds within. Huh. Shush shush. Huh. Shush shush. Someone was napping. That made things much easier. Aire slightly increased the power of his wind magic, leaped up, and grasped the edge of the wall. Using his arms, he slowly lifted himself up, curling up into a ball, crouching on the battlement, barely 40 centimeters wide. In the dim moonlight, he could see the roughly 2-meter wide wall above. A guard stood beside it, weapon in hand, soundly asleep with his head tilted to one side. It seemed he lacked a companion with whom he could talk or smoke a pipe to refresh himself. Aire nimbly slipped through the narrow battlement. Landing, he struck the guard's neck with a hand blade. Then, the vines, intended for added resistance, stretched and thickened, wrapping themselves around the fallen guard, sealing his mouth with particular attention. The nearest other guard was 20 meters away, perhaps also drowsy, and unaware of the unusual situation. El crouched low, passed through the 2-meter-wide wall, and finally took in the entire layout of the base. The area within the stone walls was far greater than he had imagined. First, there was a vast open space. To the north of the open space was a main building, much taller than the wall itself, with 2 auxiliary buildings to either side. When infiltrating, one must remain vigilant of one's surroundings. Without giving it a second thought, El found a secluded spot, slid down under the inner wall, and climbed down. After determining the base's layout, her first instinct was to explore the dungeon in the main building. Logically, the circus members had been coerced, making it more likely they were thrown into the dungeon. Crossing the open space was easier than expected. A team of soldiers patrolled the courtyard, but compared to the size of the entire base, the guard density seemed minimal. It was unclear whether they were overly confident in the base's defenses, or simply lacked sufficient soldiers. Anyway, using various wall pillars, carriages, and other obstacles for cover, Ayer quickly reached the main building. The main building's door was surprisingly open, unguarded. Suspiciously, Ayer cautiously stepped inside. The first floor hall was empty, too. After some searching, Ayer successfully found the stairs leading down. She pondered for a moment, then chose to brave the current situation and continue forward. She summoned her magic wand, allowing her to quickly escape if discovered. Teleportation magic was truly useful. She was becoming increasingly reliant on it, not knowing whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. After walking down for a while, she found an entire dungeon floor. Blue stone walls separated the prisons, creating row after row of cells. Iron bars ran through the exterior walls. The doors to the cells stood wide open, seemingly 3 times the height of those in the royal capital prison. It was clear they once held non-human creatures. A monster had been taken away. Despite realizing this, she knew nothing about what had happened, so she continued inside, hoping to find the members of the circus and learn more. The empty dungeon was cold and damp, with the faint sound of dripping water. With the silencing magic still in effect, Elle made her way silently deeper into the dungeon. Reaching the deepest part of the dungeon, she finally discovered a row of normal-sized cells. Aside from the lack of iron doors, the layout inside was identical to that of the royal capital prison. It seemed better, though. At least the bed had a thick mattress, and the bathroom had a small, separate area. In this row of cells, only one was occupied, crouched in the corner of the bed, head in his hands. Looking around, Ayer cast away her silent spell and, using earth magic, summoned a small stone, throwing it through the gap in the bars. The stone landed a meter away from her, clearly catching her attention. The person picked up the stone, clutching it in their hand, and looked up blankly. The moment they saw Ayer, they swiftly climbed up from the ground and ran over without a trace of grace, gripping the bars tightly with both hands and rocking their body back and forth. Her eyes were wide open, bloodshot, and a piercing roar emanated from her open mouth. Ah! 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 Let go! Startled by her sudden close approach, Ayer took a step back. Only then did she see clearly that the person before her was indeed of non-ly appearance, though her hair was disheveled, her face was dusty, and her eyes were a mixture of fear and hatred. She looked mad. Swallowing her uneasiness, Ayer gathered herself and tried to communicate with her. Are you from the circus? Ah! A murderer. A demon. Do you know where your companions are being held? One day, they will take revenge. Looking at this maniacal figure before her, Ayer felt a mixture of emotions. Guilt? Sadness? Sorrow? Sympathy? Perhaps all of them. If she had come even earlier, would she not have ended up like this? Her attention was completely absorbed by the non-ly people before her, and the noise of them shaking the railing and roaring was so loud that Ayer didn't notice the footsteps slowly approaching her. As she watched the person before her stagger and fall, and smelled something strange in the air, her consciousness began to fade, and the magic wand in her right hand slowly slipped. Before she fell completely to the ground, a familiar voice echoed from behind Ayer. It's late, time for bed. Whose voice was it? She had clearly heard that emotionless tone before. Chapter 108. The sweet aroma of incense still lingered in her nostrils as Ella woke hazily. The exquisite canopy overhead caught her eye. Glancing around, she saw thick blue curtains draped around the bed, and carved champagne-colored bedposts at the corners. Bewildered, Elle raised her upper body. The pillows behind her, and the mattress beneath her felt exceptionally soft and smooth. This familiar opening almost made her think she had woken up again in the guest room of Count Mars's mansion. Wait, before she passed out, she thought she heard a voice. The tone was calm, as if it were an inanimate object, devoid of any emotion. The person's identity was clear to see. And just then, the same voice suddenly rang out from beyond the curtains. "You're awake. Your breakfast is on the bedside table." "Wait a minute." Elle pulled back the curtains. Luna number 8's cold figure stood a meter away. As she had said, a plate of food was placed at the head of the bed. "Why are you here?" Elle asked quickly. She had wanted to ask Luna number 8 the first time she saw her in the central library. How did she end up with Atticus and Baron Siki? Luna number 8 turned calmly, her face as expressionless as ever. But Elle had known long ago that she wasn't just a puppet, but a friend with real feelings and emotions. "I should be the one asking you that. Why are you in the castle dungeon?" Luna number 8's words were the final word, leaving Elle speechless. She couldn't say she was here to break out of the prison. Now, Luna number 8 was clearly one of Atticus's factions. As Elle pondered how to respond, someone outside the door called out respectfully, "Miss Madeline, are you there? If you don't want anyone else to find you, stay here and don't move." Luna number 8 gave Elle a steady look, then opened the door and left. The door closed with 2 clicks, locking. "This won't trap me." Elle smiled softly, and attempted to summon the teleportation wand from her storage. After a moment, she looked at her empty right hand, remembering that she hadn't had time to retract the wand before she passed out last night. It was reasonable to assume that Luna number 8 had taken it. So, she was truly trapped now. Sighing deeply, regretting her carelessness, Elle turned to the food on the bedside table. Being trapped wasn't something she could refuse for now, so she'd better address her hunger first. Elle sipped her hot milk with honey, as she pondered her current situation. Luna number 8 was friendlier than she appeared. She didn't throw her into the dungeon after being caught trespassing, but instead friendly imprisoned her in a comfortable room. And judging from her words, she hadn't told anyone else about her situation. As for the incense last night, it was likely intended for the suspected insane Nonly National in the dungeon. She simply happened to be there at that exact moment, attracted by his attention, and thus unwittingly fell prey. Thinking of the Nonly National, with his hoarse voice and ferocious expression, Ayer tightened his grip on the cup. I wonder what she'd been through to become like this. Also, the empty cells, clearly intended for monsters, and the unexpectedly lax defenses throughout the castle, were of great concern to Ayer. Even if there were monster experiments, it's hard to imagine all of them being used at once. Could it be that they were transported somewhere else? I try to ask Luna 8 later. Or should I call her Madeline? About half an hour later, Luna 8 returned to the room, and Al couldn't wait to ask. Whatever you want, Luna 8 said expressionlessly. Well, the sleeping pills were to soothe Wayne, so she could sleep peacefully every night. I didn't expect to see you in the dungeon. Wayne was obviously the name of the Nonly man. After asking several questions in a row, and Luna 8 answering every one of them, Al tried to push his request further. I can't give you the wand back. You caused trouble. For the first time, Luna 8 said no. Since she had specifically hidden her wand, it wasn't surprising that she would refuse this request. Undeterred, Al continued, Can you tell me why the dungeon is empty of monsters? Luna number 8 paused for the first time, as if weighing the potential harm posed by Al, whose identity and position were unknown. Look, Al spread her hands, relying on the fact they hadn't seen each other for a long time and Luna number 8's complete lack of understanding of her current strength. She lied with open eyes. My greatest asset, my magic wand, has been taken away by you. I can't force my way out with my own magic. I can't do anything. I can't help you, you guys. Just think of it as old friends catching up, casually chatting. This isn't the place for you. Luna number 8 said, If anyone else sees you, you be captured. So you're different from the others and haven't trapped me, right? Elle seized on a loophole in Luna number 8's words and said with a smile, In that case, why don't you let me go? No, Luna number 8 swiftly rebuffed. Your motives are unclear, and your actions are sneaky. I need to keep an eye on you. Elle easily deciphered the deeper meaning behind Luna number 8's words. To prevent you from being captured and endangering your life, I'm going to lock you up and keep an eye on you. But locking me up like this is no different than letting someone else capture me. Elle sighed. If it were anyone else, she would have gone all out to reclaim the magic wand, but with Luna number 8, it was different. Just as Luna number 8 would let her off the hook, she couldn't truly harm her old friend. Instead, she was truly trapped, her hands tied. Elle's words made Luna number 8 pause for a moment. This balance of emotion and reason was perhaps too complex for her. A familiar expression of confusion crossed her calm face, then she regained her composure. No matter what you say, I won't let you out. Okay. L shook his head helplessly, no longer embarrassing her. Then let's chat. What? Let's talk about what we've been through since we parted ways, L said. She was genuinely curious as to why Baron Siki had so easily accepted Luna number 8. Judging from the luxurious decor of her room alone, her current situation was far better than when she was with the great magician Luna. Let me go first. To lower Luna 8's guard, L took the initiative, sitting back on the bed and, as if taking the initiative, motioning for Luna 8 to find a seat. In less than 2 years, I experienced so much. She looked up and said with a hint of emotion. Then L picked out the parts of her experience that she could share, recounting them to Luna 8 like an adventurer's tale. As you can see, I'm now a magician, and I have a group of friends with whom I can share joy and overcome challenges together. Well, congratulations. I wish you and your friends happiness. Thank you for your well wishes. Even though Luna 8's tone remained as flat as inorganic matter, her features motionless, L could still sense Luna 8's genuine emotion. Okay. My story is over. What about you? How did you end up in the royal capital and become Miss Madeline? Luna number 8 faced L, her eyes seemingly motionless and blank, likely reflecting on something. That day, after absorbing the remaining souls, I couldn't bear the strain and fell into a coma. I don't know how long later, but my father woke me up and took me away. He gave me a new name, Madeline, saying it was the name of his deceased daughter, and that I was his daughter. L remembered seeing news during his escape to the border about Princess Luna and Madeline, daughter of Baron Siki, attending a banquet at Count Mars's mansion. That Madeline was indeed Luna number 8. Luna number 8 continued, I followed my father, as an assistant in his new laboratory. After my experiments made progress, I came to the royal capital. Although she claimed to be recounting her own experiences, Luna number 8 recounted them from a third-party perspective, in the most concise, chronological manner, completely omitting any mention of her personal feelings. Seeing her expression remain unchanged, Elle couldn't help but want to ask her, Are you happy to be considered Baron Siki's daughter? Do you know that his experiments were the direct cause of the disaster in Pharaoh's city? If you knew, why did you continue to assist him as his assistant? She wanted to ask many questions, but only the first one could actually come out. The second two were too heavy, involving real positions. Once spoken, some things might be irreversible. So she opened her mouth, but only asked that one question. Are you happy being Madeline? Are you happy to be a person with a real name? Unexpectedly, a hint of confusion crossed Luna number 8's eyes. She said, I don't know. It seems no different from before. How could there be no difference between a puppet named by a number and a daughter given a loving name? Unless one of them was lying. Luna number 8 lowered her head. This was the first time Elle had seen her so visibly disappointed. Without waiting for Elle to ask again, she confided, At first, I thought it was because I looked so different from the real Madeline, so I asked my father's attendant about Miss Madeline. The attendant said she was a lively and bright girl. During an expedition with the monster extermination squad, she was accidentally killed by a monster. Luna. The Grand Mage was furious and demanded the dismissal of the then captain of the monster extermination squad. But the person she was most angry and resentful of was her husband, Baron Siki. It was he who agreed to and arranged the expedition. The servants also said that, despite Baron Siki's outward silence, he actually locked himself in his laboratory day after day out of guilt. After learning all this, I collected stories of Miss Madeline from the servants and imitated her smile and way of speaking. But in the end, I realized that Siki, my father, didn't really care. He went to the laboratory simply because he loved it. So, I stopped imitating those smiles and returned to the way I was when I was with Master Magician Luna. A confused look fell on Elle. Am I missing something? I don't feel any different now than before. No, you haven't missed anything, Elle said. Perhaps, the way you are now is the real you, and you don't need anyone's approval. Though she wanted to give her more guidance, Elle knew she couldn't teach another person how to be themselves. Human growth is inherently fraught with uncertainty, and within that uncertainty, we constantly act and make mistakes, gradually enriching ourselves. Luna number 8 was like a child just reaching adulthood, still slowly learning the rules and unspoken rules of being human. Maybe. Luna number 8 quickly regained her composure, then stood up, saying without a second thought, I'm going to work. You stay here. Alla was still immersed in her story, when Luna number 8 opened the door and began to leave. Wait a minute. I can't stay trapped here. Before the door closed, Al spoke quickly. Luna number 8 slowed down and said, I let you go after this major event is over. She quickly closed and locked the door, her footsteps fading away. After this major event is over. Ael's brow furrowed, pondering Luna No. 8's words. So the empty dungeon had a reason. She had to get out as soon as possible, whether to save the people of the circus or to stop Atticus's possible plot. Al pressed her ear to the door, confirming that no one else was moving outside. Then, she closed her eyes, and quietly observed the flow of her own life force. The golden life force was like a thriving tree, with countless branches branching out from its trunk, or like a long river, with a main stream and countless tributaries. The thickest of these branches connected to the city of the dead, thousands of miles away. She had previously exchanged her influence with the black sphere for sufficient vitality, and injected it into it, so it was currently unable to connect. Nearby, there were 6 distinct tributaries, connecting the 6 wind listeners in the capital. Just as Aer was about to summon a follower through one of them, she suddenly noticed 2 hair-thin golden threads extending outward from the very edge. Who were these 2? They seemed to be nearby, not from the city of the dead, nor were they the wind listeners currently in the capital. Intrigued, Aer plucked the 2 golden threads. Chapter 109. Aer plucked the 2 hair-thin golden threads, and the summoning message traveled along the vibrations, outlining 2 strange, tiny shadows. They didn't resemble humans, but rather small animals. Aer could sense they weren't far away. It was even possible they were within the forest. After receiving the message, the 2 small shadows shook their bodies rapidly. Judging by the shadows, one probably fluttered its wings, while the other lifted its nose and sniffed. Then, the smaller one climbed onto the other's back. The shadow flapped its wings a few times and took off. Could they be 2 tiny monsters? Aer pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure out when he had subjugated 2 monsters near the capital. Reinforcements were still on the way, and with nothing else to do for the time being, Aer returned to his bed, squinting his eyes and resting. Meanwhile, Luna 8 delivered lunch and dinner, then quickly left. She seemed extremely busy at work, and whenever she was away from the office for even a short while, someone would call her. Until night fell again, Elle opened her eyes in bed. This time was similar to the time she had infiltrated the castle base yesterday. Luna 8 had been called away again by the same person, apparently busy with work. In short, now that she was unattended, it was a good time to escape. Because of their small size, the 2 little creatures had infiltrated the castle with surprising ease. Through the golden thread of life force, Elle could sense that they had successfully reached a location outside the door. Searching for the key hidden in the room. Elle relayed this message, but fearing they wouldn't understand, she used the golden thread of life force to outline the key for easier identification. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Coo-oh-oh. 2 cries echoed through the door, as if to Aer, "No problem, leave it to us." Rustle, rustle. Putting his ear to the door, he could hear the scattered sounds of 2 small animals. Now that he was closer, the outlines of the golden lines became more distinct, and Aer could clearly see that they were an owl and a small mole. The familiar appearances awakened fragments of Hellas memories that had already merged with Aer's body. And so, Aer knew that they were the first 2 followers summoned by Hela using necromancy when she took over his body. They were not monsters, but truly 2 pitiful and adorable little animals. Knowing this connection, looking at the 2 little creatures rummaging outside the room was like looking at 2 of Hela's friends, and a wave of nostalgia welled up in Aer's heart. Even if Hela's soul could no longer be awakened, there were still beings connected to her in this world. If you look closely, the undead monsters hidden in the mist outside the city of the dead are perhaps her legacy. After more than an hour, the little mole gnawed open the corner of a drawer in the outer room, slipped inside, and clattered out a key. From inside, Al, overjoyed at the sound of the key, used gold thread to outline the scene of the key unlocking the door. Following Al's gold thread drawing, the owl carried the mole and key on its back and flew to the door lock. The little mole stretched out its 2 tiny claws, struggling to lift the key, which weighed half its own weight, inserted it into the lock, and turned it with all its might. With a click, the door unlocked. Aer scooped up the 2 small creatures, their wings and hands trembling from exhaustion, and placed them on her shoulders. There was no light in the outer room, so she lit a small flame for illumination. Luna No. 8 wasn't good at hiding things. Her wand was hidden in a cabinet next to the key drawer, without even a key. But that was understandable. Most people wouldn't imagine someone locked up could still contact the outside world and rescue themselves. After retrieving her wand and communication device, Elle cautiously stepped out of the outer door. Outside was the spiral staircase of the main building. Elle ascended lightly, and after climbing 2 flights, she spotted a guard standing on the landing in the middle of the stairs. Still using a feint to the east and attacking in the west, Elle quietly released the mole. The mole sniffed the ground, ran towards the soldier's feet, and bit his trouser leg. What the hell? The guard muttered softly, looking down to see a black, ball-like creature crawling up his trouser leg. What a darning rat! How dare you crawl on me? He bent down, reaching left and right, trying to catch the little mole, but it was surprisingly agile, slithering back and forth across his body, even daring to climb onto his head. Little bastard, I don't believe I can't fix you. Concentrating hard, he finally grasped the top of its head, convinced he had it trapped, when a cold, sharp touch pierced the skin of his neck. Hush. He shuddered in fear, his grip loosening, and the little mole immediately slid down his head and shoulders, landing on the man's shoulder with a leap. From the bottom of the stairs, another guard's voice echoed, "Peter, what are you screaming about? Are you seeing a ghost?" Ayer slightly shifted the angle of the ice blade against his neck and gently warned, "Think it over before you speak." He swallowed nervously and glanced back, but because of his posture, he couldn't see anything. Then, with a trembling voice, he said, "A rat came out and scared me." "Ah? Ha ha ha. Rats? You're actually afraid of rats? Ha ha ha." Listening to the incessant exaggerated laughter from downstairs, the held hostage guard was on the verge of tears. He lowered his voice and said, "Don't hurt me, please. Let's talk it over. Tell me, where are all the people from the circus being held? Except for the one in the dungeon." "What circus?" "I don't know." Ayer. After a pause, he changed his tone. "I'm talking about those Nonly spies." "Oh, you mean the instructors? They live on the 3rd floor, just 2 floors down." After hearing the information he wanted, Al was about to knock him out, but then he suddenly remembered something else and asked, "Where is the laboratory where Baron Siki and Miss Madeline work?" "On the top floor." The guard immediately replied, "I answered everything you asked. Can you let me go now? I promise I won't tell anyone about you." "It's okay, you can tell me, but only after you wake up tomorrow," Al said jokingly, and with a flick of his hand, he helped the guard into a sweet dream mode. After carefully helping the limp guard sit against the wall, Al looked up, hesitating for a moment before going up to say goodbye to Luna number 8. This reunion was unexpected. They had each embarked on their own paths in life, and no matter the bittersweet moments, it was an inevitable process. What's the point of saying goodbye? It's better to leave everything to fate. If they ever meet again in the future, she sincerely hopes to transcend their differences and have a long conversation with number 8. Perhaps then, number 8 will have a name of her own, not a nickname like number 8, not an inheritance like Madeline, but a name truly her own. Ayer looked forward to that day. But now, she had to leave to fulfill her true purpose for infiltrating this place. A minute later, the guard who had mocked her companions also received the same high-quality manual sleep mode. Carrying an owl and a little mole in her arms, Ayer sneaked along and found the instructor's room. The door was locked, and various complex magic formulas were superimposed on it. Despite being called instructors, there was no doubt that they had no freedom of movement. After a long time, Ayer finally used her powerful magic to forcibly break the forbidden spell. As she pushed open the door, a gust of wind whistled past. Ayer dodged a wooden chair by sideways. Turning, she saw a dozen burly Nonly men surrounding her. In the dim light, their eyes shone like wild beasts, their vigilance and hostility evident. The man who had attacked her at the door silently raised a chair and began to bring it down again. "I'm not a bad person," Ayer said quickly, not intending to fight back. "I know Claude, and I'm here to save you." The word Claude successfully stopped the chair's downward trajectory. The man asked cautiously, "Who are you?" Anyway, after some explanations and pointing out Claude's flaws, the other party finally believed Elle's words. "Knowing he's returned safely, I can finally rest easy." The woman who was speaking was Wanda, the leader of the amusement circus. "But we have another companion who's been imprisoned for offending Atticus. We don't know what's happened to her now, but we can't leave alone until she returns." Elle couldn't bear to directly tell the other party that she was mad. He only vaguely said that he had found her whereabouts, and would go to rescue her after sending the others out. "But there are so many of us, and the castle is so heavily guarded. How can we possibly escape?" One of the troop members said worriedly. "There aren't many guards outside," Al said, extending his left hand. "Besides, my method of leading you out won't be that troublesome. Please hold hands and link them together, and then the person at the edge will hold my hand." Looking at the members whispering among themselves, filled with doubt, Captain Wanda said, "Give it a try. There won't be any more losses." Al stood still, and Captain Wanda took her hand as she was told. The others followed. Al glanced around, confirming that everyone was connected. He thrust his magic wand downwards, and after a silent tremor in the air, the entire room vanished. Wanda felt as if she had merely blinked, and the scenery before her was completely different. The same moon illuminated a completely different land. Looking at the familiar road, the buildings on either side, and the sign illuminated by the streetlight. Timothy and Peter's shop, Captain Wanda's eyes instantly moistened. The last time they visited this restaurant, the monster companions were so excited to see Timothy that they even put on a live performance for the diners. And now, they returned to their homeland, but the monster companions who had followed her since childhood will never return. Ire didn't stop. After teleporting the others to their destination, she immediately teleported to the castle dungeon. Without even noticing the noise, she forcefully used magic to break the railings. She walked inside, placed her hand on the person she scared into a corner, and with another teleport, she brought them to Wanda's side. "Thank you." Wanda quickly hugged the staggering member and said to Ire. "You're welcome," Ire replied. "But she's not doing well. You better be prepared." Just then, a magical light suddenly lit up on Ire's chest, and an owl head emerged from her collar, retrieving a communication device. Ire took the communication device and turned on the communication. Alma's anxious voice rang out. "Lord Ale, I finally reached you." Atticus's castle seemed to have magic that could counteract communication devices, so Alma spent a whole day trying to reach Ale. "What happened? Please return soon." Lord Roland informed us that the palace was attacked by monsters this morning. Those monsters are extremely ferocious, and some have already fled into the civilian areas. Chapter 110. Those monsters are extremely ferocious. Some have already fled into the residential areas. Alma had barely finished speaking when the communication device suddenly cut out. Worried about her companions at the soul-tracing perfume shop, Elle didn't have time to explain much to the people at the circus. She put away the communication device and waved her wand again, ready to leave. Now, she finally understood what Luna number 8 had meant by big event, and why the castle dungeon was empty. "Please wait a moment," Captain Wanda said. In her arms, the last member Elle had rescued struggled desperately. "Thank you for your rescue. How can we repay you?" "Live well," Elle said. "See you again." With that, she didn't linger any longer, disappearing immediately under everyone's gaze. During the monster wave in Philo City, it took her several days to reach her hometown, only to find corpses strewn across the city. She couldn't bear to experience that again. She had to go back immediately. She had to stop the disaster. Live well. Is that even possible? Captain Wanda looked at the spot where Elle had disappeared, instinctively hugging the terrified members tightly. She had personally transformed her monster companion of over a decade into a fighting monster, and watched it fall to Atticus's red-eyed monster in battles slain. Even if she had 1,000 reasons and excuses, the sin she had committed against her companions could not be erased. Could she truly live well from now on? Suddenly, weights rose on both shoulders. The members gathered around her, their hands and shoulders pressed tightly against hers. Their eyes shone with tears of relief from a near-death experience, and a burning anticipation for the future. "Captain, the circus of entertainment will never end. Captain, let's start over. Captain Wanda, I will always follow you, until we are 70 or 80, and can no longer walk. Wanda, you promised me you would bring joy to every corner of the continent." They formed a circle, several layers deep, and hugged each other tightly. Just like the countless times they had camped in the wilderness before the bonfire was even lit, they huddled together, using their bodies to keep each other warm. During their captivity, they lost their once close monster companions one by one. Only by worrying about each other, and not letting others suffer could they endure each day. The most difficult time was over, and they would set sail again, bearing the pain and guilt they felt for their companions. Back on the second floor of Suling, Ire first opened the door to the conference room. It was empty. She ran down the hallway, hastily throwing open the door to the adjacent bedroom. Seeing Pamela and Freya's rooms empty, her heart instantly sank. They were in charge of logistics, and always stationed inside the store. If even they were gone, how dire would the situation be? Her hand gripped the doorknob tightly, veins bulging from the strain. The tragic scene of Philo City that day was etched in her mind like a brand. Even though those people had been resurrected as her followers, the scars they had suffered remained on their bodies. It's okay, she breathed rapidly, trying to calm her panic. It's okay. With necromancy magic, as long as I survive, they won't die. But what if their limbs are damaged? What if they're bitten by monsters? I can't restore them to their original form. They're already undead, and their bodies can't heal. Alma's chest had a hollow hole running through it. Pamela had a 10-centimeter gash on her back. And Freya, Martha, Daniel, Henry. After waking up as her undead, each of them had wounds on their limbs that wouldn't heal. Severed limbs, disfigured, torn, all sorts of awful scenarios played out in Elle's mind. She stared at Alma's room across the way, hesitant, not daring to push open. 10 more seconds. 10 seconds later, she continued. Ah. It hurts. A female voice rang out from Alma's room. Elle's heart skipped a beat, and with her mind racing, she rushed over and threw the door open. Alma sat on the bed, one arm extended from her side, gently supported. It was clear that someone was lying behind her. Freya stood at the outermost edge, holding a sanitary tray filled with green healing magic potion, gauze, cotton swabs, and thread. Pamela bent over, holding a cotton swab and gently pressing it against the arm of the person lying on the bed. The three of them glanced at Elle at the door. Behind Alma, the woman's voice echoed again. Who? Who dares to knock on my door? It's nothing, Your Highness. Pamela placed the cotton swab on the tray, took out the gauze and thread, and continued bandaging the wound. Her voice was gentle, as if she were caring for a spoiled child. It's our sister Elle who's returned. She didn't know the princess was here, so she acted a little hurriedly. In front of outsiders, Pamela slightly changed her address for Elle. Well, since she's your sister, I won't punish her for her rudeness. The princess said magnanimously. Elle, huh? You can leave now. Next time you see me, remember to be polite, okay? At the same time, Alma, behind Her Majesty, silently addressed Elle. Please, Lord Elle, please cooperate. Relieved, Elle complied with the princess's request. Yes, princess. Your Highness. Then she gently closed the door, and returned to the conference room to wait. During this time, she tried to communicate with Roland, but, as expected, the call was unsuccessful. A few minutes later, Alma arrived at the conference room, and said to Elle with an apologetic look, I'm sorry, Lord Elle. The princess suddenly called me away, and I accidentally lost contact with you. It's okay, Elle smiled, looking at Alma's vibrant face. I'm glad you're not hurt. No one knew the turmoil she felt just a few minutes before, and these followers under her protection didn't need to know. Elle simply wanted them to live well, just as she hoped for the rest of the circus. By the way, the princess. What's going on? Why is she here? Was she injured by a monster? The princess only had scratches, Alma said, pulling out a chair and sitting down. This morning, the princess sneaked out and insisted I go out with her. I took her to the theater all morning, and then I received a message from Lord Roland. He informed me of the monster attack on the palace, and asked me to notify you as soon as possible. Then, after learning the princess and I were together, he told me to find an excuse to bring her home. And that wound. It was an accidental scrape the princess sustained while trying to help Pamela in the kitchen. This was an unexpected answer, but it also suggested the situation might not be as out of control as we imagined. What about the monster attack on the palace? Did Roland explain? I can't contact him right now. This morning's communication was rushed, so I can't find out much. But Lord Roland did say that our current location is relatively safe, which is why he asked me to bring the princess back. Have you heard from Martha, Henry, and Daniel? I contacted them. Martha and Daniel said they have a big job at the newspaper and have to work overtime tonight. Daniel said the Adventurers Tavern has a big order and he needs to help organize bounty hunters. He died without saying a word. Since the situation is unclear, I have to go there in person. I go check it out. You stay home and don't move. Contact me if anything happens. Seeing Al, exhausted and about to leave again, Alma hurriedly urged, Lord Al, be careful. Don't worry. Al nodded, then remembered something and pulled 2 little dumplings from his arms, handing them to Alma. Please take care of these 2 little ones for now. With that, Al set off again. Thanks to her rest at Luna 8 during the day, she was full of energy. Reappearing again, Al teleported to the closest point to the palace she had ever been. In the vast darkness, she darted through the streets like a ghost. Ire didn't believe Atticus would attack ordinary people in the capital without reason. He was a calculating man, and every major action was necessarily driven by a purpose. But whatever he intended to do with those monsters, it was bound to cause hidden harm to ordinary people. For example, Roland had said that some monsters had already fled into residential areas, and there was no telling when danger would strike. The buildings on both sides of the street shrouded the lives of thousands of families. A few lights were still on, while many more had turned off their lights and gone to sleep. In their eyes, the peace of this night was no different from any other. In the creator's pen, they were the necessary sacrifices to create the villain Atticus, and they would also fuel Roland's rise and strength. But in Ayar's eyes, behind every window was a real person and family, just like her own. She could never tolerate her life being reduced to mere devices for a narrative. About an hour later, Ayar stopped her sprinting pace and retreated into the shadows of a building. Diagonally across from her was the Monster Extermination Squad headquarters, its doors wide open and brightly lit. 2 guards stood guard, weapons raised, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Next door, outside the Royal Capitol Guard headquarters, not only were guards also on high alert, but a constant stream of people were carrying stretchers into the courtyard. Compared to the Extermination Squad, the Royal Capitol Guard soldiers often engaged humans, making combating monsters a real challenge. Who's there? The Monster Extermination Squad's guard shouted, seemingly having noticed something. Ayar took a step back, disappearing into the darkness, heading in the opposite direction of the stretchers. To be precise, the current battlefield was on a small area at the outermost edge of the palace. Perhaps after a day of fighting, the monsters had been mostly wiped out, and a small number of them were trapped here. Ayar stood on a secluded high wall, observing the scene below. The battle was not as bloody and brutal as imagined, and Ayar had no need to take action at all. Dozens of members of the Monster Extermination Squad and soldiers in the uniforms of the Special Anti-Monster Combat Team coordinated to trap 7 or 8 medium-sized monsters with red eyes. The flashes of magical attacks and the arrows of the Special Anti-Monster Combat Team soldiers continuously hurled at the monsters in the center. The soldiers, who held swords and dared not act rashly, were wearing the uniforms of the Royal Capitol Guard. Ayar carefully determined that Roland was not among the attacking group. Recalling Roland's decision to have Alma take the princess away, she suddenly had a strange premonition. She immediately raised her gaze and scanned the surrounding tall buildings. Sure enough, beneath the moonlight in the northwest, a slender figure stood alone on a rooftop. Due to the distance, the figure's face was completely invisible, and one could only barely make out that he was looking down at the battleground. Amid the clamor of battle, El cast wind magic toward the figure. El retracted the wind magic and landed lightly a dozen meters behind him. A black windbreaker enveloped him, his entire body covered, only the golden hair atop his head revealing a single hue. Good to see you here. Roland seemed to have guessed El's identity from the sound of his footsteps. His statue-like, frozen body visibly relaxed. Without looking back, he slowly squatted down and sat on the edge of the roof. El followed his lead and sat down. I can't believe you could resist standing by and watching the battle unfold. Well, because I already made my choice regarding Atticus, Roland said softly. My main battle will be tomorrow. Chapter 111. 14 hours ago. Although somewhat concerned that Ayar hadn't contacted him the previous night, Roland suppressed his worries as agreed. Early in the morning, he duly arrived at the Monster Fighting Special Team to begin his work for the day. An hour into training, news arrived from the palace. The palace had been attacked by a group of unidentified monsters. The Monster Extermination Team was short on manpower and requested reinforcements. As everyone assembled and prepared to depart, a servant summoned Roland to Atticus's office. I have more accurate information, he said. Although the main attack point of the monsters was within the palace, 6 monsters have escaped. They're so fast, it's hard to say where they are in a matter of seconds. Roland frowned at this. The palace was heavily guarded and could hold out for a while, but ordinary civilians were completely defenseless. I split up the team and search immediately. Hey, don't rush. Atticus handed him a cup of tea. This matter still needs to be sorted out, and the relationships between all parties need to be reconciled. We don't know the location of those monsters yet, so it would be faster to arrange for a search. It would be best if we could work with the Monster Extermination Squad. The squad's proprietary magic can quickly locate the monsters. Roland spoke businesslike, not noticing Atticus's movements. You don't understand my point. Atticus placed the cup of tea on the table in front of Roland and sat down. When the palace is attacked, all guards must prioritize its defense. Whether you're soldiers or the Monster Extermination Squad, you must eliminate all threats within the palace before pursuing the remaining monsters. That'd be too late, Roland said anxiously. The palace is heavily guarded, but ordinary people are powerless against the monsters. So, I'm here to find them a protector. Atticus leisurely drank his cup of tea, his eyes still fixed. I personally guarantee you can lead the team and capture those fleeing monsters. Excellent. Roland was overjoyed, not even considering Atticus's intentions. Don't worry, I capture all the monsters as quickly as possible and then immediately go to the palace to provide support. Roland. Hero, that's a very fitting title. Atticus suddenly said slowly. I rather risk punishment than ignore the nobles in the palace and save the common people. Seeing his casual demeanor, Roland finally realized the deeper meaning behind his words. Ignore the palace to save the people was Atticus's plan for him. He wanted Roland to stay away from the battle in the palace, even though he was capable of both. That's why he told Roland alone about the monsters escaping. There was even a high probability that those monsters had come from his arm. This was a choice, and also a test. He even thoughtfully adapted to Roland's personality, offering him an irresistible excuse for his planned route, saving the people. And Atticus only wanted one small condition, not to attack the monsters in the palace. What was Atticus going to do? Was he going to kill the king? Or force him to abdicate? Saving the people is certainly an unshirkable obligation, Roland said tentatively. But what do you think of the situation in the palace? Will it affect the entire city? Don't worry. Atticus once again lifted the teacup in front of Roland and placed it firmly in his hand. I think after this, the king will understand the importance of preventing monsters, and will rely more heavily on our team in the future. So, they want the anti-monster combat team to appear before the king, avenging their past. Roland has already appeared before the king. Once he joins the battle against monsters, the outcome will be in suspense. Why would the king still be so worried and realize the need for Atticus's soldiers? However, I think the people of the capital are quite bored with their daily lives and need a little excitement to spice things up. Why not wait until tomorrow? After the palace situation is resolved, perhaps a second wave of monsters will come and give the people of the capital a showdown. Your Highness, Roland said, his voice rising. The people are innocent. They know nothing and have little ability to protect themselves against monsters. Don't worry, brave Roland. Atticus looked at him reassuringly, saying firmly, those monsters are very obedient. I promise you, as long as you kill them quickly, no civilians will be killed. That's not right. He shook his finger and added, some people might fall or get hurt, because they didn't look where they were going while running. I'm thinking about everyone else. The sooner they see the monster's ferocity, the more they unite with the king and support the defense. Ultimately, he was just trying to use this opportunity to expand his own power. What do you think, brave Roland? Would you like some tea? Of course, I have to drink the tea His Royal Highness personally poured. Roland picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. The cool black tea flowed down his throat with a bitter taste. A few seconds ago, he had even speculated about killing Atticus outright. But he couldn't. He didn't know how far Atticus had advanced his deployment, or how many monsters he had secretly deployed. What if Atticus died, and the monsters he controlled went out of control? Roland didn't have the courage to take such a big gamble. So, for now, he could only choose the option that dealt less damage within Atticus's rules. That's right. By the way, you can take your time searching. There's no rush. The monsters that escaped have been trapped in 6 buildings by kind people. You just need to find them today. There's no need to worry about them harming the civilians. As Roland spoke, only one monster remained in the encirclement below. Everyone attacked relentlessly. Even the soldiers of the Royal City Guards began to advance and attack. Elle swung her legs, which dangled over the wall, and said, Atticus truly has the demeanor of his ancestors. In the night, her eyes gleamed with a fierce fire. Since he enjoys performing, let's give His Highness Atticus a performance he never forget. The next morning, just after daybreak, the streets were deserted. Most people were still at home, washing, eating breakfast, or staying in bed, preparing for the day. The city's professional lamp extinguishers walked the streets, turning off the switches of the magic streetlights one by one. He had been doing this job for over a decade and had removed thousands of broken magic streetlights, but this was the first time he had seen a lamppost bent into a wavy shape like this. A sharp thumping sound came from the alley next door. Curious, he slowly inched over and peeked into the alley, only to collapse in shock. A black, serpentine monster, as thick as a bucket, tightly wrapped itself around abandoned wooden crates in the alley. With a slight exertion, it crushed 3 or 4 crates into shattered pieces. It seemed to have heard the noise from the alley entrance, and swung its head towards him, its terrifying red eyes instantly meeting the light extinguishers. There's a monster! Ah! The light extinguisher scrambled to his feet, yelling, and sprinted down the street. Windows flew open on the buildings on either side, and people who had woken up early poked their heads out, still unable to fully grasp the situation. The black snake monster leaped out of the alley, like a stage entrance, its lower body coiled, its upper body erect, its maw gaping and threatening at the people in midair. It was nearly 20 meters long, and even when half erect, it stood as tall as a 2-story building. Its scarlet eyes were as terrifying as a demon's, and everyone who witnessed it collapsed backward in fear. At that moment, a streak of purple lightning descended from the sky, spreading down along the black snake's gaping maw. Its black scales remained unchanged, yet a dark aura rose from the monster's body. Those who hadn't yet closed the windows could clearly smell the odor of burnt meat in the air. The red light in the monster's eyes, struck by the electric shock, extinguished, and its erect body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Since it was still early morning and the streets were deserted, no one was injured. Roland, dressed in the uniform of the anti-monster combat team, gracefully leaped from the high rooftop. "It's the wise and brave! It's Roland! Here comes brave Roland!" The people inside the windows shouted Roland's name, their previous fear long forgotten. The snake-like monster was merely a larger Type 4 monster. It wasn't poisonous, and its scales offered no defensive properties. But the bewildered people didn't know what they were witnessing. Brave Roland annihilating the 2-story-tall monster with a single spell. He was brave and powerful. He lived up to his name. Wait, Roland wasn't wearing the uniform of his old monster extermination team uniform. Had he been assigned to a new position? Just then, a group of disciplined soldiers in stylish uniforms trotted down the street and stopped in front of Roland. "Instructor Roland, the anti-monster combat team, Team 1, is at your beck and call. Divide into 2 columns," Roland said, one hand behind his back, his voice soft but clear. "Team A will take the monster's body away. Team B will inform the people of the sighting by street, warning them to stay home unless necessary." "Yes." As soon as Roland finished speaking, the soldiers responded in unison. Then, odd-numbered soldiers moved to the left, even-numbered soldiers to the right, quickly forming 2 columns and moving swiftly according to Roland's instructions. "Anti-monster combat team, have you heard of that designation?" A resident on the 4th floor, standing on the balcony, nudged the elbow of a neighbor who had also come out to watch the action. "I actually knew that," the neighbor said, turning around with a hint of pride. The note caught the attention of the surrounding neighbors. "Hey, what's going on? Tell us about it." His cousin, a bounty hunter, had been chatting at dinner about the Special Squad 6-30 victory over monsters a few days earlier. He heard about it at the time, but that didn't stop him from spreading the Special Squad's reputation, half-truths and half-sincerities, mixed with his own imagination. "They're Prince Atticus's troops. My cousin said 6 of them could take on 30 monsters. They're all experts among experts." "Really? That's incredible." Thus, through word of mouth, the Special Squad's prowess grew, gradually overshadowing the King's Monster Extermination Squad. Chapter 112. In the palace, the king, having faced the monster attack the previous day and not slept well all night, finally fell asleep in the early morning. But early in the morning, before he even got up, a servant knocked on the door, reporting that another monster had appeared in the capital. "Quick, call back the monster extermination team." The king's upper body bounced off the pillow, his belly bouncing beneath his silken nightgown, and his lip trembled beneath his graying beard. "Search the palace thoroughly. I don't want to hear any more news of monster attacks." The attendant, startled by the king's angry tone, replied tremblingly, "Your Majesty, the monster extermination squad has been keeping watch for you until daybreak. Even if they were called back, they might not be back until afternoon." "Damn it!" The king growled. "What about Atticus's soldiers? Have they gone back too? I remember allocating thousands to him." "Understood, Prince Atticus. I go and tell him." Before he could leave, Atticus's voice greeted him from outside the king's elegant chambers. With the king's permission, the attendant opened the door and ushered Atticus in. "Your Majesty, the special anti-monster combat team has already dispatched to the monster-infested streets throughout the capital. We will absolutely not allow the citizens to be harmed by monsters. Why bother with them? Hurry and bring them back to secure the palace." The king roared impatiently. "And that Roland? You said yesterday you sent him out, and he's not back yet?" He had enough. Why couldn't these monsters just stay in the monster forest? It must have been Zack's live teleportation during the round-robin battle that day, and he messed up the portal. The king's expression, threatened by his own safety, gave Atticus the thrill of manipulating others' emotions. He lowered his head, suppressing the smugness in his eyes, and said sincerely and loyally, "Don't worry. I arranged for several hundred special forces to guard your chambers. It seems the monsters have changed their strategy. After realizing yesterday that the palace was impenetrable, they chose to attack other areas of the capital. You need not worry." Atticus' words, while addressing the king's current sense of security, also deconstructed the logic of the monster's actions. Using both reason and emotion, he successfully soothed the agitated king. "Well, you've been very thoughtful. The king's tone calmed down, and as he recalled Atticus's handling of the monsters in the palace yesterday, he said with relief, "This time, I leave the task of exterminating the monsters entirely to you." "As you command, your majesty." Atticus leaned forward and saluted. "The monsters' attacks are ever-changing. Please allow me to take my leave." "Go." The king, leaning back on the bed, waved his hand. As Atticus was about to leave, the king said awkwardly, "You did a good job yesterday. If the monsters in the capital can be dealt with successfully, I consider doubling the size of that special team." No, several times. Though the king hated to admit it, he increasingly realized that this child, who didn't resemble him, truly possessed the bearing of a crown prince. And Zack, despite all his years of favor, had dared to abandon the noble king, his father, and flee alone yesterday, with the monsters before him. In the king's mind, the moment Zack betrayed him, he was doomed to fall from favor and his chance at the throne was over. As for the youngest princess, she wouldn't have a chance of ascending to the throne unless all her brothers were eliminated. "Yes, thank you, your majesty, for your trust," Atticus replied with a smile. At this point, his purpose for releasing the experimental monsters had been achieved 80% of the way through. Now, all he had to do was completely destroy the monsters stationed in the capital and perform the final act before the people, and everything would be over. That morning, similar battles between different types of red-eyed monsters unfolded throughout the streets of the capital. Most of the people who had been warned by the monster combat squad obediently stayed home after seeing the monsters appear. The hero Roland's stunning instant kill with magic not only protected everyone's safety, but also engendered deep trust in Roland and his team. Of course, some people, for various reasons, still ventured out. Among them were bounty hunters, who had heard of the monsters' intrusion into the city and wanted to hunt them. Leader, Layla, dressed in gray, tugged at the blue-clad bounty hunter walking ahead of her. "Can we outmaneuver those professionals?" On the street ahead, the anti-monster squad was engaged in a battle with 7 or 8 small monsters. Because the monsters were too weak and posed little threat, Roland hadn't appeared. Don't talk." The blue-clad leader turned and addressed the 5 people, including Layla. "We be done soon. When I say run, you follow immediately. We just pick off the smallest one on the far east. Don't be greedy. Picking up small ones is quick, so you can pick up more later." After hearing about the monster's appearance and team leader Roland's destruction of it, they formed a makeshift treasure hunting team. Their goal was to steal the monster's corpse after the battle, dismantle it, and sell it for raw materials. The blue-clad team leader observed the special squad's movements intently. The team consisted of 12 members, divided into 4 teams. One team was maneuvering to entice and disperse the monster. The other 3 teams, each consisting of 3, would strangle a single monster. The monster, with its crimson eyes, looked even more terrifying than ordinary monsters. Thankfully, the special squad members were well-trained and coordinated. First, 2 people, from either side, would fire a crossbow arrow with a rope attached. The arrow would fly through the air towards the monster's head and precisely wrap around its neck. Then, each person would tighten the rope around their arms and run to the opposite sides. The trapped monster, immobilized by the pull of the left and right forces, would be attacked by the other 2 men. Seeing that each of the nearby groups was being held hostage by the monster, and the monster had no energy left to deal with the extra people, the blue-clad leader struck a running stance and shouted, 3, 2, 1, go! With that, 5 bounty hunters, each wearing a different color scheme, ran in unison towards the fallen monster. "Hey, hey, hey, over here!" One of the bounty hunters got lost, and the blue-clad leader quickly called him back. Then, the 5 of them scrambled around the small monster they had chosen, using various methods to pull, haul, hug, and carry it, ultimately lifting the 3-meter-long monster. "It's dangerous here. Get out of here!" shouted the special team member responsible for restraining the tempting monster. Oblivious to the conspiracy behind this incident, the special team members still diligently adhered to the principle of action taught by their instructors, Roland and Urza: protect the defenseless civilians. However, this time, it wasn't civilians who showed up, but a team of bounty hunters intent on snatching food from the tiger's mouth. "Thank you for your concern." The blue-clad leader carried the black wolf monster's head on one shoulder, clasping its front paws together, and saluting the special team members. "Thank you for the gift, special team. We take our loot and leave." With that, he led the others behind him, carrying the monster, and ran in the direction they had come from. The massive black wolf monster, 3 meters long and half a meter wide, weighed heavier than 3 or 4 full-grown pigs, weighing down the men until they were breathless. The black mane was both irritating and reeked of blood, not to mention being incredibly foul. Everyone, keep pushing. Don't let the special forces catch up. The blue-clad leader panted and encouraged everyone. Think about this monster. We make a lot of money after skinning it, extracting its teeth, and shaving its bones. At least 7 or 8 gold coins. And this monster has red eyes, so it's different from the ones we had before. It's bound to be better quality and more valuable. As she ran, she suddenly felt the weight on her shoulders lighten. She said happily, "Hey, you see? I just have to calculate. Once I figured out the gold I could earn, my shoulders stopped hurting. I feel like I can even carry one more monster. That's really weird, ha ha ha. Leader. Leader." The gray-clad Layla's trembling voice rang out from behind her. "Look back. This monster's alive." "Huh? Are you kidding?" The blue-clad leader responded unhappily, about to scold Layla, only to find no one behind her. No, rather, the other bounty hunters were staring at her in horror from a few meters away. Behind her, a dark, furry body, like a wall, sprawled on its hind legs, followed her at a rapid pace. That was why she felt the weight growing lighter and lighter, because the body, being carried, was sharing some of the weight with its hind legs. Ah! She jumped with fear, immediately letting go of the monster's front paw and leaping 3 meters away. The other bounty hunters followed her and fled. Thankfully, the resurrected wolf-like monster hadn't followed. The blue-clad leader leaned against the corner wall, head held high, breathing deeply, and patting his chest. "Why didn't you warn me sooner?" she complained, feeling as if this scene would become a nightmare for days to come. "Leader, you're running too fast. We can't keep up." Gray-clad Layla pursed her lips. They had been carrying the monster as planned, but as they ran, its thick hind legs and body began to wriggle. Layla, at the back, frightened and dropped her hands. The momentum of the descent pulled the lower half of the monster off the shoulders of the people in front. Only the captain, with his broad shoulders and strong body, could both carry and run. He managed to half-carry the monster for 7 or 8 meters, and it seemed to be getting lighter and lighter. Forget it. It's just bad luck." The blue-clad leader spoke a few words. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something wasn't right. "But don't you find it strange? That monster was already dead, so how could it be running on its own? Maybe it was half dead. And we found it. No, I checked carefully. It was already dead from the start. And before I let go, its neck was pressed against me, and there was no pulse at all." After saying that, the blue-clad leader leaned over and looked in the direction they had been carrying. Something even more surprising had happened. Not only the monster they had carried away, but also the other monsters that had been killed and fallen to the ground had stood up on their own. Their black manes were stained with blood, and the scarlet color in their eyes had disappeared for some reason. 7 or 8 monsters, ignoring the attacks of the special team members, gathered together like a wolf pack, howling at the sky. The team members, on the other hand, were stunned by the bizarre resurrection before their eyes. Roar! Oh, 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 oh! The black monsters let out a long cry, giving the Special Forces members, who had just killed them, a humane look. Then, as if sensing some kind of pull, they began to move, sprinting towards the end of the street. "Hurry, follow them!" The Special Forces leader, waking from a dream, shouted to the others. At the corner, Layla, dressed in gray, grabbed the blue-clad leader, who had stood up, and said in surprise, "Leader, you don't want to check it out, do you? This is so bizarre." "Yes," the leader turned, his face lit with excitement. "Don't you think this is incredibly strange and intriguing? I have to follow and see what's going on. What if those monsters attack again? What can we do?" The team leader looked at Layla as if she were stupid. "Then we just run away. We can't compete with them in hunting monsters, but we can always outrun the regular troops, right? And look, we're not the only ones curious." She pointed toward the street. Several citizens emerged from apartment buildings, stealthily stalking the streets, armed with kitchen knives or wash basins, swords, and shields. "Hurry, hurry! Good things come late. If you're slow, you miss out." The team leader rushed over. Layla and the others exchanged a glance before following, bracing themselves. The resurrected monsters advanced. It wasn't just the wolf monsters on this street. At the intersection with the next street, other monsters joined them. The group of resurrected monsters grew larger, heading in the same direction, as if a common destination was calling them. The members of the Special Monster Combat Team followed cautiously behind. However, the occasional red-eyed monsters they encountered along the way would attack each other as soon as they met, resulting in a chaotic clash. "Leader, let's not go," said Layla, dressed in gray, weakly, tugging at the leader's sleeve. 50 meters ahead of them, the anti-monster combat team was engaged in a fierce battle with two giant red-eyed bird-like monsters, the atmosphere thick with the intensity of the battle. A few curious folks, wearing pot lids on their heads, also hid in an alley across the road from them. "Don't be afraid," the blue-clad leader pointed into the distance. "Look, those who died once, those without their red eyes, won't attack anyone anymore." Layla observed carefully, and the corpse monsters they had initially followed were indeed still moving forward without turning back, paying no attention to the battle between their red-eyed brethren and the humans behind them. Where are they going? And, after all, why do monsters come back to life after dying? Layla wondered. "The world is so vast, there's so much we don't know," the blue-clad leader said. "Of course, it could also be the work of some mysterious great sorcerer. It's hard to say." "Well, I know that." A man from the other side of the street, holding a pot lid, ran over and joined the Layla's conversation. "I once read an ancient book that said that humans only have a breath of life. If that breath hasn't passed, even if they die, they have no place to go, and thus transform into a half-dead monster. I think these monsters are most likely the same." "Shut up. What do you know? We're bounty hunters after all, and we dealt with monsters before. Why are you, a mere mortal, tagging along? Aren't you afraid of death?" Layla said, shaking her fist. She was a coward who couldn't stand the slightest talk of ghosts, so she threatened the other person. "Wait, you look more and more familiar to me." "Hey, don't you look more familiar this way?" The man who suddenly joined and lifted his hair from his forehead, stood up, and tugged at his loose shirt. "Ah! It's you?" Layla exclaimed. "You're the bartender at the Adventurer's Tavern. What was your name?" "I can't quite remember it." "Dear bounty hunter Miss Layla, my name is Henry. I'm glad to meet you outside of the workplace." Henry, squatting with his lower body and his upper body raised in the polite manner of a waiter, cleared his throat and spoke. "Last night, the Wind Listeners meeting convened again, and everyone received their role in this grand drama. Henry, Martha, and Daniel were responsible for blending in with the crowd today and swaying public opinion. Alma, Pamela, and Freya were to remain behind to protect Suling, presumably to appease the princess, but in reality to keep her captive within the shop. Roland would coordinate Atticus's performance and provide warm-up preparations, while Elle would make his final appearance, completely ending Atticus's dream. Atticus, having promised the king to exterminate the monsters as quickly as possible, wasn't as diligent as he appeared to be, clinging to his commanding position. Everything was under control, and out of the king's sight, he didn't need to act for anyone. Half a day had passed since the monster invasion that morning. The messenger, responsible for reporting on the situation, hadn't yet arrived, but he estimated that 70% to 80% of the monsters released into the capital had been eliminated. Atticus was in his favorite restaurant in the city center, elegantly savoring the chef's specially prepared dishes with a silver knife and fork. Across from him sat Baron Siki, dressed in evening attire. Outside the private room, there was no other table occupied. Thanks to the effective publicity surrounding the monster-fighting special team, most of the capital's inhabitants, noble and common, were now hunkered down in their homes, awaiting the news that all monsters had been annihilated. Atticus, who had personally directed this remarkable drama, gracefully controlled the pace, not rushing to bring the finale. Let them linger in fear and worry a little longer. That way, when the divine soldiers descended, they would know better whom to thank and follow. The restaurant owner personally presented the distinguished prince with a bottle of his prized red wine, which flowed smoothly into the crystal-clear glass, a vibrant crimson like blood. "Enjoy your meal, both of you." The restaurant owner pressed the cup holders, served 2 glasses of wine to the 2 distinguished guests, and stepped back from the table. Atticus gracefully raised his glass and, with a smile, said to Siki across from him, "To the most brilliant magic doctor in the world." Siki leisurely put down his knife and fork, and clinked glasses with Atticus. Naturally reserved and gloomy, he now smiled a rare, genuine smile at the well-received compliment from his mentor. "Thank you for your trust, Your Highness Atticus. I thought Red Hunt was the pinnacle of my life, but it was your inspiration and participation that led to the creation of divine control. I am content with this achievement in my life. My dear Baron, it's too early to be satisfied now." Atticus swirled his glass. "With your talent, you will surely create even greater works, and your rank will rise step by step. Then I thank you, Your Highness." Siki's mustache twitched, a smile evident. The Red Hunt was the final version of the red potion that Siki had developed in his laboratory beneath the Gloom Forest, through research into the innate magic of the Tan people, Blander. When injected into a monster, it maximizes its attack power and combat effectiveness, but at the cost of reduced rationality. Divine control, however, originated in the castle base of the Sea of Trees forest. Developed through experiments on monsters captured from the monster forest, it can directly penetrate a monster's brain and influence its thinking. The goal is to increase the obedience of red-eyed monsters to their trainers' commands. The rumors of a new monster heard by Henry the Wind Listener in the Adventurer's Tavern, as well as the monster released by a member of the amusement circus, served as the experimental subjects for the divine control potion. It was precisely because of the god control potion that Atticus could freely manipulate monsters to appear throughout the capital, without worrying about any unexpected losses. Right now, at this very moment, even if Atticus wanted those remaining monsters to commit suicide right where they were, he could do so. But he didn't need to do so. These experimental subjects were consumables prepared for this performance, a stepping stone for his monster combat special team. However, a few minutes later, the messenger arrived with news that immediately dampened his good mood. "You mean, those slain monsters are back to life?" Atticus repeated the messenger's report expressionlessly. This unexpected loss of control was like a rat suddenly darting into an ornate bed curtain, challenging his rationality with every second. There was only one filthy, troublesome rat who dared to challenge him. After leaving the royal capital prison, he had desperately wanted to secretly capture the maid who had humiliated him, but she was so elusive that she was difficult to track down. The two guards responsible for burying her were tortured for days, but they yielded no useful information. The land within a kilometer of her burial ground was barren. Could it be that the person had infiltrated his ranks? Only then could they have so precisely disrupted and attacked his actions? Yes. The communications officer lowered his head, a cold sweat dripping down his face. Because the monster showed no signs of attacking, some people gathered to watch, curious. As the crowd grew, they began to discuss it. They were saying, "What?" They said, "The monsters must have died tragically, unable to breathe, and so they resurrected." The people, limited by their perspective, were like weeds on a wall, easily swept along by the stronger wind. He could exploit them, and he could exploit them, too. He absolutely didn't believe those monster stories of resurrection. She must have done something, or perhaps some forbidden magic. The messenger looked up cautiously, seeing that Atticus seemed relatively calm. He continued, "I have another important piece of news for you. We suspect the monster's target is..." "What? How dare she?" The round cup suddenly exploded in Atticus's hand. The red wine flowed through his fingers like blood, leaving winding lines on his palm and dripping onto the white tabletop. Chapter 113. The gaze returned to the other side. As more and more dead monsters converged, their destination became increasingly clear. The special team members, having seen the situation, tried their best to stop them. This time, however, whether they were struck by swords or struck by magic, they seemed unconscious, falling and then standing up as if nothing had happened, heading south. Just continue to follow. No need to attack. Instructor Roland's instructions came from the communication magic device in his hand. A team leader of the special team replied worriedly, "Instructor, based on the current trend, those monsters seem to be targeting the palace. We are only 2 blocks away from the palace. Those resurrected monsters won't harm anyone." Roland's voice was firm. "Don't worry, just follow and see what happens." With that, the team leader's communication magic device went dark, indicating that the other side had severed the connection. "Captain, what should we do?" Several members of the special team asked. "Follow. Keep following." After a moment's thought, the team leader, seeing no better option, chose to obey Instructor Roland's instructions completely. On the other side of the communication device, Roland stood on the roof of a tall building, taking in everything. "Now it's our turn." A red-haired figure emerged from behind him, walked to the very edge of the roof, stepped onto the narrow fence, and spoke to him. "All's well, Al." As soon as he finished speaking, Al took a step back and disappeared over the edge of the wall. Roland hurried over, leaning over the fence and looking down. A black cloud suddenly rose, passing over the rooftops, soaring higher and farther. Amidst the fluttering of countless jet-black wings, Aya's red hair was blown by the wind, like a flaming, leaping flame, endlessly regenerating. Outside the palace lay an immense open space, where no one was allowed to pass or stay. Only the royal guard, wearing tall hats whose appearance was more important than their practicality, patrolled back and forth, demonstrating the royal majesty. Since they were a guard of honor, there was no need to expect combat effectiveness. When the first wave of resurrected monsters arrived, the guards had already fled in fear. So, the resurrected monsters, gathered from all the streets, easily occupied the area, with a far greater momentum than the dozens of monsters that had appeared in the palace yesterday. The other half, the special team members, ordered to safeguard the king's safety, stood on the palace walls, firing arrows down in waves. Seeing the monsters show no reaction after being struck by their arrows, they felt a wave of terrible despair. Urza, in charge of guarding the palace, stepped on the wall and shouted into the communication device, "Attack! Attack! Why aren't any of you moving?" She was scolding the special team members, led by Roland, who were sent to pursue the monsters within the city. From her current position, she had a panoramic view of the grounds in front of the palace. She could see the monsters pouring in with inexplicable intent, and also saw dozens of special team detachments following closely behind them. "What? You're saying these monsters are resurrected from the dead? They're invincible?" Urza's loud voice instantly closed the information gap between the two special teams. The members who had been ready to shoot hesitated and stopped their movements. It seems it wasn't an illusion. Those monsters down there are truly unkillable. Instructor Roland said there's no need to attack anymore. Give him the communication device, and I come and tell him myself. A hesitant voice came from the other end of the communication device. Instructor Urza, I haven't been able to contact Instructor Roland since he gave the order. And we've been following these monsters all the way here, and they haven't attacked anyone along the way. Okay, I get it. Urza hung up the phone with a serious expression. Roland wasn't an irresponsible man. How could he just watch monsters appear and disappear on his own? There must be some reason or circumstance she wasn't aware of. Instructor, shall we continue? The archers beside her looked at Urza and rose, their loose grip revealing their inner choices. Pause firing for now. I see if I can contact Roland. Urza looked down. The monsters had entered the open space in front of the city wall, and had stopped advancing. They hadn't posed a threat to the palace yet, but a steady stream of monsters were gathering from the streets, swelled their numbers. Keep a close eye on the monsters below. If they show the slightest sign of threatening the palace, attack immediately. Got it? Yes. The archers responded in unison. Urza walked away alone, attempting to connect to Roland's communication spell. After several attempts to communicate failed, she frowned and returned to her post. Someone stood at her designated spot, hands pressed against the city wall, fingers practically digging into the bricks. It was Atticus, a sullen expression on his face. After receiving news of the incident, he no longer had the leisure to savor his wine. He hurried from the dining table to the palace, having just learned from his subordinates reports that Roland had ordered a halt to the attacks. He was incredibly clever. He immediately guessed that Roland must know the inside story of these monsters. He had been planning to promote Roland as a peerless, universally beloved hero, only to discover he was in cahoots with that despicable maid. Where was that maid? Hadn't she orchestrated this to ruin his plans? How come the show had already begun, and all her supposedly resurrected men had gathered, yet she still hadn't appeared? He swore. With this humiliation, once he caught her, he would inflict the most excruciating torture on her. Ire didn't keep Atticus waiting for long. Outside the palace grounds, gray-clad Layla watched as an inky cloud drifted in from the sky at breakneck speed, tugging at the leader beside her. Leader, look at that dark cloud. It looks strange. The blue-clad leader, busy sorting and assessing the market value of the monsters before him, casually glanced upward. It's not a dark cloud, it's a swarm of bats, right? No, not bats, said Henry, the wind listener at the Adventurer's Tavern. It's the eternal lord of the undead, who has descended. The dark cloud drifted in, finally hovering above the grounds in front of the palace. Because they were close enough, the cloud's true form was revealed to everyone present. A woman stood majestically, stepping upon the back of a black-winged monster. Hundreds of monsters from the mists of the city of the dead flapped their wings at her sides, weaving a massive black-winged throne with their bodies. The newly revived monsters on the ground were agitated by her arrival. The outermost monsters crowded inward, while those already inside climbed onto the bodies of the monsters next to them, hoping to get closer. The previously quiet group of monsters gradually transformed into a shape resembling an upside-down funnel. The newly reborn followers were deeply attached to the master who had given them life. Their unusual agitation undoubtedly irritated the archers on the high wall. As everyone present, including Atticus and Urza, were stunned by the unexpected scene before them, one archer, in terror, raised his bow and unleashed a magical arrow specially crafted for monsters. The arrow flew past, and Atticus, as if awakened from a dream, ordered archers, "Shoot her down." Urza, having just recognized Elle's face, was too late to intervene. The black-winged monster before them rapidly transforming its body into a pair of massive wings, which they folded inward, attempting to use their bodies to shield themselves from the incoming wave of damage. Ire spared them any harm. Before the undead monster's wings could close, She gently raised her wand and uttered a fire spell. A wall of flames rose up, incinerating the torrential downpour of arrows. Everyone watched as, behind the blazing flames, the woman addressed Prince Atticus in a defiant voice. "Good afternoon, Your Highness Atticus. How do you feel now, seeing these syndicated monsters being turned against you?" She concealed Atticus's weighty secret within a simple greeting. "Why does she say the monsters have been turned against you? Could it be that these monsters were even factions in the first place? What does pushing monsters mean?" The crowd below murmured, each voice quietly suspicious. However, when enough people gathered, even the smallest discussion would create a commotion loud enough to unsettle Atticus. Elle knew how to play it safe. She would gradually peel back Atticus's mask, gradually increasing the pressure. Therefore, she didn't elaborate on the monsters, instead looking toward the palace. "Today's opportunity is rare, and your father and brother are here. Why don't we have a one-on-one duel, settling all past grudges once and for all? Otherwise, even if you have a chance to ascend to the throne, you have to constantly be on guard against my revenge. Wouldn't that be unpleasant?" In the deepest recesses of the palace, the king, drawn out by the vision Elle had caused, was surrounded by Brika, the captain of the monster extermination squad, and the members of the squad who had been urgently summoned to the palace. "What's going on up ahead?" "You," the king instructed a servant beside him, "go up ahead and listen closely." The king, of high rank, would certainly not personally intervene. "As you command, Your Majesty." No matter how reluctant the servant was, he could not refuse the king's order, and could only accept the task of delivering the message. Back at the scene of the confrontation, Atticus looked at the unexpected Elle, his voice piercing with anger. "You, a lowly thief again." Atticus spoke through gritted teeth, the wrinkles between his brow and nose making him look particularly fierce and sinister, a stark contrast to his usual self. Ai's appearances were unpredictable, and she ruthlessly undermined his plans, appending his carefully crafted chessboard. And yet, the impression she left on Atticus was that of a lowly servant. He could tolerate someone being his enemy, but he couldn't tolerate such a lowly opponent. "Keep shooting until she's dead," Atticus commanded. Wave after wave of arrows descended, devouring the wall of fire without hesitation. Despite the soldiers' and archers' best efforts, not a single arrow could penetrate the wall thicker than the palace walls. "No need for multiple attacks, Your Highness Atticus. Even if these soldiers attacked together, they couldn't match the destructive power of you alone. Back then, you didn't even blink an eye, and you killed me, a servant who once worked for you. I had already run over 300 meters, and you struck me in the arm, leg, and heart." Shooting a servant at random was completely at odds with the approachable image Atticus always projected. And the man's specificity in his words intensified the crowd's astonishment, and even the Special Forces member beside him couldn't help but glance sideways. Veins bulged on Atticus's forehead. "You're completely misleading. You were the one who stole first, and I was merely cleaning up the dirt that had accumulated in the mansion." "Yes, I am misleading," Elle admitted openly, even raising her voice to ensure everyone present could hear her clearly. "But even if I'm misleading, I learned that from you, didn't I? It was you who nurtured and controlled the red-eyed monster, yet you chose to release it into the palace and the royal city." Midway through his revelation, Atticus summoned his magic wand, and a ball of light shot towards Elle at breakneck speed. As expected, when it comes to truly important information, it can't be hidden. Air was well prepared. The surrounding black-winged monsters vanished instantly, leaving only the one at her feet. It teleported with her about 20 centimeters, passing close to Atticus's ball of light. Although the evasion was small, the insult was immense, and the display of skill was remarkable. "Just as powerful as when you tried to kill me." Air clapped his hands and laughed. "It's a pity I'm not the same person I used to be." With that, a bolt of purple and blue lightning struck Atticus, its force and speed far surpassing Atticus's ball of light. Atticus, unable to dodge, his eyes flashed with a sinister glare, and he grabbed the nearby archer to shield himself. Eller's smile faded. The lightning bolt was too powerful to be retracted, and the archer's life was in imminent danger. At that moment, a stream of water blocked the archer's path, directing the lightning towards a nearby turret. The 7 or 8 meter tall tower collapsed instantly upon contact with the lightning. This stream of water came from Roland, hidden in the shadows. Elle knew this, and Atticus could guess it too. He wouldn't miss a single opportunity. Glancing around, he shouted, "Roland, it's you, isn't it? If you can mend your ways and join forces with me to capture this rebellious servant, I can forgive your wrong decision this morning. You will become the greatest warrior in the kingdom." He raised his left arm, pointing at Eller. "Whatever this person promised you, I can give you more. Why would you go against me for her?" As soon as he finished speaking, Roland emerged from the corner of the city wall. No one knew when he had hidden there. "This is my own will, Atticus," Roland addressed him disrespectfully by name. Memories of battles across the continent in his first life, combined with the conspiracy he uncovered in this one, made his voice as cold as winter ice. Some memories had faded, but the warm, sticky feeling of the blood of enemies and comrades gushing down his face on the battlefield always returned at some unforeseen moment. "I've been deceived and exploited by you for too long. I only regret that it took until now to reveal your true face. You're the one who orchestrated the monster attack on the royal capital today, and you were also the culprit behind the monster surge in Philo's city a year ago. And you painstakingly harmed so many people, simply to satisfy your insatiable lust for power." Roland was a household name in the royal capital, and just this morning, he saved countless civilians from the red-eyed monster. Coming from him, these same words were incredibly convincing. The crowd below was in a state of chaos, their voices so loud they could even make out individual words. "Even Lord Roland says so. Could it be that the prince is really? You're simply slandering me." After all, Roland's involvement in his secret plan was minimal. Atticus concluded that the two of them had no evidence and resolutely denied it. "What you're saying is a complete fabrication. Whether it's slander or truth, why not let the king personally investigate? Does he know that his son, with complete disregard for his safety, released experimental monsters into the palace without authorization?" Elle asked. "Or do you want me to take his majesty to see for himself the secrets hidden in the Sea of Trees? What does the Sea of Trees have to do with me?" Atticus argued, knowing deep down he had to eliminate the man before him immediately. "You losers. Don't you see this prince being attacked?" Atticus, without a care in the world, commanded the special team archers. He had already witnessed Elle's current strength with those 2 lightning strikes. He was far more likely to lose than to win against her, not to mention Roland and her gang. He stood no chance on his own. The anti-monster combat team was strictly disciplined. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone raised their bows and arrows. Although they saw Atticus using their comrades to block the attack, he was the prince. As subordinates, they were theoretically obliged to protect him no matter what he did. "Drop your bows," Urza, who had been observing the situation, commanded. As an instructor, she worked with the team day and night and held a high reputation. With just one command, she actually stopped everyone's movements. Then, ignoring Atticus's grimace, she addressed Elle and Roland loudly. "Elle, Roland, what you've spoken of today is incredibly serious, but I want to ask, what is your true purpose? Are you trying to assassinate Prince Atticus, or are you trying to expose the truth? We're friends, and I don't want to engage in a war based on misunderstandings." Elle felt deeply moved. Even after not seeing Urza for so many years, she remained as forthright and open-minded as ever. "I'm not here today to take anyone's life," Elle said, meeting Urza's gaze on the wall. "I'm here to uncover the hidden conspiracy, and let everyone know that monsters are not our true enemy. Those with treacherous hearts, who exploit monsters, are the ones who deserve universal condemnation." "Okay. I believe you," Urza responded readily. "Since this is your purpose, then I beg you to give me 20 minutes. I will report everything that happened here to the king. I promise you, Urza, I won't take any action within these 20 minutes. She promised, but I won't. Atticus roared, raising his magic wand. His eyes were red, and the veins on his face were bulging, a truly terrifying sight. The king was the person he had always suspected the most. If his actions were exposed to him, there would be no chance of recovery. How could he let this happen? While Urza was conversing with Elle and Roland, he personally drank a bottle of red hunt potion. Now, everyone before him was his prey. He felt a powerful and abundant magical power surge through his body. The tip of his magic wand gathered a light as bright as the sun, which was impossible to look directly at. Then, the light split into thousands of fine arrows, indiscriminately attacking everything in front of him. Elle, Roland, Urza, and the Special Forces soldiers atop the city walls were all within range of his light arrows. Since he couldn't stop the spread of the news, he would kill everyone who had heard these secrets. He had no regrets about this. Roland, silently observing the situation, was the first to react. Standing on the city wall, he quickly deployed a semi-arc-shaped magic barrier and advanced in front of Elle. Elle didn't teleport away. From Atticus's perspective, the rows of soldiers on the city wall stretched out in the air behind her. She could dodge, but the soldiers couldn't. After the potion was activated, Atticus's strength increased dramatically. This attack was formidable, and Roland's magic barrier might not be able to withstand it for long. So, behind Roland's magic barrier, Elle immediately summoned ice magic, erecting a wall of ice 100 meters long, half 100 meters wide, and nearly a meter thick. This protected Urza and the innocent Special Forces soldiers behind him. El also focused his attention on building a protective ice wall behind Atticus and in front of the civilians. Magic barriers were part of the formal teaching of the magic court, but El didn't understand their principles, so he relied on ice magic as a substitute. Humph. Do you think this can stop me? Red filled Atticus's eyes, and he whispered like a demon from hell, "No one who appears here today will escape." The light from the tip of his magic wand grew brighter, and a continuous stream of light arrows pierced Roland's magic barrier. The continuous and intense attack soon burned several holes in the barrier. The unstoppable light arrows penetrated the barrier and inflicted damage on El's ice wall, leaving a mark like an all-chiseling stone. El had to constantly repair the damage. This passive defense couldn't last long. El frowned, quickly thinking of a solution. How could she counterattack besides defending? She glanced down, an idea forming in her mind. Urza, retreat! Roland shouted towards the anti-monster combat team. He could sense his magic barrier about to shatter. Ah ha ha ha. Atticus, now in the ascendancy, laughed wildly. Run! Who's faster, you or my light arrow? But just as he was about to launch another attack, a pair of pitch-black claws, larger than his face, suddenly appeared on his shoulders. The immense weight behind him yanked him down, causing him to lose his balance in the air. Another pair of claws clamped under his armpits, restraining his arms. The magic wand in his right hand lost its target, and all its attacks arced skyward. It was one, no two, three, countless monsters, just as El had just appeared, stacking one atop the other, using their bodies to form a stairway from the ground, sending their companions soaring into the air. The monsters at the top kept leaping upward, hanging onto Atticus's body. His back, shoulders, and arms were completely immobilized, and the powerful magic wand was impossible to aim. Atticus quickly switched his magic state, sheathed it, and summoned a ball of fire to his side. Alas, without the cover of his light arrows, El had the opportunity to counterattack, and a wave of ice magic enveloped him. And his attempted fire didn't frighten any of the undead monsters. They roared and howled, climbing up one after another, determined to pull Atticus, the one who was controlling them, down. Finally, the remaining traces of wind magic faded, and Atticus fell from the sky, quickly overwhelmed by the surging black monsters. Sharing the life force of the undead monsters, their intense emotions inadvertently transmitted to El's heart. The thousands of monsters below, unwilling to be manipulated, and the pain they felt during the experiments, felt tangible. They raised their heads, whether they were howling to the heavens or conveying their innermost feelings to the master who gave them life. The tremendous sound shook everyone present, and even frightened the king within the walls, deep within the palace. My dear followers, please come with me. The city of the undead will be your eternal home. El extended an invitation to the thousands of newly born undead monsters. Black-winged monsters fluttered from top to bottom, forming a stairway from the ground to the Overlord. The painful roars ceased, and the monsters returned to the Overlord's side along the stairway. The newly born monsters merged with the original black cloud, and the grounds in front of the palace returned to their original spaciousness. Urza arrived at the empty grounds, lifted the remaining figure, and led him to the palace. His hair was disheveled, his face was grim, and his expression was crazed. I am born a king. I will rule the entire continent. You lowly monsters, you should be honored to be my tools. The people watching all the developments from behind the ice wall had mixed feelings. Tell me, does he resemble the man in the man who picked the golden apples? If he succeeds like that man, wouldn't we have to accept such a conspirator as king? No, that's all stories. What we witnessed today was a real, true story. The servants sent out to check the news reported the conversation to the king in real time via communication device. His anger towards Atticus, upon hearing him overwhelmed by the monsters, turned into fear of his own dignity being challenged and his life being threatened. Quick! Brecca! The king grabbed Brecca's arm, who was protecting him. Kill that witch-like woman! And Roland, who dared to rebel. No matter how wrong Atticus was, he is my son. Murdering the prince is a capital crime. Your Majesty, they left. Brecca looked up at the black cloud. It had doubled in size since its initial appearance. The undead monsters newly born in the capital were surrounded by the black-winged monsters and carried away. Chase! Chase now! Such a criminal will not be allowed to escape, the king said angrily. Yes, your Majesty. The monster had departed, and the threat to the king's safety was no longer present. Brecca readily accepted the king's order and left with the monster-killing team. As for whether they were chasing the black cloud, who would know unless they spoke? Above the black cloud, Elle and Roland stood side by side. At the same moment, they heard the playful, mischievous laughter of a child. Hee hee. Detection indicates that Atticus, the hidden protagonist and soul of this work, has lost his faith. The new character, Air, has seen his influence increase by 999999999, immeasurable. He now has the highest influence in the world. His influence will be deducted as agreed and converted into character health. The original protagonist, Roland, has regained 999999999, immeasurable, but 100 million of his light damage will be deducted to offset the energy consumed to restart the world. After the announcement, a glossy black ball, absorbing so much energy, bounced in front of the two and said, "Congratulations on successfully leaving the original work. From now on, there will be no creator in this world. The new storyline will be written by you all, hee hee hee." Air was about to ask it something else, but the black ball flew into the sky and disappeared. It said, "We be the ones writing our own stories from now on." Air smiled and looked to the side. "So, this handsome and beautiful hero, are you willing to join me in creating our own future?" His lake green eyes brimming with tender love, Roland took a step closer, interlocking his fingers with Air's. "As long as it's with you." The black-winged monster surrounded the two of them, and flew toward the horizon, like dark clouds, like birds, like a single dot with countless possibilities. In the distance, unseen by anyone, the black sphere returned to its original, vast black form, like the sky. After all this trouble, my investment has finally paid off. Next, let's explore the next world. After all, chaos is my greatest passion. Hee hee.